When asked about the secrets to his success, the champion, Hayashi, surprisingly enumerated an array of special mentors, including a bug-catching boy, a lad in shorts, and even a young lady by the roadside. "I am reminiscing about those great individuals who have elevated me," he stated. What profound and unconventional philosophy of training lies hidden behind these words? In a world that melds gaming with animation, we invite you to embark on the most ordinary journey to becoming a champion. Chapter 1. The Ur region. Training has concluded. In the resting room, Hayashi, who recently turned 16, peeled off his sweat-soaked garments, revealing a robust physique. Upon the entrance of a colleague, he waved, picked up his toiletries, and stepped into the bathroom. As the water cascaded over his face, splattering or flowing in rivulets, he couldn't help but delve into his thoughts and memories. This is Huangtai Town, a place imbued with a steampunk aesthetic where variously sized metal pipes and intricate gears create a mechanical landscape, with rust-stained, somber cores laid bare. Although referred to as a town, its population rivals that of cities in the region. The continuous flow of mineral resources from beneath the ground serves as the mainstay of its economy. Situated inland within the Ur region, like most towns, it is surrounded by vast expanses of wasteland and desert, where the predominant colors are yellow, gray, and black, with the vibrant greens rarely making an appearance. While technology is relatively advanced, the town is not particularly picturesque. Thus, Hayashi often laments his fate as a transmigrator, pondering why he could not have been reborn in a central region. In a place like, or the quality of life is not worth mentioning. For someone like him, without parents and devoid of money, power, or influence, aspiring to acquire a Pokémon and become a trainer is a formidable challenge, with competition that is terrifyingly fierce. Traveling? Participating in tournaments? These aspirations feel impossibly distant. The primary obstacle remains that wild Pokémon are virtually non-existent in the Ur region. As a remote corner of the world, most trainers' Pokémon are imported, with wild specimens being exceedingly rare. This stark reality has left Hayashi without a Pokémon of his own, and lacking one means it is nearly impossible to alter his fate. However, hope persists. Bread will find its way, and Pokémon will eventually come. Upon awakening, he found himself involuntarily enlisted in the second-rate organization, the Sands of Time, which is currently selecting formal members. As a peripheral member, he could receive a Pokémon from the higher-ups upon passing their assessment. Though reluctant, he realizes he has no say in the matter, and once he joins, it will be challenging to extricate himself. In this light, the Rocket Team, known for frequently expelling undesirable members, appears remarkably humane. In Huangtai Town, everyone is assigned a job. Those who wish to resign from their menial positions are merely sent to the underground mines, where they may end up toiling for a lifetime. Escape? The nearest town is at least 100 kilometers away, traversing a desolate stretch where finding a water source is a daunting task, and one easily loses their sense of direction. Moreover, it is needless to say that his escape speed pales in comparison to the advanced technology of hover motorcycles. The route to the station is fraught with peril, teeming with pickpockets, thugs, and con artists, who are essentially the covert operatives of various factions. Those who bear the mark of the underworld are often apprehended the moment they board a vehicle. In Huangtai Town, the population is the most precious resource. Furthermore, even if he were to flee to another region, his status as an undocumented individual poses a significant risk, as capture would likely result in deportation. Not to mention, he is illiterate, capable of deciphering only the most rudimentary vocabulary. The town lacks both libraries and any form of free educational resources for individuals of his ilk. His only advantage lies in his youthful physique. The Sandflow team is in dire need of fresh recruits, making their interests align perfectly. As for the path ahead, he has resolved to capture a Pokémon first and then contemplate his next steps. Additionally, there is this peculiar item. Baimu cast a glance at the countdown timer in the lower right corner of his vision, which had been ticking down ever since he awakened and merged memories a week ago, now nearing its conclusion. Given his understanding of those who traverse worlds, this is likely a privilege shared by most. He could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. After taking a shower, Baimu suppressed the urge to retreat to his small abode and await the countdown's end, opting instead to join a few familiar colleagues for a meal accompanied by some beer. Listening to their drunken grievances, he felt an inexplicable tranquility within. Fitting in is crucial without the means to protect oneself. Standing out will only invite hostility and exclusion. Thus, even if reluctant, he felt compelled to partake in their revelry. Within the Sandflow team, Most of the underlings adopt a live-and-let-live mentality, merely scraping by day, with salaries that barely amount to daily wages, let alone monthly ones. However, in this town, which is virtually under the complete control of various organizations, their lives are relatively bearable, at least compared to the backbreaking labor of lower-tier jobs, as they receive a steady income. If one were to factor in the extra income garnered from petty theft, it would be feasible to save enough for a Pokémon after a few months of perseverance. Yet, nurturing a Pokémon is far from a simple whim. The essentials, such as Pokémon food and nutritional supplements, are exorbitantly priced, not to mention the costs associated with Pokémon massages and post-battle treatments. Acquiring a Pokémon marks merely the beginning of financial expenditures. Thus, most of the aimless underlings can only envy the Pokémon of others while squandering their meager earnings and indulgence. As for Baimu, he possesses an innate ability to save money, yet he often instinctively shuns certain extra earnings, refusing to spend the money acquired through petty theft, discreetly stashing it away, resulting in less than ideal savings. Although his salary is hardly clean, he perceives this as a boundary he believes he must uphold, even if it's a case of 50 steps laughing at 100. It is preferable to truly crossing the 100-step threshold. How long can such naive ideals endure? He himself is quite curious. Chingy Street. As one of the districts under the control of the Sand Flow team, it serves as the residence provided to peripheral underlings. From the outside, it bears no distinction from a heap of discarded refuse. The second-floor tenements are riddled with holes. Filth is ubiquitous, graffiti lacks meaning, an indescribable stench permeates the air, and various jagged, rusted metal sheets are strewn about. No sane individual would ever wish to dwell in such a place. However, one aspect remains: exceptional security. Despite the fact that the Sandstorm team is merely a second-rate force in Huangtai Town, few dare to trouble them, primarily due to their formidable leader and robust backing. Upon returning home, Baimu swiftly closed the door, leaving the peculiar scent outside. He lay on his bed, awaiting the countdown's conclusion. What would the golden finger be? A sense of anticipation mingled with an underlying worry that it might not be a boon, but rather a countdown to death or disaster. Fortunate to have arrived in the Pokémon world, yet unfortunate to lack a favorable start, he found himself enveloped in a complex swirl of emotions. Just as his thoughts wandered, the countdown reached its end. A line of text materialized in his field of vision, flickering incessantly. Trainer Life Simulator activated. Remaining attempts. 2. Next countdown. 168:00:00. A simulator? Baimu paused for a moment, then noticed another line of text appearing. Would you like to begin the simulation? Yes, no, he took a deep breath, relieved that this contraption was in Chinese. Slowly, he clicked on yes, and 3 new lines of text emerged before him. Choose your birth region, choose your gender, choose your Pokémon. Baimu clicked on the first line, and a plethora of main series regions appear before him, though he did not see any alternate regions. He chose Kanto. The gender selection was limited to 2 options, male and female. He selected male. However, the Pokémon selection was rather peculiar. Only one option was randomized. The classic Kanto starter trio, as well as the common Pikachu and Eevee, were conspicuously absent. With no other choices available, Baimu silently clicked on random and confirmed his 3 selections. Please draw your talent. He pressed the button. Fixed talent. Novice slow Pokémon breeding progress selectable talents. Clumsy rough Pokémon health management underprivileged burdened with Pokémon breeding passionate youth always positive romantic potential for relationships with the opposite sex. Baimu scrutinized the options. The fixed talent was irreplaceable, while he could choose 2 from the selectable talents. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed only the latter 2 were viable choices. The first 2 were for fools. Or perhaps there was a trap hidden within. Never mind. After all, there were 2 opportunities. Baimu understood that practice was more effective than blind guessing, and he activated the last 2 talents, confirming his selections. In an instant, a virtual screen appeared before him, displaying an eccentric pixelated animation, accompanied by text that leaped forth to provide explanations, akin to a game promotional video. Chapter 2. The Bug-Catching Boy. On the screen, a small figure wearing a straw hat stood amidst the grass, glancing around. You were born in Evergreen City, from an ordinary family. Suddenly, a caterpie emerged from the grass, and the straw hat figure threw a small red ball, which ensnared the caterpie. At the age of 10, you encountered your first companion in the Evergreen Forest, Caterpie. Together, you embarked on a journey. As this line appeared, a pixelated animation of Caterpie appeared at the bottom of the screen. Lying back, Baimu shifted his position, reflecting on the fact that his first simulation began with a bug-catching boy. The scene shifts dramatically, revealing a young bug catcher standing before a grand mansion. As he steps inside, he encounters a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair. Thus begins an intense battle. The sequence unfolds as the Cater Pie is unleashed, only to be instantly sent flying by the opponent's formidable ride-on. Despite the absence of background music, the explosive bubbles that emerge from the Cater Pie crashing against the wall vividly illustrate the severity of the impact. You have been defeated by the Evergreen Gym Leader and failed to earn your first badge. But Cookie is taken aback. Wait, you're challenging the gym without leveling up? Using a Cater Pie? The screen fades to black and then brightens again as the bug catcher re-enters the Evergreen Gym through Cookie's bewildered gaze. The previous events replay in exact detail, identical text appearing once more. A third, fourth, fifth attempt, and so on. A Cater Pie, untrained and unprepared, continues to challenge the gym, seemingly oblivious to the lessons it should have learned. This is not the spirited novice one would expect, but rather a foolish youth lacking in wisdom. But Cookie silently observes the repetitive content of the illusory screen. After the 10th failed challenge, the narrative finally shifts. You have been defeated by the Evergreen Gym Leader, but your perseverance has earned his respect, and you receive the green badge. A badge adorned with a green wheat motif materializes beneath the Cater Pie. But Cookie is left speechless. Surely this badge was merely given out of annoyance by the gym leader? At the same moment the bug catcher receives the badge, the Cater Pie undergoes a remarkable transformation, evolving from a caterpillar into a pupa. Your Cater Pie has evolved into a metapod. At last, an evolution has occurred. And yet, despite being just the beginning, but Cookie inexplicably feels a sense of fatigue. In the next scene, the bug catcher departs from Evergreen City, venturing into a dense forest. Faced with a golden Cater Pie emerging from the underbrush, he deploys his metapod. Just as he ponders how to capture it, the former collides with the latter, knocking itself unconscious. You have captured your second Pokémon, a Beedrill, in Evergreen Forest. Your journey's companions have increased. A foolish trainer and a foolish Pokémontrally, a match made in heaven. But Cookie suddenly yearns for a speed-up button. The scene transitions once more. The bug catcher arrives at the foot of a colossal rock mountain in Stone City. You have arrived in Nibby City. The towering rocky peak ignites your passion, prompting you to challenge the gym. As anticipated, leveling up? What is that? But Cookie has never witnessed this character pitting Pokémon against wild ones. He is merely a machine for gym challenges, disregarding the potential for training to strengthen his Pokémon after failures. While Ash may have received several badges through sheer luck, at least he understood the importance of capturing more Pokémon. Can your Metapod and Beedrill hold their ground? Clearly not, as they lack the capability. Much like the Evergreen Gym, after his 10th failed challenge, the bug catcher finally earns recognition from the gym leader through sheer persistence. You have received the Gray Badge. An octagonal gray gemstone pattern appears beneath the Beedrill, and simultaneously, both the Metapod and Beedrill are enveloped in a radiant white light. A majestic butterfly and a golden pupa undergo a transformative evolution. Your armored cocoon has evolved into a Butterfree, and your Cater Pie has transformed into a Metapod. Filled with elation, you resolve to set forth to the next city without delay. Finally, one of your Pokémon has reached its final evolution. Hayashi breathed a sigh of relief, and he was even more delighted that the bug-catching boy seemed to have gained some insight. At the foot of Mount Moon, you captured your third Pokémon, a Cater Pie, adding to your traveling companions. You also captured your fourth Pokémon, a Paras, within the caves of Mount Moon, further enriching your journey. You faced defeat at the hands of a stranger trainer, yet triumphed over another. Your Metapod then evolved into a Beedrill. A series of exhilarating moments unfolded as the bug-catching boy ventured into the realm of Mount Moon, signaling his transformation into a more conventional trainer. When you arrived at the water-surrounded, resource-rich city of Cerulean, the bug-catching boy, as was his custom, headed to the Cerulean Gym, only to be informed that the gym leader was away performing as a mermaid. A performance? Was this set against an animated backdrop? Hayashi was taken aback. He had always assumed the setting was purely from the game, as only cities from the game had previously appeared, while the animated series featured many original towns. An ominous premonition struck him, one that would soon come to fruition. When the bug-catching boy reached the venue of the gym leader's performance, fate intervened. You accidentally bumped into a girl, and as you exchanged apologies, a pleasant mood enveloped you both, leading to the exchange of contact information. You reached out to the girl, and your conversation flowed freely, culminating in a decision to embark on a journey together. You began your challenge at the Cerulean Gym despite initial failure. The girl's presence emboldened you to try once more. Thus, your relationship blossomed into a romantic pursuit. Could it be? What was this unexpected overflow of affection emanating from a screen? The trainer simulator had morphed into a love simulator. Wasn't it said that there might be interactions with the opposite sex? Was this not an inevitable progression towards romance? Hayashi abruptly sat up. The bug-catching boy, initially a passionate and somewhat foolish trainer, had not lost his fighting spirit after entering a relationship, yet the moments spent alone with her had markedly increased. The once robust battle details seemed awry. Previously, after 7 or 8 encounters, one could grasp the strategies involved, managing a few exchanges. However, upon arriving at the Cerulean Gym, the battles shifted. Early exchanges dwindled to being swiftly defeated by a single move. By the 10th defeat, even the trainer's perseverance was thoroughly undermined. Pokémon no longer evolved. Observing the two characters holding hands on screen, devoid of any wild battles or capturing a 5th Pokémon, they made their way to Goldenrod City, continuing the same pattern of battles. Hayashi's heart sank further. The gym leader of Goldenrod, Nessa, a meticulous psychic-type trainer, was starkly different from the previous 3. Even after 10 defeats, she remained resolute in withholding the coveted gold badge. As he pondered how the bug-catching boy might turn the tide, the conclusion suddenly arrived. The screen darkened abruptly. The court's conference was officially underway, but with only 3 badges, you missed the opportunity to participate. The simulation concluded as the bug-catching boy faced his 15th defeat. This simulates the tale of a conference, thought by Mu, his expression resembling that of someone who had just endured a dreadful film. Who would have imagined that a spirited bug-catching youth would suddenly transform into a lovesick adolescent? Having squandered ample time battling in gyms was already enough, adding a girlfriend only compounded the waste. One could argue that a girlfriend might empower the bug catcher, but what of becoming weaker? Love, after all, should imbue one with strength, shouldn't it? What sort of simulator is this? Lost in such musings, a few lines of text materialized before him. Reward option 1. Any Pokemon level up LV 30 or below. Reward option 2. Obtainable Pokemon clues. Reward option 3. Move. Silk Spit available for Pokemon acquisition. Reward option 4. Retain the Peach Blossom connection talent for the next round of simulation. Indeed, there were rewards. Mu tested the options and discovered he could select 2. Choosing 2 out of 4 was rather commendable. However, he was uncertain whether the choices of reward 1 and 3 could be retained if he opted not to select. It was worth a try. He illuminated options 2 and 3, disregarding the 4th. Fortunately, the reward move could indeed be retained. The simulator's attempts could also accumulate, as the countdown continued its relentless march, unaffected by the remaining single attempt. Mu pondered that perhaps the level-up reward could also be accumulated. At that moment, however, his focus was primarily on the clue. Please carry an iron ingot weighing no less than 1 kilogram. What sort of clue is this? At best, it was a mere hint. Glancing at the time and the darkening sky outside, he noted that Huangtai Town had already succumbed to the night, yet the sounds from the mines and smelting factories persisted. It was still early. He washed his face and set out to procure the iron ingot. Once he secured it, he would return for the second simulation. Chapter 3. Team Assessment. The Sandflow team is merely a second-tier force, incomparable to the expansive and formidable Rocket team, which spans multiple regions as a colossal crime syndicate. Consequently, their methods for recruiting new members are not as meticulously structured as those of the Rocket team, appearing somewhat crude in comparison. The risks involved are significantly greater than those associated with the Rocket team's evaluations. Your task is straightforward. Within the depths of the mine lies a scattered jade deposit. Your objective is to locate any shape of jade and present it to me by sunrise tomorrow. A robust and rugged man brandishing a piece of white jade bellowed at the gathered ruffians, while beside him, a stout figure clad in heavy armor emitted a deep growl reminiscent of a long-nosed beast. Not far off, several bottomless abandoned pits exuded a chilling and claustrophobic atmosphere. The unpleasant scent of dust tickling the nostrils of all present. Another forsaken mine. Surely it would be perilous? A place neglected by maintenance is bound to be dangerous. What are you even thinking? Didn't T2 perish last year? What if we can't find the jade in the depths? Can I dig from the outside? You should be more concerned about your own survival. I've heard there are Pokémon within that will attack you. Amidst the cacophony, Mu felt compelled to touch the iron ingot concealed in his chest. Acquiring such an item in Huangtai Town posed no challenge. As a peripheral member of the Sandflow team, He could easily procure one from the smelting factory with just a word. His primary curiosity lay in how this item would manifest its effects in the future. During yesterday's second simulation, his fixed talent remained unchanged, but the selection of talents shifted, omitting the spirited youth in favor of unwavering loyalty, which prevents the abandonment of Pokémon. Having suffered from the previous misfortune of Peach Blossom connection, he opted for rough handling, which implies a crude approach to Pokémon health management. The classic shorts-clad youth from Nibby City, starting with a small Rattata, faced progress as tumultuous as that of a bug-catching boy. His success in gym battles relied heavily on luck and fervor. Yet he caught many duplicates of the same Pokémon, such as multiple Rattatas and Pidgeys. If one were to argue that he was seeking powerful individuals, the shorts-clad boy trained each Pokémon equally, leading to a minimal increase in overall strength and an exceedingly arduous progression. Thus, even without the entanglement of romantic interests, he found himself stalling at the 6th gym, enduring the torment of 8 defeats in 8 battles. Even in this pixelated world, Baimu could discern that the shorts-clad boy's mentality had reached a breaking point, causing him to remain stuck at the 6th gym until the tournament commenced. He still had not witnessed the Quartz Conference, which left Baimu somewhat speechless, as he opted to level up Pokémon below level 30 and then retired for the night, rejuvenated for the day ahead. Being a formal member of the Sandflow team entails far more than simply receiving free Pokémon. The benefits and treatment greatly surpass those offered to peripheral members. Although personal freedoms are somewhat curtailed, the advantages outweigh the drawbacks. It is best to strive for this opportunity. Baimu, are you not feeling anxious? The words of his colleague broke his train of thought. Baimu turned his head and glanced at the peculiar attire of the other, resembling a mountaineer, and remarked, with so much gear, I fear you might find it cumbersome to move. I think it's quite all right, the individual replied, bouncing lightly as if at ease. For now, at least. Baimu touched the miner's helmet on his head. In the interest of mobility, he had only brought along the helmet, a dust mask, a manganese steel pickaxe, along with some essential water and compressed food. The entrance examination for the Sandflow team was never a secret. They enjoyed creating artificial obstacles, such as releasing a few Pokémon to attack participants or setting traps. Thus, agility was of utmost importance during the wait. Not far off, a raucous noise erupted. You, a penniless fool, think you can pass the examination? This is hilarious, ha ha ha. The harsh taunts made by Mu furrow his brow. He exchanged glances with his familiar colleagues, and together they approached the source of the commotion. Where there are people, there exists a hierarchy. Organizations like the Sandflow team, which gain status through force, were no strangers to internal strife. Countless individuals like Baimu, who were destitute and alone, populated their ranks, while those with wealth and connections were few and far between. Each faction possessed its own small group, harboring mutual disdain and contempt. It was in moments like these that the importance of camaraderie became evident. As they drew closer to the source of the noise, they beheld a group of individuals who appeared relatively clean and whose demeanor starkly contrasted with the surrounding ruffians. These thugs were shoving a rather frail young man, laughing boisterously, and occasionally glancing at the onlookers. Upon noticing their reluctance to meet their gaze, they smirked in triumph. Oh look, the leader of the paupers has arrived. What is this? Are you here to bolster your pitiful lot? Do you possess the strength for that? The ringleader of the thugs, upon noticing their approach, swaggered closer with hands stuffed in his pockets, targeting Baimu, who stood taller and exuded a composed aura. Unfortunately, the thug's height fell short of Baimu's by nearly a head, forcing him to tilt his chin defiantly to meet Baimu's gaze. The group of thugs laughed, releasing the frail youth as they positioned themselves before Baimu and his companions. Both sides glared at each other, the tension palpable as if a brawl could erupt at any moment. You will soon discover the extent of our capabilities during the examination, Baimu declared, pulling the frail youth behind him, his gaze sweeping over the opposing group as he slightly raised his hand. The thugs recoiled in surprise, instinctively taking a step back. The ringleader, witnessing his companion's sudden fear, felt a surge of anger and retorted with a cold sneer. Do you think you're formidable? Strength means nothing in this game. It's all about power and connections, you little wretch. Just wait and see. With that, he and his entourage sauntered away. The tense individuals beside Baimu exhaled in relief, beginning to comfort the frail youth. Do not be anxious. They are not yet powerful enough to influence the examination. Just relax. An older member stepped forward, attempting to alleviate the underlying concerns of the group. The troublemaker is named Shibata, and his uncle holds a mid-level team leader position within the Sandflow team. Although he still needs to subject his nephew to perilous assessments, for these common folk, he is already a remarkable figure. It is likely that this examination will also afford Shibata certain advantages. However, Whether he will take action against them remains uncertain. Due to a shortage of personnel, the Sandflow team has established a limit that must not be breached during conflicts among the lower ranks, such as avoiding fatalities or causing disabilities that would affect labor capacity. The hardened subordinates dare to confront Shibata and his ilk partly because they do not believe that the other party would take their lives, trusting that the team leaders of the Sandflow team would maintain a balance between both sides. Historically, there have been no significant errors. As long as they've band together in their skirmishes, someone will intervene to mediate, and Shibata's uncle has not dared to act against them. Yet, what about the possibility of covert strikes against them? Knowing full well that there would be repercussions if their actions were exposed, why would they still seek to undermine the much-needed new blood for the Sandflow team? Expecting the small-time leaders among the ruffians to possess a grand vision and to forgive past grievances is utterly laughable. They operate under their own peculiar logic. 1,000 days of thievery breeds a cautious mindset, while 1,000 days of vigilance against thieves is even more unbearable. It is imperative to find a way to resolve this issue once and for all. While it is easy to say, the examination is inherently challenging, leaving little room for undermining Shibata. Baimu finds himself quite troubled. The discord between both parties has been irreconcilable since before his crossing, directly extinguishing his desire for a low-profile approach. There is no choice. Shibata and his cohorts have long dominated the peripheral subordinates, bullying countless individuals and denigrating those who abide by the rules as spineless, until they encountered Baimu and his group, who understood the value of unity. Their resilience undoubtedly caused Shibata and his group to face setbacks. The two sides have clashed multiple times, each instance resolved by Baimu's intervention through sheer force. Consequently, Shibata and his ilk have consistently viewed him as a thorn in their side, seeking trouble every few days, and today is no exception. Ultimately, the lax, semi-nurturing governance from above is the root of the problem. A group lacking in intelligence and even formal education behaves recklessly, emboldened by their shallow family backgrounds. In the realm of Huangtai, where the constraints of law are weak and the team relies on corporal punishment, similar scenes are all too common. The broader environment has influenced Shibata's mindset. Having tasted the sweetness of bullying others without consequence, his reprehensible behavior has seldom faced restrictions, and ingratiating oneself with superiors while oppressing subordinates has become the foundational logic in his mind. Fortunately, Baimu possesses a commendable physique. The human body in the Pokémon world is fascinating. It can be frail enough to remain bedridden for years or strong enough to shatter stones with fists and break wood with legs, even challenging many fighting-type Pokémon with techniques. He strives to cultivate himself in this direction and has already surpassed his peers. This exceptional physical talent brings him considerable joy. The assessment begins. The first batch of individuals descending into the pit is instructed to surrender any jade stones they may possess. Beware of the impending danger, for I have forewarned you. The examiner's thunderous shouts intertwined with the resonant moos of the creatures echoed through the desolate environment. Chapter 4. Coco-Dola. The atmosphere was bleak, dim, and oppressive. Even after the Sandflow team had attempted to cleanse the abandoned mine, the surroundings remained disconcertingly precarious. The ceiling appeared so fractured that it seemed poised to collapse at any moment. Fortunately, the interior was relatively spacious, designed to accommodate the nimble movement of mining carts transporting ore. Barkwood couldn't help but marvel at the paradox of the ore region, though desolate. It possessed remarkably advanced technology. 10 minutes had elapsed since their descent into the mine. Upon entering, some chose to excavate a gemstone from the periphery. The pinging sound of their tools striking the rock walls filled Barkwood with a deep unease, prompting him to distance himself from his colleagues. Soon, the dreadful sounds of explosions and anguished cries reached his ears. This reckless act of the brave soul served to extinguish similar inclinations in many others. Stay vigilant and do not stray, he cautioned, as the beams of headlamps illuminated their surroundings. The bolder members of the team led the way, occasionally whispering reminders. In the enveloping silence, the sounds of breaths, muffled by masks, were distinctly audible, and the confined environment subtly intensified their psychological strain. Most children in Huangtai town had experienced descending into mines, yet the safety of a normal mine starkly contrasted with that of an abandoned one, especially considering the potential traps and lurking Pokémon. The prospect of being attacked by Pokémon during the assessment loomed ominously for the people of Or, akin to facing gunfire while partaking in an escape room in Huaxia. Thus, seeking warmth in numbers became the norm, and the Sandflow team never prohibited group participation in the assessments. It was only natural to advance together. However, according to seasoned participants, congregating within the mine made one more susceptible to attacks and targeted pursuits, even if fortune smiled upon them with any treasure. The potential for discord over the spoils could lead to bitter enmity. Barkwood hoped fervently to avoid such strife. They were already at a disadvantage against Shibata and his cohort. Internal conflict would likely result in a lifetime of oppression. Be cautious ahead. We have reached a fork in the path, he advised, scanning the faces of his teammates. The Pokémon that might be lying in ambush could very well be lurking nearby. Do not be overly anxious. Relax and take a deep breath. The group appeared either drenched in sweat or breathing heavily, their expressions betraying a level of panic that was palpable. Once they managed to regain their composure, Barkwood stated, "When we reach the fork, do not linger. Choose a direction swiftly. I will bring up the rear." A chorus of surprise arose from the group. Enough with the We must hurry. The tokens are limited, and if others seize them, we will lose our chance. Barkwood positioned himself at the back of the line. Quickly. In moments of extreme tension, crises could render individuals irrational, and the instinct for survival might compel them to undertake foolish actions. Should chaos ensue among those at the front, one person's misstep could jeopardize the entire group, even if it were unintentional. As the saying goes, when encountering a bear in the wild, it is not necessary to outrun the bear, one merely needs to outrun the others. He harbored no intention of adding insult to injury, yet he must protect himself from such a fate. His colleagues, oblivious to his inner thoughts, looked at him with admiration, encouraging one another as they slowly advanced forward. Taking a deep breath, he vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, acutely aware that danger lurked nearby. The threat to life was a constant reminder to remain alert, to focus intently, and to scrutinize every suspicious detail. The Pokémon of the Quicksand team predominantly possessed ground and rock attributes, making them exceedingly well suited for the underground caves. Engaging them in battle here would be folly. As they approached a fork in the path, the space opened up slightly, causing everyone to tense up, anxiously scanning their environment to ensure safety, ready to sound the alarm at any moment. The colleague leading the way dared not hesitate, proceeding directly toward the left tunnel. Suddenly, Bakumu spoke up from the back. A chill ran through the group, cold sweat beading on their foreheads and backs. "What's wrong?" someone asked tremulously. "We can't linger at the fork," another exclaimed nervously. Bakumu hushed them, listening intently. "Do you hear that rumbling? The ground is shaking." The group exchanged troubled glances, instinctively holding their breath to listen. Bakumu, with his keen senses, soon discerned that not only was the ground trembling, but the indistinct rumbling was growing louder, as if some entity were drawing closer. "The source is that central cave," he exclaimed, a jolt of fear coursing through him. He immediately dashed toward the left tunnel, shouting, "Run! Something is coming! Hurry!" No sooner had he spoken than a massive boulder, towering as high as a person, suddenly materialized within the central cave, hurtling toward them with astonishing speed. "Which way do we run?" "Left." "Which way is left?" "Where is Bakumu?" "Hurry, hurry!" The remaining four instantly fell into disarray, their headlamps flickering chaotically, rendering the dark path indistinguishable. To make matters worse, as the tremors intensified, rocks began to plummet from above, signaling imminent collapse. And everything in sight quivered ominously. Crisis, panic, and shouts ensued, compounded by the terrifying onslaught of the enormous boulder. Under the pressure of these alarming factors, Bakumu instinctively ran a considerable distance away. Furthermore, amidst the chaos, he meticulously observed his surroundings to avoid traps and lurking Pokémon. When he finally halted to confirm his safety and turned back, he found himself utterly alone. Not a single colleague had followed him. The massive boulder, likely a ruse of the rumbling stone, had vanished from sight. "Out of the three paths, I chose the left one, did I not?" Bakumu furrowed his brow, waiting in place for a minute before realizing that his colleagues had indeed dispersed. Turning back? That was impossible. The rumbling stone could very well be waiting there. A look of regret crossed his face. Forming teams during assessments has its advantages and disadvantages. Although his colleagues performed poorly under pressure, one could only wonder whether they might lend a helping hand in times of peril. However, if they had become separated, so be it. There was no need to force it. Baimu composed himself. Navigating through the underground mine was likely to lead to a loss of direction, but by carefully observing the rock walls, he could discern signs that indicated the right path, simple enough for even someone with his limited literacy to comprehend. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, he suddenly halted, crouching down and extinguishing the bright light on his head, striving to conceal himself within the crevice between the rocks. He waited silently for half a minute when two dragonfly-like ultrasonic larvae buzzed overhead, the sound of their wings causing a throbbing pain in Baimu's head. What made his heart race was that one of them was grasping a youth covered in blood. Was he unconscious? Or dead? Neither scenario was particularly appealing. It was far too perilous to be alone. After what felt like an eternity, as the two ultrasonic larvae flew further away, he sighed in relief and was about to rise when he froze in place. At the edge of his vision, a pair of blue eyes were watching him. What? An unknown creature emitted a low call. Baimu's movements were somewhat stiff. The noise of the ultrasonic larvae's wings was so loud that he failed to discern the sound of the creature before him. He squinted slightly. It was a bizarre being. Entirely deep gray, resembling some sort of insect at first glance, with a head akin to a hockey mask. It was about the size of an average border collie, and the several dark holes on its body were somewhat alarming. Ironclad Pokémon, Cocodora, feeds on iron ore and, driven by hunger, can even gnaw through bridges and railway tracks, regarded by many as a pest. It possessed steel and rock attributes. Damn, his luck was appallingly bad. Baimu's heart grew heavier. Chapter 5. Foolhardy Actions. How many Pokémon had the quicksand team crammed in here? Baimu was at a loss for words. It had been less than 30 minutes since he descended, and he had already encountered 3 waves of Pokémon, with this last group even capturing one on the spot. What to do? Should he resort to his backup plan? He felt in his pocket, anxiously observing Cocodora. Yet, for some reason, it did not initiate an attack, but rather maintained a watchful stance, its azure eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. After a tense standoff lasting over 10 seconds, during which Cocodora failed to strike, Baimu was momentarily puzzled, only to suddenly realize something. He slowly extended his hand towards his collar. At that moment, a faint buzzing sound of flapping wings reached his ears from behind. Not good. The 2 ultrasonic larvae were returning. Just dealing with one Cocodora was challenging enough. And now 2 more ultrasonic larvae were on the way. Wasn't this driving him straight into a corner? As Shiraki gazed upon the seemingly unthreatening Coca-Cola, an inexplicable urge surged within him to embrace it, seeking refuge from the impending danger. Otherwise, even if he managed to conceal himself, Coca-Cola would inevitably reveal its location. To his surprise, the creature retreated a few paces, scrutinizing him with keen interest before glancing toward the direction of the fluttering sounds. It swiftly excavated a small pit in the rocky wall and burrowed into it with remarkable agility and stealth, leaving Shiraki in awe. He couldn't help but touch the iron ingot resting against his chest, pondering whether the clues alluded to this very Coca-Cola. However, the Pokémon that the Sand Flow team released could not simply be obtained. Could it be that he had stumbled upon an abandoned individual? Such a possibility existed, but it was predicated on the assumption that the assessment site had not been thoroughly inspected. Ultimately, the clues might not point to Coca-Cola at all, for there were countless Pokémon in the world that held an interest in iron ingots. In short, anything was possible. Shiraki held his breath, striving to minimize even the slightest movement of his body, lest he attract the attention of the ultrasonic larvae. This desert-dwelling Pokémon exhibited an aggressive nature, its incessant buzzing akin to a hornet, relentlessly jarring Shiraki's nerves. Were it not for his considerable patience, he would likely have succumbed to the pressure by now. He silently counted down in his mind, narrowly avoiding another perilous encounter with the 2 ultrasonic larvae. Only when the buzzing finally faded from earshot did he dare to stir slightly, casting his gaze toward the small hole that Coca-Cola had emerged from. Expecting it to peek out, he found himself waiting in vain for over a minute with no sign of its return. Had it truly left? Was this creature indeed abandoned? Shiraki felt the smooth surface of the shrunk Pokeball in his pocket. The return of the 2 ultrasonic larvae had been so swift that he had not been afforded the opportunity to test his luck. Had he truly missed his chance? He rubbed his temples, dispelling distracting thoughts. The immediate priority was to pass the assessment, even if he had indeed missed out. His status as an official member would grant him a Pokémon. Thus, he resolved to press onward. Shiraki switched on the lamp atop his miner's helmet, adjusting its brightness to illuminate the dim path ahead without drawing the attention of any light-sensitive Pokémon. Shortly after his departure, Coca-Cola cautiously poked its head out from the hole, observing the direction he had taken. The 4 small black pits on its face released a puff of dust as it leisurely pursued him. Panting and in a state of panic, Chenghong ran desperately, the ironclad rhinoceros pursuing him like a harbinger of doom, causing him to lose his bearings. Undoubtedly, his reckless maneuvering into a trap had been a foolish decision. As a result, he suddenly found himself stepping into a deliberately crafted pit, the jagged stones at the bottom easily slicing through his skin, blood instantly soaking his clothing. Ha! A bunch of overconfident fools, thinking they could succeed in the assessment, jeered the ironclad rhinoceros looming above the pit, flanked by several loathsome faces. One individual sneered, "If you divulge the whereabouts of Baimu to me soon, I might consider sparing you if I feel pleased. Dream on. Just wait. Baimu will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon you. Chunghong glared furiously at Shibata. After parting ways with Baimu, they had enjoyed remarkable luck, evading numerous traps and encountering hardly any trial Pokémon along the way. Upon reaching the depths and spotting scattered jade stones, they believed victory was within grasp. However, little did they know that Shibata had long since laid an ambush there with accomplices and cheating Pokémon, catching them entirely off guard. One by one his companions fell, and now, he, the only one to escape, had stumbled into a trap. Spare me? Ha! I shall see how he spares me. A bunch of worthless paupers. Ironclad Rhydon. Eliminate him. Shibata, consumed by rage, suddenly gestured to have Chunghong killed. Startled, Chunghong crossed his arms defensively, closing his eyes, convinced that death was imminent. Despite overwhelming fear, he instinctively gritted his teeth, unwilling to display weakness in his final moments, fervently wishing for Baimu to avenge him. After a prolonged wait, however, he felt no pain, prompting him to cautiously open his eyes. Where did they go? Shibata and the ironclad Rhydon had vanished without a trace. Had he truly been spared? It seemed impossible. Chunghong was filled with confusion. Above the pit, Shibata's expression was taut as he watched the retreating form of the ironclad Rhydon, which had been sent by his uncle to aid him, yet he found himself unable to command it. The disdainful glance cast by the creature before its departure pierced his heart. Damn it! Even a Pokémon dares to look down on me. Recalling the Rhydon's blatant disregard for him, Shibata's face contorted with rage, his fists clenched and body tense. Those around him, witnessing his demeanor, dared not raise their voices, fearing they might incur his wrath. It's all that accursed Baimu's fault. I will surely kill him. Ultimately, Shibata attributed all his grievances to Baimu's refusal to yield. If not for Baimu's existence, those paupers would never have dared to act so defiantly. He would not have to endure his family's scorn for failing to handle such trivial matters, bringing shame upon them. Indeed, it was all Baimu's fault. Upon returning to the vicinity of the jade mine, Shibata gazed at the wretched, moaning paupers sprawled on the ground, a sinister smile creeping upon his face. Let them suffer. Make them scream. The more they suffer, the better. Let that little wretch Baimu know what transpires here. What about Shibata? One voice queried, avoiding Shibata's bloodshot gaze. The others exchanged glances, contemplating the risk of attracting other Pokémon with such cries, yet they dared not oppose Shibata's fury and complied with his orders. In an instant, the underground mine echoed with the harrowing cries of agony, sending chills down the spines of many members of the sand exploration team. What could they possibly have encountered to elicit such horrific screams? Was the assessment truly this terrifying? As the slow-moving Baimu became increasingly aware of his surroundings, he recognized the haunting cries that echoed with a sense of familiarity, prompting him to quicken his pace. The outcome of the assessment was of little consequence. His primary concern was the potential loss of life. He had not yet become so callous as to remain indifferent to the imminent danger faced by an acquaintance. Meanwhile, in the shadows unnoticed by all, a diminutive figure, seemingly emerging from the gray stone slab, raised a miniature camera, covertly observing the participants in the assessment. In Huantai Town, a man of noble demeanor cradled a glass of red wine, gazing at the multitude of screens before him, exhaling a heavy sigh. The Liaishishan team had indeed declined in quality over generations. What was once a group established to safeguard the mining site had now fallen to such a deplorable state. Death's scythe, he mused, let the weeping masks keep watch. May they not claim too many lives. Hiss. Upon a massive gray stone adorned with peculiar serpentine symbols, a pair of deep violet eyes blinked languidly before vanishing without a trace. Chapter 6. The best ally Baimu was acutely aware of Chida's foolishness. Yet he had not anticipated such a degree of idiocy. Despite having Pokémon to assist him, Chida disregarded his current peril in a fit of frustration. And his companions not only failed to intervene, but became accomplices to his folly. The consequences of their actions were destined to be dire. A bitter harvest for Baimu and his loyal brothers. Sighing from his concealed position around the corner, Baimu observed the remnants of the jade mine, where the once ample space was now overrun by fearsome Pokémon. Chida and his companions trembled behind an armored rhino, pressed tightly into a narrow corner. Yet their terror drove them to frantically squeeze further back, as if attempting to break through the rock wall to escape. On the ground lay several others, battered and in an uncertain state, with dark stains of blood starkly visible in the dim cavern, instilling a sense of dread. Even in the Pokémon world, excessive blood loss or severe injuries carried a significant risk of immediate death. Currently, the armored rhino and the surrounding Pokémon were at a stalemate. And how long this would persist was anyone's guess. They must be rescued swiftly, Yet who would dare venture out in such circumstances? Baimu found himself in a quandary. Although he had contingency plans, they were insufficient to ensure the safety of everyone involved. Furthermore, he hoped to facilitate the passage of all participants through the assessment to bolster their strength. Crawling forward, wouldn't it be prudent to infiltrate the village stealthily and engage? It was time to act. Amidst the chaos, he could seize the opportunity to ensure at least a solid piece of jade, thus guaranteeing his own success. Baimu inhaled slowly, anticipating the right moment. He believed the armored rhino could not withstand the pressure for much longer. It was only a matter of time before a Pokémon launched a probing attack, akin to a pride of lions on the hunt. Suddenly, a crisp call resonated like thunder in his ears. In that instant, Baimu's heart nearly ceased its rhythmic beat, and he turned rigidly, only to behold a small, somewhat familiar figure appearing not far away. In the dim light, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the Jade Mine passage where two explosive Pokémon had heard the commotion. Curiously, they turned their heads and ambled closer. You, me. Baimu and the approaching Kokolora exchanged wide-eyed glances, filled with resignation and regret, as he fished a small purple sphere from his pocket. However, before he could act, the interloper calmly sidestepped past him, as if merely strolling through the streets, brushing shoulders with the two explosive Pokémon. Goo. What? The explosive Pokémon exchanged puzzled looks, scratched their heads, and then turned to leave. They had anticipated a hidden challenger, yet instead encountered such a triviality. It was far more amusing to bully the timid ones. They were nearly frightened to the point of wetting themselves. Ha ha ha. The two explosive Pokémon hurried back, calling out cheers for the Pokémon at the forefront. Kokolora observed their reckless retreat, a flicker of disdain crossing its azure eyes, before it turned back to Baimu's hiding place. Goo. Baimu remained silent, his gaze towards Kokolora tinged with curiosity. Had this creature just come to his aid? Why? He cautiously distanced himself from the Jade Mine passage, beckoning to Kokolora to see if it would follow. To his surprise, it did. As Kokolora approached him like a small dog, Baimu felt a tremor in his heart and quickly retreated to a secluded corner, squatting silently. Although he couldn't comprehend this creature's intentions, he assumed they were not malicious. Thus, testing it with a Pokeball would be rather foolish. Instead, he opted for negotiation. Removing his mask, he said, "Thank you for your help earlier." Goo. Kokolora stood before Baimu, slightly raising its head, appearing increasingly dog-like despite its peculiar armor. Baimu pondered for a moment, retrieving a metal ingot hidden beneath his clothing. Shaking it slightly, "Is this what you desire?" Goo. Kokolora paused, clearly hesitating for a couple of seconds before nodding, wearing an expression that suggested it indeed wanted the ingot. Really? Baimu was taken aback and asked, "If you don't want this, then why are you following me?" Goo. Kokolora extended a small paw and pointed at the ingot. "You're lying. You were just confused a moment ago. This reason seems concocted." However, the intelligence of the Pokémon was remarkable, effortlessly grasping his words. Or perhaps this Kokolora was exceptionally gifted. Before Baimu could inquire further, a sudden ruckus erupted from the direction of the Jade Mine, accompanied by faint explosions. Are they fighting? He turned to Kokolora, urgently requesting, "I need your help with something." He quickly outlined his request, offering the metal ingot as a reward, promising to procure more if it was insufficient. After speaking, he worried that his haste might have left Kokolora bewildered, so he took a moment to carefully reiterate his plea. Goo. As Kokodora met the eager gaze of Yamaki, she hesitated not for long before acquiescing. The two quietly returned to the tunnel they had just traversed. However, the sight within the Jade Mine's passage astonished Yamaki. Between the armored rhino and the group of Pokémon, a totem stone adorned with the image of a crimson serpent had mysteriously appeared. The serpent's head was shattered, with a black, unknown substance connecting it, emitting an eerie sound. Hiss. Could it be the death plate of Galar? Were they in negotiation? He exchanged a glance with Kokodora, who nodded and scurried in on her short legs, gripping the clothing of a person lying on the ground and pulling with all her might. Some Pokémon glanced at her but quickly turned away, pretending not to see. It was customary not to attack those who were already unconscious. Bullying them held no thrill, especially since they would still need to be responsible for removing the individuals once the ordeal was over. Indifference reigned. Thus, Kokodora successfully dragged the person to Yamaki's side. "You are truly remarkable." Excited, Yamaki couldn't help but stroke her head, only to realize, upon withdrawing his hand, that his actions were somewhat impulsive. Kokodora appeared startled, staring at him with wide azure eyes. Yet, this moment of awkwardness was swiftly disrupted by a faint groan from their colleague, prompting Yamaki to rush to check on him, while Kokodora continued to transport the remaining individuals. The situation was far from ideal. Although humans in the Pokémon world possessed robust physiques, it was evident that Shibata and his crew had been merciless, leaving their victims in a daze. Unable to regain consciousness, all Yamaki could do was monitor their basic conditions, checking pulses and breathing, applying minimal treatment to prevent them from perishing underground. He hoped the conditions of the others were not too dire, otherwise, matters would become exceedingly troublesome. Yamaki let out a deep sigh. Suddenly, he halted his actions and turned to glance behind him, spotting a shadowy figure lurking. A participant? The individual seemed hesitant about approaching, their headlamp unlit. Moving about in the dim environment, which was somewhat unnerving, Yamaki squinted, discerning the figure, then glanced back at the Jade Mine's passage, confirming that no one else was paying attention aside from Kokodora, who was diligently dragging the person. He decisively flickered his headlamp twice in rapid succession. The figure paused momentarily, then silently and swiftly approached, charging forward like a ghost. As the person came within 5 meters, their appearance became clearer. A bloodied face was obscured by a damaged mask, with eyes shining intensely. Yamaki, Chunghong whispered excitedly. Shoo! Yamaki covered Chunghong's mouth, shaking his head sternly. Chapter 7. Escape from the mine. The two worked together to transport their unconscious colleague one by one. It was not until they were a considerable distance from the Jade Mine that Baimu learned everything that had transpired during his absence through Chunghong's account. So that was how it was. These rascals truly deserved their fate. It would have been better if they had perished within. Chunghong muttered fiercely while tending to his wounds, applying powder to his bandages. His gaze fell upon the 3 comrades that Kokodora had painstakingly rescued, his eyes reddening as if on the verge of bloodshed. Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. Our priority is to pass the assessment. Our suffering must not be in vain. Baimu shook his head. Vengeance must be sought, but the results of the examination were equally vital. Including himself, there were 8 participants in total, with 5 present and 3 still unaccounted for. If they could all succeed, not even Shibata or his squad leader uncle would intimidate him. After all, the official members of the younger generation of the Quicksand team were already few in number. Kokodora's call broke the silence. Baimu turned to see it spitting out several jade stones, each the size of a finger. Thank you. You've worked hard, he said softly, squatting down to push a piece of iron ingot toward it. I might be a little short. I hope you won't mind. If the opportunity arises, I would be willing to offer you more. Kokodora cast him a glance, then bent down to crunch the ingot effortlessly, the hard metal crumbling in its mouth like a biscuit. Chunghong looked on with curiosity. Baimu, it seems particularly obedient to you. What obedience? This is called mutual assistance. Baimu waved his hand dismissively. After some contemplation, he retrieved a Pokeball. May I ask if you're a trainer? Before he could finish, Kokodora had already stepped back several paces, eyeing the Pokeball with evident apprehension, emitting short, hurried sounds. Goo. This left Baimu feeling somewhat awkward. I apologize. He quickly stowed the ball away, intending to salvage the moment with words of reassurance, but Kokodora turned and fled, disappearing from sight in no time. Ah, sigh. Baimu lamented, completely unprepared for such a strong reaction. It dawned on him that it must have truly been a discarded individual. Pokémon of this nature often harbored particular sensitivities towards trainers, with certain topics being utterly off-limits. He had been too hasty. Rubbing his face, he recalled that the 3 severely injured comrades needed to be evacuated promptly, which had made him forget the importance of taking things slow. It seems you have earned their dislike, Baimu. Chunghong chuckled maliciously, only to receive a light smack on the head from Baimu. Shut it. He picked up the jade stones scattered on the ground and placed one in each of the 3 unconscious comrades' arms. Let us move them out first. Remaining in place awaiting rescue was tantamount to abandoning the assessment. Otherwise, he would never have moved the injured so recklessly. Indeed, Chunghong nodded. Although he too bore injuries and was bleeding, his condition had improved significantly after bandaging, making it feasible for him to assist. Baimu took responsibility for 2, using the rope he had prepared in advance to secure one on his back while cradling another in his arms. Given his physical capabilities, this combination was not an unreasonable burden. Let us set off. He exhaled a deep breath and proceeded toward the exit, following the route etched in his memory. It would be ideal to encounter the other 3 along the way. Indeed, Chunghong replied with difficulty, quickening his pace to catch up. Shortly after their departure, the elusive Kokodora stealthily emerged, resuming its pursuit. Once Kokodora had ventured far, Galar's crying mask appeared. As an overseer, it meticulously broadcasted the scene, intending to continue its documentation. Suddenly, a sharp shriek echoed from the Jade Mine passage, filled with rage, causing Galar's crying mask to halt. It hesitated for a moment, about to turn and fly toward the Jade Mine passage when a violent explosion erupted from that direction. Boom. The screams were swallowed by the blast. Yet faint cries were still discernible. The mine trembled ominously, debris raining down from above as if it were about to collapse. Numerous panicked Pokémon surged forth, as if they had encountered something horrifying. Two of them, lagging behind, were abruptly seized by a massive black arm and yanked back violently. The roar and explosion reverberated once more. Galar's crying mask felt a jolt of surprise and quickly sought refuge, its lens sweeping over the fleeing Pokémon. Among them was a terrified young man clinging to a Rhydon, bloodied and with one arm grotesquely bent. In the shadowy depths of the mine, Baimu turned to glance at Chung Hong, who was panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Could he endure this? I'm fine. You go on ahead, Chung Hong growled. Not out of dissatisfaction with Baimu, but from sheer exhaustion, struggling to articulate his words. Had he not been injured, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. A mere 200 pounds should not have posed a challenge. Observing Chung Hong's unsteady gait, Baimu hastened his pace. Thankfully, his memory was sharp. Otherwise, retracing their steps would have entailed careful scrutiny to avoid traps, wasting precious time. Boom. The mine quaked violently. Baimu pressed on, contemplating that a skirmish must be erupting in the Jade Mine. The clustered Pokémon resembled creatures from a bygone era, using sounds or movements to intimidate one another while searching for an opportunity, often engaging in a prolonged standoff. Finally, the conflict had ignited. It hurts. Chung Hong suddenly cried out in pain. Baimu looked up slightly, realizing that debris and ash were cascading from above, accompanied by the persistent crackling of crumbling stone. Damn it, it's going to collapse. Run. Don't look back, just run, he shouted, his eyes trembling, and the two quickened their pace. Chung Hong's face turned pale, the ominous rumbling close behind sending waves of terror through him as he desperately ran forward. A thick cloud of dust engulfed them like a serpent, the faint glow of their headlamps vanishing into the abyss of the cave, leaving only the relentless tremors and the chaotic rain of falling debris. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the two burst through the smoke, driven by the instinct to survive, daring not to pause for even a moment. Only when the tremors began to diminish did they gradually slow their pace. Turning back, they saw that the path they had traversed had entirely collapsed, stones and dust blocking it so thoroughly that not even a mosquito could escape. Chung Hong's legs trembled uncontrollably, being closer to the collapsed area. He was constantly surrounded by the aura of death. A feeling of having narrowly escaped demise was overwhelmingly terrifying. Several times he contemplated relinquishing the heavy burden on his back, but the distant roars ahead quelled that thought. Relax, we are, against all odds, safe. Mu Shun breathed deeply. Initially, he had considered making multiple trips to carry people out, rather than being in a state where he was entirely unable to assist, but the thought of a battle among the Pokémon potentially causing further cave-ins deterred him. They had no choice but to proceed together. Now, he could only hope that the Pokémon which had first attacked the miners was absent, and that the entrance remained unbarred. We're almost there, just hold on, Baimu softly encouraged Chung Hong. Once we get out, we will be official team members. Pokémon, wealth awaits us. Think of your parents. They are still waiting for you. MHM. Chung Hong gritted his teeth and nodded. Chapter 8. Forgetting the past, the sole reason Chung Hong persevered through sheer exhaustion was the promise of a brighter future. Baimu believed that, at such a moment, apart from the imminent rewards, everything else was but an illusory mirage. Thus, whenever Chung Hong's steps faltered, he would provoke him with similar words. As the encouragements increased, it was evident that Chung Hong's demeanor grew increasingly agitated, yet his steps became firmer. However, as if fate were mocking them, their journey was fraught with hardship and tribulation. Just as they reached the fork where they had previously encountered the rumbling stones, danger loomed once more. From the left tunnel, a tank-like, earthen-gray quadruped Pokémon charged forth, somewhat panicked, carrying a wailing man on its back, his right arm grotesquely twisted. Upon locking eyes, Baimu's brow furrowed sharply, while despair flooded Chung Hong's eyes, and the confusion and pain on Shibata's face quickly morphed into surprise and malice. Ha! You think wearing a mask makes me not recognize you? Right on. Kill him. The roar of this man echoed throughout the cave. Run quickly forward. Baimu managed to free one hand, swiftly retrieving a small purple ball from his pocket and hurling it to the ground. Boom. The ball exploded, enveloping the junction in a dense purple mist. A smoke ball, an item capable of bewildering Pokémon's sight and sense of smell, not inexpensive. The fleeing Rhydon, uninterested in the pursuit, became increasingly lethargic as it lost its target. Frustrated, Shibata shouted repeatedly amidst the swirling smoke. In the rear, Chung Hong swiftly surpassed Baimu, a surge of newfound strength erupting from his body. Despite his energy being on the brink of exhaustion, survival was paramount. He urged, "Put them down." In such dire circumstances, there was no need to be overly concerned for others when one's own life was at stake. "You let go first. If you put them down, I will too." Chung Hong resolutely refused, not even glancing back, yet confident that Bai Mu still carried two individuals. "Fool, is there any point in this now? If you must abandon them, then do so." Bai Mu gritted his teeth, aware that the vibrations behind him signaled that the armored rhinoceros had discerned their escape route. There was no way to hide their scent. Their bodies reeked of sweat and blood. As the Pokémon sprinted with remarkable speed, even during his peak, he would not have dared to claim he could escape. Now, burdened with two, he urged, "Run. Keep running. Let us see how far you can go." Shibata's resentful voice echoed from afar. This man had transformed his pain into intense hostility, likely concocting some dramatic scenario in his mind. To be targeted by such a person was truly unfortunate. With a sigh, Bai Mu decisively cast the first individual aside at the cave's edge. They were scarcely 500 meters from the exit. Even with two people in tow, it would take merely a little over a minute. "May you two fend for yourselves." Perhaps Shibata will relent in his pursuit, granting them a slim chance of survival. "I'm making my move. Don't hesitate," he shouted, using his other hand to untie the ropes binding him. Suddenly, a shriek erupted from behind. "Ah, what is that thing? Where did it come from?" Shibata's panicked cry reached him. Bai Mu abandoned the person on his back, maintaining his speed as he swiftly turned to catch a glimpse of a brilliant silver flash exploding, dazzling in its brilliance. The cries of Pokémon followed suit. "Goo! Hu! Kecleon!" Bai Mu would never forget that familiar sound, having been startled by it twice in his frantic state. "It's back?" And clashing with the armored rhinoceros and Shibata, Kecleon's resonating roar was abruptly interrupted by intense tremors and falling debris, which blocked their path behind them. The shouts of Shibata and the cries of the two Pokémon were drowned out, severing any connection to his flight, like a gate descending. A gate named Safety. Bai Mu halted abruptly, spinning around with lightning speed to rush towards the first individual he had cast aside, lifting him forcefully before pulling the second one up as well. Chung Hong, who had just intended to drop the person he was carrying, instinctively turned to witness this unexpected act, momentarily taken aback. "Are you really letting them go? Why would you pick them up again? Be quiet and run." Bai Mu ceased to speak further, his gaze fixed ahead. Chung Hong had intended to inquire about the situation, but upon witnessing the solemnity in his eyes, he fell silent and followed suit. To his astonishment, Bai Mu accelerated, swiftly creating a distance of over 10 meters, which continued to extend. At that moment, Chung Hong realized that had it not been for his concern for him, Bai Mu might have already departed. Amidst the echoes of human rage reverberating through the mine, Dora looked up at the enraged armored rhinoceros, its nostrils flaring with fury, exhibiting a hint of vigilance. Yet, at that instant, it pondered another matter. Had the boy made it outside? One could only hope. Upon first catching sight of the figure, Dora was overwhelmed with incredulity. Never anticipating a reunion, it soon became apparent that while their eyes and hairstyles bore resemblance, their faces were entirely dissimilar. Indeed, it had been abandoned, left on this unfamiliar land, without a doubt. The possibility of seeing that person again seemed implausible. It had fantasized about the day they might come looking for it. Yet such dreams were mere fragments, ultimately overshadowed by the memory of that unhesitating retreat. Was there hatred? Perhaps a tinge. Yet, more than that, there was confusion. Why? What reason did it have to be forsaken? Was it due to its weakness, its sluggishness, or its rebelliousness? Surely not. It couldn't recall being described by any such terms. Moreover, it was the trainer's duty to strengthen the weak Pokémon. Those were your own words. So why? It simply could not comprehend. A flame ignited within Dora, and it resolved to no longer remain in a stalemate. A silver halo enveloped its head as it surged forward. To its surprise, the armored rhinoceros seemed to have been awaiting this moment, its gaze betraying a fierce intent. With a sudden lift of its front hooves, it brought them crashing down. Boom! The forceful stomp struck Dora squarely in the face, rendering it immobile as if struck by two heavy hammers. The silver light around its head flickered brightly, sending a plume of dust into the air before it quickly dissipated. Was it resolved? "Damned creature, wasting my time. Clear those stones away," shouted Chiba, his face contorted with rage, vowing that Bai Mu must not escape. He had to be eliminated. The armored rhinoceros, however, paid no heed, fixated on Dora, which lay beneath its feet, struggling to rise yet unable to overcome its might. What audacity for such a small creature to confront it alone, believing it could pose a challenge. The rhinoceros, holding back its strength, decided to teach Kokodora a lesson, only to suddenly find itself lighter. Upon looking down, it discovered a small hole beneath its feet, where Kokodora had vanished without a trace. You tricked me. The armored rhinoceros, fueled by a surge of fury, was enveloped in a crimson glow. Ignoring the startled cries of Shibata, it plummeted heavily to the ground. The thundering sound echoed like a clap of thunder. The surface of the mine and the abandoned tracks suddenly cracked open, forming a vast and menacing chasm. Debris cascaded from above, revealing the subterranean Kokodora. Its expression shifted from astonishment to panic in a fleeting moment. In the next instant, a resounding boom erupted as the chasm abruptly closed, unleashing a torrent of ochre energy that erupted like a volcanic explosion, propelling the Kokodora upwards. With a thud, it landed on the ground, its surface grotesquely sunken, half of its face charred, and its demeanor dazed. Gazing up at the approaching armored rhinoceros, its dwindling strength rendered its awareness hazy, thoughts swirling in its mind. How long had it persevered? A minute, perhaps? Had that boy made it out? It fervently wished for his safety. After this ordeal, if it were to survive, it would bid farewell to the past. In a daze, Kokodora's eyes drifted past the armored rhinoceros, sensing a vague figure emerging from the darkness, beckoning as if to greet it. Yet, this already tenuous presence faded further with the dulling of its mind. Kokodora, where are you? A blinding light suddenly illuminated its vision, accompanied by a roar-like shout. A figure transitioned from a mere silhouette to a solid form. Standing before the collapsed debris of the crumbled path, transformed into a radiant headlamp, revealing a remarkably clear visage beneath it. Ah, how? How did you return? Kokodora widened its eyes, limbs flailing erratically, a surge of inexplicable strength eliciting a cry from its throat. Run! Why have you come back? Hurry, run away! It witnessed the armored rhinoceros slowly turning, observing the ecstatic yet fierce expression of the person atop its back, desperately trying to rise. But the fisher's impact had drained it of any remaining strength. At long last, the distant figures of human and Pokémon met each other's gaze, revealing a myriad of emotions: confusion, clarity, reluctance, and a tinge of relief. All of these emotions ultimately coalesced into a singular sentiment: do not worry. I have come to rescue you. Ignoring the obstructing armored rhinoceros and Shibata, Baimu wielded the hammer in hand, displaying an extraordinarily radiant smile. Let us escape together. I have come to rescue you. Such a lightweight phrase, yet the battered Kokodora stood frozen, as if spellbound, unable to utter a sound. In its sapphire eyes, only a solitary figure remained. Chapter 9. Escape from despair. Take them outside. There are only a few steps left. Huh, you are going back? Indeed. I too do not wish to squander time. Once we step outside, re-entry is impossible. If you do not venture forth, who will bear the burden? Just hold on a moment. I am truly sorry, Shiraki. I sincerely apologize. It is we who have become a hindrance. Ah, take this with you. Very well, go ahead. Memories of parting with Narahiro flooded my mind, his face a mixture of reluctance and regret. Shiraki hefted a hammer he had found near the exit and took a steadying breath under the glow of his headlamp. He understood that Kokodora might not be able to defeat that armored rhinoceros. He also recognized that even if she were to lose, the rhinoceros would inevitably threaten Kokodora's life. Analyzing the situation, he deemed it unnecessary to turn back. There was no reason to engage in such perilous endeavors. Yet, he returned nonetheless. In truth, he had always felt rather selfish. All acts of kindness were mere facades, serving ulterior motives such as conformity, camaraderie, and personal gain. Thus, his return was undoubtedly aimed at earning Kokodora's favor, adhering to the principle of repaying kindness. Shiraki repeatedly clarified his intentions in his mind, convincing himself like a form of self-hypnosis. Were it not for this, confronting the blood-red-eyed rhinoceros would likely have driven him to flee in terror. Charge at him. Shibata's voice suddenly rang out, and the armored rhinoceros lunged forward. The ground trembled beneath its charge, scattering countless small stones into the air. At this moment, the rhinoceros was solely focused on fulfilling its mission, complying with Shibata's command to ram into the person before it, seeking to silence Shibata's incessant chatter. In this cavern, littered with fallen rocks, there was little room to evade the rhinoceros's onslaught. Avoiding its charge was an arduous task. Yet, only one dodge was required. Just once. Shiraki took 2 steps back, positioning himself behind a pile of rubble on the far left. While these stones could not withstand the rhinoceros's charge, they could, to some extent, obscure its line of sight. Even ground-type Pokémon could not see through stone and earth. Here we go. He inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on the frenzied Shibata and the rhinoceros, lowering its head and aiming its horn forward. There was nothing to articulate. Only success awaited him, with failure being an impossibility. Bang! The pile of stones was violently struck by the ferocious beast, and at that moment, Shiraki abruptly switched on his headlamp. Set to the brightest setting, ignoring whether it dazzled the rhinoceros's eyes, and rolled to the right. A sharp pain surged through his left arm and ribs, as though he had been struck by a bullet. Yet, Shiraki knew he had evaded the charge. The pain stemmed from the debris flung by the rhinoceros, a testament to the terrifying force of its sprint. As he rose, he felt a searing pain in his scraped right elbow and shoulder. Endure. Press the advantage. Shiraki turned to gaze at the rhinoceros, now crashed against the wall, with Shibata urging it to turn and charge again. Go to hell. He bellowed as he hurled the hammer in his hand, and Shibata barely had time to react before being struck down to the ground, letting out a horrified scream as he did not even know where he had been hit. The headlamp on this fellow had been on throughout, making his target all too evident. The iron-armored rhino became flustered as its back was suddenly empty. Its massive body took a step back and inadvertently stepped on Shibata's leg. Ah, my foot! Another scream echoed in the air. The iron-armored rhino froze, its already cumbersome movements rendered even more awkward. Mission accomplished. Without hesitation, Shiraki dashed towards the location of Kecleon. Pokémon are creatures of nature, and thus he never revered them as deities. In fact, understanding Pokémon could lead to discovering methods to battle them. Capture the leader first. Since the iron-armored rhino was Shibata's ally, it would undoubtedly not be ignored. Let us go. Shiraki swiftly scooped up the half-unconscious Kecleon from the ground, surprisingly realizing it was not heavy at all. He turned and ran forward, speeding past the iron-armored rhino, who had noticed his escape and was intent on pursuing him. Shut up. Shiraki fished a ball out of his pocket and smashed it fiercely onto the ground. Boom. A terrifying flash of light instantly engulfed the entire cavern. The iron-armored rhino was suddenly blinded, its vision obscured in a haze of white, and in panic, it began rampaging, crashing into everything while Shibata let out a series of agonized cries. Don't let me go. Help. Shiraki buried his head and sprinted, covering 20 to 30 meters in a single breath, hastily glancing back to see the iron-armored rhino thrashing about and Shibata gradually falling silent. He let out a heavy sigh of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't foolishly used the flashbang earlier. Its power was immense, creating chaos. Had it been the reason for the earlier inaction? Shiraki shook his head to dispel such thoughts and continued to run with all his might. To be honest, at this moment, he was fleeing for his life. Even if Kecleon was reluctant, capturing it in a Pokeball would be much more convenient. Given the opponent's disoriented state, the chance of it escaping was minimal. But still, he hesitated. What if his previous assumptions were incorrect, and it was a Pokémon sent by the Sand Team? What if Kecleon would rather perish than enter the Pokeball? It was well known that Pokémon often possessed unwavering beliefs, steadfast in their convictions. Dwelling on such futile thoughts was useless. He should run faster. Shiraki abruptly tossed aside his mask, attempting to draw in more air to further enhance his speed. Climbing uphill was truly exhausting. Fortuitously, a white light symbolizing the exit emerged ahead, and no sounds of pursuit echoed from behind. As he dashed out, fresh air surged forward eagerly to greet him, and the winds carrying sand turned delightfully cool. Habomu gasped for breath, the fierce sunlight making it difficult for him to open his eyes, nearly collapsing onto the ground from the exertion. Ignoring the astonished gazes and shouts around him, he retrieved a jade stone and threw it to the middle-aged examiner, declaring it a token. The middle-aged man received it and cast a cursory glance before turning his attention to the battered Kecleon. Frowning, "You brought the Pokémon out with you?" "No." "It must be wild." Habomu shook his head. "How is that possible?" The middle-aged man's words were abruptly halted as a Galarian Yamask suddenly flew out from the cave, shaking its head at him. He quickly changed his tone. "Get him and Kecleon to the hospital. Quickly." Immediately, a lackey carrying a stretcher approached, carefully assisting both the human and Pokémon onto it before carrying them away. Habomu glanced at the Galarian Yamask and softly reassured Kecleon beside him. "We are safe now. Do not worry." As he spoke, he too felt himself gradually relax. The expedition into the mine, though brief, had been extraordinarily perilous, especially the moment he turned back to rescue Kecleon. In retrospect, it felt as though he had flirted with death. Chapter 10. Considering the bigger picture. Nightfall. Headquarters of the Sandflow team. The senior officials gathered together, their faces bearing varying degrees of concern. The result of 13 individuals on the first day was even less impressive than a decade ago. Sitting in the foremost position, the silver-haired and bearded Yugo sighed deeply. Even as a second-tier force, the Sandflow team seemed to be deteriorating with each generation, inevitably heading towards decline. This was evident from the number of new recruits. Over 100 participants on the first day, yet only an eighth qualified. Was the assessment truly that difficult? Perhaps we should reconsider. After all, you know what happened, Chester, with long hair and a lean frame, smiled. It might just be due to that esteemed individual's influence. The testing locations had been affected by the wrath of the Death's Board, leading to substantial collapses, and many unfortunate souls had been trapped, taking a long time to be unearthed. However, the assembled individuals were powerless regarding this situation. After all, they were the financial backers, the unseen puppeteers. The Sandflow team had merely been a hired muscle in Huang Tai Town, funded to secure mineral resources. To put it bluntly, they were security. It was only due to the unique environment of Huang Tai Town that they transformed into a special force. Yet, this did not imply they could sever ties with their financiers. In fact, they were even more dependent on their backing to avoid being consumed by rival factions. Influence? Huh. I never imagined you would have the audacity to speak. Wasn't that culprit one of your subordinates? Your lack of control has reached such extremes. Wait until the boss returns from Silicon City and see how you explain yourself. Sneered a muscular man across the table. Chester's expression stiffened, and with a feigned smile, he replied, "There is no need for Lord Song Zhelong to concern himself. I shall resolve the matters that require attention." Humph. Let us hope so. The muscular Song Zhelong turned his head away. Their relationship was as poor as it appeared, teetering on the brink of enmity, merely restrained by the authority of the leader of the Sandstorm team. Half an hour later, the rather unpleasant meeting concluded, and Chester returned to his office. As he opened the door, he was greeted by a man with a worried expression. "Chester." The man's demeanor suddenly brightened. "Ishigaki," Chester sighed. "You may return now." "But, Lord Chester, my nephew is still lying unconscious in the intensive care unit. The doctor said that even if he is fortunate enough to awaken, he may never be able to walk normally again." Ishigaki exclaimed, "I must avenge this wrong." "Silence," Chester admonished in a low voice. "Do you realize what you are saying? Your nephew, Shibata, brought this upon himself. Revenge? Do you have any evidence? Merely speculation and the Pokémon report? Given his current condition, I cannot act recklessly. Not to mention, I have yet to settle accounts for your underhanded actions. It is already a considerable risk for me to meet with you today." His heavy voice resonated like thunder. Ishigaki stared at Chester in disbelief, struggling for words, but the thought of uttering the phrase, "But this was all done at your command," froze on his lips, as if he sensed that speaking it would lead to his immediate demise. "Well, you have been a veteran of the Sandstorm team for many years. Having followed me faithfully, I will not neglect you. The situation is dire. We must endure for the greater good." Chester patted Ishigaki on the shoulder. "For the greater good." The latter's expression turned bitter. The phrase greater good was Chester's catchphrase, often wielded to suppress others, forcing them to acquiesce and maintain peace. As Chester's subordinate, Ishigaki had long admired him and attempted to emulate him, unaware that one day the hammer would fall upon his own head. Yet what could he do? That damned fellow had attracted the attention of those at the very top, and as a mere team captain, if he did not wish to see his life crumble, he had no choice but to endure. His nephew reduced to a vegetable? Endure. His Pokémon, the armored rhino, gravely injured? Endure. Ishigaki bit his lip, nearly drawing blood. With each heavy step, he left the office, unaware that a malicious-looking mudfish had appeared and vanished in the shadows. The dangerous glint in Chester's eyes dissipated. How dare they come demanding an explanation after causing such a debacle? They truly did not know their place. Were it not for the concern that other subordinates might harbor resentment, he would have eliminated this incompetent fool long ago. Useless. In the hospital room, Baimu donned a standard blue and white hospital gown, listlessly gazing out the window. It was not until the examination that he realized he suffered not only from external wounds and contusions, but also had a fractured foot. Consequently, he was currently recuperating. Fortunately, the medical standards in the Olay region were quite commendable. The fracture was considered minor, and he would be discharged in a few days. To his astonishment, Shibata had unexpectedly become a non-responsive state, akin to a vegetative condition. Despite his desire to crush him to ashes on the spot, he had never anticipated such an outcome during their previous confrontation with the ironclad rhino. How did he not perish? Regrettably, at that moment, the ironclad rhino's rampage had left him unable to deliver the finishing blow, which filled him with immense regret. Even more perplexing was the attitude of Shibata's uncle, Ishigaki, the leader of the Quicksand Squad. During their first visit, he arrived with a gang of intimidating figures, menacingly asserting that Shibata must die in the hospital, leading him to believe they intended to act there. Yet, they turned and left without doing anything. On their second visit, however, they donned a completely different demeanor, presenting gifts with insincere smiles, engaging in small talk, and proclaiming that old grievances should be resolved rather than deepened. How naive would one have to be to believe such a facade? Was this a case of prior arrogance transformed into feigned humility? When Shibata chose to turn against him, the two became embroiled in a life-and-death struggle. Ishigaki's initial murderous intent had seemed genuine, thus his current behavior was merely a guise. A deceptive act to lull others into complacency. Regardless of Ishigaki's motivations, Bakuki found himself compelled to contemplate how to swiftly deal with Ishigaki, as well as the vegetative Shibata. However, he pondered whether there might be someone else behind Ishigaki, perhaps an official he did not recognize. The information at his disposal was exceedingly scant. Bakuki shook his head and habitually glanced toward the adjacent bed. Kokodora was soundly asleep. This creature had undoubtedly been confirmed as a wild Pokémon. After a brief stay at the Pokémon Center for treatment, it had been returned, currently nestled in a large tank resembling a nursery, snoring blissfully. While its external injuries had healed, its internal condition remained uncertain. The attending physician had mentioned that it appeared somewhat malnourished and recommended providing it with some iron or alloy steel for nourishment. Bakuki harbored significant doubts about the resilience of his modest purse under such strain. Having formal members would undoubtedly alleviate the burden. A soft sound caught his attention, and upon looking over, he noticed Kokodora slightly opening its eyes. "You're awake? Don't be alarmed. You are in the hospital. Are you feeling unwell?" Bakuki smiled as he opened the glass cover of the recuperation device. Kokodora hesitated momentarily, then sprang up to survey its surroundings. After glancing around, it returned its gaze to Bakuki. With a leap, it bounded from the recuperation device into Bakuki's arms, nuzzling against him incessantly, much like an affectionate puppy. Bakuki let out a muffled grunt, feeling as though his ribs might crack under the creature's weight. He nearly lost his breath, but was nonetheless taken aback by Kokodora's display of affection. It's all right. I initially believed that it would require several more conversations to win this fellow's favor, yet it turned out to be far smoother than I had anticipated. Opportunity? While gently stroking its head, Bakuki pondered for a moment and inquired, "Kokodora, what do you think of me?" Kokodora tilted its head, not quite comprehending his words. Bakuki softly continued, "I mean, if you do not harbor any dislike towards me, would you be willing to become my partner? The kind of partner who supports one another, progresses together, and stands side by side for shared or individual goals." It may have been a bit abrupt, but I am in dire need of your assistance and sincerely hope you will stand by my side. He placed Kokodora on the ground, adopting a position that wouldn't strain his left leg, and extended his hand before it. "If you agree, let us shake hands." No sooner had the words left his lips than Kokodora unhesitatingly raised its front paw, resting it in his palm. "Goo." It nodded earnestly, as if responding to a question that was self-evident. "Ah, thank you." A smile blossomed uncontrollably on Bakuki's lips. Chapter 11. The value of money. Tian Chunghong approached. The young lad had only suffered minor injuries and bruises, which would heal with a day's rest. Upon entering, he found Bakuki engaged in a game of catch with Kokodora using a Pokeball. "Oh, have you two become this close already?" he exclaimed, surprised. Having witnessed Kokodora's previous reluctance towards the Pokeball, Bakuki offered no reply, but merely observed as Chunghong proudly opened a Pokeball. Amidst the white light, a Pokemon materialized. It was a peculiar creature with a black rocky body, a pale yellow hexagonal hole at its center, elongated rocks atop its head, and stone-like legs. The creature appeared somewhat alarmed in this unfamiliar setting, trembling incessantly. "This little one suits you quite well. Isn't it adorable?" Chunghong chuckled as he cradled it in his arms. "By the way, Bakuki, when do you plan to go and select a Pokemon? If you wait any longer, all the good ones will be taken." "I shall not select any. I choose to liquidate," Bakuki replied, shaking his head. Now that Kokodora had become his partner, it was imperative to aid it in overcoming its malnourished state, and he himself needed to adapt to the task of nurturing Pokémon. The reality of raising Pokémon is vastly different from what is portrayed in games. Anyone who has cared for a pet understands the myriad complications involved, and training one for combat proves to be a formidable challenge. Many in the Sandflow team are unable to raise Pokémon effectively, often opting to replace their individuals without earnest cultivation. This is akin to purchasing magical artifacts in a cultivation novel, continuously swapping for new ones. This phenomenon has even swept across the entirety of Huangtai Town and the Oriai region, rendering particularly powerful Pokémon exceedingly costly. Conversely, some Pokémon that are deemed rare by trainers from other regions yet lack strength are not as sought after, and despite being priced high, they often see little interest. "Indeed, you have quite the collection," Chunghong remarked, nodding in agreement as he recounted some matters concerning his colleagues. The 3 individuals they had rescued were gravely injured and might be bettered in for 10 to 15 days. Among the others who had failed to join them on the first day, only one had passed the assessment, yet he emerged in a state nearly akin to incapacitation, now lying in recovery. On the first day, 6 had qualified, undoubtedly providing significant support to their small group. Cheng Hong expressed his hope that the subsequent days would unfold with equal smoothness. Indeed, Bai Mu replied, observing Coco-Dola engage with Shimaruko while casually toying with a Pokeball. The previous night, both parties had shared their sorrows, albeit with progress hindered by the language barrier, which nevertheless fostered a sense of closeness between them. Unfortunately, when the topic of goals arose, Coco-Dola could not provide a clear answer. Perhaps he had, but it eluded Bai Mu's understanding. He hoped for clarity in the future. Time swiftly passed, and the 4th day's assessment came to a close. Aside from the unexpected events of the first day, the following days transpired with remarkable stability, yielding an increase in successful candidates. Bai Mu's small group had also seen additional members complete the assessment, although he was less informed about Shibata's faction. Ultimately, nearly 100 individuals emerged victorious, reaching the threshold of formal membership, constituting a quarter of the total participants. At first glance, this seemed a considerable number. However, many of these had participated multiple times before finally succeeding. Thus, Yugo, the current acting leader, was dissatisfied with such results. With only about 1,200 official members within the Sandstorm team, which existed in a town of nearly 500,000 inhabitants, they resembled but a drop in the ocean. Without the ability to absorb a sufficient influx of new talent, they would forever remain a second-tier force and unable to develop further. Nonetheless, this anxiety did not dampen the spirits of those who had passed. For many, attaining official member status felt akin to a meteoric rise, symbolizing the end of arduous days. They had every reason to celebrate. On the day of their discharge, Bai Mu was packing his belongings alongside Coco-Dola when a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. "Are you Bai Mu?" The newcomer locked eyes with him, scrutinizing his physique before declaring, "You qualify. Report to the Sand Group tomorrow, and ensure your colleagues who can attend are present." Without allowing Bai Mu a chance to respond, the visitor turned and departed. "Nothing to worry about." Bai Mu reassured the puzzled Coco-Dola with a shake of his head. Within the Sandstorm team, factions were plentiful. In terms of the operations division, beneath the top leader were 3 groups led by the highest-ranking officials: Sand, Crystal, and Stone. The leader of the Sand Group was a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, known for his forthright demeanor and aversion to indecision. He was reputed to care for his subordinates, making him a commendable leader. Bai Mu could only hope that the rumors held true. He understood he had no choice in the matter. Only the Special Operations Group had the liberty to operate independently, like Kojiro Musashi. However, the Special Operations Group was primarily composed of individuals nurtured from within. The initiative shown by the other party in visiting personally already reflects considerable sincerity. Having gathered his belongings, Hakugi departed the hospital with Coco-Dora, heading directly to the Sand Team building to register his identity and receive the pertinent items associated with his formal membership. The assisting clerk regarded Coco-Dora with mild surprise, as it is rare to encounter minions who possess Pokémon prior to collection. Typically, those who can obtain them directly often look down upon such opportunities. "Could you assist me in converting the Pokémon rewards into financial subsidies? Surely, that is feasible?" Certainly." Hakugi's remark jolted the clerk back to reality, prompting a hurried nod in agreement. After a series of transactions, Hakugi received 100,000 yen, leaving with a sense of satisfaction alongside Coco-Dora. The Pokémon typically provided by the Sand Team to new members are generally limited to Stone Balls and Geodudes, with the occasional appearance of Wooper or Sandshrew. Despite the variations in species, the pricing remains relatively consistent. It is noteworthy that the Pock dollars utilized in the Uriai region bear a value akin to the Japanese yen, with Pokeballs priced at 200 and fresh soda at 300. Most consumer prices are fairly standard, yet Pokémon, due to the necessity of importation, far exceed the value of those in other regions, particularly in the vicinity of Huantai Town. The prices are somewhat lower in coastal Jinxing Port and the major city of Shippy City. "Our meal expenses have just increased," Hakugi exclaimed cheerfully, waving the bills at Coco-Dora. "Goo." Coco-Dora tilted its head, responding joyfully. In Tongshi Street, there are the apartments allocated by the Sand Team for its subordinates, 3.5 stories of concrete structures with weathered exteriors in a dull gray hue, devoid of greenery, and featuring dilapidated roads. However, the infrastructure here, including water pipes, sewage systems, and electrical wiring, is significantly better than the former shanty houses of Chingy Street. It is likely more resilient to wear and tear, as it must withstand the weight of Pokémon. Hakugi appreciates this place, not for the facilities, but for the opportunity to witness a diverse array of Pokémon frolicking about. Previously, his former residence was surrounded solely by people, leaving him often questioning whether he was indeed in the Pokémon world. Hakugi, shall we go out for a meal tonight? Everyone is eager to express their gratitude and celebrate, suggested Chung Hong, beaming as he carried a bundle of bags. Sure, just let me know the location, Hakugi nodded, acknowledging that even among the subordinates of the Sand Team, camaraderie remains vital, regardless of their position. However, he has always struggled with interpersonal interactions. It seems as though they were intentionally assigned to nearby accommodations, as Chung Hong resides just next door, and the others are not far either. Was this arrangement made by the person from earlier? He wonders if he could obtain detailed information regarding Shigaki's family background, friends, connections, and Pokémon from him. Time to start settling into our new home. Goo. Chapter 12. Looking towards the future in the dead of night. After returning from the gathering, Hakugi reclined on his bed, staring blankly at the mottled ceiling. Kokodora, having indulged to the point of satiety, leaned against his little legs, curling up in an exceptionally obedient manner, and closed his eyes for a brief respite. There were numerous tasks at hand. He glanced at the countdown on the simulator, which indicated there were still over 2 days remaining. Among the rewards already obtained, the clue should have been fulfilled. What remained were 2 level 30 Pokémon ready to ascend a level, along with the move String Shot. The opportunity to level up had yet to be utilized. The move had been tested on Kokodora, but the attempt to learn String Shot had failed, while Tackle prompted a definitive response to the question of whether to proceed. This undoubtedly confirmed that Pokémon could only learn moves from their designated skill pool, which was rather unfortunate. It would have been intriguing to witness a Kokodora capable of using String Shot. As for its condition, Hayashi had already been informed through the Pokémon Center. Pokémon, Kokodora, type, Rock Steel, gender, height, 47 centimeters, weight, 50 kilograms, ability, Rock Head, level, 28, moves, Tackle, Harden, Mud Slap, Metal Claw, Iron Defense, Headbutt, Dig. Tackle, with a slightly elevated stature but noticeably lower weight, the doctor noted its malnutrition. Furthermore, the metallic layer on its body exhibited some issues, with numerous dents and imperfections requiring further care. Similar to the distinction between meticulous and rough care in raising cats and dogs in a previous life. Pokémon also benefit from appropriate nurturing methods that enhance their will, confidence, and combat prowess. Additionally, the doctor observed that its age, moves, level, and reflexes indicated it had been trained with diligence. As for the reason for its abandonment, unless Kokodora willingly divulged the information, Hayashi would refrain from probing further, as it was not a pleasant matter. Come, sleep now. He gently lifted Kokodora and placed it on the bed, utilizing the level reward. Once a Pokémon exceeded level 30, the reward could no longer be applied, making this moment optimal for efficiency. Goo. Kokodora paused momentarily, feeling a strange warmth and itchiness throughout its body, instinctively wanting to stretch and roll around, reminiscent of the sensations experienced after battles. Hayashi softly inquired, "Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable?" Goo. Kokodora shook its head, contemplating that perhaps it was merely the rare sensation of having eaten too much, which made it involuntarily desire a bit of playful sparring. However, noticing Hayashi's somewhat fatigued demeanor, it abandoned the thought of exercise and lay obediently, preparing for the day ahead. Initially anticipating discomfort due to its long absence from human contact, Kokodora was pleasantly surprised by the joyful days it had experienced, leading it to realize how easily content it could be and to begin envisioning the future. Tomorrow would likely bring battles. Having been inactive for so long, it wondered if it could meet Hayashi's expectations. As these thoughts swirled in its mind, Kokodora gradually drifted off to sleep. Hayashi gently stroked its head, listening to its faint breaths, which eased his own spirit and brought forth a touch of drowsiness. Tomorrow, I shall report to the Sand Group and seek a way to enroll in a literacy class, striving to resolve the issue of being half illiterate as swiftly as possible. Thereafter, I will find a means to communicate with the outside world, which may open up additional avenues in the future. It is imperative that he extricates himself from the Sand Team. This is a modest goal he has set for himself, awaiting a time when he has grown and gained a modicum of strength to act upon it. The vessel of the Sand Team is infested with blood-sucking leeches, not only among the leadership, but also among squad leaders and ordinary members who frequently exploit those beneath them. Protection fees, tribute payments, and gifts during festive seasons are all too common. Even the iron ore intended for shipment is subject to thievery, with 5 tons secretly reduced to 3. The members are arrogant and frequently provoke rival gangs, resulting in a lack of allies. It is difficult to comprehend the developmental strategies of the leadership. After a brief period, Once he has familiarized himself with the process of nurturing Pokémon, he will be ready to welcome his second and third Pokémon. However, the foremost priority remains to find a way to generate income. Without money, nothing can be achieved. Baimu gradually closed his eyes. The following morning, Baimu and his companions donned the uniforms of the Sand Team and made their way to the Sand Group's base. Surprisingly, the design was quite standard, reminiscent of desert camouflage combat attire from a previous life, and more aesthetically pleasing than the uniforms of most nefarious organizations in the current narrative. By the way, why do you always leave it out in the open? Cheng Hong inquired curiously, glancing at his partner, Coco Dola. Isn't that a bother? The synergy between partners is paramount. Baimu turned his head to meet Coco Dola's gaze. Such understanding is cultivated through companionship, blossoming naturally through the minutiae of life. Changing Pokémon is a common practice among trainers from Huangtai Town, yet he lacks this habit. The existence of a simulator emboldens him to do so. Upon hearing this, Cheng Hong pondered for a moment before releasing a coal-like Kashiwagi, prompting the others to follow suit. The multitude of Pokémon suddenly expanded their ranks, occasionally attracting the attention of passers-by. As they approached the Sand Group's base, the number of curious gazes noticeably increased, predominantly from formal members clad in similar uniforms. Look, is that him leading the pack? What incredible luck! Is saving someone truly commendable? I could do that too. I wonder what stroke of fortune he had. He looks quite impressive, whispers surrounded by Mu, accompanied by various peculiar looks. Cheng Hong frowned in displeasure and was about to lead his disgruntled colleagues to confront those individuals when Baimu stopped him with a hand. Ignore them. Reporting in is more crucial. These fellows are not like Shibata's foolish gang, he murmured, aware that some bystanders were likely instigators connected to Shibata's group. Their families may have faced issues during the assessment, prompting them to come and gloat. Engaging in conflict would only play into their hands and delay their reporting to the Sand Group. Cheng Hong and the others nodded obediently, as they have always regarded Baimu as the cornerstone of their team and would never act independently. Thus, they proceeded, under the watchful gaze of onlookers. A group entered the rusted, orange-red, egg-shaped edifice that served as the base for the Sand Group, accompanied by their Pokémon. At first glance, the establishment resembled an abandoned sports arena, and indeed, within its confines, there were numerous iron barrels, chains, tires, and other items scattered about. The floor dark and the walls marred with peculiar paintings. The focal point was the motorcycles, single-wheeled hoverbikes, dual-wheeled machines, and fully suspended models, all boasting an audaciously reckless biker aesthetic. One could find them stationed to the east and west, with some disassembled, akin to the headquarters of a motorcycle gang. Cheng Hong and others could not help but gasp in astonishment, while Bakuki locked eyes with a nearby individual. Oh, it's you. You arrived quite early. The man appeared to be around 35, clad in a black tank top with a bushy beard, his hands stained with grease. He turned and shouted inside, "Newcomers have arrived. Come out and greet them." His voice was remarkably loud, likely audible throughout the entire base. Moments later, a man with disheveled, wine-red hair and glasses, his eyes elongated like those of a cat, emerged. He surveyed the group before pointing at Cheng Hong and the others. "You lot, follow this path to the end. There's a small room where you can register." After separating Bakuki from the others, he added, "As for you, Bakuki, I assenti it. Come with me. The boss wants to see you." The boss? Bakuki was taken aback. He had always believed that within the Sand Group, there was only one individual who bore such a title. However, he was now aware that the highest-ranking officer, Ao Zhilong, was also referred to as the boss by his subordinates, rather than simply the leader. This was a grave matter. Although it seemed merely a title, it carried implications akin to that of a lord, suggesting a hierarchy that unsettled him. He hoped he was overthinking it, but the more he learned, the more he felt that the Sand Group was on the brink of collapse, teetering precariously on the edge of upheaval. He wished for the Sand Group to endure until he could mature. The fox-like man led Bakuki deeper into the building, and upon reaching an elevator, he suddenly turned and said, "I am Lu Gu. Pleased to meet you." Bakuki responded softly, casting a glance at his Kecleon, which, curious about the metallic surroundings, was gazing around. He felt reassured. After all, Pokémon possessed a form of intelligence akin to humans, yet their instincts, be it for aggression, procreation, or hunger, often overshadowed their rationality. Despite having fed Kecleon before their departure, he worried that confronted with so many metallic objects, it might succumb to its instincts and nibble on them, leading to complications. Lu Gu pressed a button, and the elevator began its slow descent. He glanced at Bakuki and Kecleon, who was obediently crouched by his ankle, and inquired, "Did you bring it from the assessment grounds?" "Yes, I believe it is fate. I attempted to capture it." "What about the one distributed by the team?" transformed into monetary assistance. I harbor concerns regarding my inexperience in the initial cultivation. You possess quite a sense of self-awareness, do you not? Many individuals, upon acquiring their first Pokémon, immediately yearn for a second, only to find themselves unable to care for either. He forced a smile. The elevator descended abruptly. Before Baimu, a vast subterranean expanse unveiled itself, replete with layers of makeshift metal shanties, illuminated by a kaleidoscope of neon lights that pierced the dimness. Reinforced steel beams spanned the area, while discarded iron crates and barbed wire lay scattered about, reminiscent of a dystopian district from a certain sci-fi game. This was the complete shadowy visage of Huantai Town, a paradise for gangs and a hell for the impoverished. If the surface bore a semblance of law enforcement, the underground belonged entirely to the criminals. The might of one's fist dictated the rules. Baimu had seldom ventured here, for it was both perilous and unnecessary. He had never been one to court danger. As he stepped forward to survey his surroundings, Lyoga nudged the glasses perched on his nose. I appreciate rational individuals. If you wouldn't mind, would you accompany me? Baimu momentarily froze, about to utter something, when the individual who had greeted him the previous day approached. Oh, you're quite early, back when I was your age. Wow, Master Lyoga. Good morning. The person's eyes widened, standing at attention to salute. Good morning to you as well. Lyoga waved, then turned to the astonished Baimu. As you can see, I am an officer of the Sand Group, currently recruiting new members. My apologies for the rudeness earlier. Enough of such trivialities. The boss is still awaiting you. Do hurry along. Lyoga gently pushed at his shoulder. Reluctantly, Baimu followed the individual, continuing deeper alongside Keklian. The highest rank within the Liashitai was that of a cadre, specifically a squad leader, overseeing 10 small teams, each comprising 10 members. In other words, Lyoga commanded 100 official members. Is there truly such a youthful officer in the Sand Group? He pondered, suddenly recalling the gossip he had heard about a man who inherited his deceased father's position and, within a mere month, vanquished all challengers. Surely, it must be this individual. Although he began with a distinct advantage, achieving such feats is indeed remarkable. One can only imagine how arduous Lyoga's circumstances must have been without his former backing. Hey, are you well acquainted with Master Lyoga? The guide interrupted his thoughts. Not at all. We just met, and I was fortunate to exchange a few words. Baimu shook his head, having no intention of inflating his own significance. On the contrary, he felt a twinge of anxiety about his earlier perceived rudeness, fearing it might be remembered unfavorably. Such occurrences were all too common in Huantai Town. A colleague had once faced repercussions for neglecting to salute a formal member. He discreetly scanned his surroundings. The underground was sparsely populated, with only the occasional individual silently observing. Unlike the land above, where gazes were tinged with envy and mockery, these stares were predominantly curious and far more amicable. The hushed whispers were barely audible, yet they did not seem to harbor ill intent. You are quite fortunate indeed. Lord Lu Gus seldom extends invitations to others. Their team enjoys considerable benefits and a delightful atmosphere. The guide's eyes glimmered with envy. Baimu offered a polite smile. I owe you my gratitude, for without your reminder, I would not have come today. Laughter erupted. The young man possesses quite the silver tongue. Go on. The boss awaits you inside. The guide patted him on the back, gesturing toward a corrugated iron building straight ahead. Inside, the air was filled with thunderous music and a rhythmic thud, as if something was being pounded, creating an ominous ambience. Baimu glanced back at Kokodora, whose expression remained unperturbed, before stepping inside with measured steps. Upon entering, his vision expanded dramatically. He found himself in a space reminiscent of a boxing arena, featuring a massive octagonal cage illuminated by glaring incandescent lights, alongside screens displaying recorded footage. Surrounding speakers blared raucous, adrenaline-pumping music, evoking the atmosphere of a lively match. Yet, there were no spectators present. Within the boxing ring stood a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, engaged in a fierce bout with a formidable opponent. Though both donned boxing gloves, the sound of their striking blows resonated with a frightening intensity. After observing for half a minute, Baimu witnessed the mighty opponent deliver a sudden punch to the giant's abdomen, causing the latter to expel a mixture of blood and saliva from his mouthguard. Collapsing to the ground in a fit of gasps, Baimu smirked and exchanged glances with the powerful adversary, who remained stationary, defiantly raising his chin towards the fallen giant. As if to say, what are you waiting for? Aren't you going to lend a hand? Reluctantly, Baimu scrambled up to assist the panting giant, guiding him to a corner while offering a towel and water. The giant accepted the aid, yet maintained his gaze downward. not sparing a glance at Baimu until he had regained his breath, at which point he lifted his head, revealing a pair of fierce eyes. Who permitted you to enter the ring? Baimu's peripheral vision caught sight of the powerful opponent, who had turned his head, resting his fists behind his head while whistling. Team regulations. The giant furrowed his brow. What regulations are you referring to? As a team member, one must prioritize the protection of the elder. Baimu remained composed. Humph. The giant sneered, removing his gloves with a sharp tongue. Fight me for a round. If you can endure, I shall overlook your unauthorized entry. Very well. Baimu replied nonchalantly as he picked up the gloves, feeling an overwhelming sense of resignation. At this point, he fully understood he had fallen into a trap. Yet he never anticipated that such high-ranking officials would resort to such petty tactics. Why not just be straightforward? Indeed, believing in hearsay had proven to be a grave mistake. The awkwardness was compounded by his total lack of autonomy in the matter, regardless of whether intentions were benign or malicious. The sense of being trapped with no recourse was utterly disheartening. His leg was just right. He twisted his right leg. A typical round lasted 3 minutes. Yet judging by the ferocity displayed by the opponent, enduring even 10 seconds was uncertain. The confrontation loomed before him, with a powerful swing of its fist. A fierce wind whistled through the air and on its face. There was not a trace of remorse for the harm it intended to inflict, only a smile that could only be deemed cruel. However, just as it was about to close the distance, a silvery figure suddenly stood between them. Gur. Kakadora emitted a warning growl at the formidable opponent. Ah, how foolish of me to have forgotten you in my panic. But Cookie, vexed, crouched down and patted Kakadora's head, assuring, it's all right, just wait for me below. It will be over soon. Gur. Kakadora turned around, calling out sternly, as if to convey that the brute was dangerous and should not be confronted head-on. How I wish I could decline this. Just as Bakuki intended to offer further counsel, a terrifying rush of wind suddenly erupted above him, as if some object was hurtling toward him at great speed. Whoosh! A heavy blow missed its target. The brute unexpectedly turned its gaze toward Bakuki, who was crouched beside Kakadora, his expression grave and furrowed. Was the match already commencing despite the presence of bystanders? Huh! The brute laughed and beckoned with its fingers. A robust man in the corner, sipping water, remarked, it's allowing you both to team up. How generous of it. Chapter 14. The Way of Subjugation. Am I the one receiving such a condescending offer? Even if it were true, it was immensely displeasing. Yet, with Kakadora at his side, Bakuki suddenly felt an illusion that enduring for 3 minutes was not an unattainable dream. Alas, not even a moment of negotiation was afforded him. Bakuki exerted all his effort to evade the brute's fists, hurling Kakadora to safety. Despite the lack of an opportunity for discussion, it was evident that some leniency was being shown. For instance, only 2 of the 4 fists were unleashed, and the intensity of the onslaught was noticeably diminished, with several techniques left unutilized. Was it to protect Kakadora? Perhaps it leaned more towards the brute's pity. What was the purpose of this spectacle? Was it merely to summon him for a beating? Impossible. The higher-ups could not afford such leisure. Seizing the chance to strike its foot, Bakuki shouted, narrowly dodging a left hook, yet failing to evade the lightning-fast right uppercut, its speed almost shimmering with light. Bang! Huh! An indescribable heaviness enveloped him, followed by a sharp pain surging from his lower abdomen to his mind, as Bakuki's back slammed against the iron mesh of the octagonal cage, his body bending sharply like a boiled shrimp, nearly biting down on his tongue. Such a rapid combination of blows. This opponent's level was undoubtedly high. Protect your chin. He hastily raised his arms, but soon felt a warm sensation and overwhelming force in his right shoulder. The former quickly transformed into a piercing pain, akin to muscle being torn apart, and he collapsed to the ground. Thud! His body trembled a few times. His thoughts had been so optimistic. A narrow chance of a counterattack, a seamless cooperation with Kakadora, even a notion of defeating the brute through sheer brute force. However, when it came to the crucial moment, he could hardly endure for half a minute, not even affording a chance to signal. Not far away, Kokodora witnessed Hayashi being brought down and hurriedly launched an assault on the brute, only to find the opponent evading effortlessly as if it had eyes on the back of its head, subsequently seizing Kokodora's head with one hand. The brute casually blocked the mud spat out by Kokodora with its other hand. You think you can slap mud on my face? You must first hit your mark. Coughing, Hayashi gasped. Put it down, I concede. Struggling to prop himself up, the tremors in his lungs and the pain in his right arm left him speechless. Yet, summoning his last ounce of strength, he managed to tear off the boxing gloves before the brute's puzzled gaze and swiftly recalled Kokodora into its pockball. After accomplishing this, he minimized the pockball and cradled it protectively, curling up to shield his vital points, striking the arena with his right hand. This gesture signified his surrender. The choice to concede arose from a recognition of the disparity between them. Continuing would only mean enduring futile punishment. Though he held a certain confidence in his physical condition, the risk of a ruptured spleen could lead to his untimely demise. Silence enveloped the arena. After a prolonged absence of response, Hayashi heard the voice of the burly man urging him to rise. He slowly straightened up, only to find the man squatting before him, placing a water bottle and towel within a meter's reach. The brute silently exited the octagonal cage. The burly man inquired, "Do you have anything to say?" Hayashi refrained from drinking, merely wiping the sweat from his face with the towel, replying, "No." The weak possessed no voice. "What do you think of that statement?" "A truth. You have embarrassed Chester, harmed his subordinate, and disrupted his plans. The Crystal Group will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. What do you intend to do? Resist?" "Huh. Resist as you did today? You are currently unharmed because someone of influence holds you in good regard." The burly man settled himself down with an air of nonchalance, as if he had not been the one to deceive moments prior, his expression unremarkable. However, that individual's attention is limited. Once he forgets you, your demise is imminent. Please, point me in the right direction. Hayashi, enduring the sharp pangs in his abdomen, endeavored to convey sincerity. "Next week, we have a Pokémon match against the Hound team. If you win, you shall become the captain of the Sand Group, and I will support you henceforth. If you lose, you must find your own way. Is that acceptable?" The burly man's tone was remarkably calm, yet his gaze sweeping over Hayashi's form instilled an overwhelming sense of dread, akin to being targeted by a vicious bear. The peril was palpable. An attack could occur at any moment. "Flee." Hayashi, feeling his heart race, inhaled deeply. "No, Lord Esger." Boss." "Very well, go." With a brusque gesture, Esger dismissed him, and Hayashi exited the boxing arena, clutching his abdomen. The brute, replenishing its hydration, observed Hayashi's departing figure and then glanced at Esger, who appeared lost in thought within the octagonal cage, letting out a resigned sigh. This routine has persisted for so many years without losing its charm. Speaking of which, that young man is truly adept at evasion. I couldn't help but increase my assault with a few well-placed punches to finally land a hit. A prodigy indeed. Talent is what we lack outside these walls. Baimu had not ventured far when he spotted the guide. "Oh, have you been beaten?" The guide seemed unfazed by Baimu's disheveled appearance, smiling as he inquired, "Who did this to you? How many punches did you take?" "A couple of solid hits. My endurance leaves much to be desired and requires improvement. In this regard, you must train diligently. Whether as a subordinate or a trainer, one cannot afford to be beaten." The guide approached a vending machine by the roadside, purchased 2 bottles of energy drink, and tossed one to him. "Here, it's on you." "Thank you." Baimu caught it, contemplated for a moment, then opened it to take a sip. The icy beverage slid down his throat, providing a refreshing relief that eased his abdominal pain considerably. "It might be inappropriate for me to say this," the guide suddenly spoke, "but since the boss wishes to see you, it signifies his genuine admiration for you. Indeed, taking action is ultimately for your benefit, to temper your impatience and ensure you do not disappoint his expectations." "I understand. That's all that matters. Feel free to explore. The underground city is filled with intriguing places. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." The guide discarded the empty bottle on the ground and hurriedly departed, while Baimu remained preoccupied with the intelligence matter. The guide had already vanished around a corner with astonishing speed. Left standing in place, he stared blankly at the rough concrete ground. A few hundred meters away, the guide opened a door and slipped inside. "How did it go?" someone inquired. The guide shook his head. "I cannot quite articulate it. In any case, this child may be quite different from those we've known before. I can only hope he does not harbor resentment towards the boss. The boss has a tendency to employ such tactics whenever he encounters someone he admires, almost as if pushing them away." The other person sighed. "Resentment seems unlikely. I believe that child is rather astute." The guide sighed in return. Faced with such an unpredictable boss, they felt powerless. Yet, were not they, as subordinates, meant to alleviate the boss's burdens? The world is indeed a harsh place. Boom. The Pokeball opened. Kokodora landed and anxiously rushed to Baimu's feet. "Goo, goo. It's all right. It's all right. We're all fine. No need to panic." He crouched down, continually stroking its head and back to soothe the little creature. In the realm of Pokémon, human resilience is indeed remarkable, though he felt as if he were on the brink of death after taking those punches. Revealing bruises beneath his shirt, now he felt no pain, and his arms were free of soreness. His stomach felt comfortable, seeing that he was truly unharmed. Kokodora finally calmed down and looked up, letting out a soft call. "Goo? You wonder why I took a beating? It is quite simple. For this is a method of manipulation known as workplace strategy, to shatter your self-esteem through words or violence, only to later treat you with a semblance of kindness. Uttering phrases cloaked in concern for your well-being. With a sense of resignation, Bakamatsu gently patted its head. The violence inflicted upon you is ostensibly an expression of admiration, leaving you battered and bruised, followed by an offer of chance, akin to a slap followed by a sweet date. Upon hearing this, Kokodora felt a surge of indignation. Guh, you call him a villain? Indeed, from this perspective, he appears quite wicked. Yet, the nature of humanity is seldom so easily defined. Bakamatsu shook his head. While it is true that he employs such tactics against us, his willingness to engage with us, mere nameless individuals, is, in itself, a stark form of appreciation. Not to mention, he is likely to keep his word and offer us protection. Thus, his approach in this workplace is remarkably successful. We may have taken a beating, yet we must remain grateful for his kindness. Kokodora displayed a perplexed expression, genuinely unable to comprehend the situation. However, it need not grasp every detail. Ultimately, in this territory, the only unwavering trust can be found between the two of us. Others harbor various ulterior motives. Bakamatsu refrained from further explanation, holding it close. Kokodora gently nudged back against him. The methods employed by Sjur are undeniably blatant acts of coercion. Even if Bakamatsu perceives his tactics, he must concede to the authority of the individual in charge. Nevertheless, the discomfort is palpable. Who relishes the prospect of receiving a few punches without cause? Alas, his role is that of a factional leader, reminiscent of a character from a Hong Kong film, wielding power through both benevolence and intimidation as the undeniable truth. As for the words spoken by Sjur, Bakamatsu admits to a tendency to view noble intentions through the lens of a petty mind, thus reserving judgment on their authenticity. They could very well be neither entirely false nor wholly true. At times, a statement that is partly genuine can cloud one's capacity for discernment. In a place like Huangtai Town, there is no fertile ground for virtuous individuals to thrive. It is not akin to towns like Jinshin or Waibaizan, where constant vigilance is paramount for one's safety. Could Chester, one of the highest officials, truly seek to eliminate him? Are those provocateurs on the ground merely pawns of the Crystal Group? What scheme have I inadvertently obstructed? Is it possible that someone like Chiba has been entrusted with significant responsibilities? Someone in higher echelons must hold a favorable impression of him. Who could it be that Sjur refers to as being from above? Perhaps the powerful figures behind the Flowing Sand team? The attitude of Ishigaki, oscillating between arrogance and deference, is solely due to that individual? And what of the impending competition next week? The Flowing Sand team and the Evil Hounds have long been rival factions, their animosity rooted in disputes over mining rights, which have since escalated into a bitter enmity. Having recently acquired a Pokémon, my chances of success are fraught with peril. Bakamatsu cradled Kokodora's chin, never anticipating that becoming an official member would bring forth more complications than when he was merely a lackey. At least during the lackey phase, the only adversary was Chiba. Chapter 15. Peaceful Coexistence. The underground city was vast. Baimu wandered with Kokodora for quite some time, yet he could not discern its specific divisions or their purposes. Many areas were locked, and the incessant flicker of various ambiguous neon lights suggested that they would likely only open at night. The peculiar signs featuring bunny girls and gold coins hinted at much. Ah, there you are. The sudden voice startled Baimu. He turned to see two indistinct figures rapidly approaching. Just as he prepared to flee with Kokodora, the faces of the newcomers were illuminated by the flashing colored lights. One had brown hair, tan skin, and an ordinary face. But her long legs, which supported her height of nearly 6 feet, gave her a striking presence akin to a muscular humanoid panther, adorned with an audacious smile. However, Baimu was more preoccupied with what loomed behind her. What a massive swampert! He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. As it was indeed rare to see a swampert of such stature, its broad frame resembling a formidable wall, initially quite intimidating, yet in truth, rather endearing. Good morning, Lady Ayana. Baimu quickly greeted the woman before him, recognizing her as one of the 4 leaders of the Sand team, known for her somewhat amiable demeanor among the lower-tier lackeys. You must be Baimu, Ayana observed, and without waiting for a response, she seized his arm. Come with me. You're just what we need. Lady Ayana, big sister, no more nonsense. Just follow me obediently, or I'll have to teach you a lesson. Her serious tones silenced Baimu, who glanced back at Kokodora, only to find the latter cradled in the massive swampert's embrace, her 4 short legs flailing in mild panic. When their eyes met, Kokodora gradually calmed down, indicating that a bond of trust had formed between them in just a few days. After a brief moment, Ayana led Baimu through numerous alleyways, approaching an area resembling a basketball court, illuminated by large floodlights from all directions, surrounded by a neat wire fence that separated it from the walkways. It was a battle arena. Baimu peered inside and was struck by the sight of numerous trainers, both male and female, utilizing their Pokémon to engage in combat. Unlike the conventional depiction of trainers standing at the edges of the arena in animations, these individuals stood within the battleground, close to their Pokémon. He recognized this as a hallmark of Huangtai Town and the entire Oriai region, a unique battle style where trainers and Pokémon fought side by side. Stop! Everyone halt! Ayana released Baimu's arm and clapped her hands vigorously. Gather around. Upon hearing her command, the battling members of the Sand Team promptly instructed their Pokémon to cease their actions and swiftly converged toward her. Baimu retrieved Cocodora from the Swampert and exchanged glances with the young men and women who had lined up, counting approximately a dozen of them. They appeared to be around the same age, approximately 15 or 16 years old, with bright eyes and well-proportioned, upright physiques. Most of them had rough, sun-kissed skin, bearing the marks of exposure to the elements. Clearly, not all hailed from affluent or influential families. Their Pokémon varied in species and strength, yet they were robust and vigorous, exhibiting no signs of fatigue or breathlessness despite the interruption in their battles. They exuded an air of seasoned warriors, undoubtedly the result of diligent training. Could this be the Special Task Force? No, it was likely a team assembled specifically for the upcoming battle against the Houndoom squad. Baimu suddenly understood the reason for his abrupt recruitment, but he found it perplexing that he, a newly minted member, was deemed worthy of joining such a group. He struggled to fathom the intentions of the older members of the Sand Group, attempting to think positively, perhaps believing they appreciated his abilities. Why are you standing there? Greet them. Do I need to prompt you? Ayana playfully kicked his calf. Good morning, everyone. Baimu addressed the diverse group of boys and girls. Immediately, a synchronized round of applause erupted. Ayana beamed at the scene. This is Baimu, one of the participants in next week's battle, your temporary teammate. Remember to get along. With that, she departed alongside her Swampert, leaving Baimu without introductions or instructions on what to do next. As the boys and girls lined up neatly until the last second of Ayana's presence, they instantly relaxed once she vanished. This is so annoying. I already executed my move. That counts as your loss. Did you hear? Lost my foot. Who witnessed it? Where's the proof? Bring it out. The crowd turned away, completely disregarding Baimu. He attempted to engage them in conversation, but nobody responded, and they all ignored him. Excluded? Had he offended them somehow? He took his cacnea to the edge, and just as he pondered his situation, he heard a derisive laugh, which clarified his predicament even further. He quietly observed their battles, occasionally whispering to his cacnea, which nodded in a seemingly understanding manner, its azure eyes darting around, unsure of whether it comprehended. More than 10 minutes passed, and this self-entertaining behavior gradually attracted some attention. Whether the earlier rejection was premeditated or spontaneous, Baimu found himself once again under scrutiny from those around him. Hey, what are you doing? A buzzcut youth approached, exuding hostility. I'm watching your battle, Baimu replied. Who gave you permission? Who allowed you to enter? Get out. The boy barked, as his partner, a Dunsparce, emitted a threatening growl. Hey, ga! Cacnea boldly retaliated with a sound of its own, undeterred by the significant size difference, displaying no trace of fear on its face. You have a fine Pokémon there, sheltering its master. If you were to gift it to me, I would forgive you. The man chuckled, his gaze fixated on Shiraki. It was evident that he held no interest in the Cocodora, merely using it as a pretext to provoke trouble, despite Shiraki never harboring high hopes for the internal order of the Flowing Sand Team. The incessant harassment had begun to wear on his patience. I shall not give it to you. What are you prepared to do about it? He replied indifferently. His almost disdainful tone ignited the ire of the troublemaker, who swiftly approached and seized Shiraki by the collar. You are rather arrogant, aren't you? Who do you think you are? Some rookie emerging from a back alley. And from which filthy gutter did you crawl out? Shiraki retorted, deftly grasping the man's wrist, applying pressure with a grip akin to a vice. The man's face flushed crimson as he clenched his teeth, remaining silent. Can you not contend with me, even with your brute strength? Do you truly believe that the title of the leader of Qingyi Street is merely for show? If you possess the courage, go stir trouble with the Hound team next week in the competition, then we shall see who is truly formidable. He effortlessly released the man's hand, as if he were merely disassembling a plastic toy. Suddenly, realizing that his trainer was in peril, the dung beetle rushed forward, only to be repelled by a silver blur. The two Pokémon, despite their significant size disparity, found themselves in a stalemate. You, The man grasped his pained wrist. His eyes bloodshot as he let out a furious roar, preparing to swing his fist toward Shiraki's face. The latter intended to retaliate, but a sudden awareness caused him to halt. The man's fist was caught mid-swing. "Otsuka, it seems you have a penchant for disregarding our words," a low voice interjected, causing the color to drain from the man's face, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. "Why yes, leader," Otsuka muttered, his gaze cast downward, unable to meet Ayana's icy demeanor. "Or perhaps you have objections regarding the boss's arrangements. Do you possess your own methods? Speak boldly if you dare. I am willing to listen. My sincerest apologies. Please forgive me." Otsuka knelt, pressing his forehead against the ground, his voice strained. Meanwhile, his dung beetle was pinned down by the imposing Swampert, unable to move an inch under its jovial, yet overwhelming presence. Ayana's formidable aura rendered Kokodora in awe, as she turned her attention to the detached Shiraki. "And what of you?" He hesitated, pointing at himself and saying, "Am I to kneel as well?" "Very well. As you wish." "Enough with the pretense," Ayana said impatiently, waving her hand, much like one would dismiss an irritating fly. Shiraki, who had no intention of kneeling, straightened his posture. "Listen well, you little brats. I do not care whom you favor or despise, nor who stands behind you. If we falter against the Hound team in the upcoming match and allow others to mock our sand group, each and every one of you shall be held accountable." Ayana pointed at each individual, commanding them all to mind until their last breath, leaving no room for exceptions. Those who harbored grievances were invited to confront her, or to send their associates to do so. Her voice resonated like a lion's roar, instilling a palpable fear. The response was a chorus of agreement, echoing through the space. Subsequently, Ayana departed alongside the Swamp King, yet the once lively atmosphere had plunged into profound despondency. Otsuka remained on his knees, trembling uncontrollably. Baki noticed that many gazes around him had shifted from indifference to dissatisfaction, indicating that Ayana's warning had incited their pent-up anger towards him. It was likely that the situation would escalate, leading to a united front against him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He crouched before Otsuka, poking his arm, inquiring how long he planned to remain in that position. Otsuka turned his head, revealing eyes brimming with tears, declaring, "It's all your fault, all because of you." "Yes, it was indeed my doing, so what?" Baki spread his hands wide, challenging, "What can you do about it? Are you going to beat me up now? Do you even have the strength?" Otsuka, in a fit of rage, retorted, "You, unable to do so, right? You find yourself helpless, don't you? If that's the case, why not try to win me over?" Baki chuckled, "Otherwise, I might just ambush you during the competition, throw everything into disarray." He continued, "After all, I have nothing to lose. Some among you are hoping for a meteoric rise, aren't you? Some come from affluent backgrounds, banking on this opportunity to advance." Raising his voice, he locked eyes with the stunned Otsuka, aware that everyone was watching. "So let us coexist amicably and bring joy to one another. Otherwise, in my despair, I might act unpredictably during the competition, and I cannot foresee my own actions." He added, "Of course, you could always try to eliminate me in these 2 days. Gamble on the outcome of a confrontation, and see how the leaders would react. It's merely a choice between death or a lifetime of mining." Baki's threat rendered the previously discontented gazes into shock. Such a desperate tactic had crossed many minds, yet none had dared to wield it against another. Most of the time, such bravado was merely bluster, empty words meant to save face. Indeed, it was so. An unusual atmosphere began to develop within the venue. "Just a joke. No need to be so tense, making it seem like I'm threatening someone. We're teammates, after all. Good brothers. Isn't it only natural to coexist harmoniously?" With a warm smile, Baki continued, disregarding the surrounding silence as he helped Otsuka to his feet and dusted off his clothes. "Look at you, all disheveled. Aren't you 16? This won't he do." Turning his gaze to everyone, he met the varied stares with a sincere and passionate smile. "Allow me to reintroduce myself, everyone. I am Baki, from Aoi Street. I look forward to your guidance over the next week." Bai Mu bowed slightly, his resonant voice echoing throughout the venue, surrounded by expressions of tension, astonishment, seriousness, and vigilance. Since being targeted by the group was unavoidable, he decided to ignite it. The situation could hardly worsen. In the distance, beneath the shadow of a house, the reflection of a lens vanished. Chapter 16. The first battle with the Joker. A spectacle. Did he truly believe himself to be someone significant? He would never dare. How could he possess such audacity? Whispers of hushed exchanges arose. Such bravado was commonplace among the Sandflow team. After all, it was merely empty talk. Who couldn't engage in such banter? Was it truly challenging to hurl insults? Yet, faced with Bai Mu's calm demeanor, as if he had said nothing moments before, Even as they repeatedly convinced themselves that he would not dare to act, apprehension began to creep in. Was it not agreed that he had no background? How could Lady Ayana personally fetch him? And she even held on to Otsuka? What if he truly acted? What if he dragged them down with him? What if he was not merely indulging in bravado, but was genuinely serious? They say that a biting dog does not bark. Yet this fellow seemed poised to strike at any moment. Ultimately, was there any conflict of interest between him and Bai Mu? After all, Bai Mu merely desired peaceful coexistence. Why target him? Was there some hidden advantage? Many in the crowd suddenly realized that there was no need to provoke such a fool who could easily escalate matters to a disastrous conclusion. Once the competition ended, they would part ways. After exchanging glances, these individuals withdrew or concealed their hostility towards Bai Mu. Nothing transpired. The atmosphere reverted to its original state. Yet among them, a pair of unwilling eyes also dimmed. To act against the wind would only expose oneself. In due time, they would devise a way to deal with that fellow. Resting a hand on the pale-lipped Otsuka's shoulder, Bai Mu surveyed the surroundings, somewhat surprised by the immediate impact of his words. The effectiveness was astonishing. Were they all truly intelligent individuals? Indeed, he had always believed that the ruffians of the Sand Flow team thrived solely on bravado and face-saving. With no foresight for the future, today had broadened his horizons. Well then, this spared him the need for further words. Come, let us battle, Otsuka. But do remember to be gentle with your Pokémon. I only have a Katani. Should anything happen, I would be unable to participate in the competition. Bai Mu patted the shoulder of the boy beside him. Why should it be so? Otsuka gritted his teeth in indignation. Aren't we good friends, Otsuka? He looked at the other in surprise. You are making me unhappy. Who said we are friends? Otsuka's face contorted into a mask of anguish. Yet faced with Bai Mu's formidable presence, he reluctantly acquiesced, being pulled along with a feeble force, resembling a primary school student robbed of pocket money by an upperclassman. The surrounding gazes directed at Otsuka were filled with pity. No one wished to compromise their principles, yet reality often left them with no choice. May the dead companions rest. But spare me, Otsuka exclaimed. Although Kokodora had joined the team 5 days prior, due to an injury to its right leg, Hakugi had yet to allow it to engage in a proper battle. Today, by fortunate coincidence, they had found a suitable training partner. It seemed far more promising for Kokodora to gain levels or evolve through this encounter than to battle against Changhong and his Pokémon. Would Kokodora evolve into Kadora? The specifics were beyond memory, and perhaps it was unnecessary to remember. In this realm, Pokémon evolution primarily depended on chance. Akin to the miraculous evolution ceremony of Bulbasaur in the Enigmatic Garden, or the mass transformation of Metapods into Butterfree before their migration in the forests of Onbai Town. Evolution would occur when the time was right. While it was somewhat related to levels, it was by no means absolute. Yet, seizing the opportune moment proved exceedingly challenging. Let us go. This is our inaugural battle. Hakugi encouraged Kokodora, believing that with practice through numerous battles, they would inevitably uncover opportunities for evolution. Not far off, Otsuka wore a frown, holding 2 Pokeballs, and exclaimed in frustration, Hey, which one will you choose? Let them all show themselves. Who knows what Pokémon you have? Hurry up, Hakugi replied. Otsuka, irked, opened the 2 Pokeballs. With a soft pop, the sharp-eyed Geodude and the hunched Sandshrew landed gracefully. Their vibrant demeanor starkly contrasting with the Pokémon held by many members of the Sand team. Why haven't you facilitated the trade evolution for your Geodude? Are you waiting for something? Hakugi inquired, curious about Otsuka's hesitation. Who would sell Pokémon? And what on earth is trade evolution? Otsuka retorted, only to be met with a scornful look mixed with disdain. Are you truly unaware of trade evolution? What a disgraceful trainer you are. Mind your own business. Are we battling or just exchanging pleasantries? Otsuka's face shifted from blue to red in frustration. Hakugi waved dismissively. Of course we are battling. Let Geodude make the first move. It seemed the opponent had been a trainer for quite some time, yet remained oblivious to the concept of trade evolution. The Sand team surely possessed devices for such exchanges. Perhaps it was merely Otsuka's lack of knowledge. It was rather peculiar. Subsequently, the half-man-sized boulder rolled to a stop near Kokodora at Otsuka's command. You shall attack first. As the battle commenced, Otsuka appeared to regain his confidence, speaking with a hint of arrogance. Very well. Hakugi, not one to concede easily, recognized this was his first genuine command of a Pokémon battle, and he was still unfamiliar with certain aspects. Iron defense. Goo. Upon hearing his command, Kokodora's body radiated a deep silver glow, and an orange-red aura surged beneath its feet, signifying a surge in its capabilities. The opponent possesses a ground-type Pokémon, a Kecleon, which has a quadruple advantage against rock and steel types. Engaging directly could easily result in a swift demise. At the outset, bolstering defenses with iron defense would provide a semblance of security, regardless of the extent of enhancement. Observing this, Otsuka laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha! Cowering will not help you triumph over your adversary." With a commanding roar, the Geodude pressed its robust arms tightly against its body, and as the crimson energy surged forth, it suddenly rolled forward with vigor. This sequence of moves was evidently well practiced, executed with remarkable speed. The ground trembled incessantly beneath its rapid motion, yet Hakuki remained unfazed. He opted to dig, biding his time for the opportune moment. In a flurry of sand and earth, Kecleon vanished as if submerged in water, narrowly evading the rolling Geodude. Hakuki's expression brightened with relief. Although Rollout, being a rock-type move, was not particularly effective against Kecleon, one could never predict the damage it might inflict. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Geodude charging relentlessly towards him. In a moment of peril, he swiftly rolled to the right, evading the rolling attack while becoming coated in dirt. "You let Geodude attack me? Seriously?" Hakuki glared at Otsuka, whose face was etched with a mix of amusement and concern. Otsuka's smile faltered, his heart racing inexplicably. He averted his gaze, unwilling to meet Hakuki's eyes. "You happen to be in the path of Geodude. Is that my fault? Besides, battles are like this. One must never expect consideration from trainers. If you get hit, that's your misfortune." The onlookers, quietly observing, cursed internally, puzzled by Otsuka's unusual timidity. Reminiscent of a Rattata before a Meowth. "Indeed, it is my oversight." Hakuki's stern demeanor softened. Acknowledging the trainer's presence, he realized that being caught in the crossfire of a Pokémon's attack was an inevitability. Upon reflection, he recognized that his positioning was indeed in Geodude's trajectory. Yet, suspicion lingered towards Otsuka, leading him to believe the latter had acted with intent. Turning his head, he was met with the sight of Geodude making a sharp, aggressive turn. Its edge colliding with the wire fence, sparking brilliantly. Its speed had intensified. Chapter 17. Practical application. The rollout was challenging to halt, akin to its mechanics in the game. Hakuki discerned Otsuka's desire for Geodude to cease its relentless advance, but such a command was not easily executed, compelling both of them to play a game of dodgeball against the rolling boulder. It became apparent that Geodude had not intentionally targeted him. Witnessing Otsuka's own frantic evasion of the rolling Geodude, Hakuki found himself convinced of this fact. Initially, only he was evading, but as the momentum of the rolling boulder accelerated, the situation spiraled out of control. Inertia minimized the boulder's operational space, compelling the trainer, Otsuka, to join Hakugi's ranks. "You must bring out Kokodora. Halt the boulder." Despite Otsuka's desperate cries, Hakugi coldly dismissed his suggestion, for the boulder's rolling power had undoubtedly reached its zenith. A mere brush could spell disaster. Just as he uttered this thought, the boulder collided violently with the wire netting, its tremendous force embedding it within and snapping several wires in the process. The cacophony attracted even more spectators. "Now's your chance. Iron Head," Hakugi shouted as Kokodora, lying in wait beneath the surface, burst forth to collide with the dazed boulder. The wire net, already fatigued from the boulder's relentless assault, erupted, and the boulder tumbled onto the ground, dazed and staring vacantly at the sky. "It appears I have triumphed," he declared to the furious Otsuka, squatting at the edge to high-five Kokodora. "Yes, victory." Kokodora beamed with delight. "May I interview you? Given my clear advantage in ground attributes, why resort to rolling?" Hakugi inquired, gazing at Otsuka with curiosity. Otsuka retorted indignantly, "Who would know your Pokémon could dig? And to remain underground the entire time? How shameless." "Is that so? Is it not permissible? Let us have another round." Otsuka clenched his teeth, recalling the boulder into its Pokeball, vowing he would not relent. "Is there still strength left?" Hakugi did not respond directly, but turned to Kokodora, having spent the majority of the time underground. It was brimming with energy and eagerly accepted the challenge. Meanwhile, Otsuka silently cursed Hakugi, vowing he had never encountered such audacity. How could there be no strength left? Diglett, prepare for battle. He was determined to secure a victory, otherwise, he would be left in a state of frustration. By noon, after 3 battles, Kokodora and all of Otsuka's Pokémon had faced off, with victories and defeats shared, though one match ended prematurely as the defeated Pokémon succumbed to exhaustion mid-battle. Observing the countdown from the corner of his eye, Hakugi noticed it seemed to shorten slightly, perhaps by half an hour. Could the battles actually reduce the simulator's loading time? 3 matches had taken nearly half an hour. This was remarkable. Unfortunately, Kokodora's stamina was insufficient to endure more matches, which was somewhat regrettable. However, the reduction in time was a source of happiness, as the simulator was his formidable ally. In an instant, Hakugi's spirits lifted, and he found himself looking at Otsuka with newfound ease. You truly favor rolling. Is this move truly so advantageous? He remarked oddly that a total of 3 Pokémon, Donphan, Onix, and Sandshrew, all executed the move rollout. However, Donphan and Sandshrew demonstrated superior control over the technique compared to Onix, stopping effortlessly at command. While Onix struggled to halt its momentum, ultimately allowing Kecleon to seize the opportunity. Why should it concern you? He asked. Because mastering rollout to an advanced level can counter numerous attacks. Oh, is that truly the case? Indeed. I witnessed it myself. It disregarded water gun, flamethrower, and a plethora of other moves, all exemplifying true strength. Daizuka's face was filled with admiration, akin to a fervent fan of a star, except he idolized formidable trainers. I see. Barkwood nodded, preparing to depart. He had no intention of lingering too long without fully comprehending the layout of the dungeon and its key personnel, abstaining from seeking sustenance or tending to Kecleon's injuries. Having offended too many individuals earlier, he risked encountering traps. However, just as he stepped outside, Daizuka, seemingly conflicted, hurried after him. Wait, what is it? He tilted his head. I wanted to delve deeper into the concept of trade evolution you mentioned earlier. Daizuka appeared hesitant, his words stumbling forth. I could also buy it. Observing his expression, Barkwood reflected for a moment before responding. No need for money. Just treat me to a meal. If you treat me to a meal, I will tell you. While this individual lacked some common sense, he wasn't entirely unpleasant, serving as a practical application of the path of Escher. Otherwise, this week would become rather uncomfortable. Being too unconventional might exacerbate the subconscious estrangement and rejection from those around him, complicating his integration into the larger environment. Really? Daizuka seemed pleasantly surprised, then quickly turned his head away. I'd rather buy it. I don't wish to owe you a favor. I can't be bothered to discuss the price. If you want to treat me, do so or don't. I'm leaving. Barkwood was unwilling to argue further, buying a bottle of drink from a vending machine and departing without looking back. Seeing this, Daizuka hurried after him. I know a little shop nearby. Let us go back to eat. What is good to eat on the ground? Spare me the chatter. I said we're going back. The two gradually walked away. The onlookers in the arena exchanged bewildered glances. Just moments before, the two had been glaring at one another, and now they were chatting amicably on their way to dine. What was going on? Upon returning to the surface, Barkwood first sought out Narihiko and the others, learning from a member of the Quicksand team that they had departed long ago. He then took Daizuka to the Pokémon Center near the Sand Team's base to drop off the sleeping Kecleon. Afterward, he led Daizuka to Alway Street, where they enjoyed lunch at a familiar establishment. Initially, Daizuka exhibited reluctance, finding fault with everything, but soon he was devouring his meal heartily, clearly famished. As they ate, Barkwood explained the details to him. The evolution of communication entails the exchange of Pokémon through specific machinery, resulting in their evolution during the process. Surely, you have spent considerable time nurturing Pokémon, yet you remain unaware of such matters? He was taken aback. This should be the very foundation of knowledge. Akin to understanding attribute advantages, one could easily inquire and gain insight. Has no one enlightened you? Upon hearing this, Otsuka's initially enthusiastic demeanor dimmed considerably. No, I haven't. Well, have you ever attended school? No, there was no need for that. What does schooling accomplish? Can it fill one's stomach? Can it help one defeat their bullies? Oh, so you, like me, are illiterate. Otsuka's resistant attitude did not perturb Shiraki. Is it that your family forbids you from attending school? What does that have to do with you? It matters not. I merely inquired, for I am all alone in this matter. Is your father also a member of the Sands Brigade? A squad leader? No, just an ordinary member, and he has already retired. Otsuka's demeanor shifted from fervent to silent. Retired? Ah, I see. Shiraki began to grasp the situation. This boy, no older than 15 or 16, likely had a father who was not too advanced in years. Judging by his sorrowful expression, it was evident that his retirement was not of the conventional sort, an injury retirement. Such occurrences are quite common within the Sands Brigade. Various reasons abound, as their existence necessitates constant conflict without any real safety assurances, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Shiraki then asked, with whom do you associate? I am a youth recommended by my father for the junior team. Possessing a Pokémon does not qualify me as a formal member, as only after competitions can I choose to follow a senior. Do you have any siblings? Just one, an older sister. Otsuka kept his gaze lowered. I see. You have become the pillar of your family. Suddenly, it dawned on him why Otsuka capitulated so swiftly. He had initially assumed it was due to an exceptionally timid disposition, easily intimidated. Previously, when he mentioned kneeling, He did so without a hint of hesitation. Yet, it turned out he was merely a realist, crushed by the weight of life. Another unfortunate soul tainted by the mire of adversity. Perhaps he is worth some effort to befriend. Shiraki tapped the table, prompting Otsuka to lift his head. Given your dire circumstances, why provoke me? To relieve pressure? Those burdened by life often develop peculiar habits, such as venting frustration online, creating trouble for others, or even leaving negative reviews for deliveries, akin to methods of stress relief. Such behaviors are often incomprehensible to the average person. In a place like Huangtai Town, bullying the weak and reveling in their distress is a rather appealing choice. Otsuka found himself at a loss for words, as such actions were commonplace here, as natural as eating or drinking, devoid of necessity. Yet, deep down, after Shiraki's remarks, he felt a twinge of guilt about such conduct. Never mind. I do not wish to interrogate you, for your environment has undoubtedly exerted a significant influence upon you. Without the aid of books or other means to acquire knowledge, one can only discern right from wrong through the imitation of those around them, leading to a fixed mindset. After finishing the last morsel of his meal, Baimu mused that both our worlds are far too small. He harbored hopes that one day we could break free from the confines of Huangtai Town and gaze upon the vastness of the world. Rising from his seat, he made his way outside. Otsuka, taken aback, promptly inquired, "Where are you going?" "To catch Pokémon, and then find a way to attend school." "School?" The boy stood frozen, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Chapter 18, A Wonderful Beginning. To speak of school merely referred to attending a literacy class, aimed at enhancing his reading and writing skills. Despite the advanced technology in the Uriai region, Huangtai Town's literacy rate was astonishingly low. It was quite remarkable for an average individual to possess even a primary school education from a past life. Ultimately, there was no sufficiently powerful and enlightened force to unify Huangtai Town, leaving its inhabitants to form factions, resulting in disarray. In stark contrast, the societal environment of neighboring Silicon City was worlds apart. "I hope the literacy class isn't too expensive. My finances are rather limited," Baimu fretted, concerned that his meager wallet might not withstand the burden. The exorbitant prices of textbooks in the store already hinted at the steep cost of education. Surprisingly, the only literacy class in the area was free for official members and their children. They only needed to purchase the necessary books, which were reasonably priced. Knowledge proved to be surprisingly affordable. Baimu almost felt as though he had returned to a past life, only to learn that this was a privilege granted to official members by the highest authorities. Overcome with excitement, he chose to enroll on the spot. However, upon entering the classroom, his enthusiasm waned considerably. A cursory glance revealed that the majority of the students were girls, with only a few boys, likely under the age of 10, who were adept at causing mischief. Within the Crystal Sand group of the Sand Team's operations department, there were indeed capable female leaders like Ayana, yet most girls from the controlled districts who learned to read were destined to become clerks or various forms of support staff. "You should learn to read and become a clerk to help your family." Such sentiments were all too common. While there was nothing inherently wrong with this path, support staff enjoyed a measure of security and decent remuneration. Consider the status of the rocket team's secretary, Hinata. Sakaki even appointed her to lead a special squad. However, the Sand Team was not the rocket team. Here, status was determined solely by strength. In summary, this literacy class unveiled numerous issues: disdain for knowledge, discrimination against the weak, and various other facets. Baimu suddenly yearned for change, to transform the Sand Team and Huangtai Town entirely. But did he possess the capability to do so? What did he truly wish to achieve? It's nothing. Baimu smiled at Kokodora, deciding to set these thoughts aside. He had yet to secure his own safety, and contemplating such matters felt premature. The students and teachers at the literacy class were astonished by his presence. It was exceedingly rare for Sand Team members to attend such classes, with scarcely a few seen throughout the year. Perhaps they found it novel, but he doubted they would return the following day. The sole instructor was well aware that once Hiraki faced ridicule from his peers, he would feel embarrassed and choose to withdraw, which was a common occurrence. The ability to read? It was deemed unnecessary. The strong did not need to recognize many characters, as long as their status was elevated. Others would naturally assume the task of reading and similar duties. This mindset was quite prevalent among the mid to lower echelons of the Sand Team, oblivious to the fact that the upper echelons quietly sought private tutors, planting the seeds of wisdom in their children from a tender age. The chasm between the upper and lower classes was alarmingly pronounced. However, the following afternoon, Hiraki arrived, and even on the third day, he came with books in hand, accompanied by the obedient Kadora, showing no signs of embarrassment. Such enlightenment was unexpected. The teacher was thoroughly astonished and decided to observe further, if possible. He did not wish for the sand team to stifle such a promising young talent, though merely the ability to read. Overcoming prejudice and the ridicule of others was no trivial feat. Little did he know, on Hiraki's first day in class, news of his endeavors had already reached the ears of several prominent figures in the sand group. Indeed, he was a clever individual. Luga was quite pleased with Hiraki's performance. Finding like-minded companions within the sand team had proven exceedingly difficult, and even such a small gesture could resonate with him. After class, Hiraki eagerly returned home. Through the diligent battles with Kadora over the past few days, the simulation countdown had significantly decreased, transforming from midnight to the evening. Soon, he would be able to simulate once more. Perhaps he could unlock a remarkable skill, or even elevate Kadora by 5 levels. Either outcome would be splendid. He meticulously cleaned his face and hands, settled onto his bed, cradling Kadora beside him, reading as he awaited the next development. In recent days, he had gathered intelligence regarding the stone walls. Unfortunately, his social circle was too limited, yielding little in the way of fruitful information, and he could not locate a dedicated place for trading intelligence. Nonetheless, he was at least assured that during this period, that individual would be unable to trouble him. That was sufficient. As long as he was granted ample time for development, any issues could eventually be resolved. Before long, the countdown concluded. Choose your birthplace. Hiraki pondered for a moment and decided to select a different region, opting for the city. His gender remained male, and Pokémon would still be chosen at random, leaving him curious about how he could select his Pokémon. Please draw your talent. He pressed the button. Fixed talent. Strong physique, very healthy. Selectable talents. Clumsy, rough Pokémon health management. Humble background, burden and breeding Pokémon. Ruthless, determined to achieve goals. Elite system, unable to capture multiple Pokémon. Oh, could it be that he was fortunate? It felt like luck was on his side. The fixed talent and the last 2 selectable talents seemed quite normal. Wait, what seems normal may not be so. After some contemplation, Hakugi vigorously rubbed the head of his Cacnea, attempting to borrow some luck from it, and resolutely chose the last 2 talents. The simulation commenced. The pixelated animation resumed, and this time the protagonist was a camping boy. He blinked. The little figure donning a green hat was, in fact, the passerby occasionally translated as a Boy Scout. You were born in Jihua City, coming from a modest background. On the screen, the little figure received his first Pokémon from his parents. At the age of 10, you received your first companion, Geodude. You believe that your journey will be long and fruitful. The camping boy set off from Jihua City and soon encountered an avian Pokémon. However, with the strength of Geodude, he successfully captured it. You captured your second Pokémon, Spearow, on Route 3. Your journey companions have increased. After progressing further, the camping boy faced a wild Pokémon and engaged in battle, ultimately securing victory. Hakugi's eyes widened in astonishment. Everything was going so smoothly, far more so than in the previous 2 attempts. Was his luck finally improving? On the screen, the camping boy faced numerous opponents on routes 30 and 31. Although the outcomes varied between victories and defeats, his journey could still be considered relatively smooth. Subsequently, upon arriving in Kaiki City, the first gym challenge commenced. His opponent was a boy clad in a kimono, utilizing 3 flying-type Pokémon, Pidgey, Pidgeotto, and Spearow. Fortunately, these were all weak against the camping boy's Geodude. Thus, the camping boy triumphed over the gym leader with ease, and Geodude evolved into Graveler during the battle. You defeated Gym Leader ASU of Kaiki Gym and obtained the Wing Badge. Your Geodude evolved into Graveler. Incredible. What an extraordinarily smooth start. Please applaud for me. Although Hakugi was merely a spectator, he felt a surge of emotion welling up, almost to the point of tears. The previous 2 attempts had been so fraught with difficulty that they had caused him stomach pain. What does it mean to be a Pokémon trainer? You, camping boy, are the true Pokémon trainer. Chapter 19. The perilous journey. Having acquired his first gym badge, the camping boy departed Kaiki and ventured onto Route 36. Contrary to Hakugi's expectations, he did not head southwest towards Hinoki Town, but instead traversed through a dense jungle. Along the way, he encountered several trainers, but managed to overcome them with relative ease. Upon emerging from the jungle, a quaint and enigmatic city appeared before Hakugi. A towering square tower stood alongside a notably dilapidated base of another tower. You have arrived in Yuanju City, where the antique charm awakens a sense of historical depth within you. You decide to challenge the gym. Hakugi, what does the weight of history have to do with challenging a gym? As the scene transitions, the camping youth enters an ancient hall, where he encounters a man with yellow hair and a purple scarf, leading to an intense battle. Regrettably, his first challenge ends in failure, The gym leader, Matsuba, masters the ghostly attributes, commanding Pokémon that move with eerie unpredictability and employ an array of bizarre techniques. The camping youth's Geodude and Spearow prove inadequate against his Ghastly and Mismagius. On a brighter note, Spearow accumulates enough experience during the fray to evolve. Your Spearow has evolved into Fearow. Fearow, often referred to as the Little Phoenix King, is the juvenile form of Ho-Oh, characterized by an irritable disposition that makes it ill-suited for a benevolent trainer. Baimu shifts to a reclining position, observing the camping youth as he heads to the Pokémon Center, tending to his Pokémon's wounds while fortuitously encountering a fellow trainer of similar age. Seizing the opportunity, Geodude evolves into Graveler through the power of trade. Indeed, it makes perfect sense, brother. With Geodude already evolved, what is there to hesitate about? It's not as if it's a high-level Pokémon like Shroomish that requires special conditions for evolution. The only regret lies in the elite system, talent, which has delayed the camping youth's quest to capture a third Pokémon, leaving him singularly focused on training Graveler and Fearow. As time passes, the scene shifts from night to day, then back to night again, marking the camping youth's second attempt at the Yuanju gym. His adversaries remain Ghastly and Mismagius, yet, compared to the previous encounter, Graveler and Fearow exhibit significantly enhanced combat prowess. Even in pixelated visuals, Baimu can discern the camping youth's newfound confidence. Ultimately, you have defeated the Yuanju gym leader Matsuba, earning the spectral badge. Ah, how seamless. Baimu watches with satisfaction as the camping youth departs from Yuanju, continuing southward towards Route 35, aware that he intends to journey to Mankin City. Upon passing through the nature park, the camping youth appears contemplative, as if undergoing an internal struggle before finally entering to participate in the weekly bug-catching contest. Oh, a third Pokémon. Baimu's eyes light up with anticipation as he observes the screen, only to see the camping youth encounter a fierce Pinsir amidst dense foliage. The sound of their horns clashing resonating like a metallic clang. Without much hesitation, the camping youth throws a Pokeball, effortlessly capturing the creature. You have captured your third Pokémon, Pinsir, adding a companion to your journey. You achieved third place in the bug-catching contest, receiving a basket brimming with citrus fruits, which leaves you feeling somewhat perplexed. The contest champion was a young girl who caught a Beedrill, yet, due to the pixelated nature of the event and the lack of explanation from the host, Baimu feels both regretful and bewildered. The camping youth sets off once more, quickly arriving at a city that exudes a striking modernity. You have arrived in the prosperous metropolis of Manjin City, where the grandeur leaves you astounded, prompting you to challenge the local gym. The Manjin gym is presided over by a young girl with pink twin tails, who primarily employs normal-type Pokémon. Her use of Clefairy and other Pokémon does not pose much of a threat. However, the true challenge lies in her Miltank. With its charming demeanor, it employs a cycle of rollout and milk drink, effortlessly defeating the camping boys Heracross, while even his Pidgeotto is forced to retreat, leaving only his Geodude standing. Bang! The sudden noise startled Baimu, drawing the attention of his Kecleon. Huh, no need to worry, he reassured with a smile, as he glanced at the miniature mushroom cloud rising on the screen, contemplating how decisively the camping boy had chosen to engage in a mutual downfall with the Miltank. Nevertheless, thanks to Geodude's self-destruct, Xiaoqian was left without any viable Pokémon to continue battling, while the camping boy still had Pidgeotto remaining, successfully completing the gym challenge. You have triumphed over the Manjin gym leader Xiaoqian and obtained the standard badge. Impressive combat prowess. Despite being only the third gym, Baimu felt a surge of confidence in the camping boy's future. This confidence was validated as the latter emerged victorious against Bug-type leader Abi at the Hinoki gym, Steel-type leader Ami at the Chinkan gym, and Fighting-type leader C at the Azure gym. Achieving consecutive victories across 3 gyms with merely 3 Pokémon is a remarkable feat. With 6 badges in hand, the camping boy strode proudly along the docks of Azure City, where fate led him to encounter his 4th Pokémon, a somewhat dazed Psyduck. You have captured your 4th Pokémon, Psyduck, increasing your travel companions. Baimu was filled with joy as he watched the little one depart Azure City by boat. Momentarily forgetting his habit of snacking in bed, he opened a bag of chips to share with Kecleon. Traversing through Qiankan City and Yuanju City, the camping boy encountered his 5th Pokémon sooner than anticipated. On the slopes of a towering mountain, he stumbled upon a Magcargo, nearly falling into a deep chasm. Initially, it appeared he had no intention of capturing this Pokémon, as the resolute camping boy was determined to reach Kaji Town. However, the Magcargo seemed quite taken with him, following him persistently, even launching a midnight assault on his tent and nearly incinerating his sleeping bag. Left with no choice, the camping boy reluctantly added Magcargo to his team. Then, an unforeseen event transpired. He found himself at an impasse. The strength of Kaji Gym leader Lu Bo was formidable. His Celio easily defeated Pidgeotto, Heracross, Psyduck, and Magcargo. While the only way for Geodude to overcome one of Lu Bo's Pokémon was through self-destruct. This is troubling. Baimu sat up abruptly. Remembering that the short pants boy was stuck at the 6th gym, and now the camping boy was about to face the same fate at the 7th gym. No, not like this. At the very least, allow me a glimpse of the Silver Conference's entrance. He fixated on the screen, witnessing the camping youth suffer 3 consecutive defeats, sensing that the young man's mentality might be on the verge of faltering. Yet it did not. The innate talent for ruthlessness bore a resemblance to the fervor of a passionate youth. However, the former evidently rendered the camping boy far more astute. Following his trio of losses, he promptly bypassed the Kaji Gym, traversing mountains and valleys to arrive at Yinmok City. You have arrived in Yinmok City, yet your heart is devoid of the desire to admire the scenery. You resolve to challenge the gym immediately. A clever evasion, skipping over insurmountable obstacles. Baimu silently commended the camping youth's ingenuity, only to be taken aback as yet another challenge loomed. Chapter 20. Bewitched by delusion, the prowess of the Yinmok Gym leader. Koju was equally staggering. The camping youth's Pokémon stood no chance against him. The absurdity of the moves played a significant role. Hakuran's Dragon Breath consistently triggered its paralyzing side effect, while Shirlang Wang's Whirlpool perpetually ensnared the camping youth's Pokémon. If Lu Bo relied on an extraordinary level of strength, then Koju was merely favored by an uncommon stroke of luck. For defeats in succession, with each battle separated by at least a week, during which he engaged in rigorous training. With such fortune, why not aspire to become a champion? Baimu, incensed on behalf of the camping youth, observed the latter's relentless training and could not help but cheer him on, until an unexpected incident occurred. You notice 2 figures emerging from the back door of the Yinmok Gym. You pursue them. On the screen, the camping youth chased after 2 shadowy figures clad in black, running beyond the confines of Yinmok City, ultimately intercepting them with his Rumble Rock and Spearow. A dialogue ensued. You discovered the Phantom Thief duo, who, in exchange for a portion of their stolen goods, hoped you would let them go. Baimu was momentarily taken aback as another line of text appeared. Among the stolen items, you spotted the Rising Dragon badge, and you chose to agree. Wait, what? You agreed? Baimu's eyes widened in disbelief, never anticipating that the camping youth would stray so far from the path. Had the string of defeats unbalanced his mindset? Even more astonishing was that this matter was far from over. You gazed at the Rising Dragon badge, deliberating extensively before proposing to the Phantom Thief duo to rob the Kaji Gym. The screen displayed the 3 figures still engaged in conversation, and Baimu couldn't shake the feeling that the entire simulator's tone had darkened. You gained the recognition of the Phantom Thief duo, who adopted your suggestion to enhance their standing within the thieving community. Was the thief ranking the one spoken of by Musashi and Kojiro? Baimu vaguely recalled such a concept. In the theatrical version featuring the Water Sisters, those 2 female antagonists were the top-ranked thieves, following the saviors of villains. Now an idol of thieves emerged? Baimu gazed helplessly at the screen, observing as the Phantom Thief duo pilfered the frozen badge, feeling no excitement whatsoever. The camping youth accepted the badge. You acquired the frozen badge, yet for reasons unknown, you remained discontented. He let out a sigh. A half-hour pixel animation could not wholly convey the emotional journey of the camping boy. From his godlike perspective, could only witness a fraction of the events. Nonetheless, he could empathize with the boy's current state of mind. Previously, they had joyfully triumphed over various challenges, even managing to face the Ghost Gym just twice. However, they encountered 2 formidable monsters that blocked their progress, proving insurmountable. Throughout those fleeting days, the camping boy's relentless training in hopes of becoming stronger was fraught with sorrow and pain. Perhaps hints of this anguish could be gleaned from the fact that had yet to evolve, revealing the shared struggles between Pokémon and their trainers. A profound connection of mutual experience. Accumulating negative emotions led him down a misguided path, making one error after another. Perhaps this exemplifies a ruthless determination, pursuing goals by any means necessary. At this point, had ceased to care about the outcomes. He simply wished to witness the results. To glimpse the future of the camping boy, the scene shifted. You have returned to your hometown, with 3 months remaining until the Silver Conference, and you resolve to prepare for the competition. However, anxiety grips you due to the dubious origins of the last 2 badges the camping boy had returned to. But compared to before, the intensity of his Pokémon training had significantly lessened. He spent more leisurely hours sitting by the window, waiting for something. Both then remained unevolved, while the vacant sixth Pokémon was all but forgotten. Days turned into nights in an endless cycle. Finally, the Silver Conference commenced. You arrive at the long-awaited Silver Conference. Feeling somewhat anxious, yet you pass the registration smoothly. The camping boy found himself amidst a bustling arena, teeming with pixelated figures and various Pokémon surrounding him. He stepped into a grand building, and as the visuals dimmed and then brightened, he found himself in a vast arena filled with battling trainers. You participated in the preliminary examination. Despite the arduous process, you successfully passed the first round. In the scene, the camping boy, aided by his explosive power and its resilience, managed to overcome his opponent. However, the preliminary examination consisted of 3 rounds, and advancement depended on cumulative performance in the gym battles. How could he showcase his abilities when the last 2 badges were acquired through theft? With each round he fought, his anxiety heightened. On the day the 3rd round concluded, regardless of the competition's outcome, the camping boy's performance was commendable, and he finally awaited the day he had long anticipated. A group of officers approached him, taking him away. Your involvement with the Thief Brothers in the badge theft has been exposed, and you are on the verge of imprisonment, rendering your conference results void. Yet, as you are taken away, inexplicably, you find yourself smiling. Simulation ended. At last, it was over. Baimu exhaled a long, deep breath, acutely aware of the malevolence concealed within the simulator. He had undergone 3 simulations in total, and in each instance, the participants either exhibited abnormal behavior from the outset or gradually descended into it. This was indeed perplexing. Perhaps this very reason accounts for the scarcity of competitors in each tournament. Securing 8 badges was no small feat. I recall in the animation that among the novice trainers who set out alongside Ash, only Shuo Mao successfully acquired all 8 badges, while the remaining 2 faltered miserably. Choice Reward 1. Any Pokémon level up below level 50. Choice Reward 2. Clue to obtainable Pokémon. Choice Reward 3. Move Rock Smash. Select a Pokémon to learn. Choice Reward 4. Retain Elite System Talent for next simulation. The rewards remained a selection of 4 with 2 choices. Yet he was somewhat surprised that the move reward was not Explosion. Initially, he presumed that move rewards were based on the most frequently used moves of the Ace Pokémon, but now it seemed that the Ace's skill pool was entirely random. Rock Smash was an absolute choice. Without hesitation, Baimu decisively selected 1 and 3. Options 2 and 4 were indeed tempting, but in comparison, 1 and 3 appeared far more advantageous. However, when he placed his hand upon the head of Kecleon, he was taken aback. Rock Smash cannot be learned. How could this be? This is utterly impossible. Or perhaps it is unlearnable before evolution. After much contemplation, Baimu concluded that this was the only plausible explanation. A Pokémon's skill pool expands with evolution. During the period of Boscodora, it could even learn Surf and Hydro Pump, yet Kecleon evidently could not. He reluctantly opted to utilize the level reward first, clenching his fists in anticipation, hoping to witness the miraculous light of evolution. 1 minute later, the surroundings remained desolate. Baimu felt an overwhelming sense of regret. It appeared that the miracle destined for Kecleon had yet to arrive. Or could it be that I too possess certain shortcomings? Never mind. Chapter 21. The Game of the Affluent. Since becoming a member of the Sand Group, Chung Hong and his companions have been compelled to embark upon a month-long training regimen. What sort of training, you ask? It encompasses how to become a competent member of the Quicksand team, how to cultivate an unyielding spirit, and how to accurately obey superior orders. Only after the month-long military training concludes can one choose which elder brother to follow. Baimu, as a newcomer, was also meant to participate. However, he was spared due to the upcoming match against the Hound team next week. During these days, he primarily traversed between 5 locations: home, restaurant, Pokémon Center, battle zone in the underground city, and literacy classes. As he made more appearances in the battle zone, the initially unfriendly gazes gradually dissipated. Aside from the unfortunate Otsuka, he became acquainted with a few others, maintaining a semblance of amicable relations. Their familial backgrounds were akin to Otsuka's. Their parents were formal members who had sustained injuries and retired, thus becoming the pillars of their households. After one battle concluded, Otsuka gazed at the gently panting and seemingly fatigued Cacnea, furrowing his brow. Do you intend to compete with just one Pokémon? I would prefer not to, but it seems I have no choice since I became a trainer and entered the competition. Baku brushed his hand over Cacnea in resignation. Both Esger and Ayana had encouraged him to participate, yet none had taken the time to elucidate the rules of the competition, leaving him bewildered until the following day when he finally grasped the nature of the contest against the Houndoom team. The formal setting dictated a straightforward one-on-one match. The team with the most victories emerges triumphant. How could such a chaotic system be deemed orderly? The competition involved a total of 30 young participants, aged 18 and under, from 2 teams, confined within a predetermined outdoor arena. At the onset, each contestant would receive a wristband enabling them to challenge others. Refusal was not an option, and it was strictly one-on-one, forbidding any collaboration or surrender. While fleeing was permissible, a challenge would be interrupted if the distance between the challengers exceeded 30 meters and remained so for 10 seconds. Each participant was limited to utilizing no more than 3 Pokémon. A team would be declared defeated if all of their Pokémon were unable to fight, and similarly, if the trainer could not continue, they too would face defeat. The match could feature singles, doubles, or triples without any mandatory format. With a time limit of 6 hours, the team with the most remaining participants would claim victory. Why such complexity? The reason lay in the fact that this competition would be broadcast live, captivating a plethora of affluent viewers from Huangtai Town and Zibishi City, akin to a thrilling reality show for them. After hearing all this, Baku found himself at a loss for words to express his exasperation. Truly, this was the ingenuity of the Neon people. Undoubtedly, this live broadcast would yield substantial profits for the Sand team, with the winning side reaping even more exaggerated rewards, making refusal an impossibility. For the participants, this competition held immense significance. Aside from the rewards for defeating opponents, merely surviving until the end would bring them a sense of satisfaction. Consequently, Baku's earlier threats had inadvertently struck a nerve among them. Yet, the higher-ups' laissez-faire attitude towards their self-directed battles struck him as peculiar. Shouldn't there be a few individuals to provide some guidance? Were they not afraid of failure? Well, this was neither a school nor a sect of cultivation. The notion of teaching seemed far removed. In just a few days, how could he possibly acquire 3 Pokémon? His pockets were woefully insufficient, let alone the prospect of fostering relationships and building rapport with them. Could he simply cobble together a couple of Pokémon to meet the minimum requirement? Whether that would be a hindrance or a boon remained uncertain. Desperation gnawed at him. He simply could not afford to purchase Pokémon. Baku stretched lazily, contemplating whether borrowing money from someone might be feasible, perhaps from the guide or from someone who admired his performance. Colleagues like Changhong seemed to be in an even worse predicament. Collectively, they might not even muster 50,000. Just as he was lost in thought, Otsuka's voice broke through. I can lend you money. No interest. He appeared to have summoned considerable resolve, speaking in hesitant bursts, his jaw clenched tightly. Baimu was taken aback. You want to lend me money? Do you possess such wealth? And you expect no interest in return? Are you attempting to deceive me? Even in a previous life, brothers would charge some interest when borrowing money. We have only known each other for a few days, previously having been adversaries. What kind of goodwill is this? No act of kindness comes without ulterior motives. Tezuka's face flushed, and his voice lowered. I have been saving money. I also wish to express my gratitude. After learning about the evolution of communication devices, I discovered that the Sandstorm team possesses the machine. Though it is monopolized by a relative of their leader, anyone wishing to use it must pay that individual. There are alternatives outside, but they are not significantly cheaper. Moreover, if one does not go through that person for evolution, it could lead to enmity. Tezuka spent a sum of money to evolve his Onyx into a Steelix. Baimu was aware of this, but was astonished by the magnitude of the transformation. Just a few days ago, Tezuka had the typical look of a schoolyard delinquent. And now he was trying to emulate Mitsui Hisashi from the basketball coach's story? Baimu regarded Tezuka with skepticism, who continued, after returning home that day. My sister spoke to me about you. Myself? Yes. You rescued 4 companions from the cave and returned to save your Pokémon that assisted you. My sister said someone like you would never betray others lightly. Tezuka's hands fidgeted on his Steelix's back. The Steelix merely assumed its trainer was scratching its back, emitting a contented hum. Moreover, she mentioned that Lord Ryuga holds you in high esteem. Your future is undoubtedly bright, so she encouraged me to befriend you. Tezuka's words were quite pragmatic. His improved attitude stemmed not from Baimu's kindness or the profundity of his words, but rather from the admiration of those in higher positions. Although Baimu was curious about how his sister learned of these events and how they had been conveyed, he believed about 70 to 80% of what this young man was saying. Acting. For someone of his age to possess such acting skills was rather unsettling. It was a typical teenage dilemma, embarrassment mixed with the necessity to explain, the thickness of his skin oscillating between thin and thick. This perspective led Baimu to consider that the changes in attitudes among their contemporaries were likely due to this. How much can you lend me? Baimu refrained from further discussion, as he genuinely needed the money. What Pokémon do you plan to buy? Choose what you like, and I can pay for it directly. Tezuka appeared reluctant to disclose the extent of his finances. Very well, Baimu nodded. I will go after my remedial class ends. Dazuka, hearing this, hurriedly interjected, "No, if you intend to buy, we should go now. To the underground market next door? The timing is perfect." "How so?" "Every month, new Pokémon are sent to Huangtai Town, while the old and unsold ones are taken away. Today happens to be the exchange day. If you wait until the afternoon, the better ones will already be chosen." "All right, but do you carry that much money with you? Was your initial approach to me for this purpose?" Hee hee. Otsuka's silly grin left Kawaguchi somewhat speechless. The two retrieved their Pokémon and ventured outside. Their earlier conversation so hushed that others remained oblivious to their intentions. When questioned, they merely replied that they were leaving early to dine. The Sand Group's underground city interconnected with others through various tunnels, each guarded by Sand team members with an array of Pokémon stationed beside their motorcycles. To reach the adjacent neutral underground city, they needed to report to the guards, who strictly regulated their return time and imposed fines for late returns. After finally completing the paperwork, they looked up to see a motorcycle speeding towards them. "Which one is Kawaguchi?" called a man, obscured by goggles and a helmet. Making his face unclear, "I am." Kawaguchi raised his hand, only to see the man toss over a super ball. "This one is on loan. Return it after the match." "So you need to purchase another." "Lord Ryoga, call me Big Brother. I truly can't tell if you're clever or not." Without further ado, the motorcycle man turned and sped away. Kawaguchi gazed at the super ball in his hand, taken aback. This was undoubtedly Ryoga's helping hand. He had noted Kawaguchi's intent to acquire a Pokémon and had intentionally sent one to save him some expense. What a great brother, Kawaguchi mused inwardly, though the words were voiced by the envious Otsuka. Chapter 22. A new companion. The underground city of Huangtai Town was abundant, hosting numerous neutral zones where various merchants sold an array of goods rarely seen in Huangtai Town. The trade of Pokémon constituted merely one of their primary businesses. Otsuka appeared quite familiar with the area, yet he did not lead Kawaguchi to any clandestine shops. Instead, he directed him to a rather ordinary medium-sized store along a bustling street dedicated to Pokémon sales. "My father has a good relationship with the owner here. Prices might not be significantly lower, but the quality is assuredly high. It's also quite clean, not the kind of merchandise that has been stolen. I purchased my Sandshrew from him." Sandshrew? As Otsuka animatedly recounted, Kawaguchi recalled the sizable armadillo-like Pokémon. While size is not the sole determinant of a Pokémon's strength, larger specimens often exhibit greater robustness and superiority among their kin. "Oh, a rare visitor. Otsuka, how fortunate to see you today." A short, rotund man, having just concluded a conversation, approached them with a beaming smile. Otsuka replied, "Uncle Maruyama, I've brought you a significant business opportunity today. You have new stock, right?" "Of course. Would I ever let you down? This young man here must be the buyer?" Maruyama turned to Kawaguchi. The latter nodded slightly. "Hello? Ha ha ha, such politeness. I appreciate young people like you." Maruyama laughed heartily. "Are you planning to browse first, or shall we head straight to the warehouse?" Otsuka hastily declined, turning his head to quietly explain that those Pokémon displayed outside appeared appealing. However, in reality, most were mere facades. Baki surveyed the surroundings, feeling as though he had stepped into a pet shop. Yet, compared to the incessantly barking and dazed cats and dogs of his previous life, most Pokémon exhibited a more vibrant glimmer in their eyes. He averted his gaze. Soon, the two were led by Maruyama to the rear of the shop, a space reminiscent of a warehouse. The latter opened a large overhead door, and the sounds of clashing and shouting quickly emanated from numerous large cages draped in black cloth. "Did you hear that? They are quite spirited." Maruyama chuckled and turned to inquire, "What are your preferences, youngster? What attributes do you fancy? And what price range are you willing to consider? What is the most valuable here?" Baki focused his gaze on him, wondering if it was acceptable to ask. "Of course. We welcome any inquiries related to business." With that, Maruyama led the way, and the two followed, stopping in front of a massive cage. He lifted a corner of the cloth, and Baki peered into the dark interior, only to be startled by a large mouth, reeking of sulfur, that suddenly lunged at him. Bang! The cage shook. Baki remained composed, discovering a fierce-looking Houndoom within, its fluffy golden fur adorned with vibrant tiger-like stripes, exuding an imposing aura. This Houndoom is of considerable level, hence its valuation at 10 million. Maruyama cheerfully announced as he lowered the black cloth. 10 million. Even if Pokémon currency resembled yen, that figure was quite extraordinary. What about those priced around 1 million? Baki asked, glancing at Otsuka, who appeared merely surprised rather than alarmed, calmly observing the Houndoom, which put Baki somewhat at ease. It was surprising that this fellow was willing to lend such a substantial amount. He likely had at least 2 million in his pocket, or else he wouldn't be so composed. Maruyama smiled and guided them to another area, where the selection in the 1 million range was considerably broader. If I were to make a personal recommendation, he unveiled another creature, revealing a large mole with a conical protrusion on its forehead and extremely sharp claws, adorned with brown and red patterns. This is the ground-type Diggersby, level 40. While it might be a bit challenging to handle, it is quite a remarkable Pokémon, thriving effortlessly in desert environments. It is very popular among your Sandstorm crew. Maruyama suddenly gestured dramatically, exclaiming, moreover, it possesses a repertoire of 17 distinct moves. Did you know it has the power of 100,000 horsepower? Quite formidable. Priced at only 1,400,000. A fair deal indeed. Baki inquired, do you have any Pokémon with slightly lower levels? Do you prefer a lower level? Maruyama looked at him in surprise. As most customers sought Pokémon that were stronger and of higher levels, with more moves, thus commanding higher prices. Those who requested lower-level Pokémon tended to be individuals who enjoyed nurturing them gradually. However, to cultivate a Pokémon to such a level and teach it so many moves requires an immense amount of effort, which is no easy feat. I personally do not recommend it, but since you are fond of it, Maruyama took a couple of steps forward and lifted the corner of the black cloth. This Pokémon, most suited for novice trainers from other regions, should be quite to your liking. Hayashi looked inside and saw a blue-skinned large salamander with a vacant expression. A level 21 Swampert, despite its dazed demeanor, possesses an impressive physique and considerable strength, exceeding the standard height by 20 centimeters and mastering 10 different moves. While it may lack a few, it does include useful ones such as Rock Slide and Water Pulse. Priced at 620,000. Oh, a 620,000 Swampert. Seeing his calm demeanor, Maruyama took another step forward to reveal other Pokémon. One can only say that this individual possesses commendable eloquence. As many Pokémon he introduced were described so splendidly that one would be tempted to purchase them all on the spot. Yet, each had its own concealed flaws. For instance, the high-level Dugtrio might be challenging to manage, and the Swampert, requiring frequent skin hydration, is unsuitable for the wild environment of Yellow Iron Town. Ultimately, the fundamental reason remains the absence of that spark of connection. He did not wish to settle, after all. It was a Pokémon with which he intended to share his life, and it would be best if their companionship were harmonious. Otsuka observed his deliberation and inexplicably recalled his own conflicting emotions when purchasing Pokémon, feeling a twinge of nostalgia, although his initial budget had not been as ample. 1 million. Even though it was his own payment, he could not shake off a sense of trepidation. At that moment, Hayashi, deep in thought, suddenly lifted his head. Did you hear that? Otsuka looked bewildered, having heard nothing. No. Hayashi abruptly walked in a particular direction and, under Maruyama's astonished gaze, pointed to a large iron cage. What Pokémon is inside? What is the price? What's wrong? Did you hear its voice? Maruyama lifted the black cloth, revealing a peculiar creature. Slumped and oval-shaped with pink fur and a belly adorned with an egg. A Chansey, a Pokémon of general type, level 30, boasting exceptional healing abilities and rarity, typically serving as an assistant in Pokémon centers in other regions. However, I advise against purchasing this one. Why? Because it is exceedingly ill-suited for battle. When I took it over, it had been returned twice, proving it is nearly impossible to utilize effectively. While it would make a splendid ornamental pet Pokémon. You are from the Quicksand team, right? Competing next week? Maruyama smiled mysteriously, suggesting that buying such a rare, yet combat-ineffective Pokémon lacks cost-effectiveness. Hayashi gazed into the large cage, locking eyes with the somewhat forlorn Chansey. After a few seconds, he declared, "This one, how much?" He tapped on the cage, startling Chansey into a hurried stance, looking at him anxiously. Otsuka interjected, "Hey, wait a moment. Do you want to think it over?" "Think about what?" "I love its voice and need a Pokémon like it." Hayashi waved his hand dismissively. It is inherently challenging to render a foreign Pokémon defenseless and obedient within just a few days. Even a Cacnea would struggle to achieve such a feat. It might be prudent to consider other factors. Moreover, he harbored somewhat peculiar intentions. How decisive. This Chansey is valued at 1,100,000. Do not deem it exorbitant, for it is indeed a bargain. However, I greatly admire your youthful spirit. I shall offer you a discount of 20%, bringing the price down to 880,000. As Maruyama marveled, he retrieved a calculator from his pocket, tapping away at the buttons for some basic arithmetic. Is there anything else you require? Perhaps specialized Pokémon food or nutritional supplements? No need. Otsuka will pay. But Cookie playfully nudged Otsuka, who, momentarily stunned, fumbled through his pocket to pull out an envelope, counting the bills within. Over 1 million. No hesitation in the purchase. Otsuka felt a pang of sympathy for Bakuki. He had anticipated spending no more than 300,000, yet they were nearing the million mark. Thankfully, his father had advised him to bring a bit more cash. Clutching the bills, he noticed Murayama turning to fetch additional items and wanted to caution him, questioning how they would cultivate combat power for the day of the competition. Such a risk. Would it be less dangerous if they possessed combat strength? But Cookie shot him a glance. Seeing Otsuka rendered momentarily speechless, he returned his gaze to Chansey. Worry not, I shall release you shortly. Chansey placed its small hands on its round belly. Its demeanor rather displeased, as if it had spent an eternity in its cramped cage, enduring unknown trials. In a short while, Maruyama returned with a Pokeball in hand and an assortment of documents, including Chansey's health report. According to this stout merchant, selling sickly Pokemon was ethically reprehensible, a practice he would never engage in. But Cookie believed him, capturing Chansey within the Pokeball, gently patting it twice. Rest assured, I shall not mistreat you. Relax a little. The two exited the Pokemon shop. Do you have anything else you wish to purchase? They offer a myriad of items here. How about a gaming console? Otsuka appeared to possess an insatiable shopping urge, incessantly promoting various products. But Cookie declined each suggestion, for his foremost desire was to find a safe haven to observe Chansey and the Pokemon lent to him by Ryuta. Chapter 23. The Heart of Healing, a private space that would not intrude, facilitating customers and taming new Pokemon. Fortunately, the neutral underground had services to provide such an environment. Otsuka led Cookie there. However, after securing the venue, the young man seemed eager to join them. But Cookie firmly declined, agreeing to reconvene in 2 hours. With Otsuka appearing as though abandoned, but Cookie unceremoniously shut the venue door, isolating them from the surrounding clamor. The space was not particularly large, resembling an enclosed basketball court, featuring a smooth floor and somewhat rough edges. In truth, there were numerous types of environments to select from, such as those with water pools or grassy areas. The height, width, and length were sufficient to accommodate most Pokemon. Baimu first released the Cacnea and carefully perused the information on the Chansey provided by Murayama. As a novice reader, he found the strange characters quite challenging to decipher. Fortunately, he possessed some foundational knowledge that enabled him to grasp a bit of the content. In a moment, I will summon our next companion. If it starts to wander about, you may attempt to chase after it, but under no circumstances should you attack it, even if it strikes at me. Do you understand? He spoke earnestly, repeating himself several times to ensure comprehension. Once he saw Cacnea nodding, he took out the Pokeball containing Chansey and stepped back a couple of paces. With a pop, the pink, oval creature landed on the ground, cradling its belly and gazing around with a rather helpless expression, slowly retreating. Hello. Baimu refrained from rushing forward, maintaining a distance that would ease Chansey's tension. Do not be afraid. Relax, you are safe now, and no one will harm you. Chansey paused and cast a glance at him, nervously observing his stillness, then glanced at Cacnea, who was curiously tilting its head in Baimu's direction. The absence of any threatening gestures from both parties eased Chansey's inner turmoil. Naturally kind and gentle, it possessed the ability to discern malice. And the human Pokemon duo before it undoubtedly radiated friendliness. This is Baimu, my partner, Cacnea. Goo. Baimu and Cacnea exchanged simple introductions, and upon witnessing a significant alleviation of Chansey's anxiety, he placed a can of Pokemon food on the ground. If you're hungry, please help yourself. To demonstrate the food's safety, he took a piece and popped it into his mouth, commenting that the flavor was rather unremarkable, given its low price. Both he and Cacnea stepped back to give Chansey some space. Chansey shook its curved fur on either side and cautiously approached to pick up the food, consuming it bit by bit. As it ate, it cast glances at Baimu, who opened his hands to signal that he was making no sudden movements. Seeing Chansey transition from small bites to larger ones, a relieved smile spread across his face. Maruyama would certainly not mistreat Chansey or deny it enough sustenance. Any issues with the product would offer him no advantage. However, for Chansey, it likely lacked the mood or appetite to consume anything, as it could still sleep within its Pokeball, but felt anxious and unsettled when confined in a cage, making it remarkable that it could eat at all, especially after being returned twice. Once Chansey finished the can and looked at him expectantly, Baimu responded, I'm sorry, but one must eat in moderation. Consuming too much at once is not advisable. Although Chansey felt a tinge of disappointment, having eaten to its fill, its mood stabilized, and the relatively secure environment offered a possibility for conversation. Were you taken from the Pokemon Center or from someone else? Baimu posed a crucial question. The elusive Happiny, in comparison to other Pokemon, is somewhat rare, hence many unscrupulous merchants resort to theft or robbery, even pilfering from Pokemon centers. Otsuka once remarked on the cleanliness of a particular shop, Yet Bakugi questioned whether he could fully trust that statement. Happiny, with its petite arms, rubbed its face, displaying a look of confusion, perhaps not comprehending the words or the concept of a Pokémon Center itself. Bakugi repeated his words several times, striving to grasp the essence of Happany's responses. Communicating with Pokémon demands immense patience, as they possess independent thoughts, and their emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, are profoundly apparent and expressed candidly. In a sense, their hearts are both fragile and resilient. Resilient in their capacity to wait for countless years in adherence to a verbal promise, enduring solitude and loneliness. Yet fragile, as abandonment leaves an indelible wound, severing all ties with humanity. How should one perceive Pokémon like Cacnea? Although Bakugi often spoke of companionship and comradeship, at this juncture, Cacnea merely served as a means for him to enhance his circumstances and status. Ultimately, what constitutes a true companion? Mutual assistance? Life and death shared? Bakugi was reluctant to delve deeply into such inquiries, for the precariousness of his survival necessitated a temporary disregard for these contemplations. Nevertheless, should Cacnea harbor any aspirations, he would undoubtedly assist in their realization. Upon confirming that Happiny was a wild Pokémon, merely captured by a hunting group and brought to the Ur region for sale, Bakugi felt a sense of relief. Though the Ur region may be distant and removed from the oversight of Joy and Junsha, a stolen Pokémon ultimately belongs to another, distinct from cases of abandonment or returns. Observing the distance between them, Bakugi noted that Happiny had advanced from a wary 5 meters to a more relaxed space of less than 1 meter. This was a significant improvement. Thus, Bakugi engaged Happiny further in conversation, inviting Cacnea to join in, discussing topics that might pique its interest or ease its demeanor. Noticing the absence of wariness on Happiny's face and the emergence of a smile, he pondered for a moment before extending his hand and speaking. Happiny, if you would permit me, I would like to invite you to join us, to become part of the small team that includes me and Cacnea. He pulled Cacnea closer, indicating their camaraderie. You know, living alone in this place is both challenging and frightening, with dangers lurking everywhere. However, if we stand together with companions, I believe no difficulty will remain insurmountable, and ill-intentioned beings will shy away upon witnessing our unity. We can support one another and thrive together. Cacnea nodded with a smile. With a Pokeball in hand, Bakugi felt assured that Happiny would heed his call. Yet, he preferred to adopt a gentler approach, humbly seeking its consent, a task well within his capabilities. Respect. Even if it is merely superficial, Shiraki wishes to maintain this habit. Jigglypuff stared blankly at him and Cacnea, its expression momentarily lighting up before quickly dimming again. Was it contemplating the matter of battle? Shiraki discerned the source of its melancholic mood. Why do you hesitate to fight? Is it a reluctance to harm other Pokémon, or perhaps a fear of combat, of being attacked and of attacking others? At first glance, these two notions may seem similar, yet they are fundamentally different. The latter pertains to a psychological fear that can gradually be alleviated, while the former is a matter of principle. Not all Pokémon are inclined towards battle. Jigglypuff was utterly perplexed, uncertain which category it belonged to. Perhaps it resonated with both. In that case, if you are not required to attack anyone or any Pokémon, but merely assist in healing the injured Cacnea, would you be amenable to that? Shiraki playfully tapped Cacnea on the head and winked at the latter. Cacnea, in a state of bewilderment, locked eyes with its trainer for several seconds before rolling on the ground, feigning immense pain. Jigglypuff was startled, a voice ringing in its ears. Jigglypuff, use Heal Pulse on Cacnea. It trembled, instinctively releasing a pink wave of energy towards Cacnea, which enveloped the latter in a circular aura. Cacnea felt a surge of vitality within, utterly astonished. Such a phenomenon exists. A hidden reservoir of energy. How wonderful. Jigglypuff paused, staring blankly at its own hands, then gazing at the now vibrant and lively Cacnea. Can you accept this mode of combat? Shiraki had somehow positioned himself beside it. You need not harm any Pokémon. Simply use your abilities to heal Cacnea, alleviating its suffering and bringing it ease. If progress cannot be made all at once, we shall take it step by step. After becoming accustomed to battling, we can address further matters. Should you find it truly impossible to engage in combat, then focus entirely on your role as a healer. Jigglypuff appeared hesitant, lacking confidence. Do not worry, nor be afraid. Regardless of your performance, I shall not blame you. Shiraki placed his hand gently on its head, stroking it softly and slowly. Jigglypuff lifted its gaze to meet his, then glanced at Cacnea, whose eyes sparkled with encouragement and anticipation. With a determined closure of its eyes, it vigorously nodded in affirmation. Excellent. Welcome to our team. Shiraki beamed as he extended his hand, and Jigglypuff tentatively placed its small paw in his palm. Suddenly, Cacnea dashed over, knocking the two of them down. They sat on the ground, initially stunned as they exchanged glances, before bursting into joyous laughter. "You silly creature. Don't just bump into people like that. Jigglypuff, you're not exactly light either. I'm not scolding you, so don't look so dejected." Chapter 24. Temporary assistance. A cordial rapport was established with the Chansey, largely due to the creature's remarkable empathy, which allowed it to engage in conversation despite its own sorrowful experiences. The resilience it displayed after being abandoned twice was truly admirable, prompting Beimu to scrutinize its profile with keen interest. The sheer volume of text was somewhat arduous to navigate. Fortunately, he had procured a reading pen, which, despite its clumsiness, enabled him to distill the information into his own comprehension. Pokémon, Chansey, type, normal, gender, height, 1.08 meters, weight, 34 kilograms, ability, natural cure, level, 30, moves, pound, growl, tail whip, sing, heal pulse, healing bell. Only a single offensive move, pound, and merely 9 techniques in total? It was no wonder it was priced at a mere 1 million. Most trainers in Huangtai Town were short-sighted, valuing only overt combat prowess and failing to appreciate roles such as support, medic, or defensive positioning. Their perspective was quite simplistic. Every Pokémon must be a battle god. Beimu found Chansey to be exceptionally promising. Had it not been brought to this place, it would undoubtedly evolve into a stellar Pokémon nurse, a talent nearly obscured from recognition. He gently patted its fuzzy head, and in a moment of distraction, also reached out to stroke the Cocodola. Having pacified the 2 crucial members of his team, it was now time to address the external support from his ally, Lugu. Each version of the Pokeball had subtle differences, and the one before him, which could shrink, clearly concealed its interior. Beimu speculated that it was unlikely to contain a Pokémon of exceedingly high level. After all, high-level Pokémon possess a certain pride, much like Charizard, who would refuse to acknowledge anyone it deemed unworthy. Reflecting on it now, the Rhydon that carried Shibata likely shared this sentiment. Regardless, he thought it prudent to remain vigilant. Beimu gestured for Cocodola and Chansey to step back. However, Chansey appeared perplexed by his signal, remaining stationary in a state of confusion. Fortunately, Cocodola, displaying remarkable cleverness, kindly tugged at its small tail, guiding it backward. Only then did Chansey retreat. With a resounding pop, a white light erupted, transforming into a vibrant green figure reminiscent of a tender sprout, accompanied by a somewhat raucous sound of flapping wings. Buzzworm. Beimu gazed in astonishment at the imposing creature before him, a significant increase in size compared to the 2 he had previously encountered in the cavern. The buzzworm gracefully flitted through the air, its small head adorned with antennae swaying rhythmically, its dark green eyes possessing an undeniable charm. Beimu noticed something peculiar on its left foreleg. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a crumpled piece of paper. Cautiously unfolding the document, he discerned numerous characters. Struggling to interpret some with his literacy pen, realizing that the text likely contained information about the ultrasonic larva. At the bottom, there seemed to be a warning from Lugu, articulated in unexpectedly simple terms. "This is the youngest and gentlest in character. Can it assist you? It's up to you." Young and gentle. Beimu lifted his gaze, coincidentally locking eyes with the ultrasonic larva. "Hello?" Lafu, the ultrasonic larva, responded softly, its demeanor exuding innocence and tranquility, devoid of any hostility. Suddenly, it surged forward with a powerful burst. The close-range dash startled Beimu, who instinctively sidestepped just in time to avoid a collision. "Wait," he exclaimed, quickly raising his hand to halt the fiercely determined Kecleon, instructing it to soothe the anxious Chansey. He then turned his attention back to the ultrasonic larva, which had momentarily paused its wing flapping, hovering in midair thanks to its levitation ability. This creature, Beimu's gaze met its emerald-like eyes, from which he discerned an unmistakable hint of human-like mockery. "Gentle? Perhaps in comparison to Lu Ji's other Pokémon. Let us be direct, then. I propose a battle between you and Kecleon. If we win, you must heed my commands until we return. If we lose, you may do as you wish. What do you say?" Beimu refrained from leveraging Lugu's name against the ultrasonic larva, as that could provoke its rebellious spirit. Strength would dictate the outcome. Lafu. The ultrasonic larva cast a disdainful glance at Kecleon before rapidly flapping its wings and diving toward it. Clearly, it intended to eliminate Kecleon swiftly to demonstrate its contempt for Beimu. "Dig!" Beimu shouted. Kecleon fixed its gaze on the ultrasonic larva and quickly burrowed into the ground. The ultrasonic larva soared overhead like a bomber, sweeping across the terrain. It made a wide arc to turn around, its frustration reaching a boiling point. However, just as it charged toward the burrow, intending to use its ultrasonic attack to flush Kecleon out, it was startled to see Kecleon emerge from the hole, face full of mud. Baimu exclaimed. A large splash of mud erupted, and the ultrasonic larva, caught off guard, was splattered from head to toe. Lafu. In a flurry of panic, it swayed side to side, desperately attempting to rid its face of the muck, but to no avail. After all, this creature was more akin to an antlion than a dragonfly. Although capable of brief high-speed flight, it lacked the ability to hover in emergencies. Once airborne, it was destined to be struck. This was a consequence of its initial choice to forego the sure-win strategy of long-range ultrasonic harassment. One could only say, how naive. Ultimately, it was still a young creature. Chase it down and use Mudslap. Baimu commanded, gesturing for Kecleon, which now found itself in an awkward predicament, lacking sufficient long-range offensive moves. From the very first day, he had contemplated acquiring new skills. The recently unattainable Rock Blast only intensified his sense of urgency. Gulp. Cacnea pursued the flustered Swablu, which wobbled precariously in midair, causing it to sporadically spit out attacks like hurling phlegm. After several attempts, when the Swablu noticed the increasing muck on its face and body, it finally erupted in a frenzy. Dig a hole, Barkwood shouted, having timely recognized the situation. And he sprinted backward, scooping up the panicked Chansey as he passed by. The swirling sands violently enveloped the Swablu, whipping around it as its wings vibrated at an alarming speed, pelting the surroundings like rain. Quicksand hell. Barkwood and Chansey huddled in a corner, shielding their faces from the stinging grains, peering through their fingers to observe the chaotic state of the Swablu. It flailed about aimlessly, resembling a headless fly caught in utter disarray. To his surprise, Chansey appeared anxious yet composed. Initially perceived as timid, it now seemed merely overwhelmed, unsure of what to do in this tumultuous moment. Occasionally, it glanced outside, its face betraying a hint of worry. Are you concerned for it? Barkwood inquired with curiosity. Bending down to engage with Chansey, it looked up at him, its small hands nervously rubbing together in a display of inner conflict. Then, go save it. Help it escape this torment. Barkwood smiled as he gently patted its head, urging it to perform the unique task only it could accomplish: rescue and heal. Chansey, use Sing on the Swablu. A gentle push from behind encouraged Chansey to leave its corner and focus on the suffering Swablu, its trepidation gradually dissipating as it inhaled deeply. Ignoring the abrasive winds, it placed its hands over its chest, closed its eyes, and began to sing a melodious tune. La 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 la. Barkwood covered his ears, silently watching as the Swablu's frantic movements slowed beneath the soft pink waves of sound, ultimately descending to the ground, eyes shut in peaceful slumber. Chapter 25. Class Distinctions. The incident with the Swablu illustrated that, at times, employing the right strategy could lead to an opponent's self-destruction. However, having Chansey intervene could be viewed as a form of cheating, an unfair 2-on-1 scenario. Using a brush prepared at the edge of the arena, Barkwood cleaned the Swablu's body and face, contemplating how to persuade it once it awakened. Ugh, hard to say. I hope it can cooperate a bit, after all. It's receiving outside assistance. There was no need for such sorrow. It had not acted excessively, and ending its suffering promptly was indeed the right choice. He conversed with his two Pokémon while the Swablu began to stir awake. Lu. Upon awakening, it suddenly jolted backward several meters, casting a wary glance at Kokidora and Baimu, its demeanor betraying a hint of trepidation. As its gaze fell upon the adorable Chansey, it fell into deep contemplation. Lafu. The meaning of the ultrasonic larva's utterance remained a mystery, yet Chansey nodded faintly in acknowledgement. Lafu. This creature abruptly surged with excitement, its eyes shimmering as it approached, an exuberance that startled Chansey, prompting it to hastily retreat behind Baimu. Stop. What do you intend to do to my companion? Baimu instinctively shielded Chansey, while Kokidora advanced a few steps, issuing a low growl of warning towards the ultrasonic larva. The larva tilted its head, glancing once more at the timid pink egg, then landed gracefully, moving forward on its long limbs, its antennae swaying as it tapped the young man's hand. Lafu. Baimu, taken aback by the creature's docile demeanor, couldn't help but be surprised. What could have instigated such a transformation in the previously obstinate ultrasonic larva? As he observed the larva's desire to approach Chansey, only to be met with its retreat, the enigma began to unravel. It seems you have garnered an overwhelming amount of goodwill, Baimu remarked with a smile, turning to Chansey, who appeared somewhat bewildered. Do you not comprehend? It means the ultrasonic larva is grateful to you. He gently patted its fluffy head, encouraging it to accept this gesture of gratitude. Baimu once more nudged Chansey toward the ultrasonic larva, exchanging a glance with Kokodora, both silently debating whether they should remain cautious of the creature's intentions. The consensus was clear: vigilance was paramount. Thus, Kokodora kept a watchful eye on the approaching ultrasonic larva, poised to strike should the need arise. Fortunately, Pokémon tend to possess a certain innocence, molded by the influences of their trainers. Baimu and Kokodora's apprehensions proved unwarranted. The ultrasonic larva was indeed grateful to Chansey, having discerned through its cries the source of its emotional solace. As articulated by Team Rocket's Eakins and Coughing, Pokémon commit misdeeds when their trainers are villainous. Conversely, when their trainers are virtuous, Pokémon naturally incline towards righteousness, implying that Pokémon themselves lack a definitive stance. Such is the nature of their existence. With Chansey receiving the ultrasonic larva's gratitude, the inexplicable tension began to dissipate, and its smile widened. Encouraged by Baimu, Kokodora inched closer, and the three Pokémon gradually engaged in communication. It appeared that the foundational conditions for their competition were aligning. He exhaled deeply, retrieving a paper filled with scribbled notes from his pocket. It must be said that this assistance arrived most opportunely, fulfilling his current need for a long-range combatant. While Kokodora was robust, it lacked any ranged offensive capabilities at the moment. However, with the addition of the flying unit, the ultrasonic larva, and the support of Chansey, a somewhat complementary team was beginning to take shape. Regrettably, that which is borrowed will ultimately be returned. The ultrasonic larva will inevitably depart, and thus I must seek out a third Pokémon capable of rectifying my shortcomings once the competition concludes. At this moment, I scrutinize the crumpled paper, as I gradually construct a list that pleases my eye. Pokémon, ultrasonic larva, type, ground dragon, gender, height, 162, 33 centimeters, ability, levitate, level, 39, moves, bite, mud slap, stomp, sand tomb, rock slide, ultrasonic, dragon breath, earth power, bug buzz. To assess the prowess of a Pokémon, one typically considers its level and the quantity of moves it has mastered. However, a more discerning evaluation necessitates a comparison of the Pokémon's physique, health, as well as the quality and proficiency of its moves. Some Pokémon may possess a plethora of moves, yet they frequently rely on a mere handful, rendering the rest inconsequential. Conversely, mastery of a few skills can yield formidable strength. For instance, Ash's Pikachu has transformed its electric capabilities into an art form, utilizing bounce and shields with remarkable adaptability. In summary, this ultrasonic larva is undoubtedly impressive. Its size far exceeds that of its kin, standing at a height of 1.6 meters, complemented by 2 pairs of robust wings, facilitating effortless flight. While its moves may be limited, the likes of Rock Slide, Earth Power, Stomp, and Bug Buzz are anything but trivial. Furthermore, moves such as Sand Tomb and Ultrasonic, when employed in specific environments, can yield extraordinary results. It is no wonder that it serves as a partner to a cadre member. Even as a secondary Pokémon, it maintains exceptional combat capability. The fact that Kokodora managed to slightly surpass it in the previous battle can be attributed solely to this creature's arrogance and reckless underestimation of its opponent. I am confident that, under the guidance of a trainer, it would not find itself in such a predicament. Interestingly, the combat strength within the ranks of the Sand Team is surprisingly systematic. According to what I have gleaned from others, ordinary members typically possess Pokémon whose levels do not exceed the 30s. Beyond this threshold, Pokémon tend to exhibit a degree of disobedience. The more docile ones may occasionally adhere to commands, but they often engage in battles according to their own inclinations. Pokémon like Ash's Charizard, known for its rebellious spirit, may outright refuse to fight in critical moments, regardless of persuasion. As one ascends to the rank of squad leader, Pokémon levels generally hover around the 40s. The primary Pokémon of cadre members typically surpass 50. Rumor has it that the Pokémon of the highest-ranking cadre members often exceed the threshold of 55, and may even reach 60, which is quite formidable. However, the true strength of the Sand Team's leader remains shrouded in mystery. Of course, this is not an absolute rule. Exceptional talents and anomalies exist, akin to foundational cultivators in a fantasy novel who can contend with those at the Golden Core stage. Nonetheless, the majority of combat capabilities adhere to this pattern. The Sand Team members participating in next week's competition are essentially on par with the strength of formal members. With no exceptions, there is still much to strive for. Observing the 3 Pokémon, each at ease and playfully engaging without a hint of caution, a smile inevitably graces my lips. The piercing sound abruptly interrupted their actions. "Time's up, everyone," Baimu announced, brushing off the dust from his clothes. The moments of joy are always fleeting. It is time for us to return home. The three Pokémon exchanged glances, somewhat reluctant, yet they slowly gathered around him. He captured them in Pokeballs and, upon opening the door, was taken aback. At the door, Otsuka was riding his Donka, engrossed in a peculiar game. When he saw Baimu emerge, he immediately paused. Are you done already? Have you been waiting at the door this whole time? Baimu regarded him with a strange expression. You didn't play? Otsuka shook his game console. I bought this thing and came back. But there are too many tempting distractions. I feared that once I started, I wouldn't be able to stop. In a scenario where nearly all trainers belonged to the Moonlight faction, Otsuka's family surprisingly had at least 2 million in savings, which was indeed impressive, suggesting they had resisted many temptations. Do you want to play? No. Baimu declined the gentleman's kind offer, feeling somewhat embarrassed to see him waiting at the door for over an hour. However, certain personal matters must remain private. Having an extraneous person around would not be conducive to bonding with his Pokémon. The two set off on their journey home. As they reached noon, Baimu invited Otsuka to the restaurant they had visited last time for a meal, during which they casually discussed the matter of borrowing money. Interest is a given. It's not right to take advantage of someone, even if it's a brother. Accounts must be clear. As for how much interest do you expect? Honestly, I don't want it. But since I've lent 880,000, let us make it a neat 900,000. What about the loan term? 10 years. 10 years. 20 years is also acceptable. Otsuka, thinking Baimu was displeased, quickly waved his hands. 25 years, 30 years, just 1 year. He tapped the table. Just 1 year. I'll return you the full 900,000, including interest. Otsuka opened his mouth, but quickly shut it again, not responding. Baimu raised an eyebrow. You don't believe me? Paying back 900,000 in 1 year. Otsuka, unable to meet his gaze, fumbled with his words. The money was not solely his savings. It included the accumulated wealth of his entire family, even extending to his grandfather's generation. To think he could repay it all within a year. Rest assured, 1 year is 1 year, Baimu said with an authoritative tone. In a couple of days, once I learn to write a promissory note, I'll prepare one for you. Huh? Otsuka nodded, hesitating before tentatively asking. Can you truly earn that much in a year? You'll find out in due time. He said no more, possessing a simulator. Not earning 1 million in a year would be disastrous. Not as if it were about 1 or 2 billion. Unexpectedly, upon hearing that, Otsuka's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Can you take me along? I'm not talking about doing business. All right, if the opportunity arises, I will take you with me, Baimu casually remarked. He still did not fully trust Otsuka, but having more tools at one's disposal is always beneficial, as long as adequate compensation is provided. Chapter 26. The competition approaches. Time is running short for Haruki. Consequently, in the ensuing days, he finds himself compelled to reduce the duration of his literacy classes and increase his combat time within the underground arena, in order to familiarize himself with the Pokémon he possesses. Given that the competition permits unrestricted battle formats, participants occasionally engage in 2-on-2 or 3-on-3 skirmishes. After all, the event will resemble a chaotic, unregulated battle in the wild, with the sole objective of defeating one's opponents. A little teamwork is essential, otherwise, an accidental misstep could embarrassingly hinder a teammate. Fortunately, Chansey merely requires additional practice to enhance its healing abilities and bolster its confidence, thus not imposing further burdens on him. Identifying one's role is undeniably crucial. Without a doubt, the oversized Swablu has attracted considerable attention, with many gazes tinged with envy, especially since the Pokémon had been bestowed upon him in a public setting. What merit did it have to garner such favor merely for climbing up from below? After all, Master Lyoga is just like us, a successor. We are all in this together. Were it not for the concerning declaration made the previous day, were it not for the close association with Otsuka and others, and were it not for Lyoga's unabashed attentiveness, this group of envious individuals would have likely banded together to ostracize Haruki by now. Jealousy of the talented is an inevitable phenomenon. These individuals are truly fickle. Haruki sighed in resignation. Despite the changing tides of society, the awkwardness of adolescence remains unchanged. These individuals suppress their hostility due to Lyoga's admiration, only to have it resurface due to Lyoga's excessive praise. Of course, for him, this merely serves as light-hearted banter amidst battles. He is far more concerned about the long-distance move, Rock Wrecker, that Kagetora has painstakingly learned. Initially, he aimed for Rock Slide, daily requesting Otsuka's Geodude to hurl large boulders for Kagetora to throw, push, and collide with, only for the move to unexpectedly evolve into Rock Wrecker. His own abilities are similarly fluid, Mastering any desired technique is a hallmark of a skill master. Otsuka attempted to comfort Haruki, who retorted, a skill master? Yes. Some individuals possess unique training techniques that enable Pokémon to learn predetermined moves. Otsuka gazed on with admiration, recognizing that such individuals hold a prestigious status wherever they may reside. Ah, I see, Haruki mused, suddenly tempted to impersonate this so-called skill master, leveraging skills rewarded by the simulator. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, realizing that the skills produced by the simulator are unpredictable and take a considerable duration to regenerate. It would be a disservice to others to hoard the opportunity to learn moves, unless he were particularly strapped for cash or the randomly generated moves were utterly impractical. It's just as well. Haruki gently stroked Kakatora's head, while Rock Wrecker may be slightly less potent than Rock Slide. Its ability to overwhelm opponents with sheer quantity serves to impede their movement, effectively reducing their speed. It is a quintessential utility move. Kakatora responded with a cheerful smile. I have granted you ample time, yet he remains unscathed? I sincerely apologize. The adversary is exceedingly astute, rarely lingering in the underground realms, opting instead to dine and rest above ground. As for you, I do not wish to hear such trivialities. Disclose your intended course of action. I have successfully contacted a pawn from the Hound Squad, inciting emotions on the opposing side, and once the competition commences, there will be individuals poised to thwart him. Humph. I hope so. Should the competition conclude without me witnessing his downfall, you shall pay with your own legs. My deepest apologies. Depart. Indeed. In the shadows, a figure nodded incessantly, as if bowing in deference to someone, only to mutter curses once the sound of a horn echoed. Foolish bald one. How could you possibly comprehend my struggles? Urge, urge, urge. Relentlessly press. They speak of undermining the forces under Sejiro to prevent the expansion of Fong's team. In essence, it is merely a matter of preserving their own dignity, isn't it? Failing at petty schemes, only to have their blunders broadcast everywhere. And now they resort to conspiracies. What does it have to do with him? Whoever is foolish shall reap the consequences. They dare not kill, merely breaking legs. How ludicrous. How utterly laughable. Were it not for the constraints of the ship, he would have no desire to associate with such small-minded individuals. Being an undercover agent is truly lamentable. Sarawatari, have you been in the restroom for so long? Should you not seek medical attention? It could indeed be an ailment. Coming. Sarawatari, startled, feigned adjusting his trousers as he emerged from the dim alley, meeting the curious gazes of Shiraki and Otsuka. He chuckled awkwardly. I apologize. Drink more water. Sometimes hydration can resolve numerous issues. Shiraki, with a heartfelt pat on Sarawatari's shoulder, reassured him. I shall, he replied with a grin. To vanquish an enemy, one must first comprehend them. Sarawatari, well-versed in the art of betrayal, seized the opportunity to engage with Shiraki early on, capitalizing on the latter's isolation from those around him. He swiftly cultivated a bond. By now, Shiraki likely trusts him implicitly. Sarawatari occasionally fantasizes about the splendid expression Shiraki would exhibit upon experiencing betrayal. Would it be disbelief? Heartache? Or perhaps despair? He could not suppress his laughter, entirely oblivious to the peculiar glances exchanged between Shiraki and Otsuka. What is wrong with this child? I am uncertain. You know his old habits. The two exchanged knowing looks but paid little heed, as he often appeared lost in thought, wearing an unusual demeanor. They returned to the arena to continue their battle until both trainer and Pokémon were utterly exhausted. Ever since acquiring the Chansey, Shiraki's Cacnea has shown remarkable endurance, no longer collapsing after just a few bouts. He had inquired whether the daily skirmishes were burdensome for Cacnea and if a reduction in intensity was warranted. The latter, however, vigorously shook its head, indicating that it felt no strain, ready for more. Baimu found it challenging to ascertain whether this response was sincere. Kokodora, having once been abandoned, likely harbored the notion that without a fight, it could not remain by his side. Consequently, he often engaged in heartfelt conversations with Kokodora, hoping to alleviate this psychological burden. It would be splendid if it truly found joy in the endeavor. However, Baimu believed that the smiles it exhibited after their victories were undoubtedly genuine. Kokodora's efforts had propelled it to level 33, progressing rapidly from level 28 through 3-level rewards and self-battles. Meanwhile, Chansey had honed its healing skills over several days, significantly improving its previously tense demeanor. Yet, it often required gentle nudges, akin to encouragement. While this sufficed in the short term, it would not sustain over time. The disparity between proactivity and passivity was immense. It should cultivate independence and muster its own courage. Indeed, training Pokémon was a profound art. He caressed the 2 Pokéballs in his hand, feeling the palpable tension in the atmosphere as the competition approached. The young girls and boys in the arena were clearly anxious, their restlessness infecting their Pokémon, resulting in an impatient and hurried atmosphere. I, too, felt a twinge of nervousness. Baimu took a deep breath to compose himself. A trainer's state of mind greatly influences their Pokémon. To ensure Kokodora and the others possessed ample fighting spirit, he needed to remain calm. Life or death hinged on this encounter. Chapter 27. Live stream donations anticipation mounted as the fateful competition that would determine Baimu's future gradually unfolded. Despite Ayana, who appeared to be the team leader, having encouraged them to sleep early the previous night, few managed to find restful slumber. Among the 15 gathered, 13 were dozing off. Of the remaining 2, one stood asleep while the other, Baimu, diligently checked his gear, brimming with vitality. "How are you so energetic?" Dazuka inquired, astonished. He wore a headband adorned with whimsical designs, perhaps symbolizing a certain determination. It was merely a clever application of a Pokémon's move. Baimu cast a sidelong glance at him and continued to prepare his attire. Chansey's lullaby was akin to a masterful remedy for insomnia. Just a few notes could whisk one into dreamland, granting a night of sweet dreams. Huh. Dazuka appeared confused, but before he could ask further, Ayana clapped her hands. "All right, everyone, perk up." Her voice, though not particularly loud, was sufficient to rouse the slumbering crowd, even awakening the one standing. Ayana addressed everyone. "A vehicle will soon arrive to take you. Remember, this competition allows for no losses. There is no room for negotiation. Is that understood?" "Understood," came the synchronized response. Having delivered her instructions, she fell silent until a hovering bus arrived, gently honking twice. As gazed ahead, he was taken aback to discover that the driver was a robust woman whose muscular arms seemed capable of galloping like a horse. Were it not for the pronounced rise and fall of her chest, her cropped hair and rather rugged facial features would make it difficult to discern her gender. "Hee hee. Are you little rascals ready to embark on a journey to hell?" She cackled gleefully, kicked open the car door and approached, saying, "I'm counting on you this time. Fear not. My driving skills are impervious to even 10 Pokémon ambushes." The female driver boasted, honking the horn. "What are you all dawdling for?" Stepped forward and followed suit, with the others eagerly mimicking their actions. The space inside the bus was not particularly spacious, yet it was more than sufficient for the 15 of them. Once the last person boarded, the driver, without waiting to see if they found their seats, promptly set the vehicle in motion. The interior jolted violently. "Now it's steady," murmured, managing to stabilize himself. "We're headed to the Sand Group for a competition, and this driver will ensure our safe arrival at the venue." Perplexed, responded with a look of confusion. Sensing his bewilderment, hastily elaborated, "You may not be aware, but there have been instances in the past where competing factions were ambushed en route, resulting in calamity. Consequently, every time such competitions are organized, there are often factions lurking in ambush. A few years back, our leader established a verbal agreement for a peace alliance, which has eased the situation somewhat. However, the scoundrels of the are likely to launch a surprise attack. Is that true? To be branded as scoundrels by you, what manner of wretches must they be?" Feigned shock, resembling a goose with its throat constricted, found his fervor for conversation dissipated, his expression turning to one of frustration and embarrassment as he turned away in silence. Maintained his composure, even displaying a hint of amusement at dismay. He had transitioned from believing that bullying the weak was justifiable to feeling a sense of shame and discomfort towards the associated mockery, subconsciously recognizing such reactions as rather base. He deemed it a significant improvement, albeit a minor one. He was not the first to be bullied by, yet he aspired to be the last. It was imperative to have both strength and compassion for those who are oppressed, while not allowing the oppressors to go unchecked, thus preventing the emergence of more victims. Both physical eradication and psychological transformation were viable options, was tentatively experimenting with the latter, banking on the fact that his substantial debt would deter the latter from turning hostile. Indeed, the indebted are the true masters here. On another note, he had heard much regarding the reputation of the. As a second-tier faction in, they had long-standing animosities with the, having clashed countless times with their Pokémon. Presently, had seized a mind from them. In terms of public opinion, both factions were unyielding, denounced the members of as inhumane scum, even exploiting child labor by forcing 10-year-olds down the mines. Conversely, accused of being mere lapdogs of wealth, suggesting that with sufficient monetary incentive, they would behave like canine Pokémon, begging for favors and even betraying their companions without a shred of integrity. The authenticity of the situation is a matter for debate. Harsh words can be cast without hesitation. Amidst a low hum, the hovering bus swiftly entered an underground tunnel, only to soon emerge above ground. revealing through the grimy glass an expanse of desolate wasteland. Shades of gray, brown, and deep red dominated this barren landscape, where jagged stones, gravel, and colossal boulders jostled for space. Even the drought-resistant flora exuded an air of desolation, struggling to survive in this harsh terrain. At the horizon, stark cliffs loomed, and the relentless sun overhead made even a fleeting glance feel suffocating, prompting an instinctive need to hydrate. Surely, such a landscape would lend itself to ambushes hidden within the sands. I cast a cautious glance around, gripping his Pokeball with a sense of preparedness. At that moment, Ayana, seated at the front, rose to address the group. I have a few words to share, so perk up your ears. This competition will be broadcast live, meaning every action, even a trip to the restroom, will be under scrutiny. However, I do not wish for you to temper your behavior. On the contrary, whether it involves taunting your opponents, aiding them, or directly attacking, as long as it captivates the audience, you are free to experiment. Should you win their favor, you will receive monetary rewards, with the organization retaining a modest 70%. Live rewards? The top donor is a big shot. Otsuka, get the family involved. In the midst of this contest, where competitors sought to outsmart one another, the prospect of adding dramatic flair while earning money was an unexpected twist for Bai. Could he truly earn rewards through clever antics? No, he resolved to focus on navigating through to the end safely. His abilities were not yet formidable enough to contemplate winning over the top donor. Bai, did you hear that? They only take 70%. Otsuka suddenly exclaimed, gripping his arm with fervor. We used to get 90%. This is a golden opportunity to make money. You might even be able to repay me soon. Do you even know what the audience likes to see? Bai doused his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Moreover, you should be prioritizing how to proceed once the competition begins. Speaking of which, what is your plan? Plan? Otsuka paused, bewildered. What plan? We just charge in, 100 meters apart, and if we encounter someone, we'll figure out how to engage them in a wheel battle. What more do we need? 100 meters? Bai raised an eyebrow. Yes, Otsuka shrugged. Group activity is prohibited, so we maintain a distance of 100 meters. Just because we happen to head in the same direction doesn't mean we're teaming up. Are you certain that behavior will be allowed? I consulted previous competitors. They all did the same. He beamed at Bai, a look of triumph on his face. As Bai was about to inquire further, Ayana's gaze suddenly fell upon them. Oh, I nearly forgot. Otsuka just reminded me. The rules for this competition have been updated. There will be dedicated Pokémon monitoring to prevent teams from merging during the early stages of the competition. They will guide your actions. And if you choose not to follow their instructions and suffer an attack, I will not intervene. Otsuka's smile suddenly froze on his face, and the others began to murmur restlessly. The audience indeed possessed a discerning taste, refusing to allow even a wheel battle. Hayashi comfortingly patted his shoulder. But the bad news did not end there. Ayana added another piece of information regarding the entry protocol. The usual sequential departure system had been abolished, and a designated individual would randomly deploy them to a location within the arena, entirely dependent on the opponent's whims. It was entirely possible that upon landing, they might find themselves surrounded by 3 or 4 enemies. The members of the Sandstorm team turned pale at this revelation, unable to contain themselves. Some inquired if there were any other new updates, but Ayana paused thoughtfully before dismissively waving her hand, indicating she would share more when she recalled it. Was she truly wishing for their victory? Such critical information revealed at this juncture, rather than all at once, seemed exceedingly unreliable. Not only the others, but even Hayashi couldn't help but sigh in response. Having lived under the constraints of law in a past life, he found it challenging to integrate into this upper-middle-class society, which had unhesitatingly shed its veneer of propriety to embrace a world governed by raw power. Truly, this was the notorious Huangtai town, a city where crises and opportunities coexisted. As described by some merchants, through the window, the desolate canyon serving as the arena gradually came into view. Chapter 28. The enemy approaches, however. Even until the bus arrived at the entrance of the arena, Ayana remained silent. It was unclear whether she had run out of things to say or simply could not remember. This peculiar behavior only heightened the tension among the contestants, leaving them increasingly anxious, and upon disembarking, they faced merciless taunts. Little ones, I hope you still have 15 of you when you next board this bus. The female driver chuckled, offering what was meant to be encouragement, but only deepened their unease as she watched everyone exit. They had arrived rather late. The area near the entrance was already teeming with a myriad of individuals, driving convertibles or motorcycles, and setting up canopies of various colors and open tents to shield themselves from the sun's direct rays. The designs adorning the canopies indicated that not only the Hound team and the Sandstorm team had established a presence here, This grand event had attracted others as well. Strange. Pale green drones hovered in the sky, their cameras aimed at the ground, with infrared lights blinking incessantly. At the closest point to the entrance stood an extravagantly large screen, broadcasting live footage from various locations within the camp. Ah, Rotom, how novel. Hayashi squinted upwards. Recognizing the flying drones as the special Rotom featured in the latest Pokémon animation prior to his journey, he wondered if this still qualified as cutting-edge technology. Had the audience arrived? Or were they still in the pre-competition introduction phase? He followed the throng towards their designated area, where countless tents in earthy tones, adorned with simplistic designs of sandstorms, belonged to the Sandstorm team. The emblem of the Evil Dog Squad is a large head of a wolfhound, and the primary colors of their tent are shades of gray and black. It is strategically located along their essential route. Who orchestrated this? A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over Baimu, and this unsettling feeling soon materialized. Under the shade of the Evil Dog Squad's awning, several individuals clad in gray and black uniforms began to point and whisper at them before hastily retreating into the tent behind, from which a throng of people soon emerged. Look, is that Ayana? The first among them, a short, stocky man with a dark complexion, wore a mischievous grin. The little ones have come out to see the famed flower of the Quicksand Squad. Hee hee. Behind him, a group of Evil Dog Squad members, roughly the same age as Baimu and his companions, erupted into boisterous laughter. Is it only these 15? Baimu observed the crowd silently. From which burrow have you crawled out? Ayana queried with a hint of confusion, disregarding the dark man's suddenly sullen expression, and said coolly, since when did the Evil Dog Squad include your kind? Truly, this generation is a disappointment. Ha ha ha. Once I take your legs apart, you'll understand what kind of creature I am. The dark man, brimming with hostility, brandished a Pokeball. You wish to fight me? Then let us get on with it. Stop the idle chatter. Ayana prepared to make her move as well. The two leading officers sprang into action, and naturally, their subordinates could not remain idle, regardless of whether they were competing or not. Some retrieved their Pokeballs while others exchanged threats. I want all of you, Otsuka shouted, his expression suddenly grotesque, as he raged and readied for a brawl. The tumultuous sounds attracted a crowd, with more and more people emerging, their faces alight with excitement, eager for chaos. However, it was evident that the surveillance by Rotom would ensure that this fight would not transpire. Just as Ayana and the Dark Man were about to clash, a sharply dressed gentleman appeared unexpectedly. His arrival was a mystery. One moment he was absent, and the next, he had emerged, creating an eerie atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, any form of Pokémon battle is strictly prohibited within the camp. Might I ask you to refrain from causing us any trouble? The man spoke with a facade of cordiality, yet his tone was unmistakably blunt. Surprisingly, upon encountering this mediator, both Ayana and the Dark Man quelled their tempers, turning their heads as if nothing had transpired moments before. Please, follow me. The higher-ups wish to discuss matters with you. Also, I would appreciate it if you could keep these participants in check. Should any issues arise before the competition, your superiors will not take kindly to it. The mediator stated with a neutral tone before turning to leave. Imperturbable, Ayana acted as though she had not perceived the underlying tone of the mediator's words. Addressing the crowd, everyone, stay at the base and refrain from wandering about. It's fine to exchange words, but do not engage in fights. Understood? Yes. Baimu and the others replied in unison, their curiosity piqued by the mediator. Is he a representative of the organizers? Ayana, without a word of dispute, stood resolutely, backed either by the mayor of Huangtai Town or the proprietor of the Huangtai Arena. Meanwhile, the brooding man admonished the participants of the Evil Dog team to maintain their distance from Ayana before swaggering off to join the mediator. The leader departed, and the onlookers soon dispersed. Both teams observed one another, their previously calmed emotions once again churning within. The age-old adage that enemies grow more fervent upon meeting rang true, especially after the earlier confrontation. Who among the fiery youth could restrain themselves? Soon, the verbal altercation reignited. A gaggle of cowards hiding behind a woman spewed insults. How is it that the greyhound can speak human language? Looks can be deceiving. Let us hear it bark. The exchange escalated, voices rising in a cacophony, shifting from veiled barbs to outright hostility. In the fray, Baimu joined in the tirade, aligning himself with his fellow members of the Sandflow team against a common foe. However, the situation took a turn. An individual from the Evil Dog team stepped forward, his eyes glinting malevolently as they swept across the Sandflow team. Baimu noted the drastic change in expression among Dazuka and his companions upon this person's arrival. ISNT that him? ISNT he in his 20s? The Evil Dog team must be cheating. He clearly exceeds the age limit. Amidst the clamor, Baimu discerned that the focal point of the discourse indeed appeared far older than 18. One could easily believe he was in his late 20s or even 30s. His physique, visage, and demeanor betrayed no signs of youthful exuberance. With a derisive snicker, the evil dog team member revealed his gleaming, white teeth under the relentless sun, declaring, "What a waste of time. A bunch of inconsequential rabble. Just prepare for your demise." His gaze, akin to that of a famished predator, fixated hungrily on the throats of everyone present, instilling a sense of dread among the members of the Sandflow team. Yet after his remarks, the evil dog team member turned and retreated to the tent, leaving his comrades to exchange threats before following suit, evidently subservient to his whims. The Sandflow team, sensing the futility of lingering, silently redirected their path toward their base. Along the way, Baimu gleaned from Dazuka's hushed explanations the origins of the earlier figure. Within the traditional power struggles of Huangtai Town, despite frequent escalation to genuine conflict, an unwritten rule prevailed: soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, to prevent the strong from overpowering the weak. That individual, named Jian, was a notable rising star within the evil dog team, holding a rank comparable to a formal member of the Sandflow team, yet possessing the authority to command Pokémon at the level of a squad leader. In other words, this competition, originally meant for official team members, now included a trainer of squad leader caliber. No wonder the atmosphere was so fraught with concern. Do not be deceived by the seemingly trivial 10-level disparity. The inherent strengths of the elven species are consistently formidable, leading to a pronounced contrast in capabilities. Much like in the realm of gaming, where one can easily be overwhelmed. Unless, of course, one possesses an advantageous elemental affinity. Perceiving the somber atmosphere within the residence, Professor Shiraki fell into contemplative silence. Ozawa, mistaking his demeanor for concern, managed a forced smile, reassured him, "It's fine. If we cannot defeat them, we can certainly outpace them. If worst comes to worst, we shall flee. Fleeing is not an option, you know." "The Houndoom team's Pokémon excel at tracking," Yuwata interjected quietly. Shiraki turned his head, casting a thoughtful glance at him, causing Yuwata's expression to stiffen. "What's wrong?" he stammered. "Nothing," Shiraki replied, shaking his head. Chapter 29. The Charity Gala. Silicon City. Within a grand and opulent hall, elegantly attired gentlemen and ladies mingled, delicately sipping beverages while engaging in soft laughter and conversation. Pokémon adorned with jewels paraded proudly, showcasing their most exquisite features. Enormous screens hung throughout the hall, displaying various scenes from the desolate expanses, where crowds of people surged. A man, resembling a host, stood at the center, microphone in hand, and cheerfully proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, the competition is about to commence. Please welcome our illustrious mayor of Silicon City, Mr. Ekin." The gentlemen and ladies applauded enthusiastically. On the second floor, a diminutive elderly gentleman with a head of silver hair, leaning on a short cane and sporting a broad smile, descended to the first floor, accompanied by a puzzled-looking Pokémon. The host jogged over, handing the microphone to Ekin, who warmly smiled and addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, once again we gather for the annual charity Pokémon Battle Tournament. I trust you are all eagerly anticipating the event. As both mayor and chair of the tournament, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our charitable pioneers." The applause grew fervent. Ekin continued, "As we are all aware, the environment in the Iron Island is exceedingly harsh, with countless children enduring lives fraught with peril and uncertainty. I am confident that the funds we raise this year will significantly improve their circumstances." Well said. Mayor Ekin is truly compassionate. Such empathy. He is nothing short of a modern-day saint. The gentlemen expressed their admiration vocally, while the ladies dabbed at the corners of their eyes with handkerchiefs. Ekin's smile widened as he raised his right hand slightly to quell the applause, expressing gratitude for their flattering remarks. "I have merely performed a small, humble service. Allow me to lead by example and, in a personal capacity, contribute 100 million to the charity tournament." A wave of applause erupted. "What a generous gesture from Mayor Ekin. I shall also contribute 70 million. Excellent. I shall donate 30 million. I shall give 40 million. Members of high society vied to offer their financial support. Each donation met with Ekin's appreciative gaze. Many were flushed with excitement, akin to being in the presence of an idol. In the corner, the man holding a glass of red wine appeared indifferent, as if he were merely observing some sort of performance. This so-called charity gala was undoubtedly a means for the mayor of Silicon City, in collusion with certain factions from Huangtai Town, to amass wealth. The entrepreneurs and magnates present, compelled to flatter their benefactors, had no choice but to partake, willingly or otherwise. In this sordid spectacle of Pokémon battles, dedicating a day to witness the grotesque event. Charity? Such a notion could not possibly justify allowing 30 children to engage in ruthless combat with the sole aim of monetary gain, while disallowing any option to surrender or withdraw. Safety measures? None were in place. Regulations against targeting vital areas? Absent. Every rule was designed to render this contest more visceral, carelessly casting both humans and Pokémon into a cage dubbed the arena with a so-called designated tipping system. The man's right fist clenched until the knuckles turned white. Yet he felt powerless to alter this grim reality, forced to swim in the same murky waters. He too was a beneficiary, constrained by his family and business ties, only able to feign resistance in his heart, silently yearning to eradicate injustice and fantasizing about his lofty aspirations to transform the Olay region. Many entrepreneurs, having been exploited, held the right to scorn this entire charade. He did not. Olay, a remote corner of the Pokémon world, far removed from other regions. When shall we witness your true azure skies? Gulp. The man downed the wine in one go, swiftly merging into the crowd, extending his finger and proclaiming, "I pledge 50 million. Applause erupted as the amount had been preordained. The payment would be returned after the event, along with his share of the charitable funds. The money of the affluent was returned in full, while the common folks' contributions were divided disproportionately. Amidst the clapping, the troubled man gazed up at the screen, quickly pinpointing a somewhat familiar figure. "Ah, so you are here too? After a week away. Having enjoyed the privileges of full membership, do you still possess the sincerity you once had?" The man withdrew from this revelry, belonging to the sheep and the farmer, and found a random seat in the viewing area, awaiting the commencement of the match. Desolation. As the competition entered its countdown phase, both participating teams were escorted to the entrance, first subjected to searches of their persons and backpacks, with all means of external communication strictly prohibited. Following the rules, they donned wristbands and, under the organizer's direction, took turns introducing themselves amidst the pre-match banter and intimidation. Baimu, not wishing to be overly ostentatious, spoke briefly before stepping aside, while others seemed eager to win the audience's favor, striving to showcase themselves as much as possible. As he concluded, Otsuka lamented that his remarks were too scant. If not remembered by the audience, one would find it difficult to receive tips. As the microphone was handed to the formidable member of the Evil Dogs team, Jien, he cast a mocking glance at the members of the Quicksand team and uttered words that left them utterly astounded and the audience in a frenzy of excitement. "Among you, there is one who possesses quite the audacity to approach me with a request to sever the leg of one of your own." "Huh, sever a leg? Ha! What an absurd notion." Jien erupted into a maniacal laugh, assuring them with a chilling calmness, "Rest assured, I will capture each of the 15 of you one by one, breaking your limbs and crushing your arms. When you are weeping and crying for your mothers, I shall tear your throats asunder." His grotesquely twisted visage and unmasked intent to kill incited a chorus of cheers from those who reveled in the chaos. The members of the Quicksand team, however, wore grim expressions. Provoked to this extent, how many could swallow their pride? Even if they were wary, their faces could not betray their feelings. What a clumsy attempt at sowing discord. "Do not believe him," someone shouted. "Indeed, how can he take on all 15 of us by himself? He is merely all talk. Is that all the Evil Dogs have? Just barking incessantly?" The taunts quickly elicited responses from the Evil Dogs team. "What did you say? Speak that again if you dare. You're all bark and no bite." As the exchange of insults threatened to devolve into meaningless bickering, the organizers hastily intervened, prompting both sides to commence a battle of glances. In the crowd, Baimu observed Jien intently, who, after a piercing stare of 6 seconds, finally shifted his gaze away with a sneer. Such directness. It seemed that the one whose leg was to be severed was indeed him. But who had issued such a request? Baimu curiously scanned the surroundings, absorbing the expressions of astonishment, suspicion, panic, and fury. Oh! It became clear to him as he stroked his chin, gaining a general understanding of the current situation. As the competition drew nearer, Otsuka began to feel anxious and could not help but say, "Baimu, let us not panic. You said it yourself, if we cannot win, we shall flee." He patted Otsuka on the shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. If he had the strength to spare, Baimu would not mind assisting this young lad. However, he felt utterly powerless. Jien from the Evil Dogs was clearly targeting him. Despite the promise of equal treatment, who could tell if he was merely boasting? It was entirely plausible that a smoke screen could be deployed, with Jien specifically coming to apprehend him. Ensuring his own safety had to come first. Baimu clutched a Pokeball, silently watching as the members of the Quicksand team donned blindfolds, assisted by a staff member, and filed into a container-like cabin. The blindfolds were to remain on until they reached their destination, only to be removed when the wristband signaled it was permissible. Any premature removal would be a violation of the rules. No one would be foolish enough to break the regulations at this juncture. Next door, the Evil Dogs team was also under the watchful eye of staff members. When it was Otsuka's turn to step forward, Baimu turned to glance at the adjacent area, unintentionally locking eyes with Jian. "Hey," Jian snarled, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. His expression remained unchanged as he watched the person in front of him walk into a different cabin with Otsuka. When the staff approached him, he suddenly turned and smiled at Sarawatari. "Good luck." "Huh. Well, good luck to you too," Sarawatari replied with a strained smile. Chapter 3. First to depart amidst the turbulence. Hakugi was jostled to an unfamiliar location. He pricked up his ears, carefully listening as his tense body gradually relaxed. A soft sound echoed, following their prior agreement. He removed his blindfold and opened the Pokeball. Bang! A white figure shot out, transforming into a cacnea the size of a border collie. "Goo, don't panic. We're safe for now." Hakugi surveyed his surroundings. Fortune favored him. The landing site was a long slope strewn with chaotic rocks, surrounded by bizarrely shaped towering cliffs. Devoid of any human presence, he retrieved a tan cloak from his backpack and draped it over himself to shield against the harsh sunlight. After glancing at Cacnea, which was already clad in its desert camouflage, he nodded in satisfaction, ensuring there would be no reflective glare. His expenditure had not been in vain. The most awkward aspect of Cacnea's movements in the desert was its metallic shell, which could easily reflect sunlight and attract the attention of enemies. Thus, to avoid this reflection, he had crafted several fabric coverings of a similar earthy hue. Though they might not last long, worn down in a battle or while digging a hole, they offered some measure of protection. Indeed, something was amiss. Hakugi rummaged through his backpack and discovered a tiny opening at the bottom, containing a grain-sized black device, a transmitter. Were they toying with fools? Or was there a communication breakdown between the operatives and their support? He tossed the transmitter to Cacnea, commanding it to chew it into fine powder. "We must relocate quickly. Our position may already be compromised." Goo. The wristbands distributed by the organizers possessed not only battle functionalities, but also a radar search feature, which displayed nearby enemies as red dots. This could be used once every half hour, lasting for 3 minutes. In other words, merely relying on evasion would not suffice. Furthermore, a buzzing sound, reminiscent of a mosquito's hum, grew closer. Hakugi raised his head and was suddenly greeted by a pale green aerial rotom hovering above him, approximately 3 meters off the ground. "It's filming us." Naturally, in a spectator event, one could hardly expect the absence of such coverage. However, having this device hovering above him significantly increased the risk of exposure, making ambushes less feasible. Hakugi and Cacnea positioned themselves 5 meters apart, raising their arms to activate the search function. Beep! A light screen emerged from the wristband, revealing an exceedingly simplistic map, with several red dots flashing intermittently as vertical bars rotated. The contestants are unable to see the location of their teammates. The only way to ascertain their approximate whereabouts is through the aerial insights provided by the Rotom's stoppage signals. To avoid entering a densely populated zone, Baimu glanced at the map, noting that each direction bore at least one red, ultimately choosing the most distant one. He aimed to distance himself from the throng and confront the farthest opponent. However, just as he was about to set off, a small red dot on the radar suddenly ceased its flickering and solidified. Was this an engagement? He paused, surprised that combat had commenced so swiftly, and promptly led Coco away. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away, on the opposite side of a towering rock face, a labyrinth of paths revealed various figures either fleeing or pursuing. "Do not take me for a fool," shouted the fleeing individual in fury. "Use the missile needle, Onyx." As the command echoed, a massive dark brown spiked sphere began to glow with a vibrant green aura, and several conical beams of light, each the thickness of an arm, shot forth towards the rear. The beams resembled fireworks, trailing a fearsome tail. The pursuer smirked, displaying no trace of trepidation. Continue the chase. With a feral howl, a gray-black figure as swift as lightning darted forth, effortlessly evading the green beams and disregarding the curled form of Onyx, charging directly at the trainer. Bang! A chilling scream erupted as the fleeing individual was forcefully pinned to the ground. The gray shadow revealed itself to be a massive wolfhound, standing over a meter tall, nearly 1.3 meters when including its head. Sensing the trainer's peril, the spiked sphere form of Onyx let out a howl and lunged toward the wolfhound, suddenly leaping into action. Ice beam. A flash of icy blue lightning struck with precision, hitting its target. The resulting explosion dispersed a white mist, revealing Onyx half embedded in the ground, its paws covered in a layer of pristine frost, rendered immobile. The member of the Sandstorm team, suppressed by the Wolfhound, gritted his teeth, striving to retrieve a Pokeball, but was thwarted as Jian stepped forward, pinning his wrist with a shoe. "You're truly cowardly, running at the sight of me. Where's the bravado you displayed outside?" He spat disdainfully, while the black and white honey badger beside him emitted a high-pitched cackle. Undoubtedly, Onyx had just been taken down by that Galarian Darmanitan. Jian surveyed the surroundings and nudged the man's face with his shoe. "Among you, where's Baimu? Have you seen him?" The Wolfhound lowered its head, its sharp teeth grazing perilously close to the Sandstorm member's neck. Fear filled the eyes of the Sandstorm member, and his anger dissipated in the face of survival instinct. "Surely, revealing this could save my life?" Jian smirked. "Negotiating, are we? No tears before the coffin." The great wolf dog hesitated not for a moment before lunging to bite. "To the east," the man cried out in a piercing voice, though he had no idea if that was the right direction. In a desperate bid for survival, he fabricated a response. "It's to the east." Ken raised his right hand, and the great wolf dog's gnashing ceased. He observed the man's face contorting in fear, his body trembling uncontrollably, which prompted a hearty laugh from Ken. "Coward, what kind of weaklings has your sand team cultivated?" He turned to the aerial rotom hovering above, his expression dripping with scorn. Subsequently, Ken confiscated all the Pokémon from the sand team member, stripped the man of his clothing, commanded the great wolf dog to incinerate them with its fiery fangs, and proceeded to shatter the man's ankles. Listening to the wails of agony, he cheerfully remarked, "Rest assured, I am quite amiable and have no desire to kill. However, whether you will fall to your demise before anyone comes to your rescue, well, that remains uncertain." The great wolf dog and the Galarian Darmanitan were recalled, and Ken unleashed a stately Corviknight adorned with a top hat, instructing it to hoist the man onto a distant, bamboo-shaped rock formation. The sand team member struggled and cried out, yet was powerless to resist as he was dragged by the Corviknight, swaying precariously at the peak of the mountain. With no other choice, the sand team member clasped the summit with both hands. This colossal rock towered several dozen meters high. Even if he survived the fall, he would be left gravely injured. "Go on, shout for help." "Ha ha," Ken bellowed with laughter below. One of the aerial rotoms circled the naked sand team member, capturing the scene, while another descended beside Ken. "You have received a total of 450,000 in tips." "Hee, thank you all," Ken replied with a slight bow to the camera. In truth, it was not only the elite who could offer tips. Anyone watching the match, regardless of their faction, was permitted to contribute. Thus, his audience also included those disgruntled with the sand team, onlookers reveling in the chaos, and individuals with twisted mindsets. He refrained from complete annihilation, not wishing to indulge in excessive bloodshed, knowing full well that many of the elite were women. Some things could be too provocative, risking their displeasure. The act of breaking bones was not overtly bloody, and stripping the man was merely an act of humiliation. He was indifferent to the veracity of the man's words, only seeking to illustrate the notion of one man betraying another. Perfection. As for how the sand team would perceive this, who cared? He had granted this man a chance at life. What more could he require? The man should be contemplating the cost to redeem his Pokémon. With the rewards from victory, tips, and the potential ransom for his opponent's Pokémon, Ken was on the precipice of a lucrative windfall. Excitedly, he licked the corner of his mouth and nonchalantly pulled a small device from his pocket, glancing at it before frowning. No signal? Never mind. The arena was not vast. He would encounter it eventually. Outside the battlefield, the residence of the sand team is enveloped in a low-pressure atmosphere, drawing the scornful gazes of many passers-by. Within the cacophonous confines of the competition control room, Anna disregarded the peculiar stares from those around her, as well as the triumphant expression of a dark-faced man not far away, her gaze fixated coldly on the screen. Chapter 31. A subtle maneuver. The competition arena is not particularly vast. However, it is intricately connected to a desolate canyon, rendering the terrain exponentially more complex. The shutdown of the radar has compelled Yamaki to rely solely on his compass to locate the enemy. His current position remains perilous, as a flickering red dot on the map, prior to its closure, indicated an approaching threat. If all goes as anticipated, that individual is indeed heading in his direction. A glimmer of hope arises. He wishes it is not so. A sudden warning interrupts his thoughts. Proceeding forward is prohibited. Please change direction. At that moment, a rotom drone descends, providing Yamaki with crucial intelligence. Remarkably, there is a teammate in this direction, and they must be relatively close. Otherwise, he would not have been restricted from advancing. Will the target red dot encounter his ally? He fervently hopes this teammate possesses the strength to cope, especially since the logistics of this match have been poorly managed. If he finds himself in dire straits, he must rely on the distress signal feature of his wristband to summon aid. If he does not call for help, none will come. Furthermore, the Rotom drone, upon witnessing a competitor's defeat, will simply depart, indifferent to the fate of the participants. Those outside the arena cannot intervene. And combined with the rule against surrendering, it is safe to say the organizers exhibit a cruelty akin to that of beasts. Yamaki exchanged a glance with the vigilant Kokodora, resolving to investigate the location where a confrontation had recently occurred. Should it be his teammate who emerged victorious, he could merely change direction upon being halted. If it were an opponent who had triumphed, he could capitalize on that individual's weakened state. Of course, he must remain wary of any other adversaries that might have been drawn to the scene. "Let us proceed," he called softly, taking a step forward in the direction etched in his memory. From an elevated perspective, the desolate canyon unfolds in a breathtakingly majestic panorama. Its rugged rock formations standing as ancient sentinels, eroded by relentless winds and sands, encircling the barren earth. Regrettably for Yamaki, he finds himself more enamored with the vibrant green that symbolizes life and vitality. Thus, every sight of this arid desolation inevitably evokes a longing for the resplendent landscapes of his former existence. "Do you favor sand? Or perhaps rocks or iron fragments?" Yamaki inquired. Casting a glance at Kokodora, his voice nearly drowned out by the drone's incessant buzzing. Yet, the latter clearly heard him, pausing in contemplation for a few seconds before scanning the surroundings, and then darting off as if having discovered something. Following Kokodora's movements, Yamaki soon identified the object of its attention, a patch of yellowish-brown grass, either withered or perpetually lifeless. Kokodora's eyes sparkled with excitement as it looked up at Yamaki, akin to a dog encountering its beloved toy. Were it not for the absence of a tail, it would undoubtedly be wagging with exuberance. "Do you like grass? Plants?" Baimu gazed in astonishment at the creature before him. As a Pokémon of rock and steel types, the fabled industrial beast had an aversion to delectable iron ore and instead favored inconsequential weeds. Interests and hobbies, perhaps? Observing Cacnea nodding fervently, he contemplated whether to cultivate a pot of grass or perhaps flowers for it. Pressing onward, he resolved to conserve his strength, certainly avoiding any arduous climbs, and would seek to circumvent dead ends when encountered. At last, as Baimu was about to round a corner, a gust of wind rushed past his ears, intertwined with faint cries for help. When he paused to listen intently, the cries grew louder, tinged with a note of desperation. So near, yet not a companion? He turned his gaze to the aerial Rotom, noting its lack of response, and cautiously extended his neck to observe. There, approximately 200 meters away, in a canyon path where a gentle breeze stirred the dust, atop a towering, bamboo-shaped rock, a boy, stripped bare, clung desperately to the summit, wailing inconsolably. Had he lost? Baimu furrowed his brow. This individual was undoubtedly one of his 14 teammates, though they were not well acquainted. It was tragic to see him in such a dire predicament, stripped of his clothing and likely suffering an injury to his leg. His ankle swollen to the size of a ball, he was trapped in that desolate place, unable to reach his wristband for assistance. More crucially, where were the vicious canine teammates who had done this to him? Casting another glance at the aerial Rotom, Baimu noted that although it had not ventured out, the whirring of its 4 small propellers was distinctly audible, even with the wind's noise possibly masking it. Concerned that he might have revealed his presence, he gestured toward the ground, prompting Cacnea to swiftly burrow underground in stealth. Then Baimu, with a smoke ball in his left hand and a Pokeball in his right, steadied his nerves and surveyed his surroundings. He would remain motionless while the enemy did. Only 10 minutes remained until the next radar activation, at which point there would be a definitive conclusion, regardless of whether the boy had noticed him. Of course, it was also possible that the adversary was waiting as well. As he pondered this, a new sound emerged from the direction of his teammates, resembling the scraping and thudding of hooves on the ground. Baimu leaned forward again and beheld, beneath the bamboo-shaped rock, an enemy Pokémon trainer seated upon the back of a Manectric. The swirling dust raised by its arrival indicated it had just arrived moments ago, while another aerial Rotom hovered behind, buzzing around like a fly. The opponent circled the towering rock twice, glancing around, inciting Baimu to retract his head, and his heart raced in trepidation. Yet, unexpectedly, the adversary did not spot him, nor did he hear the whirring of his aerial Rotom's propellers. Instead, he dismounted and commanded, "Manectric, find a way to bring him down." What did this mean? Was his teammate not the one who had dispatched him? Or had he given up, finding no fish to catch? Regardless of the circumstances, the appearance of this individual signified the absence of any lurking members of the nefarious canine squad nearby. leading to a prolonged battle of wits against thin air. Beimu crouched down and lightly tapped the ground. Upon seeing Coconola peering out from a burrow, he discreetly handed it a smoke ball and whispered, "Dig a bit deeper and stealthily approach, keeping a safe distance to avoid detection. When I call for battle, bite off the ring atop this item and launch it towards that individual. Once you're in position, raise the earth slightly." Coconola nodded in understanding, retreating to commence its task. May fortune smile upon them. Beimu set his backpack down to lighten his load and quietly observed the distance, noting the wind speed dog glancing around, seemingly searching for footing and contemplating how to bring down its unclad adversary. Was there no Pokémon capable of flight? This was undoubtedly fortuitous for him. After all, smoke balls could be rendered ineffective by a mere flap of a bird Pokémon's wings. Their primary function was to bewilder the opponent, causing panic while temporarily disrupting the wind speed dog's sense of smell. 200 meters away, were it not for the presence of the aerial rotom, Beimu would have endeavored to close this distance. After all, although the humans in the Pokémon world possess remarkable physiques, capable of transforming into sprinters with a mere bit of training, 200 meters remained a daunting span. He needed to devise a strategy to seize the right moment. Just as he was observing, a sudden burst of earth erupted at the feet of the canine squad member. "Goodness, how close it is!" he exclaimed, nearly losing control of his Pokeball. Fortunately, the adversary was more focused on the sand team member atop the boulder, thus failing to notice Coconola. At that moment, the wind intensified, swirling sand and stones obscuring vision. An opportunity arose. Chapter 32. True Allies Amidst the Howling Winds. The wind speed dog seemed to have discovered a means to bring down its target. It retreated a few steps, then accelerated rapidly, leaping and bouncing between the rocks, swiftly ascending several meters high. Charge! Beimu hesitated no longer, summoning all his strength to run. The wind muffled his footsteps, and the enemy initially remained oblivious, fixated on the beleaguered sand team member atop the boulder. As the wind speed dog noticed that the sand team member was unexpectedly gazing behind him, and the wind noise subsided, a sudden cacophony of footsteps echoed from behind. Turning abruptly, Beimu found himself within 50 meters of his foe. "Battle!" he shouted, and with a resounding cry, the light of a Pokeball activated beside him, prompting the canine squad member's wristband to illuminate in response. At that moment, the wind speed dog, having leaped to the summit, had not yet had the chance to attack the sand team member. Out of the corner of its eye, it detected the approaching threat and chose to descend without hesitation. Unbeknownst to it, at that very instant, the canine squad member had just pulled out a second Pokeball. Before he could activate it, the ground beneath him surged forward, causing him to lose his balance. A dense purple mist erupted from an unknown source, obscuring his view of the speed dog, while the acrid vapors made him cough incessantly. A howl echoed through the air. The anxious speed dog landed, only to hear a scream from its trainer. As it prepared to spring towards the source of the sound, a cacophony of flapping wings drew near. In the next moment, visible sound waves pierced through the purple haze, the terrifying and persistent drone causing it to grimace in agony, as if it were pinned beneath a tremendous weight. By the time the speed dog regained its composure, its trainer was already pressed to the ground by Beimu, a glinting dagger held firmly against his throat. "You would do well to release that Pokeball and the knife, or the extent of your suffering may be beyond measure." Beimu applied a bit more pressure, eliciting a sharp pain that forced the gritting man to relinquish both the Pokeball and the dagger from his grasp. With a low growl, the speed dog crouched, seemingly yearning to pounce. Beimu glanced at the colossal canine, proposing a wager. "Let us see who strikes faster, you or I with my blade. Alternatively, you may continue your futile howling, but do not blame me for the consequences. Shall we?" The speed dog, witnessing the blood oozing from its trainer's neck, instinctively withdrew its threatening posture. The Houndoom team member bit his lip, yearning for his Pokémon to fight to the bitter end. Yet the pain in his neck and the encroaching dread of death left him gasping for breath, unable to respond. "Beimu, save me. Quickly, pull me down." The Sandslash team member on the rock saw Beimu as a beacon of hope, shouting in agony and excitement. "I cannot hold on much longer. Ultrasonic larva, assist him," Beimu commanded, rummaging through the Houndoom team member's pockets. After a week of companionship, this creature had become quite obedient, albeit occasionally prone to acting on its own volition. Yet, upon hearing his command, it swiftly soared to the rocky outcrop to rescue the precarious teammate, gently setting him down on solid ground. Coincidentally, Beimu also discovered the speed dog's Pokeball and retrieved the fierce canine, stowing it away alongside 2 other Pokeballs in his pocket. The victor may seize the defeated's Pokémon, but after the contest, the defeated party retains the right to repurchase their Pokémon. He continued to search the Houndoom team member, disregarding the fierce glare cast upon him, taking the backpack and a suspicious object while removing the wristband and binding the individual securely with a prepared rope, silencing him. At this point, the Houndoom team member posed no further threat, granting Bai Mu a much-needed respite. In the air, two aerial rotom exchanged glances, one soaring away while the other descended slowly. You have received a total of 550,000 in rewards. 550,000. Bai Mu paused momentarily, pondering who had bestowed such rewards. Could you reveal the identities? The aerial rotom remained silent, drifting back to a height of 3 meters above the ground. It seems that the viewing function is no longer available. He felt a twinge of regret and, out of courtesy, expressed his gratitude to those who had made donations, briefly calculating that 55% of the total amounted to over 27,000. Indeed, crises occasionally accompany opportunities. It is no wonder that the members of the Quicksand team, fully aware of the perilous nature of the competition, still harbored the greatest expectations. Kokodora, could you please retrieve the bag from that very spot? With a nod, Bakayama instructed Kokodora, then thanked the supersonic caterpillar before recalling it into its Pokeball. He removed his cloak and tossed it along with a capsule to his teammate. This is a special analgesic. Have you called for help? I have, replied the team member, slumped on the ground, his face ashen from the pain of a fractured ankle. Yet he instinctively shielded his vital areas with the cloak. After a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the capsule. Soon, the ache in his legs began to subside. Thank you. Not at all, Bakayama responded, shaking his head. Who did this to you? The injured man hesitated before retorting. Where did you come from just now? The north. Why do you ask? It seems you didn't encounter him. Yes, I am referring to Ken. That individual is exceptionally formidable, and I had no means of defending myself. So his Pokémon are still in pristine condition? Indeed, just like yours, the team member replied, a complex expression crossing his face. Realizing that effortlessly defeating someone, even by ambush, was a testament to one's combat prowess. What Pokémon did he use? Bakayama inquired, maintaining a neutral demeanor as he sought to collect information about Ken. However, upon further questioning, he discovered that this unfortunate fellow had little substantial intelligence to offer. Although he claimed to have been ambushed himself, the words began to falter under scrutiny. Bakayama, uninterested in exposing his inconsistencies, accepted the backpack from the returning Kokodora, stuffing its contents inside and retrieving a second cloak to drape over himself. Suddenly, he glanced towards the horizon and spotted a Pokémon resembling both a penguin and Santa Claus, with a white face and red body, approaching them. It was a rescue Pokémon, the messenger bird. The team member sighed in relief. Bakayama's expression turned peculiar. A rescue Pokémon? How will it transport you? In a bag. Despite its small size, it can easily carry me alone, albeit uncomfortably, the teammate chuckled wryly. With circumstances having reached such a dire state, little else mattered. Getting out as soon as possible is the priority. I must take my leave. I wish you luck. He turned away from the captured Houndoom, ignoring its furious gaze, and headed westward. The messenger bird's overt presence would surely attract many towards this direction, and Ken was likely to return to the scene of the incident. Fortunately, only one could come at a time. As for any information related to Ken, it should be possible to extract some from the captive's lips. The validity of such information would be left to one's own judgment. The members of the Shifting Sands team gazed at the retreating figure of Shiraki, their mouths agape with words unspoken, ultimately swallowing their thoughts. Reduced to such a state, they faced neither mockery nor extortion in their vulnerability. Instead, they were met with a remarkably ordinary treatment. This was, perhaps, for the best. There was no need for undue concern or excessive inquiries into their well-being, as such gestures would only serve to elicit discomfort. Sharing tattered garments and pain-relieving tablets, exchanging intelligence felt akin to the bonds of true comradeship. Previously, the Shifting Sands member had held the rumors surrounding Shiraki in disdain, yet now, he found himself a believer. Chapter 33. The Trap and the Gamble Outside the Hidden Cavern. Shiraki tilted his head to bid farewell to the messenger bird, which struggled to carry a large sack, barely taller than a human's waist. It was difficult to fathom how such a creature could manage such a weight. Would it not suffocate? Surely, it must be breathable. He turned his gaze back to the interior of the cave, where an underdog team member had donned the uniform of the Shifting Sands team, albeit fitting somewhat loosely. Fortunately, the underdog uniforms were not gender-specific. Shiraki disregarded the other's unattractive countenance as he donned the uniform. Although it felt snug in various places, it was not entirely intolerable. What purpose does this serve? The underdog member could not help but exclaim. You've carelessly exposed us. Do you truly think others are so dim-witted? Exposure is merely exposure. Shiraki replied with a smile. I merely need to catch that individual off guard. And of course, your cooperation is essential. He had discerned the other's gender during the frisking. Although it was regrettable, there was little to be done. After all, he had managed to capture someone unharmed. Albeit one who seemed somewhat cowardly, he could make do with what he had. Moreover, the primary reason for retaining this individual was their radar functionality. While he could not utilize the enemy's wristband, allowing the enemy to utilize it themselves posed no issue. He had just confirmed that the wristband's various functions remained activated and had not been deactivated. The individual, with a cold expression, retorted, "What if I refuse to cooperate? Then your Pokémon shall remain unrecoverable," Shiraki replied, his expression unwavering. "And how about I take 2 of your thumbs as well?" The individual fell silent. Shiraki continued, "You should feel fortunate. Were it not for your utility, your fate would mirror that of my teammate. An eye for an eye. By the way, did you intend to take him down? Was it merely because you found him disagreeable? I would never stoop to such actions." The underdog member averted their gaze in frustration. In such moments, claiming a sudden surge of benevolence would not be believed, so silence became the better choice. Shiraki chuckled softly. "It matters little whether you believe it or not. We shall collaborate, ensuring you emerge unscathed, and your Pokémon can be returned to you at a more reasonable price." "Really? You may choose to think me a liar. That is your prerogative. Now, the time draws near, let us prepare. There are 2 minutes left until the radar activation." He donned his cloak and retrieved a black mask from his bag, which he bestowed upon the vicious canine team member before silently exiting the cavern. The aerial rotom trailed behind the two, meticulously recording their actions and conversations, transmitting the footage to the outside world, where it flickered across various screens. Audiences, regardless of their location, engaged in hushed discussions, the focus inevitably centering on whether Bakuki, the female canine team member, could successfully deceive others. On this side of the arena, many deemed his actions overly clever, wholly believing that the possibility of being duped was non-existent. Others, however, speculated that he might unwittingly become ensnared in his own trap. In any case, few held a favorable view of Bakuki. Their reasoning was clear. The recent battle had relied on ambush rather than direct confrontation, showcasing a lack of true strength, and the subsequent handling of the situation left much to be desired. With a teammate in such dire straits, had he not at least disarmed his opponent? It was all rather dull, exceedingly so. Too inexperienced, they murmured, casting low opinions while fixating solely on Bakuki, neglecting the other screens. Meanwhile, within the banquet of Sheepy City, a slightly larger audience appreciated Bakuki, primarily composed of those indifferent to bloodshed and known for their decisive actions. Despite the somewhat crude nature of the ambush plan, the ability to secure victory over an opponent in such a brief span was commendable. Had it not been for Mayor Ekin yet to bestow the first generous reward, they might have felt compelled to show their appreciation in some manner. That moment seemed imminent. They cast curious glances toward Ekin, who was engaging in jovial conversation on the second floor, speculating on which fortunate individual would receive such favor. At the Luxia Team S base, the previously tense atmosphere had eased considerably. Aside from complaints regarding Bakuki's excessive mercy, there were no other dissenting opinions. As they awaited the return of the messenger bird carrying the injured, during casual chatter among the logistics personnel of the canine team, the topic of the 550,000 reward inevitably arose, sparking guesses as to its benefactors. Surely, it must be Big Sister Ayana. I believe so too. She was practically beaming when she went to report back. Enough of that. Look, someone is approaching. An excited voice interrupted the discussion, pointing toward the distant large screen. Although smaller projectors were available within the base, they preferred the larger display. As the rest of the group gazed toward it, they noticed a simplified map at the center of the screen, where a flashing red dot was drawing near to a blue dot. Concurrently, in a detailed follow-up shot, a vigilant canine team member advanced cautiously along a path that Bakuki had traversed earlier. In another frame, a female canine team member clad in Luxia team attire was positioned against a massive boulder, where Bakuki and the ultrasonic larva lay in wait, hidden from all but the most direct angles, exemplifying the strategic patience of a seasoned predator. The countdown for the radar's usage had commenced. Outside, the betting audience had opened a market, wagering on whether that individual would fall for the ruse. Amidst the clamor, even the battles unfolding elsewhere seemed to capture the attention of only a scant few. The director astutely minimized certain non-combat scenes while amplifying the visuals of ongoing or imminent confrontations. The logistical team of the Sandflow Squad also engaged in wagering, each clutching their betting slips, anxiously fixated on the screen. They scarcely noticed when the messenger bird returned with the injured, only turning back reluctantly when called. On the screen, At the moment the radar countdown concluded, both sides synchronously activated their devices. Light burst forth, revealing shimmering red dots not far from each combatant. So close. This is bad. One must strike first. Bang. Bang. The vicious canine squad member swiftly unleashed two Pokeballs, summoning a robust Great Dane and a Black Houndoom, whose twisted horns resembled those of a ram. The target was right ahead. He uttered a low growl and dashed forward with his barking beasts. As they navigated around the obstructing, rugged boulders, he suddenly stumbled upon a relatively open area nestled in the crevice of the cliffs. There, a figure clad in the Sand Flow Squad uniform, obscured in features, leaned against the rocks, their contorted posture suggesting agony. A hovering Rotom captured the scene from above, its lens directed towards the ground. Had they just triumphed over someone? Was that earlier messenger bird responsible for escorting our people away? A trap? An ambush of Pokémon? Humph. So be it. I shall turn the tables. A multitude of emotions surged through the vicious canine squad member's mind, exuberance inadvertently curling his lips into a smile. He abruptly raised his arm, signaling for a battle. Charge forth. A chorus of howls erupted, and the device emitted a soft chime, indicating that the battle request had been accepted, met with distant calls in response. However, why did the sound seem to emanate from behind the rocks? Had the individual discarded their device? The vicious canine squad member observed his two Pokémon leaping forward, instinctively slowing his steps as an indescribable sense of danger quickened his heartbeat. Back to your positions. Chapter 34, A Surge in Value. A sudden female voice drowned out his command. Boom. The ground not far to his left erupted, a silvery figure launching forth from the debris. As expected, an ambush. He hastily rolled to the right, activating another hidden Pokeball in his palm. Don't mind me. Just seize her. His shout urged the two canine Pokémon to continue their advance. Bang. A flash of white light transformed into a bronze mirror adorned with 6 copper beads, interposing itself before him and colliding with the incoming Kecleon. Thud. A deafening explosion ensued. The vicious canine squad member believed this would surely suffice to block the attack, only to be taken aback as the levitating bronze mirror was sent flying by Kecleon, crashing heavily against his chest. Uffed. Damn it. To think that even a Kecleon could not withstand it. A sweet taste surged in his throat, and he almost coughed up blood. He immediately turned to observe his other two Pokémon. As long as they could seize the enemy, there remained a chance for a comeback. How could this be? The member of the Evil Dog team widened his eyes in disbelief, watching the scene not far away, coughing and struggling in a flurry. There. The enemy was pinned down by a Houndoom, its foul-smelling maw clamped around the neck. The nearby Mytena was quickly scanning its surroundings, realizing that something was amiss with its trainer and wanting to provide assistance. However, they remained oblivious to the presence of a Soundwave larva perched atop the rocks behind the enemy, which had appeared unbeknownst to them. Dragon breath. Boom. Indigo flames erupted from its mouth, instantly sending the rushing Mytena flying. Huh. Houndoom looked up in astonishment, only to feel a sudden tug beneath its claws, glancing down. It found the enemy being yanked away. Turning its head, it was stunned to see that the one pulling was actually an ally. Was that attire not the uniform of the Evil Dog team? It felt somewhat disoriented, seeking direction from its trainer. Just as it turned to look towards its trainer's position, a tremor accompanied by a command manifested. Earth power. A colossal orange-red energy shook the ground, surging up from beneath its feet. Rumbling. The explosive energy akin to a volcanic eruption sent it flying. In midair, Houndoom emitted a pained whimper before crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling still. It was instantaneously eliminated, succumbing to a state of unconsciousness. Yet, this was not the end. The Evil Dog team member struggled to push Kecleon away. Upon seeing this, Kecleon delivered a decisive blow to his forehead, causing stars to flash before his eyes. Not far off, the knocked-back Bronzer adjusted its stance, preparing to counterattack, its eyes glowing blue as it activated its psychic powers. Meanwhile, the Mytena, having been struck by dragon breath, staggered to its feet, baring its sharp canine teeth in a fierce grimace. However, as it took a step forward, tiny electric currents surged across its body. Paralysis, a side effect of dragon breath. Baimu seized the opportunity, throwing a smoke ball towards the position of the Evil Dog team member. Puff! A thick cloud of purple smoke erupted, obscuring vision. The Bronzer, unable to see, flickered its blue light incessantly, compelled to redirect its focus to manipulate Baimu's body. Little did it know, the latter had already dashed into the smoke. The Bronzer hesitated, uncertain whether to pursue. As the Mytena, panting heavily, prepared to act, 3 beams of red light shot out from the smoke, sweeping across and ensnaring the startled creatures attempting to flee. Subsequently, the unconscious Houndoom was also drawn away by the red lights. Phew, it's over. Bai Mu emerged from the purple haze, one hand dragging the evil dog team member, while the other held onto the man's backpack. He addressed the female canine team member, who was rubbing her neck, saying, "You have truly endured a lot. I never anticipated that this fellow would be such a nuisance." The ambush nearly failed. The female canine team member remained silent, merely glancing at the bewildered and dazed male canine team member. "Huowu, you traitor of the canine team." Upon seeing her, he snapped back to reality and retorted fiercely, "You bastard. Just wait until I get out. I will ensure the master kills you. Get lost. I did not betray anyone. How dare you blame me for your incompetence in uncovering the trap?" Huowu shot back, "Worry about your own pitiful life first, you fool." At this, the male canine team member raised his right hand, intending to call for help, only to realize that his wristband had already been taken by Bai Mu. In other words, he had lost the right to determine his own fate. "Ah, young man, it is time to comprehend your situation." Bai Mu pressed one knee onto the back of the male canine team member, eliciting a muffled groan of pain, effectively curtailing his futile movements. "Do I need to break a leg for you to understand your predicament?" The man slightly lifted his head, his gaze drifting between Coco Dora and the Soundwave larva. Lapsing into silence, Bai Mu bound his hands and feet, searched him, and successfully collected a series of small items, including a blade, into his pouch. "You are rather dishonest. So there is no choice." He withdrew Coco Dora and the Soundwave larva, expressed his gratitude to them, and then produced a Pokeball to open. With a pop, a bewildered Jigglypuff looked around. He gently patted its fluffy head and said, "Please sing a lullaby to help this fellow sleep well." "Wait. No, wait." The male canine team member's expression changed drastically as he struggled desperately. Bai Mu swiftly found a piece of cloth to gag him and issued another command. Jigglypuff nodded slightly, raising its hands to sing. Under the soft pink sound waves, it was not long before the male canine team member fell asleep. He and Huowu lowered their hands that were covering their ears. Normally, one could shield themselves from the gentle pink sound waves by covering their ears. The Jigglypuff from the animated series was merely a creature born for show, akin to a bear that could traverse the heavens and earth, and thus could not be used as a standard. In principle, Pokémon cannot autonomously escape from their Pokeballs. As the dust settled, one of the two aerial rotoms flew away while the other descended slowly. "You have received a reward totaling 240,000. "How much?" Bai Mu gazed in astonishment at the aerial rotom and then at the equally astonished Huowu. 240,000? The aerial rotom remained silent. Rising back into the sky, Huowu nodded with a complex expression. Indeed, it was that figure. 240,000. Bai Mu fell into contemplation. This sum was quite substantial for him at present, yet he did not feel overwhelmed. Instead, he began to ponder whether this money would be too hot to handle. Should he express his gratitude? Who would bestow such a substantial sum? Could it be that someone lost a wager and rewarded the victor? After much contemplation, he inclined his body slightly towards the aerial rotom, expressing his gratitude for the generous donation, feeling both honored and apprehensive. Regardless of the identity of the benefactor, the mere act of parting with such wealth signifies his esteemed character. There is no need to exhibit any rebellious demeanor at this moment. At the banquet in Silica City, the respectful demeanor of Baki was vividly displayed on the screen, eliciting admiration and applause from the guests, while Ekin on the second floor wore a smile. Undoubtedly, it was the elder who initiated the donation of 1 million Poké to Baki, prompting other guests to follow suit, culminating in nearly 2 million, with the remainder contributed from other sources. The total did not increase further as individual donations were capped at 100,000, with only Ekin possessing the authority for greater amounts. Furthermore, it was imperative to prevent the rewards received by the contestants from becoming excessively extravagant, thus imposing certain limitations. Outside the arena, Ayana in the competition room was beaming with joy, seemingly unconcerned about the battle outcome on the other side, casting a glance at the grim-faced man, who had just lost 500,000. Although not an exorbitant amount, the loss of face was significant. At the headquarters of the Sandflow team, nearly everyone was in high spirits, having bet on Baki's victory, thus reaping substantial rewards. Had they possessed a donation channel, they would undoubtedly have contributed as well. The rescued Sandflow team member gazed at the screen, his face flickering with emotions of jealousy, envy, and regret. He glanced at his bandaged legs and sighed in resignation. Chapter 35. Drawing a grand vision in the cool shade cast by towering rocks, he implored, "Can you let me go?" "Absolutely not. Enough with the pleasantries. Activate the radar. There is something important I wish to observe." Baki dismissed HBU's plea, commanding her to turn on the radar. After a few seconds of silence, HBU glanced at her fallen teammates and resolved to comply with this man's demand. Although she had yet to endure any physical abuse or bullying, she understood that it was not out of kindness or mercy that he spared her, but rather because her injured state was a hindrance to his plans. HBU was reluctant to witness the brutal side of such a person, for it would bear no advantage for her. Beep. The radar activated. Baki leaned closer, directing his gaze eastward, where he indeed spotted a solid red. One of his teammates engaged in battle. Uncertain of the adversary, he surmised that the enemy must have been heading eastward. Prior to the skirmish, Baki had monitored the eastern front. He recalled that at that time, the red dot on his screen had solidified, indicating that combat had commenced. As the fight continued, he hoped it would sufficiently deplete the enemy's stamina. "Thank you for aiding them in recovery," he said, gently patting the head of his Chansey, indicating towards the Katani and Swablu. Since their strategy had primarily involved ambushes, both Pokémon had been fortunate enough to sustain minimal injuries, only experiencing fatigue. It is quite exhausting, particularly for the Kokodora, who must tirelessly ascend and descend between the ground and the pit. Observing the two Pokémon displaying expressions of relief under the healing waves, Baimu gestured. "Let us take a moment to rest and have something to eat." He retrieved some compressed food and Pokémon provisions from his bag, distributing them among the Kokodora. He then raised his hand towards Huowu, inquiring if she would partake. Huowu shook her head. She had no appetite at that moment. The words of that man echoed in her mind. She had effectively betrayed the Hound team by endangering her comrades. There was a looming threat of retribution upon their exit, and whether she could even leave was a significant concern. Her own Pokémon had fallen into the hands of others, becoming a tool for deception. If this continued, she might very well perish at the hands of her own teammates. Moreover, her Pokémon remained under someone else's control, requiring funds for their retrieval. What was she to do? She glanced discreetly at Baimu, contemplating the feasibility of ambushing him. Baimu blinked, chewing on the dry food, and offered his water pouch, asking, "Would you like some water?" "No, I do not." Huowu initially intended to decline, but instinctively swallowed, realizing her throat felt parched. Reluctantly, she accepted the pouch and took a cautious sip, only to discover it was her own. Her expression shifted. She felt a mix of anger and helplessness, silently returning it to him. "Do not be so serious. It is wise to proceed with caution. I too wish to avoid mishaps in such a place. Do you not agree?" Baimu smiled, still refraining from drinking from the pouch, opting instead for his own. At that moment, the Hound team's radar had yet to conclude, and he glanced again, noting that the red in the east had vanished. They had lost. A sense of regret washed over him. Having endured for so long likely meant they had faced a fierce battle. How splendid it would have been to secure a victory. "Gu?" Kokodora leaned closer, curiously tilting its head. Baimu replied, "No, we do not possess the strength for such a feat. Seizing opportunities is not so simple. Let us focus on setting traps." The new version of the trap would consist of two roles, the defeated male Hound team member and the victorious Huowu, significantly increasing the likelihood of ensnaring their adversaries. Of course, Huowu's situation would undoubtedly become more perilous, yet captives seldom wield the privilege of choice. With that thought, she hugged her knees and curled up. A gentle sound prompted her to lift her head, where she found a Chansey standing before her, gazing at her timidly. "What is it?" Huowu inquired, looking towards Baimu. He observed for a moment, uncertain, before stating, "It seems to wish to heal you." Upon seeing the bloodstains on your face and hands, its compassion as a healer is difficult to suppress. Realizing the extent of her injuries, she glanced at her palm and touched her face, becoming aware of the myriad of small wounds that marred her skin. Had it been in the past, she would have been greatly concerned about such matters. "No, thank you," Huowu replied, shaking her head. At this juncture, what significance did a few minor wounds hold? The Jigglypuff wore an expression of deep concern. As a Pokémon devoted to healing, witnessing someone neglect their wounds felt akin to insects crawling all over its body. It yearned to urge the individual to take their condition seriously, but found itself at a loss for words, lacking the courage to speak up. This instinctively prompted it to glance towards Wakabayashi, its eyes filled with helplessness. Wakabayashi stroked his chin, now adorned with burgeoning stubble, and upon observing Yuma's despondent demeanor, he pondered for a moment before proposing a deal. "How about this? If you assist me in deceiving another, I shall grant you your freedom." The other party remained silent. He continued, "What is the usual bounty for capturing a Pokémon?" "Approximately 300,000. "Very well. If you can help me ensnare another, the total of 3 shall yield you 300,000 in return." "Really? I have no habit of lying. If you doubt me, I cannot assist you further." Wakabayashi shrugged, and in an instant, he noticed a glimmer of hope illuminating Yuma's face. This realization confirmed that offering a concession was indeed the right course of action. Moments ago, she had appeared as if she were on the brink of despair. Pressing her under the weight of a perilous task could very well lead her towards self-destructive thoughts. Yet, self-destruction was not a concern. He merely feared her causing trouble. What was there to fear when one wished for oblivion? Of course, rendering her unconscious like the other individual was also a viable option, but upon further reflection, Wakabayashi concluded that a living ally was far more advantageous than a lifeless one. Go ahead, administer the spray and bandage her wounds, he instructed, handing the spray and bandages to Jigglypuff with a supportive nudge. The Jigglypuff nodded earnestly, summoning its courage to approach. Yuma remained mute, yet her responsive actions indicated her tacit approval of this medical intervention. With the immediate peril addressed, Wakabayashi cast a final glance at the radar, confirming 12 signals remained. Had 3 individuals already fallen? The match had only commenced 30 minutes ago, and the contest itself spanned a full 6 hours. He hoped for a favorable outcome. Exhaling slowly, he speculated that if his adversary could not locate him in the eastern section, they would surely retrace their steps. He wished that the traps he had set would ensnare that individual. If not, he would need to devise a strategy to gain an advantage. According to the information pried from Yuma, that opponent's Pokémon possessed formidable combat prowess. In a one-on-one confrontation, none of the remaining 14 members of the Houndoom squad could stand against him. Furthermore, his own physical capabilities were exceptionally robust, and his unique personality allowed him to thrive within the Houndoom squad, making it evident that he was destined for a leadership role in the future. In the outside world, as Wakabayashi's plans unfolded, the second wave of betting commenced, still centered around the success of his traps. However, compared to the previous occasion, a significantly larger number of individuals were now wagering on Wakabayashi's victory. The Houndoom squad has dispatched a bunch of fools. I shall no longer place my trust in them, exclaimed one. Indeed, that kind of trap is easily discernible. Another chimed in. How could anyone fall for that? Now I understand what the boss meant when he said there are too many fools and not enough conmen. It seems there truly are people this gullible. The audience engaged in discussions, shifting their previous stance to blame the failure of the trap on the foolishness of the vicious dog team members. However, not everyone shared this perspective. Numerous individuals saw potential in Hakugi, though their voices were subdued as they chose to reward him discreetly while focusing on matters of greater significance. In the main control room and the banquet hall, Ayana and that man, despite being in disparate environments, surprisingly found themselves fixated on the screen farthest to the right, which displayed a vicious dog team member with a face twisted in malevolence. They harbored a premonition that soon, Hakugi would engage in a fierce battle with this individual. The ground was pockmarked, littered with debris, and beneath the shadow of a massive rock wall, a quicksand team member, his face obscured by a hood and bandages, sat atop a fallen vicious dog team member, gnawing on coarse rations. Not far off, a dusty Kokodora scanned the surroundings. Yet, all of this was observed by another vicious dog team member, who had been lurking for about 3 minutes. Initially suspecting a trap, he soon discerned that none existed and noted that the opponent was in poor condition, likely due to a nearby ruptured water pouch. Dehydrated, perhaps? He chuckled to himself. Feeling emboldened, with fervor, he charged forward with 2 canine Pokémon, declaring, attack. Bite him to death. Go for the kill. The 2 large dogs surged ahead, clearly catching the quicksand team member off guard. He witnessed the swift change in the quicksand team member's expression, while Kokodora's face reflected shock, struggling to mask the tremor at the corners of his mouth. A beeping sound emanated from his wristband, though there was no response from the opponent. He paid it no mind. They must be hiding, he thought, without a doubt, as one of his Pokémon ensnared Kokodora and the other tackled the enemy. Viciously biting his arm, his vigilance waned. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind erupted from the cliff behind him, akin to a heavy object plummeting. Thud! Oh no! A tremendous force bore down upon him, slamming his face against the ground and nearly breaking his arms. Sometimes, it's crucial to glance upwards. Hakugi bent his arms backward, directing the 2 returning canine Pokémon, Dragon Breath. A resounding roar filled the air as indigo flames surged forth from above him, instantly sending the 2 charging canine Pokémon flying. The sound of a sonic larva echoed in the distance. Stay calm. Hakugi swiftly locked onto his target, rummaging through the various pockets until he promptly discovered an empty Pokeball, swiftly capturing the 2 panicked canine Pokémon within it. You're cheating. The distance limit hasn't been lifted yet. How could you possibly gather together? The fierce member of the Hellhounds shouted in anger, unable to turn his head to see the uniform of the Hellhound, mistakenly believing it to be the result of teamwork, his temper flaring uncontrollably. However, Before he could utter more than a few words, he received a swift strike to the nape of his neck, causing him to faint from the pain. Success? Shiraki was somewhat astonished. He had merely intended to test the waters and had not anticipated actual success. Unable to resist, he checked the man's breath. Ah, still alive. Chapter 36. Trouble comes knocking. Shiraki rose to his feet, glancing at the arm-clutching H-Bu. The concealed Happiny peeked out, scurrying over with medicine and bandages, its flustered demeanor revealing deep concern. He inquired, "Are you all right? I should be free now?" HBU directed a fervent gaze toward him, her eyes ablaze with curiosity. "Of course you're free." Shiraki, somewhat exasperated, tossed the hellhound wristband to her. "Here, call for help." She trotted forward, picked up the wristband, and pressed the rescue button, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. "Thank you." HBU received the items from the approaching Happiny, smiling as she patted its head, her once tense heart now finding solace. Despite the myriad dangers that lay ahead, at this moment, she felt a sense of safety. The Happiny dashed in front of Shiraki, its face alight with surprise, its tiny paws waving as if to proclaim, "I did it." Taking the initiative to perform medical assistance was indeed a significant advancement for it. "Well done." Shiraki smiled, gently patting its head. The source of Happiny's nervousness undoubtedly stemmed from its feelings of inadequacy. It had likely received little affirmation in the past, leading to a lack of confidence in its abilities. A half-problematic child, but for Shiraki, it was not an unbearable flaw. He was also striving to improve, starting with these small acts of care, believing that in a few months, Happiny's confidence would flourish. At that time, he would welcome a smiling angel, a pink devil. Yet, there remained much work to be done. Shiraki watched as his empty rotom hovered nearby, notifying him, "You have received a total of 1,560,000 in rewards." So much. What on earth had transpired to result in such a staggering amount of rewards? Had the number of participants dwindled? He glanced at his watch. The competition had surpassed 3 hours, and he had only just encountered his third prey. Initially expecting to ambush the third participant swiftly, it seemed the hellhounds were aware of the formidable presence nearby, and they all avoided this area. His hopeful target, Ken, unexpectedly veered sharply to the east, bypassing this location and heading elsewhere, rendering the other red dots unidentifiable. This left him and HBU enduring an exceedingly awkward 2+ hours. Realizing that the prolonged stay in a single location might be problematic, Shiraki had to continuously relocate to several different spots in order to confound the enemy's radar. After much effort, he finally encountered a fool. At this point, the competition had evidently escalated to a fever pitch. According to his knowledge, only 6 participants remained on each side, and he believed that soon they would be able to engage in team combat. Once the merging of teammates was permitted, the issue surrounding Ken would no longer pose a problem. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Shiraki understood that Ken was far from powerful enough to take on multiple opponents single-handedly. The two exchanged their garments once more. Above them, a rescue messenger bird flapped its wings as it approached. It was difficult to fathom how a flying Pokémon with ice attributes could endure such prolonged flight under the scorching sun. Shiraki tilted his head back, shielding his eyes from the blinding sunlight. Would it not suffer from heatstroke? Just then, as if he had cursed it with ill fate, the bird began to wobble erratically in the air before plummeting downwards. HBU's smile instantly stiffened. Fortunately, mere seconds later, the messenger bird took to the skies again, fluttering its little wings unsteadily as it managed to reach them. Shiraki hesitated for a moment, retrieved a water bottle from the captive, and approached the bird, pouring a bit of water over its head. The cool droplets splashed, momentarily stunning the dizzy bird, which then excitedly flapped its wings and tilted its head back to receive the refreshing and crystalline water. Its gaze transitioned from dazed to clear. HBU's rigid expression softened. If anything were to happen to the rescue Pokémon, her composure would surely shatter. "We should rest for a while, otherwise it might not be able to fly at all," Shiraki suggested softly. HBU nodded in agreement, realizing that a brief pause would not be detrimental. If the messenger bird lacked the strength to remain airborne, she would have nowhere to express her despair. Not long after, the fully recovered messenger bird took flight with a large cloth bag in tow. Shiraki watched it ascend into the distance, his gaze sweeping over the captives strewn across the ground as he contemplated his next victim. After much deliberation, he resolved to awaken both of them. Judging by their performances, these two were tough nuts to crack. At least, they appeared resilient in front of the camera. Thus, if he wished to make them more useful, he would need to employ some tactics, such as the prisoner's dilemma. Naturally, as he had never utilized such strategies before, a certain clumsiness was to be expected. Shiraki decided to prepare his strategy in advance. He would rest while pondering this, as the heat was unbearable. He exhaled a sigh of frustration. In the desert, the temperature fluctuated dramatically between day and night. Approaching midday, the sun was at its zenith, scorching the ground to the point of causing burns. Even Kecleon could not tolerate such heat, scurrying back into the shade to hide beside Shiraki. "Ah, you feel so cool," he remarked, stroking Kecleon's head, instantly experiencing the refreshing sensation akin to plunging his hand into a freezer. "Goo," Kecleon replied, oblivious to its own temperature. Baimu smiled at it, then pulled Jigglypuff closer. "Why don't you give it a try?" Jigglypuff tentatively extended its paw, and upon noticing that Katani had inched closer, it boldly made contact. A refreshing chill enveloped it, and surprise flickered across its face. "I didn't say anything, did I?" Baimu chuckled, ruffling its fluffy head. The temporary worker, the ultrasonic larva, had retreated into its pockball to rest after the battle. This creature seemed to only be close to Jigglypuff. To it, Baimu and Katani were merely colleagues, exchanging friendly greetings in their spare time. However, once the match was over, the other would leave, and Baimu could not be bothered to consider their relationship further. Rather than expend energy on that, he preferred to focus on Katani and Jigglypuff, one yet to evolve, the other needing to overcome its mental weaknesses. After a brief pause, Baimu noticed that their rest was nearly over and began contemplating how to awaken the two slumbering companions, determining the next tool for his endeavors. Just as he dragged one of them into the sunlight, the body suddenly stiffened. Turning its head, it was startled to see a vague figure emerging on the sandy road. Appearing out of nowhere, less than 100 meters away, the air shimmered with heat waves, as if a stage was preparing to unveil its performance. Baimu stood still, squinting. Indeed, it was you, the steadfast red that has repeatedly frozen yet always manages to stand tall. I am intrigued by how you accomplished this. You have only recently acquired your Pokémon, haven't you? The figure emitted a voice, chilling and eerie. Who decreed that one lacks battle prowess merely for having just obtained a Pokémon? He discarded the Houndoom member in his hand. With at least a dozen minutes remaining until the radar cooled down, it was uncommon at this hour for anyone to be foolish enough to search for opponents under the scorching sun. Failing to find one would merely waste stamina. And even if found, victory was not guaranteed. Who would have thought this miscalculation would arise? The shadow of the monstrous rock loomed like an archway, confidently concealing his form. No wonder he showed no fear of me. In the sweltering heat, Baimu stood beneath the sun, unable to suppress a sigh. If I said I feared you, would you leave this place? Jian Jie chuckled. No, hee, battle request. Ding. The two wristbands emitted a simultaneous chime. Chapter 37. The utmost scoundrel Baimu had envisioned countless scenarios of encountering Jian, but being ambushed genuinely took him by surprise. However, what puzzled him more was why Jian, having confirmed his location, had not immediately launched an attack, but instead remained brazenly standing there, engaging in conversation before requesting a battle. Was it confidence in his strength? That was the only conclusion he could draw. Human relationships are beyond comprehension, and no one can fully see through another. At that moment, another perplexing occurrence unfolded. The battle application was successful, yet Jian did not initiate an attack. Instead, he cast a glance at his feet, where a vicious canine team member lay, cheek pressed against the scorching ground. Was there only one? Certainly not. But Cookie discreetly placed his hand behind his back, signaling Cocodora in the shadows to burrow underground silently. If that is the case, let us exchange hostages. Jian appeared oblivious to his subtle movements, uttering a string of nonsensical words. Exchange hostages? Setting aside the existence of any hostages, the defeated party could be dealt with at will. Was there any need for an exchange beforehand? As Bakuki pondered this, the opponent produced a blood-stained scarf, adorned with bizarre, mottled patterns. I believe you should recognize this. Ha. This individual possesses an extraordinary resilience. I pummeled him for over 10 minutes, yet he refused to divulge your whereabouts. He could have fabricated a lie or simply said he did not know, but he remained obstinately silent. Consequently, I shattered his teeth, crushed his fingers, and broke his leg. Ha. Did you know he cried out? Ha. It was utterly hilarious. But Cookie remarked, he still has a few breaths left, but if this continues, who knows what will happen? Jian casually tossed the scarf onto the ground, trampling it underfoot with a fierce stomp. A palpable aura of malevolence seemed to ooze from him as he declared, So, are you ready to exchange now? Ha. Stay calm. Maintain composure, but Cookie urged himself, striving to steady his emotions. He was beginning to comprehend Jian's motivations for these seemingly pointless actions, for showmanship. By employing various tactics to breach his opponent's defenses, he aimed to create dramatic highlights in the live broadcast, thereby enhancing his appeal and garnering rewards. This man was indeed clever, adeptly seizing upon the primal urges of the Huangtai town audience: violence, humiliation, hatred, and hysteria. The act of exchanging hostages could, in a sense, serve as a gesture of goodwill towards his organization. Look, I am attempting to save my own. Shouldn't such reliability be met with accolades and cheers? Thus, peeling away the layers of malice and distortion that cloaked this individual revealed the essence hidden within, a representation of the amalgamation of wealth and power. A maggot, pursuing ascendance by any means necessary. What was even more terrifying was that such individuals would not face condemnation in Huangtai town. On the contrary, they were met with a surge of adulation that was utterly nauseating. But Cookie felt an innate sense of frustration, perhaps due to Otsuka, or perhaps because of Jian's arrogant demeanor, which had given rise to such scum in Huangtai town. After all, such wretches were likely far too numerous to count. The thought alone made him want to retch. He observed Jian diverting part of his attention toward the camera and suddenly raised his hand, activating the Pokeball. Bang! The buzzing sound of wings echoed in his ears. Attention, to the left. Bai Mu's gaze remained unwavering, decisively directing towards the shadowy realm to his left rear. In the very next moment he spoke. An enormous jet-black bird abruptly materialized from the shadows, resembling a swift arrow in its approach. The crow's leader emitted a piercing shriek. The ultrasonic larva, slightly slower to react despite the alert, was fortunate that a considerable distance remained between them, allowing its wings to accelerate to an extraordinary frequency. A turquoise shockwave rippled through the air, distorting it as it surged forward. The sound of buzzing insects filled the air. Boom! A choking cloud of smoke billowed forth. Had it been subdued? No, it had not. As the deafening sound waves began to wane, Bai Mu tilted his head slightly, witnessing the ultrasonic larva and the crow's leader ascending into the sky. The two were engaged in a relentless aerial chase, each vying for dominance in a tug-of-war of sorts. The cadre truly provided something exceptional. The crow's leader was indeed formidable. Jian appeared entirely unconcerned about the crow's potential defeat, even seeming to relish the imminent victory. Calmly remarking, "Such a splendid Pokémon. It is a pity it is matched with you." Bai Mu offered no reply, hastily recalling the approaching Chansey into its Pokeball. The opponent was a rather malicious character, having concealed their Pokémon in advance and deliberately revealing a minor flaw. Were it not for his keen senses, he would have been hard-pressed to detect the hidden crow's leader. One could only wonder if the remaining two Pokémon were lurking nearby as well. As for the intelligence, Jian had already mentioned prior to the confrontation that someone had tipped him off, making it entirely reasonable that he was informed about the origins of the ultrasonic larva. Bai Mu retrieved another Pokeball. However, Jian dismissively waved his hand, saying, all right, I know you favor Dig, and I'm aware your Kakuna has laid an ambush. Who do you think you're fooling with an empty Pokeball?" In the midst of their conversation, he suddenly retreated. Bang! The earth erupted. The glimmering Kakuna charged forth but missed its target, looking up to see only the white light of the open Pokeball. With a clang, it bit down. A howl resounded, a chilling maw filled with ominous darkness closing in with incredible speed. In an instant, malevolent energy enveloped it. Iron defense. Crack. Amidst urgent cries, the great hound's fangs clamped fiercely onto Kakuna's head. Despite the energy explosion, it refused to relent, its ominous aura sending shivers down the spine. Yet, regrettably, no matter how ferociously it struggled, the hound's teeth could not penetrate Kakuna's gleaming steel armor. Realizing its biting force left only minor imprints, the great hound began to falter. Jian's command arrived. Retreat. Rock seal. Bai Mu shouted. Kakuna raised its forelimb and struck the ground with force, sending countless fragments of rock flying towards the great hound. Propelled by some unseen force, the latter retreated too swiftly, leaving most of the rubble to fall harmlessly, with only a few fragments landing on its head and abdomen, failing to inflict any significant damage due to the considerable distance. Upon arriving behind Coco de Lara, Bai Mu felt a sense of relief. He had dashed out alongside Jian during his retreat to prevent a disconnection between the Pokémon and their trainer. After all, Chansey lacked the capability for solo combat. And if Coco de Lara were to be dragged away by Jian's mighty Houndoom like the sonic larva, he would be left to fend for himself. Engaging in a physical confrontation with a single Pokémon? Possible, but unnecessary. In stark contrast to his calming demeanor, Jian's expression was anything but pleasant. Despite having seen through Coco de Lara's ambush, Houndoom's crunch had failed to subdue it, undoubtedly due to its iron wall ability. The latter's reflexes and endurance were sufficient to demonstrate that Bai Mu was not merely a weakling. "You truly infuriate me." Jian's haughty expression shifted to one of darkness as he pressed the switch on his second Pokeball, releasing the Galarian Rapidash. Mareep. the bizarre black and white creature exclaimed, flicking its long tongue and emitting a menacing cry. Baimu, unwilling to underestimate the situation, summoned Chansey to support Coco-Delara. Chansey stood behind Coco-Delara, feeling anxious yet no longer attempting to evade. It was not foolish. On the contrary, it immediately perceived the malice emanating from their opponents. There was no escape. In that moment, the four Pokémon regarded one another, an air of tension enveloping them. Attack Chansey. Distract Coco-Delara. Jian issued his command within 5 seconds. Clearly lacking patience and possessing a keen understanding of Chansey's healing abilities, thus decisively aiming to incapacitate it first. However, to mislead Baimu, he refrained from revealing which moves would be employed. As his words fell, Houndoom lunged menacingly toward Chansey's position, closely followed by Galarian Rapidash. Awoo! Goo! Coco-Delara, unable to suppress its desire to charge in, was loudly halted by Baimu. Fall back. Move in front of Chansey. Rock block. Upon hearing this, it resolutely abandoned its confrontation with Houndoom, retreating in front of Chansey, its forepaws thumping against the ground. Boom. Whoosh. Countless fragments of rock were sent flying toward Houndoom, which glowed with a dark red aura, remaining utterly unfazed as the debris struck its body, donning an expression of wild defiance. Witnessing this, Coco-Delara felt an inexplicable surge of indignation, nearly losing its composure. Fortunately, the flying rubble not only obstructed Houndoom's path, but also partially obscured their line of sight, thwarting the success of the intimidation tactic. However, behind Houndoom, Galarian Rapidash leaped gracefully, enveloped in a red aura, showcasing an astonishing leaping ability as it effortlessly soared over Coco-Delara's head, narrowly avoiding the rock block. Mareep. It extended its scarlet tongue, aiming directly at the swirling smoke where the Chansey was. Huh, where did the egg go? It paused momentarily, landing behind the Coco-Dora, exchanging glances with the nearby Baimu. But the large Chansey had suddenly vanished without a trace. Thus, it cleverly abandoned its fixation on the Chansey and resumed its forward leap. A Pokémon that cannot capture its target must turn its attention to the trainer instead. Capture the leader first. Just waiting for you. However, Baimu seemed to foresee its intentions, covering his eyes with his arm and forcefully throwing an object to the ground. Boom. A blinding light and deafening noise erupted. Despite it being midday with ample light, the nearest Galarian Urshifu was significantly affected, and a persistent buzzing filled the air. The Houndoom in the back, being further away, fared slightly better, yet was still impacted. This provided the Coco-Dora, who had turned away from the flashbang, a prime opportunity to strike. Iron Head. The command from Baimu echoed in its mind, prompting immediate action. Under the silver halo, its mask-like head radiated a unique brilliance. Houndoom, come back. Jean blinked repeatedly, his eyes stinging, retreating frantically. Little did he anticipate that this wretched creature, armed with a flashbang, might soon charge at him. Unexpectedly, the moment his vision cleared, the Coco-Dora, which he thought would rush at him, had turned around and collided headfirst into the waist of the Galarian Urshifu. Bang! Chapter 38. A turn of events. MMM. The Galarian Urshifu crashed violently against a massive boulder, the intense pain from both sides nearly causing it to lose consciousness. Simultaneously, a faint melody began to resonate. Gradually, layers of pale pink, tangible sound waves emanated from a shadowy corner, advancing rapidly towards them. This is bad. Quickly use Howl. Jin's face contorted in alarm. Oh whoa. The Houndoom did not hesitate, throwing its head back and emitting a long howl that resonated with a bone-rattling intensity, sending visible white waves that shattered the approaching pink sound waves. However, the white ripples did not dissipate. Instead, they further spread towards the Coco-Dora and Galarian Urshifu, causing them to exhibit expressions of immense pain. Sing. That Chansey can actually sing. Jin's expression turned grim. Baimu's intelligence on Chansey was minimal, as it had never been brought into battle, leaving the repertoire of its moves undisclosed. At first glance, it seemed that the Houndoom had nullified the singing with Howl, but in reality, it was still ensnared by the Chansey. Once Howl was used, it could not switch to another move for a brief period, forcing it to persist. This also presented the Coco-Dora with another opportunity to attack. Furthermore, due to limitations of distance and positioning, he was unable to retrieve the Galarian Duraludon with a Pokeball. If he wished to retain the Duraludon, he had no choice but to reposition himself and the Houndoom, drawing closer to bridge the gap between Pokémon and trainer. Damn it! Iron Head, get up, tackle. Upon hearing Hayashi's command, Ken shouted, compelled to approach with his Houndoom, despite the relatively short distance between them. By the time he reached a position from which he could reclaim the Duraludon, the Cacnea was already charging ahead with its glistening head. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as smoke billowed and quickly dispersed. Both Pokémon were sent flying. In a critical moment, the Galarian Duraludon successfully executed its tackle. Unfortunately, it was not as swift as the Cacnea, and forced to defend, its attack was significantly weakened, leading to a disadvantageous collision. Fortunately, the boulders it crashed into were fortuitously located in front of Ken. Thus, while it rolled on the ground and kicked up a cloud of dust, the distance between it and its trainer was indeed successfully narrowed. On the other side, the Cacnea was in relatively good condition. Despite its quadruple weakness to fighting-type moves and being in its first evolution stage, it remained unfazed. It came to a halt, leaving a trail in the dust. Its expression calm, indicating it had not expended much energy, merely regretting the poor positioning that allowed the Duraludon to escape. Undoubtedly, in this initial contest, Hayashi held the upper hand and urgently needed to capitalize on his advantage to prevent Ken from turning the tide with any hidden cards. However, just as he was about to issue his next command, a pink egg unexpectedly emerged from the shadows, expanding and emitting a faint chirp. It was none other than the dust-covered Chansey, reverting to its original form. It breathed heavily, seemingly having endured to the limit before transforming back. The effect of shrinking miraculously reduced its previously colossal form. Yet such prolonged bodily changes imposed a considerable burden both mentally and physically on the Pokémon. Its appearance sparked a glimmer of hope in Ken's eyes. Noisy, a woof. The Houndoom's sound wave attack transitioned from a full spread to a concentrated focus. Aimed squarely at the suddenly appearing Chansey. Use Egg Bomb. Cacnea quickly assisted. GUH. The Cacnea responded with a low growl, leaping forward to slam the Chansey against a rock, while it itself took cover behind another boulder due to momentum. Boom, boom. The rocks were shattered into fragments and dust by the pale sound waves, and a brilliant light glimmered amidst the smoke, revealing a beautiful oval shape. As the dust settled, the Chansey had recovered from its exhaustion, and the Cacnea had sustained minimal damage. Regrettably, however, Bakumitsu missed the optimal moment to pursue. As the commotion caused by the great wolf dog subsided, and Galarian Urshifu attempted to regain its composure. Observing this scene, Jigglypuff struggled to conceal the feelings of shame and gloom that enveloped its heart. If it could have endured just a little longer, perhaps Bakumitsu would have already subdued the evidently nefarious opponent before him. It's not your fault, don't dwell on it too much. The latter noticed the change in expression from the corner of his eye and immediately chose to offer words of comfort. Though excessive words can lead to mistakes, remaining silent at this juncture could potentially yield even graver consequences. The blunder at such a critical moment was not the fault of Jigglypuff itself. The responsibility lay with him as the trainer. Bakumitsu had miscalculated Jigglypuff's endurance and adaptability in battle. An exemplary trainer is not merely one who stands by giving commands. They must consider far more than the average person can imagine. Hold on a little longer. Heelpsals. Rock Wrecker. What a lovely thought. Taunt. Pin Missile. Once again, both issued commands almost simultaneously, yet it was evident that Ken S' side showcased a deeper synergy between Pokémon and trainer. At first glance, the content may seem vague, but to companions who shared daily experiences, it was remarkably clear. However, from the perspective of these two moves alone, it was challenging to mislead Bakumitsu, who had a certain understanding of both the Great Wolf Dog and Galarian Urshifu, and was well aware of Ken's intentions. In an instant, the Great Wolf Dog let out an eerie howl, its body enveloped in a radiant red glow imbued with mystical energy, drawing Jigglypuff's attention toward its location. As gentle pink light blossomed from its small paws. Don't look. Bakumitsu barely had time to warn. For the Great Wolf Dog's movement was nearly parallel to Ken's command, almost as if it anticipated his instructions. Undoubtedly, this exemplified their partnership. Upon hearing the sound, Jigglypuff froze momentarily, its gaze colliding with the strangely expressive Great Wolf Dog, as an uncanny red light surged from the latter and swiftly entered its body. Instantly, Jigglypuff sensed the gentle pink light in its paws begin to fade. It emitted a panicked cry. Simultaneously, Cacturn stomped vigorously on the ground, shaking countless rocks of various sizes, utilizing its rock-type energy to launch them forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The massive boulders whistled through the air. Grah! Galarian Urshifu struggled, resolutely shooting stout green arrows from its short fur, accurately targeting those rocks. The two projectiles clashed like missiles and interceptors, erupting in deafening explosions. A thick cloud of choking smoke obscuring both sides' visibility. Seizing this opportunity, Bakumitsu decisively recalled the flustered Jigglypuff into its Pokeball. When a Pokémon falls into a state of taunt, it cannot utilize changing moves temporarily. It must either find a way to break free from the taunting energy's constraints or return to the Pokeball to dispel the taunting energy. He resolutely chose the latter. Before long, the smoke and dust generated by the explosion gradually dispersed once again. However, what took Beimu by surprise was the sight of Jianzheng. With a fierce and merciless expression, feeding something to the great wolfhound and the Galarian Stoutland. "You wretched creature, do you truly believe victory is within your grasp?" As these words fell, a blood-red net-like substance enveloped the eyes of the great wolfhound and the Galarian Stoutland, which emitted a low howl reminiscent of a mournful cry, releasing a chilling aura of ferocity. An unexpected trump card. They had taken drugs. A tremor ran through Beimu's heart as he promptly summoned his Chansey, commanding, "Heal Pulse. Rock Tomb. Tear them apart for me." Jian gritted his teeth and shouted, "Having spent a fortune on this, you shall savor it to the fullest." With a howl, the two Pokémon, appearing almost frenzied yet obedient to their commands, charged forward, heedless of the numerous rocks hurtling through the air, smashing them apart with their heads and continuing their advance unscathed. This fierce display truly terrified the Chansey trailing behind. What further troubled Beimu was the Galarian Stoutland, slightly slower, emanating a mysterious azure glow as it ran. The light of evolution. Ha! Such a slim chance, yet I've struck gold. Heaven is aiding me. Fate has decreed your demise here. Jian's face lit up with ecstatic joy, nearly bursting into a dance of triumph. As the heal pulse from Chansey illuminated Cacnea, the great wolfhound was already closing in, followed by the Galarian Stoutland, which had completely altered its stance, transitioning from all fours to a bipedal charge. Its elbows, shoulders, and lower legs sprouted thick, grayish-white fur, while the black striped fluff running from its head to its back flared up like a curling wave. With a growl, the Galarian Stoutland scanned Cacnea and Chansey with its crimson eyes. Observing the latter's recently restrained energy, it pounced without hesitation. Cacnea, realizing the imminent threat, disregarded the great wolfhound's fixation on it, and quickly retreated to block the Stoutland's attack. Use Iron Head to counter. Chansey shrank down to hide beside Cacnea. Beimu decisively moved closer to Cacnea, no longer able to consider the risk of friendly fire. If he were too far from his Pokémon, the great wolfhound or Stoutland would certainly leap towards him, seeking to sever his throat with blinding speed. In a state of panic, Chansey hurried towards its teammate, its rounded body shrinking within a flash of blue light, narrowly avoiding the Stoutland's lunge. Cacnea's support arrived just in time, its silvery head colliding with the Stoutland in a dull thud, forcing it to stagger back several steps. However, as soon as it landed, the pursuing great wolfhound struck with a fierce claw, emanating a dark aura. With a thud, Cacnea crashed into the ground, creating a small crater. Fortunately, the prior restorative waves of the Happiny rejuvenated its stamina, enabling it to swiftly regain its footing, with its condition remarkably intact and its energy abundant. However, the reduction in size of Happiny was short-lived, lasting merely a few seconds before it reverted to its original form. Observing its demeanor, it became apparent that it was unable to maintain its mental fortitude. The approaching Beimu attempted to position himself behind Happiny and Kecleon, only to suddenly realize that the Mytena and the Ursaring had silently formed a rudimentary encirclement, gradually cutting off the retreat of Happiny and Kecleon. What exactly did Jian administer to them? Under normal circumstances, these two Pokémon should have already succumbed, and even with the evolutionary benefits of a sit-up, they could not possibly endure such a barrage of attacks without reaction. In that moment, Baimu's heart raced even faster. Chapter 39. A New Dawn. Do not panic. Remain composed. Baimu shouted, his gaze fixed on the snarling Mytena and Ursaring ahead. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these two Pokémon had lost most of their rationality, completely consumed by their primal instincts and inexplicable aggression. Jian was likely aware of this, maintaining silence since the earlier events. Currently, the two Pokémon advanced slowly, their gaze locked onto Kecleon, who was growling menacingly, searching for a vulnerable spot to tear apart. Their focus on Kecleon was merely due to an unconscious perception of its greater threat, deeming the unthreatening Happiny and the vocal Baimu as inconsequential for the time being. Perhaps this could be exploited. With his back against the sturdy rock wall, Baimu felt his inner turmoil gradually subside. Undoubtedly, in terms of physical confrontation, he and his Pokémon had lost their avenue of retreat. The adversaries were drawing closer, now merely 3 meters apart, a mere breath away. While this proximity enhanced the accuracy of attacks, it can currently diminish the likelihood of executing them successfully. If no vulnerabilities could be found, then one must create their own. Rock Barricade. With the opponent's pain receptors significantly dulled, as if they had activated a second health bar, they pressed forward. determined to withstand the assault and retaliate with their own might, a feat no ordinary Pokémon could endure. Furthermore, with Kecleon serving as both the shield and primary damage dealer, facing two foes simultaneously was decidedly unfavorable. The instant Baimu's voice pierced the air, the Mytena and Ursaring lunged. Thud! Yet Kecleon, ever prepared, acted with swiftness, its claws pounding the ground, unleashing a torrent of jagged stones, mingled with fresh soil and dust, cascading like a torrential downpour upon the Mytena and Ursaring. At first glance, this rock formation resembled a menacing wall of earth, instilling fear in all who beheld it. However, the Ursaring and Mytena appeared unfazed, charging forward with reckless abandon, colliding fiercely into the debris. The former even refrained from utilizing its signature move, blockade. Boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled thuds echoed, as a flicker of ominous darkness illuminated the scene, shattering the rocks into countless fragments and dust, instantly engulfing a vast area. The Jigglypuff winced in pain from the debris, but more than the physical discomfort, it was troubled by the absence of instructions from Shirakawa, who stood just behind it, causing an unsettling anxiety to stir within. It was uncertain whether it should unleash a healing wave towards the Cacturn. At that moment, a towering figure had already traversed the barrier of rock and sand, swinging a powerful arm towards Cacturn. Soon after, another figure lunged forth, similarly targeting Cacturn. Thud! Guh! Cacturn emitted a muffled grunt, pinned to the ground by two Pokémon, struggling under a barrage of punches and kicks, teeth gnashing and claws tearing mercilessly. The fierce, bloodshot eyes of the latter two glowed ominously through the dim dust, evoking a sense of dread. Yet, unbeknownst to them, two figures stealthily departed from their position. Now, sing! Cacturn, dig down! Shirakawa shouted, seeking an escape route. Jigglypuff anxiously watched as the Cacturn was mercilessly assaulted by the Snorlax and the Houndoom, hoping it would dig a hole first. But the latter seemed somewhat dazed and unresponsive for the moment. Time could not be wasted. It raised its small hands and began to sing. La 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 la. Pink waves of light and colorful notes surged forth, causing Houndoom and Snorlax to abruptly turn their heads. The fury in their gazes sent a chill down Jigglypuff's spine, yet it did not cease its song. Instead, it amplified its voice, as if to bolster its own courage. Not far away, Ken, upon hearing this melody, felt a flicker of hope, recalling what the seller had said. After consuming the potion, heightened excitement would enhance various resistances. However, he could not ascertain whether the sleep-inducing effect of the song was included. After all, how could Shirakawa's Pokémon be so tenacious? The resilience of Cacturn was one thing, but Jigglypuff was utterly bothersome. Together, they had managed to endure until now. With this thought, Ken's expression grew increasingly grim, a foreboding sensation creeping into his heart. As if to validate his apprehensions, when the dust that enveloped the surroundings dissipated, the positions of Houndoom and the other Pokémon became strikingly clear, revealing three swaying figures. Bang, bang, bang. Three muffled thuds resounded in succession. Damn it! Ken's eyes widened as he turned to flee without hesitation. Fearing the worst, the song had struck thrice, even leaving Cacturn, who was meant to dig, unscathed. Yet, Shirakawa still held Jigglypuff as a trump card. Corviknight! Ken shouted, hoping the Corviknight entangled in battle with the Swablu above could swoop down to assist. Alas, faster than Corviknight was Shirakawa himself. The joyful creature, known as the Happy Egg, was fleeing while emitting a soothing melody. With fervor, he shouted and charged ahead, his speed akin to thunderous detonations. Jian, turning his head slightly, immediately caught sight of the knife-wielding Baimu rushing towards him, causing a wave of dread to wash over him. What is this lunatic doing? Why is he charging at me alone with a knife? Confused and alarmed, Jian dared not hesitate. He fled with all his might, for the sheer peculiarity of the situation extinguished any desire to resist. However, as Baimu pursued Jian, a sudden shriek from the Happy Egg echoed behind them. A fierce wind howled, heralding the arrival of a formidable creature, its speed terrifying. Baimu glanced back and was startled to see the once dormant large wolf dog closing in with alarming swiftness, panting heavily, its tongue lolling, and its visage twisted in agony, conveying its extreme discomfort. Yet, inexplicably, the crimson hue in its eyes had vanished, leaving only a clarity that signified the return of its rationality. The effects of the medication had waned, Baimu surmised, cursing his unfortunate fate. The heavens are aiding me. Quickly, let me finish him off. Jian, who was leading the way, also noticed the approaching large wolf dog and shouted with unrestrained joy. The wolf dog responded with a deep bark. Despite suffering from the aftermath of the drug, its sole desire now to vanquish Baimu. even if it meant collapsing right there. At last, the distance between man and beast shrank to within 2 meters, a span that the wolf dog could easily leap. Without hesitation, it growled low and lunged forward. The dark sheen upon its claws flickered ominously, a sign of expended energy. Yet, against an ordinary human, even its raw physical strength would suffice. With a menacing gaping maw, it fixed its gaze upon the man, who had turned to face it with a solemn expression, locking onto his throat with deadly intent. Unexpectedly, the man let out a thunderous roar, thrusting his arm into the path of the wolf dog's razor-sharp fangs. Do what you believe is right. The wolf dog snapped its jaws shut, blood erupting from the man's arm. Tear him apart. But then, the wolf dog froze, realizing it had lost control of its body. Not due to exhaustion, but because a faint blue energy had immobilized every inch of its form, every muscle ensnared. Then it heard its trainer's incredulous voice. How is this possible? This is a creature of the dark type. What is happening? The wolf dog found itself engulfed in a void of confusion. Only Pokémon capable of battle held value. What use were skills that merely restored stamina and healed superficial wounds? Did I need a few hundred coins worth of healing items? Useless. Attack it, you worthless creature. How can you level up if you don't battle other Pokémon? Worthless. At such a low level and so costly. I truly wonder what I bought you for. Derision, blame, abuse, and even physical assault. These words, laden with corporeal pain, resonate deeply within the mind of the Chansey. Alongside the familiar yet living visages it encounters. In truth, it grapples with the incomprehensibility of these terms. The notion that a Pokémon incapable of battle holds no purpose. The disappointment of spending exorbitant sums only to procure an ordinary healing item. The feeling of being an ineffectual creature that consumes without generating value. These complexities overwhelm Chansey, rendering the malice exhibited by those around it far more transparent. Ultimately, what lingers in its memory is merely the terrifying essence of combat, repeatedly sold and returned. Chansey has lost count of the multitude of individuals it has encountered and the numerous times it has been thrust onto the battlefield, enduring countless blows. Humans and various Pokémon alike have attacked it, yet it has never dared to retaliate. The fear of inflicting harm upon others remains inescapable. It can evade incoming strikes and has attempted to lull opponents to sleep with its song, but the thought of initiating an attack, even a mere touch, terrifies it. The pain it has endured from countless assaults has ingrained a profound understanding of suffering within it, breeding genuine fear and anxiety. Why must it attack other Pokémon or humans? This is not a principle that Chansey holds dear. Rather, it is simply an enigma that it cannot fathom. Even as it gradually comprehends human society and the language they use, tucked away in its cage, it often reminisces about the joyful past. For instance, there was a time when it was sold and became the companion of an adorable girl resembling a doll. They played together joyfully, free from battles and devoid of harm. Those days were truly serene and blissful. Regrettably, it was ultimately thrust back into the arena. The reason lay in the girl's close friend wishing to engage in a Pokémon battle. Chansey had presumed the girl would decline, only to be surprised when she agreed. Alas, unable to strike back at its opponent, it lost the battle, which had been devoid of suspense from the outset. One fateful day, Chansey discovered the terror of witnessing the girl, enraged at losing face before her friends, her face contorted in anger, ultimately resulting in a bout of physical reprimand. Though lacking in force and pain, Chansey felt an immense sorrow, believing it was to blame. If only it could attack, would the girl have been spared her sadness? Unfortunately, before it could offer an apology, it was sent back, returning once more to the cage, despite the briefness of their time together. Chansey retains a vivid memory of that girl, and occasionally finds joy in recalling those moments. Yet, it is burdened with an uncertain and bleak future. Where will it go from here? Gazing into the surrounding darkness, Chansey let out a gentle sigh. Did you hear anything? What do you hear? The sudden sound of conversation interrupted its thoughts. It lifted its head and soon heard footsteps approaching, followed by a voice inquiring about prices. The black curtain before it was drawn back, revealing a somewhat indifferent expression. The sudden appearance startled the Jigglypuff, which gazed anxiously at the youth who was staring directly at it. Was it to be sold again? Would it be sent back to the battlefield, only to endure another beating? Why had the shopkeeper deceived it by claiming it had only been sold twice? Countless questions swirled in Jigglypuff's mind, leaving it bewildered and anxious, unable to perceive any other sounds. After being confined in the Pokeball, it remained in a state of unease. However, the grim fate it had envisioned did not materialize. Despite the cold exterior, the individual harbored a heart full of kindness. Not only did it escape harm, but it also enjoyed a hearty meal. Truthfully, it had not savored such a comforting repast in quite some time. The person, named Baimu, had a loyal and composed partner by his side. After finishing its meal, Jigglypuff pondered when it would be sent out to battle and how long Baimu's kindness would endure before it wore thin. Strangely, Baimu chose to engage in conversation with it. Although their dialogue often resembled a case of speaking past one another, with neither party fully understanding the other, Jigglypuff inevitably began to relax. Was chatting truly such a delightful experience? Reflecting on the little girl, it realized it had scarcely exchanged more than a few words with her, spending most of the time being manipulated like a doll. Thus, this was indeed its first prolonged conversation with another. When Baimu mentioned the need for it to heal a Cacnea, Jigglypuff was equally incredulous. Could healing truly suffice? It fervently wished for someone to assure it that this was genuine, and the prospect of healing both Cacnea and Swablu instilled a measure of confidence within it. Perhaps, it truly need not attack anyone. Simply healing others would suffice. And so, it continued to live by Baimu's side. Gradually, it discovered that no matter how many times it expressed uncertainty and confusion about the future and its immediate surroundings, there would always be a warm hand gently nudging it from behind, instilling confidence and guiding its actions. That hand belonged to Baimu. At one point, it felt that taking the initiative to attack was not an insurmountable endeavor, for Baimu was kind and dependable, unlike the individuals from its past. Yet, it still hesitated to step into battle. In truth, it ought to participate. Since learning of Baimu's important match, that thought had crossed its mind countless times. One afternoon, when the battle with Cacnea concluded, Baimu's good friend, a human with bright yellow hair, suggested whether Jigglypuff would like to give it a try. Jigglypuff felt this might be an opportunity. It was anxious and tense, its body betraying reluctance, yet it resolved to give it a shot. But perhaps, it should just let it go. Baimu declined without hesitation. It had yet to traverse the inner barrier of its heart, and there was no need to force the issue. Why? I can do it. The eager Jilly Dan yearned to convey its capabilities, yet ultimately, all it could do was rub its tiny paws together, unable to produce any sound. At that moment, Baimu seemed to sense its inner turmoil. Gently patting its head and smiling with warmth and sincerity, for things you are reluctant to do, it is perfectly fine to refuse. I shall not hold it against you. After all, we are allies, mutually supportive. Pursue what you wish to do, follow what you deem right. Coco-Dola and I will always stand by your side. The choice is yours. Do what you believe is correct, follow your heart. Your destiny is yours to choose. No one had ever spoken such words to Jilly Dan. It was unclear how that day passed, as those phrases swirled incessantly in its mind. Could one truly make their own decisions? Indeed, is it possible that I can choose my own fate? So it seems, yet I still hope you might give me a gentle nudge, just a slight push, to usher in a true tomorrow. Standing before Coco-Dola, Jilly Dan observed Li Xiang being tackled by the large wolf dog, hearing familiar words from the other, and witnessing the hand that should have gently prodded it from behind, now drenched in blood. It gazed longingly into the distant horizon, as if freedom, those gentle words, and the splendor of recent days had all drifted away. Ah! Jilly Dan shouted in a fit of desperation, the pent-up mental energy within it bursting forth like a dam breaking. Chapter 40. The Miracle of Life. The malevolent wolf dog was ensnared by what seemed akin to a supernatural ability. A miracle? No. Baimu understood that Jilly Dan had not yet reached the level of defying the laws of nature. That was the extraordinary power of legendary Pokémon. What it had employed was either a binding technique, reminiscent of the petrification move often used by Misty Psyduck in the animations, or some form of ability that disregarded attribute compatibility. Telekinesis. Indeed, that must be it. It quickly withdrew from beneath the wolf dog, clutching its arm wound, and rose to assess Jilly Dan's condition. The creature's eyes were shrouded in a blue glow, its adorable visage reflecting a blend of pain and determination, as if its mental strength had reached its limit yet remained steadfast. Although it had not inflicted harm on the wolf dog, merely holding its ground was sufficient. Fortunately, Baimu exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to the equally stunned Jian, heedless of the blood streaming from his arm as he sprinted forward. Regrettably, due to the distance, this fellow had not been subdued by Jilly Dan. A decisive strike was necessary. You, don't come any closer, Jian shrieked, realizing Baimu was approaching, and fled, his voice warping in panic. Despite the seemingly negligible difference in their sizes, and the fact that the former had sustained an arm injury, a wave of inexplicable trepidation surged within him as he beheld the other charging towards him, akin to a ferocious beast coveting his very head. After all, he still could not fathom why Baimu was proving to be such a formidable adversary. It had only been a week since he began training Pokémon. His levels were far inferior to those of his opponents. And even with the most potent of potions administered to his mighty hound, Victory eluded him. Stop right there. As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of malice crossed Jian's face. With a roar, he brandished a small knife from his pocket, though the fear he felt was palpable in his demeanor. Suddenly, he burst forth with elation. Duluan bear, take down that Jigglypuff. Bai Mu turned slightly, only to witness the Duluan bear, previously in slumber, magically rise as if awakening from a dream. In tandem, the Kokodora before it also emerged from its stupor. At first glance, it appeared as though the tides were turning, yet in his moment of excitement, Jian slowed his pace, inadvertently closing the distance between them once more. By the time he realized they had run quite far, even if the Duluan bear triumphed over Kokodora and Jigglypuff, it would be unable to assist him in time. Bai Mu had already positioned himself. Release it. In a sudden motion, he hurled the dagger with formidable strength, and it transformed into a glimmering arc, plunging into Jian's wrist. Ah! He cried out in agony as the knife clattered to the ground. In a panic, Jian clutched his bleeding wrist, attempting to extricate the blade. But this delay allowed Bai Mu to close in on him, delivering a flying kick that sent him crashing to the ground. With a muffled grunt, Jian's cries turned into desperate wails as Bai Mu pressed down upon his back without hesitation, forcefully twisting his arms, producing a series of sharp cracks akin to the dismantling of a model robot, until his shoulders shattered with a final, sickening sound. But the ordeal was far from over. Bai Mu brandished the knife he had extracted from Jian's wrist and plunged it into the backs of his legs, quickly staining his gray uniform with dark crimson. Ah! Jian's anguished screams echoed, tears and snot mingling on his once arrogant face. Silence. Bai Mu delivered a resounding slap to his face, leaving his cheek bruised and swollen. You're a grown man, yet you truly are pathetic. Given Jian's stature, he should have been able to hold his own for several rounds. Who could have anticipated that he would be even weaker than a slaughtered pig, whose flailing could still elicit concern? Jian's resistance was pitifully feeble. Ever since he had become a trainer, had he truly forgotten the art of combat? Bai Mu seized his hair, compelling him to gaze toward the location of the obstructing bear, coldly uttering, "If you yearn for a Pokémon to rescue you, then behold your wish. Keep your eyes wide open." In the distance, the awakened obstructing bear shook its head, striving to clear its mind before charging towards the Jigglypuff, which had ensnared the great hound in azure light. However, as it leapt, a silver flash erupted, striking it like a sledgehammer and sending it tumbling across the ground, rolling several times before managing to rise unsteadily. It lifted its head, gazing at the assailant, the Katani, not far away. Both wore expressions of exhaustion, their energy waning to the brink of depletion. Yet, why did that creature's eyes still shine so brilliantly? The obstructing bear, its mind muddled from the effects of the medicine, could not comprehend why, after such brutal conflict, with pain and fatigue entwined around their bodies, as if they longed to succumb to slumber. The Katani's gaze remained as vibrant as if none of this had transpired. It was as though all suffering and exhaustion diminished in significance for some unknown reason, as if victory was assured, as if a splendid tomorrow awaited its opponent. The obstructing bear inexplicably loathed that gaze. It let out a frantic roar, summoning every ounce of strength, as if to flatten the Katani like a black wall, attempting to lift its body and slam it to the ground. Yet it failed. For as the obstructing bear made its move, a brilliant azure glow, a manifestation of life's miracle, illuminated beneath it. Countless fireflies swirled around the Katani, its small, canine-like form rapidly enlarging, its rounded head adopting a ridge-like shape, with protruding spines multiplying and melding with segmented armor. In an instant, a ferocious creature, reminiscent of a dinosaur, materialized beneath the obstructing bear, its pale blue eyes brimming with joy and confidence. The obstructing bear, taken aback, was just about to act when an overwhelming force propelled it skyward. As it descended, the Katani struck the ground with its claws, causing the earth beneath to collapse into a deep pit, a swirling vortex of quicksand. The obstructing bear inevitably slid into it, struggling only to sink further, soon finding half its body engulfed in sand. It attempted to retaliate with an ice beam, but its energy was long depleted, rendering it incapable of even half of a move. Thus, it could only watch helplessly as it was gradually buried beneath the grains. Soon, the great hound, dragged along by the Katani, joined it in that terrifying quicksand abyss. The two Pokémon exchanged glances, and in an instant, they lost consciousness, falling into a deep, unending slumber. In the distance, Jian gazed in despair at this scene, his mouth uttering only involuntary cries and moans of agony from the excruciating pain. "Thank you. My Kudora has found the opportunity to evolve." Although Hayaki expressed gratitude, his demeanor was as frigid as ice. He dragged Jian's hair, ignoring his cries of anguish, and made his way back towards the location of the Happiny and Kudora. The latter two hurriedly approached upon witnessing the scene. Dora. Happiny anxiously gazed at Hayaki's bloodied arm, while Kudora wore a concerned expression. It's nothing, just superficial wounds, Hayaki reassured them with a faint smile, tearing a piece of his sleeve with his teeth to reveal the arm guard, which bore several gaping holes from bites. I was prepared in advance. Despite the considerable blood loss, there are no serious injuries. Only then did Happiny and Kudora feel relieved. Chapter 41. Evil begets evil. Jian believed there was still a chance for a comeback. Since there had been no news from the Crow leader, he clung to hope, even though he could barely move his legs, and continuously envisioned how he would slice Hayaki's flesh piece by piece. This anticipation lingered until the return of the supersonic larva, which unceremoniously dropped the unconscious Crow leader onto the ground. Despair left him disheartened. The reason for the Crow leader's defeat lay in his panic upon hearing his trainer's cries for help, leading him to be struck by the supersonic larva's dragon breath. The Pokémon he had placed his hopes on had succumbed to defeat due to his own hindrance. How laughable. Hayaki quietly thanked the supersonic larva and returned it to its Pokeball for rest. After delivering a final healing wave to Kudora, Happiny succumbed to unconsciousness. But Hayaki observed that it was merely a result of mental exhaustion, and a short nap would suffice for recovery. Kudora, having evolved, had regained some strength, and with the healing wave and some sustenance, it could rest in a cool place without any issues. Hayaki recalled the great Houndoom and other Pokémon, quickly bandaging the wounds on his arm and replenishing some fluids. He sat atop a high, shaded rock, looking down at Jian, whose face was contorted in pain. The once arrogant visage was now filled with fear and suffering. Those eyes, which had always looked down upon others, now bore a plea. Yet, it evoked no sympathy from Hayaki. Beep. The hovering rotom in the sky emitted a soft sound as it descended beside him, announcing, "You have received a total reward of 5,380,000. Huh. Hayaki and Jian displayed expressions of astonishment and disbelief. A reward of 5 million. Who could possibly be so wealthy? Even if he only received 30%, that would amount to 1.5 million. Enough to repay Otsuka and still have some left over. However, this money was earned at the cost of a life. In that light, 5 million did not seem so significant. Hayaki steadied his emotions, calmly gazing at Jian, who wore a dazed expression. I will ask, and you shall answer. Speak one word of nonsense, and I will strike you down. Do you understand? Do you? He swiftly advanced, plunging a knife into Jian's shoulder and extracting it with remarkable speed. Jian let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, realizing the gravity of the situation. Very well. Bai Mu began his interrogation. His first line of inquiry concerned the mole. Although he had a suspect in mind, he refrained from taking action without concrete evidence. Naturally, extracting the identity of the traitor from Jian was impractical. The focus was instead on eliciting valuable intelligence from him. He instructed the surrounding Sandstorm team to search for the infiltrator. Betrayers colluding with hostile forces were intolerable in any organization. Next, he inquired about the drugs administered to the Great Wolf and the Blockade Bear earlier. Undoubtedly, the substance was a form of mental stimulant, akin to a special performance-enhancing drug, significantly depleting the Pokémon's energy to augment their physical capabilities while dulling their mental acuity, thereby making them more resilient and resistant to various forms of attack. Additionally, it had a side effect of hastening maturity. Its myriad beneficial effects rendered it rather expensive, yet the strength it conferred was not without its costs. Excessive consumption could lead to intellectual decline. No, once ingested, their IQ would diminish until they became imbeciles. This drug induced a form of mental derangement in Pokémon and possessed a degree of addictive quality, placing it within the realm of prohibited substances even in Huangtai town of the Olay region. Bai Mu fell silent upon hearing this. What sort of misdeeds had the Great Wolf and the Blockade Bear committed to encounter such a trainer? He rummaged through Jian's pockets, discovering the remaining tablets, and decisively crushed them into powder with a stone, allowing them to disperse with the wind. Then, he turned his attention to the whereabouts and condition of Dazuka and others. Rescue was indeed imperative. Bai Mu hoped that Dazuka would one day transform, becoming a person of integrity and positive values. That child should not perish in such a place. Fortunately, Jian had not killed Dazuka, not out of a change of heart, but rather because he realized that Dazuka was quite resilient, exhibiting a willingness to sacrifice himself, prompting Jian to stage a heroic act of sparing him, merely breaking his hands and feet. Despite the pervasive betrayal in Huangtai town, camaraderie was cherished. The more scarce it was, the more it was yearned for. Consequently, Jian received considerable rewards. After this exchange, Bai Mu posed several more questions. And as the conversation drew to a close, he noticed Jian's expression tinged with anticipation, mistakenly believing he would be spared. Bai Mu glanced at the pit created by the sandstorm hell technique. The ground had become solid. No matter. Bai Mu stood, locating the two captives ahead. He initially intended to awaken them, only to find they were already awake, feigning unconsciousness. He observed the ropes binding them, noting signs of wear. Since you are awake, open your eyes. I now assign you a task. Complete it, and you shall be set free. Silence ensued. Bai Mu. All right. I only require one person now. The other shall meet his demise. Wait. I am awake. I am awake. The two who feigned unconsciousness suddenly opened their eyes, their expressions tinged with anxious laughter. What is your command? Despite their earlier bravado, boldly accusing him of betrayal and cheating, now, in the face of desperation, all semblance of integrity vanished. This was precisely as Bai Mu had anticipated. He seized both individuals, thrusting them before Jian, and pointed at the latter's contorted form on the ground, resembling a wriggling caterpillar. Dig a pit, bury him up to his head, and I shall spare you. The pupils of the two contracted sharply, their gazes toward Bai Mu filled with dread. Jian, weakened and bleeding profusely, lamented feebly, pleading for his life, offering money, lots of it, desperately begging for mercy. Bai Mu paid no heed to his pleas. He regarded the two, realizing that this task required but one individual. I shall do it. I will do it. The two members of the vicious dog team immediately began to bicker over the task. Thus, under Bai Mu's directive, they utilized rudimentary tools to excavate a pit in the hole previously created by Kadora, casting fearful glances at Kadora and the others, sweat beading on their brows. Meanwhile, Bai Mu positioned Jian face up, probing the area of his chest, beckoning Kadora over. Come, step here. Yes, right here. With a resounding thud, as Kadora's foot came down, Jian's weak voice faded, leaving only faint gasps from his throat. Bai Mu observed for a few moments, uncertain if that kick had caused a pneumothorax. Yet he was certain many ribs had been shattered. The human body in the Pokémon world was remarkably resilient, and he feared a misjudgment. Nevertheless, coupled with the scorching heat from the ground and severe blood loss, Jian would likely not survive. He witnessed the two dig a sizable pit, tossing Jian into it and covering him, allowing only his face to remain exposed. A chill ran down the spines of the two, feeling that Bai Mu was nothing short of a demon, not only denying a swift death, but subjecting him to such torment. Yet, in truth, Bai Mu's intentions were quite straightforward. A swift stab to Jian's heart would indeed be decisive, but such an easy death would merely be a release. After all, setting aside this competition, this man had directly caused the deaths of 8 individuals throughout his life, even being somewhat reserved while recounting. A quick death was not warranted. Good begets good, and evil begets evil. Since Jian had fallen into his grasp, he should courageously endure a taste of the consequences of his past actions before departing this world. Only then could the souls of those who perished at his hands find peace, and he could find solace in his thoughts. It is done. You are free now. Remember to prepare the funds to redeem your Pokémon. Bai Mu gazed at Jian, whose face was the only part visible, nodding in satisfaction. The latter's eyes were blank as he stared at the sky, seemingly devoid of any hope for life. The two other members of the Hound team exchanged glances, filled with gratitude as they thanked Bai Mu, fearful that displeasing him might lead to their own entombment. 10 minutes later, 2 messenger birds arrived to take them away. Bai Mu glanced at the radar and proceeded in the direction Jian had indicated, searching for the injured Otsuka. 15 minutes later, underground, Jian succumbed to inhuman suffering. Chapter 42. External influences outside the arena. As the large screen displayed Bai Mu's victory over Jian, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Did he really win? Is this for real? Can't you see? This guy actually has some skills. Please, he only managed to turn the tide thanks to Pokémon. I could do it too. Huh. Was Jian's blocking bear just dropped from the sky? Are the Hound team members completely brainless? What kind of commands were those? If they had just charged in, they wouldn't have lost. Can you fly? There were 4 Pokémon between them and a 30-meter gap. Just climb the wall and go around. Are you out of your mind? The audience in Huang Tai Town fervently discussed and critiqued the battle from various angles, with some even erupting into fights amidst the heated debates. Ultimately, while many concluded that they could have done better, few truly underestimated Bai Mu. After all, they believed in the principle that victors are crowned while the vanquished are scorned. No matter how grand the tales of achievement, if one could be defeated, it all amounted to nothing. Only those who survive to the end can truly revel in victory. In the control room, the team leader of the Hound team, a dark-faced man, was so enraged that he smashed the table and stormed out, leaving behind a cackling Iona, drawing the attention of others. The two organizations had been adversaries for years, with countless conflicts resulting in casualties among their ranks, including senior members and numerous squad leaders and regular members. Yet, this was the first time one side had suffered such a severe blow, losing such face. What? Those Jin took down? Merely insignificant cannon fodder. They cannot restore the Hound team's lost dignity. Upon returning to the base, the dark-faced man felt a mix of anger and worry. Jin was a talent favored by the highest-ranking officials, and dying in such a manner would be difficult to justify. As the leader, he bore the primary responsibility. Heaven knows how much blood would be spilled over this. If someone seized the opportunity to press charges, he might even face punitive measures. Huowu, bring her to me. He bellowed in fury, seeking someone to share the blame. After all, Huowu had indeed betrayed the Hound team, aiding the enemy in successfully ambushing two members. A logistics officer, trembling in fear, approached cautiously, stammering, "Sir." Huowu left for the headquarters under the pretext of a medical check. She left? The dark-faced man widened his eyes and, with a swift kick, sent the assailant tumbling to the ground. His teeth clenched as he glared at the distant encampment of the quicksand team. Were it not for the hovering rotom overhead capturing every moment, he might have rushed over in a fit of rage. After much contemplation, he found it difficult to swallow his indignation and thus took out his communicator to reach out to those inside. "Brother, you must find a way to rescue me." As soon as the call connected, he began to plead for help. In Silicon City, within the grand banquet hall, numerous high society individuals engaged in hushed conversations, their gazes occasionally flitting toward the second floor. Just moments ago, someone had lavishly donated 3 million to the young victor displayed on the grand screen. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the host on the second floor, the donor would likely have continued his generous bestowals. Curiosity sparked among the attendees regarding the identity of the individual summoned to the second floor. Do you not recognize him? He is a renowned mining tycoon from the Uriai region. He practically monopolizes the mineral import and export industry there, monopolizing such a vast enterprise. I hear he has some familial ties to Lord Ekin. No wonder. The business owners exchanged expressions of enlightenment, their looks toward the second floor imbued with envy. As the recognized largest city in Uriai, Silicon City's mayor wielded power comparable to that of the king of Uriai, his immense influence causing many to tread carefully. Perhaps only the formidable trainers battling atop Mount John could contend with such a figure. It was likely that once the Pokémon League was officially established, Ekin would smoothly ascend to the presidency of the League's executive committee. To have a familial connection to such a prominent individual was indeed enviable. On the second floor, the man, the object of envy among many business owners, was currently enduring a reprimand from Ekin. Is it truly wise to squander 3 million on a mere commoner? What were you thinking? Money does not fall from the sky. How can you waste it so recklessly? I entrusted you with the mining business out of trust. And this is how you repay me? You are not a child anymore. Your son is nearly 20. Your father entrusted you to my care many years ago, and you allow such trivial matters to ruffle your feathers. Return and reflect on your actions. You may as well vacate your position as chairman for now. I will address your punishment later, but I do not wish to see this sort of behavior again. Now leave." After a barrage of belittling words, the man lowered his head in acquiescence, concealing his indifferent demeanor as he descended from the second floor. Behind him, a chorus of voices attempted to comfort Ekin, whose tone was filled with disappointment. The man chose to ignore their sentiments. Having been by Ekin's side for many years, he understood the elder's obsessive need for control and his insatiable greed for wealth. He was excessively vain and remarkably stingy. This was evidenced by the restrictions placed on the donation amounts from ordinary individuals, which could never exceed his own. Were it not for the man's possession of certain privileges, he would never have been able to make such a generous donation of 3 million. Undoubtedly, the situation was quite clear. The reason why the man was summoned to be reprimanded was that he failed to grant Ekin the respect he desired, thus interrupting the latter's plans to showcase his prowess. Ultimately, 3 million was merely a trifling sum for them. What truly mattered was that the man was firmly under their control. Ostensibly, he was a mining tycoon, yet many around him were loyalists of Ekin, who held a tight grip over the company's operations, leaving him with limited authority. At times, he felt like nothing more than a mere mascot. Thus, he was acutely aware of his lowly status, and he could surmise that the offended Ekin had already begun contemplating how to punish him. Regret? Not at all. He had grown weary of many matters, and the moment he witnessed Baimu's triumph over Jian, a sudden surge of courage compelled him to make a decision, to strive for a better future for Shanren, remembering his son, who would soon return from studying abroad. The man, Dennis, realized there was little he had to lose. Once more, he cast a glance at Ekin on the second floor, tempering the sharpness in his gaze. Within the arena, Baimu endeavored to remain in the shadows, occasionally hydrating himself. He felt fortunate that Kadora was a Pokémon that required minimal water, otherwise, he would have had to prepare additional water pouches, adding to his burdens. The midday sun was exceptionally fierce. By his estimation, the temperature might have exceeded 45 degrees, and the sandy ground was hot enough to roast a person alive. Should Otsuka lie under the sun like that, he might very well suffer from heatstroke. Did heatstroke exist in the Pokémon world? Baimu was uncertain and fervently hoped it did not, fearing that it would leave Otsuka unable to think clearly. The boy was not particularly bright as it was. Dora. The call of Kadora captured his attention. Baimu leaned towards the direction indicated by the Pokémon, and beneath a boulder, he discerned a figure half hidden in the shadows, the other half exposed to the scorching sun. Indeed, it was a person. His vision was quite sharp. Chapter 43. Breaking free with the distance stretched to 100 meters, Baimu confirmed that the individual was indeed the unfortunate Otsuka, rather than some unscrupulous enforcer. Few would be foolish enough to roam about at midday without seeking refuge. He recalled the radar he had previously examined. This area, including his own, was devoid of red dots, with most congregated in the far west, as if deliberately avoiding his vicinity. Such stealth was remarkable. It was rare for a brute like Jin to be so diligent. How much had he been compensated to work so meticulously? Baimu genuinely doubted that this man would traverse such a distance merely to fulfill a promise of breaking his legs. Clearly, there was an irresistible reward involved. Otsuka. He called out directly, hoping for a response. Unfortunately, none came. The young man was most likely unconscious, prompting Baimu to urge Kadora to quicken their pace. Ready to navigate a potential trap. In this world, nothing was absolute. It was prudent to remain vigilant. 1 minute later, with a quickened pace, he approached Otsuka, deftly checking the latter's breath and heartbeat. He retrieved the previously salvaged scarf, dampening it with water to cleanse the blood and dirt from Otsuka's face, paying particular attention to the nose and eyes. Subsequently, he produced a small tablet from his pocket, mixing it with water before administering it to Otsuka. This tablet was primarily a life-saving measure, lacking in any substantial additional effects, yet it could stabilize certain injuries temporarily, allowing for further treatment. Although it was somewhat expensive, the price was inconsequential when it came to preserving life. In retrospect, it indeed proved to be quite useful. After tending to the necessary care, he assessed Otsuka's injuries, which were nothing short of horrific. Even with the medical standards of the Urei region, it would take Otsuka at least a month to recover. The fact that he was still alive brought a slight sigh of relief. Before long, faint groans emerged from Otsuka's lips, his tightly shut eyes flickering open. Am I awake? Is this a response? Am I dead? How could I be dreaming of you? Otsuka's voice was raspy, and as he gradually opened his eyes, he beheld the figure of Shiraki sitting beside him. A grimace crossed his face. Shiraki remained unfazed, shaking his right hand and stating, "If we delay any longer, you might truly perish. What number is this? I see your brain hasn't completely failed you. Congratulations are in order." Such dark humor was lost on Otsuka in his current state. He shifted his gaze to the cerulean sky, murmuring, "I'm truly not dead," followed by muffled sobs escaping his throat as tears swiftly brimmed in his eyes. The overwhelming relief of surviving the ordeal left Otsuka breathless, prompting bouts of coughing and dry heaving, a chaotic mix of tears and laughter. Yet, he was oblivious to such turmoil, as long as he was alive. That was all that mattered. By the way, if you were dead and wanted to stab him, your current condition renders that rather unrealistic, Shiraki remarked somberly. Can you move your arms? If not, I can assist you in calling for rescue. The wristband was monitored, only activating if the individual willingly chose to use it, which was rather cumbersome. However, compared to the rescue, Otsuka's interest clearly lay elsewhere. Did you kill him? To be precise, he was sunbaked to death. I merely inflicted severe injuries upon him, Shiraki replied with a smile, attempting to lighten the mood. To stab him would be far too lenient. Ha ha ha, how ruthless you are. Otsuka managed to muster a strained smile and attempted to move his arm to activate the wristband. Unfortunately, it only resulted in pain, forcing him to rely on Shiraki's assistance. Beep. Rescue call successful. Both men breathed a sigh of relief, the atmosphere becoming more jovial, despite the lingering heat. Seizing the opportunity, Shiraki inquired, speaking of which, why didn't you disclose my location? You could have fabricated any story. I don't perceive you as a fool. From the moment of their initial encounter, it became evident that Otsuka's capitulation was remarkably swift. He was not the type to stubbornly refuse to acknowledge his mistakes. He epitomized the notion of being a cowardly bully. Thus, when Ken remarked that Otsuka was unwilling to speak, Baimu was taken aback. Why? Otsuka stared vacantly at the sky, pondering, I truly do not know. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting whim, or perhaps he felt that whether he spoke or remained silent, he would not escape his fate. He chuckled to himself, despite the absence of any comedic merit in the situation. Yet, deep down, he harbored an answer regarding why he would rather face dire consequences than reveal Baimu's whereabouts. Even if he fabricated a story, the reasoning was straightforward. It was the remnants of his meager self-respect that compelled him. In moments of peril, Otsuka found himself inundated with memories, from his birth and first words to acquiring his first Pokémon and supporting his entire family. He reflected upon his life and realized its profound barrenness. He had sacrificed far too much for trivial pursuits, laden with regrets and unfulfilled aspirations. Stripped of superficial possessions like Pokémon, he felt utterly empty and devoid of personal ambitions, merely existing under the weight of life's oppression. Our worlds are too small. I hope one day we can break free from the confines of Huangtai Town and truly see the world, he mused. What constitutes the real world? Did he, with nothing to his name, possess the right to behold it? In that moment, Otsuka clung desperately to the last vestiges of his dignity, recognizing that he would never witness the world as described by Baimu. Yet, he fervently wished to avoid a death so pitiful. Hey, Baimu, will you leave Iron Town? He strained to turn his head toward the figure who was so close yet remained indistinct. The figure replied, one day, without fail. Then could you take me with you? Otsuka found himself rendered speechless, grappling for words as his subconscious whispered that he was unworthy. The detritus of the gutter deserved to remain in the gutter. At that moment, the indistinct figure suddenly approached, and Otsuka blinked. Baimu became vividly clear, as if a gossamer veil had been torn asunder. The other lifted his eyelid and forced him to stick out his tongue, executing motions typical of a physician. Why are you silent? Do you wish for water? No. What were you about to say? Take you with me? Do you wish to travel together? Personally, I am not fond of forming teams. Perhaps it would be best to go solo. Baimu waved his hand dismissively, his tone implying that he presumed Otsuka ought to venture forth alone. Alone? Otsuka echoed, bewildered. Is there no other option? You may invite your sister and your parents. A family trip together can be quite delightful. Traveling in companionship, exploring the world as a family, presents an alluring prospect. The unfamiliar vocabulary left Otsuka feeling somewhat bewildered. In the tone of Kashiwagi, departing from Huangtai Town or even the Oriai region seemed like an exceedingly trivial matter, perhaps even commonplace. He murmured to himself, contemplating the merits of venturing forth alone. Indeed, while still young, he should escape Huangtai Town and discover what lies beyond this familiar territory. There is no need to remain fixated on such a small area. Kashiwagi, with a hint of nostalgia, remarked, this world is far more splendid than you can imagine. The two gradually fell into silence. Suddenly, Otsuka inquired, should I be going to school? Stop rambling. Kashiwagi retorted casually, if you can't read, you won't even understand a map. Why bother traveling? Chapter 44. A satisfying conclusion. Watching the messenger bird take Otsuka away, Kashiwagi sought a spot that offered a modicum of coolness to rest. Waiting for the radar to cool down before slowly making his way toward the direction of the other two unfortunate souls. It is imperative to assist if one can. Although there were no deep bonds of friendship, he currently possessed 2 Pokémon from his companions. Should the trainer still be alive, they could negotiate upon retrieval. However, if the trainer had perished, the Sand Team would uniformly reclaim them at a fixed rate of 100,000 apiece. There was no option to decline selling. Naturally, Kashiwagi wished to earn as much as possible, for one cannot afford to be at odds with money, especially in times of need. Halfway through his journey, the aerial rotom descended, confirming the required number of participants and unlocking the team function. So soon, yet not a single one in sight. Kashiwagi glanced at his wristband. The radar countdown had half a minute remaining, leaving him uncertain whether the absence was due to allies or foes. Soon after, he activated the radar, discovering that the fallen were indeed his allies. Originally 6 red dots, -1, there were now 5, scattered like stars across the sky. Though it was promised that the team function would be unlocked, the locations of teammates were not marked. How stingy. Fortunately, regardless of which enemy lay ahead, they were all at least 1,000 or 1,800 meters away, and there was no sign of them on his path to rescue. He hoped his teammates would prove capable. Perhaps it would be best to avoid unnecessary conflict. What do you think? He turned to ask Kadora. Kadora, noticing the weariness on Kashiwagi's face, nodded in agreement. To be fair, it felt as though Kadora yearned to stretch its new limbs during the earlier crisis. It had not paid much heed, but now it felt slightly out of sorts. Its mouth had grown significantly larger, allowing it to consume what once required a single bite with ease, now manageable in mere gulps. Its toes had transformed from 1 to 3, providing greater stability in its gait. Even when raising its front paws to stand on its hind legs, it no longer wobbled as it once did. Moreover, despite its body feeling considerably heavier, its forelegs propelled it with newfound vigor, increasing its speed rather than diminishing it. In summary, it can be expressed in 3 words: I have grown stronger. This unprecedented experience filled Kadora with genuine joy, even causing a delightful itch throughout its body, as if it yearned to engage in battle with a Pokémon right then and there. Unfortunately, such confrontations could be perilous. After some contemplation, it resolved to adhere to its trainer's wishes. Do not be hasty. I understand your elation, and I share in your joy. However, all things require a gradual approach, and one must learn to remain composed. Taking a moment, Baimu gently patted the sun-baked head of Kadora, reminding it that there is still evolution to pursue. Remember, Boss Kadora only needs to reach a level slightly over 40 to evolve, so strive diligently to meet the level requirements by next month and seek new opportunities. It is wise to adopt a steadier approach. Who can withstand the relentless peril of constant battles? Kadora raised its head, its voice deep and resonant, akin to a stone rolling down a hill. Although not as melodious as during its Coco Kadora days, it nonetheless signified growth. Evolution is undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Yet it is regrettable to lose the hard-earned roundness of its head. This transformation not only rendered its surface coarse, but also reshaped it into a spade-like form. Such a change is indeed lamentable. Half an hour later, Baimu successfully rescued a semi-conscious teammate, placing them into the messenger bird's pouch. Regrettably, after much effort to locate the last individual, he discovered that the person had long since perished. It appeared they had succumbed to a ruptured rib that punctured their internal organs, leaving their chest cavity deeply sunken. Rest in peace. Baimu sighed, gently closing the deceased's eyes, reminding himself to seek vengeance in the spirit realm after crossing over. In the animated world, real ghosts exist alongside the realm of the dead, a creation of a prodigious screenwriter during the 4th generation of animation. Most often, wild night spirits are regarded as the guardians of the spirit realm, preventing the entities within from emerging and the living from intruding. At first glance, this notion seems somewhat chilling. However, there is no genuine cause for fear, even in death. Humans struggle to contend with Pokémon, and as long as one can overcome their inner trepidation, ghosts are not truly formidable. He moved the body to a shaded area, as it was said that someone would come to collect it after the match, though the truth of this remains uncertain. At this moment, only a little over an hour remained until the match concluded. Baimu returned to the site of the earlier confrontation to check on Jin's condition, relieved to find that he had indeed passed away, allowing him to rest quietly in place. The east seemed to have transformed into a forbidden zone, while the red points to the west showed no intention of approaching, preferring to remain in a limited area. What troubled him was that during his time spent saving others, the opposing red point had diminished once more. How many teammates remained? If the numbers on both sides continued to balance, it was evident that the battle would likely end in a stalemate. He alone had taken down 4 opponents, and with the captured Pokémon and prize money, even in defeat, he would bear little blame. This sense of unwarranted optimism must be curbed. Baimu understood that the powerful figures above him seldom exercised reason. When the time came for them to vent their frustrations, no one would care about the contributions he had made. Thus, he began to devise a plan to venture westward and reap the remaining rewards. However, when the radar cooled down once more, he opened it to find that only 2 red dots remained. One of them had solidified, evidently entering a state of combat. A minute later, the red dot vanished, leaving only a solitary red dot behind. Who among them had suddenly unleashed the combat prowess of a squad leader? Perhaps it was a coordinated effort by multiple players. Baimu realized this and fixated on the last red dot, which seemed to sense the danger and was desperately fleeing. Just as the radar's technical phase concluded, the red dot also solidified. Half a minute later, a Rotom drone descended, signaling the end of the match with the Sans team emerging victorious. Please remain in place for staff to arrive. Was it over? They had won. His teammates had surprisingly performed admirably, leaving Baimu somewhat astonished. He had presumed that teammates would merely hinder his progress, yet they turned out to be quite formidable. He recalled the Coddler into its Pokeball, and moments later, he saw a hovering cargo truck approach from a distance, stopping before him. The side door of the cargo box opened, revealing a few faces that initially expressed curiosity but soon morphed into astonishment. It's you. Indeed, it is me. And there are still 4 of you left? Where is Sarawatari? Baimu stepped into the air-conditioned cargo box, marveling at the revival of his spirits, but upon scanning the surroundings, he found no sign of Sarawatari. Had he truly lost? The four individuals exchanged complex glances and shook their heads in confusion. One of them couldn't help but inquire, "Did you handle those from the east?" "Certainly not." "You overestimate my abilities." Bai Mu waved his hand dismissively. Noticing their sighs of relief, he added, "I merely got lucky in taking one down." The others gasped in surprise and pressed on, "What about Jian? I saw him sneaking around. He must have gone east as well. Perhaps he was buried by chance." "But enough about me. After the team formation commenced, you all dealt with those five, right?" Bai Mu preferred not to linger on the topic and promptly shifted the conversation. The members of the Sans team exchanged glances, their eyes filled with trepidation. One replied, "That's about right." In a standard match, the outcome heavily relies on forming teams in the latter stages. The team that gathers more allies first stands a higher chance of victory. Solo play is exceedingly difficult unless one possesses immense confidence or is simply unfortunate. Otherwise, few would engage in such encounters. As a result, Bai Mu had single-handedly taken down four, including Jian. How could this not astound them? Chapter 45, Sudden Wealth. Upon returning outside the arena, the group exited the cargo box only to find Ayana herself there to greet them, her face adorned with a rare smile. They exchanged glances. Realizing they had indeed survived the fierce battle, their bodies unconsciously relaxing as genuine smiles graced their faces. After all, this journey could be regarded as an extraordinary victory from any perspective. It seemed that the Sand Flow team would not neglect their heroes, and a promising future awaited them. "You did remarkably well," Ayana praised, emphatically patting Bakuki's shoulder with an expression that conveyed a sense of approval. His performance undoubtedly brought honor to the Sand Flow team's captain, not only diminishing the arrogance of the Evil Dog team, but also, to some extent, influencing the trajectory of their ultimate triumph. "Thank you for your kind words." Bakuki acknowledged with a nod, receiving envious glances from those around him. Aside from Ayana and the logistics team of the Sand Flow, the exit of the arena was still congested with members from various other organizations. They pointed and whispered among themselves, with most of their gazes fixated on Bakuki, revealing a plethora of indescribable emotions. It was certain that after today, Bakuki's name would circulate within Huantai Town. While it might not bring him significant fame, it would at least elevate him from an obscure nobody to a somewhat noteworthy figure in Huantai Town. However, he remained indifferent to this development. Gaining renown was undoubtedly the aspiration of many lowly ruffians, yet it bore little relevance to his own pursuits. Moreover, being the center of attention was not necessarily a boon. He resolved to maintain a lower profile in the coming months. As he contemplated this, he returned to the base with the majority, allowing medical personnel to conduct health checks on himself and his Pokémon. During this time, he learned through inquiries that Sarawatari had been fortunate enough to survive, along with several severely injured members who had been evacuated back to the headquarters. However, only 6 members, including Otsuka, remained from the initial 15, leaving just 11 survivors after 6 hours. For youthful lives had been lost forever in this desolate wasteland. When this was mentioned, the medical staff displayed little sorrow. Rather, they excitedly recounted the casualties of the Evil Dog team, which reportedly had only 8 survivors remaining. Had they become utterly numb to the loss of life after witnessing so many violent encounters? Bakuki remained silent. Half an hour later, members of the Evil Dog team arrived to retrieve their Pokémon, also discussing how to return the captured Sand Flow Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Bakuki looked bewilderedly at the logistics personnel who had informed him, questioning how they possessed their Pokémon when the members of the Evil Dog team had been eliminated. Shouldn't the Pokémon be in the hands of the other 4? Yes, the logistics personnel nodded, seemingly understanding his confusion, and explained in a hushed tone. Before the group disbanded, someone from the Evil Dog team had utilized their Pokémon to retrieve the captured companion's Pokémon. There were even instances of individuals, sensing imminent defeat, entrusting Pokeballs to their Pokémon to facilitate their escape. Indeed, we have engaged in such actions here as well. Bai Mu was taken aback. He had never anticipated such audacious maneuvers, dispatching the spoils in advance. After all the Pokeballs seized by Jian were in his possession, without exception. Was it a matter of mistrust towards outsiders, or did he harbor confidence in himself? Following the logistics team, the two entered a large tent. Inside, a long table was set in the center, with members of the Houndoom team and their other teammates seated on either side, seemingly having waited for quite some time. At the far end, several unfamiliar faces were present, one of whom, identifiable by insignia, appeared to be a squad leader from the Sandstorm team. Strangely, there was also a Rotom drone hovering above, its lens directed at all of them. Surveillance? Or perhaps it was being broadcast live. Bai Mu curiously observed the Rotom drone. His arrival immediately attracted the unabashed hostility of the Houndoom team, their faces marred by hatred and resentment, as though they wished to eliminate him on the spot. Unperturbed, he took his seat, and if gazes could kill, he would have been torn to shreds by now. Yet, at this moment, they merely resembled the lamentations of defeated hounds. The process of reclaiming Pokémon was straightforward. Exchange or bid, haggling ensued. Initially, both parties displayed the Pokeballs belonging to the opposing organization. The Houndoom team presented 12 Pokeballs, while the 4 members of the Sandstorm team revealed 18, and Baimu quietly produced 9. Why only 9? Wait, what about Jian's Pokémon? A member of the Houndoom team suddenly rose, voice raised in anger. What trickery is this? Baimu shrugged. They are missing. His flippant gesture ignited the nerves of the Houndoom team members. You're talking nonsense. Looking for death. Don't think that a little trick will allow you to flaunt your power. I'll kill you, they shouted vehemently, quickly adopting a stance that suggested they were ready to strike, but were halted by a person seated at the far end. Silence. The individual banged the table forcefully, the resounding noise overwhelming the curses of the Houndoom team. Let us not waste time. If they are gone, they are gone. Upon hearing this, Baimu glanced at the speaker, noticing he was dressed in a suit rather than the uniform of any team. Was he the organizer of this event? Yet, it must be said, his words were effective. The Houndoom team members soon fell silent, glaring at Baimu, gritting their teeth as they declared, I demand an exchange. Agreed. The previously silent teammate from the Sandstorm team finally spoke. The transaction of Pokémon, as the term suggests, was a direct one-to-one exchange. Typically, those who were closely related to a defeated individual would opt for this method to reclaim their friend's Pokémon. Generally, exchanges were more common than monetary transactions. Baimu watched as his teammate exchanged 12 Pokémon from the Houndoom team for his own 12, revealing an expression of surprise. Among them, some Pokémon may belong to deceased teammates, yet they are still exchanged rather than abandoned. Why is that? Is it an attempt to return the Pokémon to the families of the departed? Or perhaps the intention is to reclaim the Pokémon for resale, thereby maximizing profit? Given that the buyback price is generally considerably lower, he fervently hopes for the former, as it still retains a semblance of humanity. Upon completing the exchange, the members of the Evil Hound team began bidding on the remaining Pokémon. Notably, on Baimu's side, 3 were agreed upon for a total price of 300,000, and the one facilitating the recovery of the Pokémon for Huan Wu was a bespectacled, plump girl. Without much hesitation, he casually pushed the 3 Pokeballs forward and took the 300,000 Pokémon laid out on the table. This transaction captured the attention of onlookers. Many Evil Hound team members regarded the girl with suspicion, causing her to hastily reveal Huan Wu's identity, asserting that Baimu's promise was displayed on the public screen. He truly kept his word. At this moment, some within the tent cast curious glances at Baimu. In the largely flexible moral landscape of Huangtai Town, it was remarkable to encounter someone who upheld their commitments so resolutely. Baimu maintained a serene expression. The more one exists amidst such moral decay, the more imperative it becomes to adhere to the boundaries one has established. Otherwise, one could be insidiously assimilated by this detestable crowd. Huan Wu had indeed aided him, and there was no necessity to betray his promise for the sake of 600,000. To do so would render him no different from those who have been completely transformed by greed. Of course, the remaining 6 could not be sold cheaply. After haggling and negotiating, Baimu successfully sold them for a total of 2,700,000, translating to a value of 450,000 each. Such generosity. He couldn't help but be astonished. As for how much his teammates sold for, he had little interest, quietly beginning to calculate his guaranteed earnings from this competition. The 4 live-streaming tips amounted to 550,000, 2,400,000, 1,556,000, and 538,000. With Baimu entitled to 30%, that equates to 2,967,000. Including the proceeds from selling the Pokémon, the total surpasses 5,660,000. Additionally, having triumphed over 4 opponents, each yielding at least 100,000 in rewards, he anticipates over 6 million. Holding 12 of his companions' Pokémon, excluding the 3 from Bazooka, he plans to sell the remaining 9 at a modest 20,000 each. Altogether, this brings the total to 7,860,000. This figure does not even account for the winning bonuses. Goodness! Following this endeavor, he has experienced an explosive surge in wealth. Baimu gazed in astonishment at the intangible numbers in his palm, transforming from a miser into a millionaire. Chapter 46. So-called filial piety. Once again, he declined to sell the 3 Pokémon belonging to Jian. Ignoring the menacing gazes of the Evil Hound team members, Baimu hurried back to the base, clutching 3 million in cash. After the competition concluded, the venue was a chaotic blend of individuals. where it was entirely plausible for a Pokémon to stealthily abscond with something if one were not vigilant. The Pokémon realm is teeming with talent, including those capable of crafting dreams. As he ventured into the innermost tent, he was unexpectedly enveloped by the sound of conversation. Didn't he catch up? They've managed to escape quite a bit. You know, someone tipped them off. Capturing those would be quite an achievement. Huh, if the ambush is already compromised. Doesn't that signify the official commencement of hostilities? No, until our leader returns, only small skirmishes will occur. Large-scale confrontations would not bode well for them. They are merely opportunists driven by monetary gain. Despite the volume of their conspiring voices not appearing to warrant secrecy, Bakumatsu decisively turned to leave. However, as he took a step, he caught a glimpse of the entrance curtain being lifted. A man with wine-red hair, reminiscent of a Kadabra, smiled and said, "Ah, you've arrived? I was just thinking of seeking you out." "All right, come in," Bakumatsu replied, as Lugu interrupted his intent to speak, gesturing for him to enter. "I need to discuss something with you." Upon entering, he was taken aback to see Ayana standing not far away. Compared to her earlier pristine appearance, she now looked somewhat travel-worn, with dark red streaks of blood adhering to her hands. Noticing his gaze, Ayana raised an eyebrow. "Hey, don't think being a hero grants you the privilege to gawk. I'll still give you a thrashing." Bakumatsu refrained from retorting and turned to the visibly amused Lugu. "Lord Lugu, I am sincerely grateful for your assistance with the ultrasonic larva. It has been immensely beneficial to me." He presented the Pokeball containing the ultrasonic larva with reverence. "I'm pleased to hear it has helped. It was worth my effort to ensure you received it." Lugu accepted it nonchalantly, smiling as he inquired, "So, what have you decided? Will you join my side?" Given such a significant favor, how could one not align themselves? Bakumatsu understood his lack of alternatives and promptly bowed. "I humbly request your guidance, big brother." "Ah." Lugu's smile brightened considerably as he ruffled Bakumatsu's dark hair. "You're quite astute. From now on, you shall be my subordinate team leader." "Team leader?" Ayana interjected, surprised. "Have you consulted the boss? The rank of team leader is not something that can be assigned at will. It bears substantial distinction from regular members, with strict numerical limitations to prevent it from becoming commonplace. You may not be aware, but the boss originally envisioned this lad in the position of team leader." Lugu replied with unwavering cheer. "I am merely helping him fulfill that promise, and there is more to it." He turned to Bakumatsu. "The comatose Shibata in the intensive care unit. He just died 2 hours ago. Someone removed his trachea. Shibata is dead." Bakumatsu's heart jolted. "Additionally, Sarawatari has also been dealt with by our leader's orders. This individual was an undercover agent for the Crystal Group, aiming to isolate you first, then have the Houndoom gang incapacitate you, rendering you useless. Once the higher-ups lost interest in you, he would eliminate you." Lugu explained with a sense of calmness. And one could not help but wonder why he had captured Chester's attention. Baimu nodded in understanding. The truth was rather straightforward. He intended to seize control over the newcomer assessments. Hence, he deliberately assigned individuals to introduce special Pokémon into each round, aiming to facilitate the advancement of peripheral members close to the Crystal Group, subsequently dispersing them across various factions to achieve his covert objective of dominating the foundational ranks of the Sand Team. Lugu continued, expressing his concern that he feared being discovered by Yugo, the acting leader of the Stone Group, which led to a protracted and cumbersome execution of his plans. Ultimately, it was inadvertently ruined by Shibata and yourself, drawing Yugo's attention and causing the plan to collapse entirely. No, it was solely Shibata's blunder. I refuse to take the blame. He longed to convey this to Lugu, yet he realized that explaining it would be futile. Chester was notoriously petty, lacking vision, and particularly concerned about his reputation. If you incurred his displeasure and word spread, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. However, since you had caught the eye of the big boss, he could only resort to indirect methods to target you. As Lugu spoke, he unexpectedly burst into laughter, clearly holding a low opinion of the leader of the neighboring Crystal Group. Ayana beside him likewise scoffed coldly. Baimu, however, wore a blank expression. What about his uncle Ishigaki? A squad leader's position was not so easily extinguished, and currently, he had no means to trouble you. Therefore, this matter is for you to handle. When the Sand Group and the Crystal Group inevitably clash, you may deal with him then. Lugu patted his shoulder firmly, expressing his belief in his capabilities. By the way, it is customary to offer a tribute to the elder brother upon joining a team. But I see that you are likely displeased at having to part with your funds before they have even warmed in your pocket, so consider this time exempt. Lugu remarked, use that money wisely to enhance your own abilities, striving to reach the squad leader level as soon as possible. Of course, Whether to exchange Pokémon or how many to acquire is entirely your decision, but I advise you to act within your means. The elder brother cast him a meaningful glance and lifted the door curtain to depart. Ayana rolled her eyes, stating, "Your elder brother isn't very straightforward. If he is worried about your reckless spending, he should just say so, instead of rambling on with unnecessary words." Baimu dared not interject. However, based on Lu Ji's current demeanor and actions, it seemed rather promising to associate with this elder brother, possibly leading to a bright future. The return vehicle was still being driven by the robust female driver, but as Baimu boarded, he suddenly noticed a commotion at the base of the evil dog team. Someone rushed out from within, heading straight for the sand team's base, only to be intercepted by others. Buckets of blood-red water were being carried out from the tents. This made him recall the earlier conversation between Lu Gu and Ayana, along with the latter's peculiar markings. The evil dog team had laid an ambush for the returning sand team, but had they been counter-ambushed instead? Perhaps that was the case. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable why Lu Gu appeared here so suddenly. What a reliable elder brother. Baimu had initially presumed that the sand team, being a second-rate organization, would lack the foresight to anticipate enemy ambushes. Yet, he was surprised to find that there were indeed capable individuals within. While lost in thought, an old teammate leaned over and casually inquired, "I heard you'll be following Lord Lu Gu from now on?" "Indeed," Baimu replied. "How wonderful. Have you decided on the tribute?" The teammate continued, "Everyone says Lord Lu Gu is quite generous and demands little in the way of tribute. What is the usual amount? For us, having just earned a prize from the competition, it should start at 1 million. Lord Lu Gu might only require 500,000. The man expressed with palpable envy. Baimu internally scoffed at the notion of a tribute starting at 1 million. Was this not akin to harvesting crops without leaving a single root behind? Do even those who simply lay idle have to contribute 1 million? He asked incredulously. The man shook his head. That is certainly not the case. We offer more because of our recent windfall. Also, don't forget to set aside a portion for the squad leader. I must remind you of that." Baimu cursed under his breath at the absurdity of it all. Chapter 47. The hatchling upon returning to the Sand Group's underground city. Baimu was summoned to meet the group leader, Song Zilong. Expecting yet another beating, he was taken aback to find the leader laboriously engaged in bench pressing, his muscles bulging impressively, rivaling that of a seasoned strongman. As he worked out, Song Zilong informed Baimu that all prior promises had been fulfilled. "Who isn't he?" he said regarding Baimu's association with Lu Gu, before promptly dismissing him. Baimu left, somewhat bewildered. Was Lu Gu truly so reassuring? Even the usual rhetoric was abandoned. Perhaps it was acceptable. Who would willingly endure senseless beatings? Once outside, Baimu ascended to the surface and hurried to the hospital to visit Otsuka, who had just undergone surgery. Outside the ward, he chanced upon Otsuka's parents and sister. Clearly, they did not recognize him, so he observed them from a distance, noting that Otsuka appeared to be nearly mummified, though the heart monitor showed no alarming issues. He then departed. Turning back home, Baimu released his Pokémon, Kadora and Jigglypuff, allowing them to roam freely while he rifled through his small treasury. In preparation for today's match, his once substantial savings had dwindled to less than 30,000. Fortunately, this recent competition had yielded a considerable profit. With 3 million already in hand, he reasoned that it was prudent to keep this fortune on his person, as leaving it at home could be perilous. With his name likely to circulate for a while post-competition, the risk of attracting the attention of thieves was high. In Iron Town, there were those who would risk their lives for money. Did you consider depositing it in the bank? He pondered, feeling somewhat skeptical about that option. Baimu was acutely aware that the only private bank in Huangtai Town was owned by the town's mayor and often lacked credibility. Few henchmen from various factions would dare to trust it with their money. On the other hand, ordinary citizens were quite willing to let the mayor manage their finances. Ultimately, it seemed wiser to keep the funds on his person or perhaps entrust them to someone for safekeeping in the Pokémon Bank in Silicon City. The establishment there appears to be quite reliable, as the individuals who opened the bank hail from various regions, allowing for seamless access to funds globally. He carefully placed his belongings, contemplating that in a couple of days, once things settled down, he would seek out a third Pokémon to strengthen their team. Suddenly, a flustered Dajuo dashed into the bedroom, emitting a muffled cry. Startled, Baimu inquired, "What's the matter?" No sooner had he spoken than a Chansey ambled in. A hint of bashfulness gracing its features, its small hands cradling a massive, smooth egg. Baimu widened his eyes, stammering, "You laid an egg?" "No, wait. This is your egg, but that is not right either." "Oh dear, is this egg something you've taken from your belly?" Chansey nodded, placing the egg gently on the bed, its expression brimming with delight as it looked at Baimu and Dajuo. This was a nourishing egg, originating from the deep pink pouch in its abdomen. When in peak condition, Chansey could produce several of these each day, teeming with nutrition, suitable for both humans and Pokémon alike. To be honest, Chansey hadn't shared its eggs in quite some time, not out of stinginess, but due to an instinctive awareness that giving away the one it had would mean it could not replenish its supply. It was unclear why it felt this way, yet that intuition lingered. However, just moments ago, Chansey experienced a renewed sense of capability to lay eggs, and after a preliminary attempt, it confirmed this was true. Unfortunately, this revelation had startled the somewhat naive Dojuo. Through a series of exchanges, Beimu conveyed Chansey's unique ability to Dojuo, who let out a long sigh of relief, exclaiming, "I thought Chansey was about to give birth, scaring the life out of a Pokémon." Nonetheless, regarding the nourishing egg, Dojuo recalled being told it was undernourished and needed a boost. It scampered to the bedside, sniffing the egg's aroma, finding it curiously enticing. Unlike any egg it had encountered before, suggesting it was indeed edible. Dojuo swallowed hard. Seeing this, Chansey promptly placed the egg before Dojuo, signaling it to partake. Dojuo, unable to contain its eagerness, opened its mouth to eat, but at the last moment hesitated, nudging the egg towards Beimu with its beak. As it was never one to indulge in solitary feasting. After a moment of contemplation, Beimu chuckled and proposed, "Let us not be modest, since it's Chansey's heartfelt offering. We should fry it up and share it among us." Dojuo nodded in agreement, indicating that sharing was indeed acceptable. Little did they know, upon hearing this, Chansey assumed there wouldn't be enough to go around and hurriedly retrieved 2 more eggs from its pouch, placing them alongside the first. The egg-laying process was extraordinarily miraculous, as the large egg quickly swelled and took shape. Observing that Chansey was intent on producing more, Beimu swiftly intervened, exclaiming, "Stop. That is quite enough. One for each of us is splendid." Though the ability to lay eggs is inherent, for a Happiny, it may well be an act devoid of any loss. Moreover, given the considerable size of the eggs, it is indeed unwise to waste them. Happiny chuckled softly, scratching its head, aware that it had perhaps become overly excited. Beimu cradled 3 eggs in his arms. His mood instantly brightened. In truth, when he initially purchased the Happiny, he had harbored similar thoughts, particularly since it had been essential to supplement his nutrition at that time. Regrettably, Happiny had not delivered for quite a while. Considering its apparent trepidation and their lack of familiarity, he had chosen to let the matter rest, pretending it had not occurred. Yet, barely a week later, the objective was achieved. Beimu could not help but feel elated. The joy he experienced from receiving 3 million was incomparable. He ignited the stove and poured oil into the pan, engaging in casual banter with the 2 Pokémon that had drawn near. "How do you prefer your eggs? Soft-boiled, perhaps? I assure you, frying an egg is nearly impossible to ruin, even with one's eyes closed." Ding dong. The doorbell chimed. 3 pairs of eyes turned in unison toward the entrance. Beimu extinguished the flame and approached the door, peering through the peephole to see a stranger whose badge indicated he was the leader of a sand team. "May I inquire who you are?" he asked, opening the door with a hint of confusion. "Do you have a moment?" The man replied straightforwardly. "The prize money from the competition, as well as the division of tips, can all be collected at the headquarters. I'm here to notify you. Please attend promptly." "Oh, thank you." Beimu expressed his gratitude, promptly retrieving 30,000 yuan from his pocket and smiling as he offered it. "Just a small token of appreciation for your trouble." The man didn't even glance at the money and said, "I'm also associated with Brother Lu Gu. There's no need for such formalities. Our squad does not engage in this sort of practice. Instead of this, it would be more beneficial if you could assist me during a fight. That would earn my gratitude far more." "Ah, how rude of me," Beimu said, retracting the money and rushing back into his room to fetch a nutritional egg. "Please take this. It's not anything valuable, merely a small gift to express my greetings." "Very well." The man glanced at the nutritional egg, accepted it without further delay, and asked, "Didn't you recognize me?" Beimu paused, scrutinizing him closely, and then suddenly realized, "You are the one who delivered the ultrasonic larva." "Yes, I am Flobo. From now on, I will be your companion, following alongside Brother Lu Gu. Let us become more familiar with each other." Flobo replied with a smile and a nod before turning to leave. Such warmth of human connection was rare. Beimu had always believed that the world of formal members was governed solely by cold interest, and his experiences over the past week had confirmed this notion. Surprised, he wondered if this kindness stemmed from his newfound status. Did a higher position attract more good people? Closing the door, he shook his head and returned to the kitchen. "Apologies, Happiny, and you too, Dola. It appears we 3 shall divide into 2. His voice trailed off abruptly, for on the table lay the egg that had previously been missing, restored without his notice. He couldn't help but glance at Kotora, who smiled shyly in response. Gudo. Kotora's eyes sparkled with delight. Sakaki wore a resigned smile. All right, you little rascal. Let us return to the main topic. Speaking of this soft-boiled egg, I must mention soy sauce. Although I haven't had it in Huangtai town, I assure you. The murmuring voice lingered in the modest kitchen, illuminated by the soft, warm yellow light, for quite some time. It was imbued with a heartwarming essence. Chapter 48. Frenzied Consumption. The moment Sakaki took a bite of the giant fried egg, he understood why it was so popular. It was truly delightful. He nearly swallowed his fork along with it. He initially thought that a plate-sized fried egg would become tiresome after a couple of bites, yet he found himself savoring every morsel and longing for another. Despite the mere sprinkle of salt, he glanced at the plate, suppressing the urge to lick off the remnants, and turned his gaze towards Kotora and Jigglypuff beside him. To his surprise, the duo had already polished off the fried egg, with Kotora's plate gleaming as if it could reflect light, perhaps even sparing the need for a washing cycle. Gudo. Kotora laughed heartily, carefree. Jigglypuff looked at the empty plate, fidgeting with its small hands, appearing somewhat embarrassed. It had intended to eat less while watching Kotora devour the egg, hoping to share the leftovers. Yet, after just one bite, it found itself unable to stop. How gluttonous it felt, Jigglypuff thought, filled with shame. Haha, Kotora smiled gently, placing the plate on the ground and reaching out to stroke Jigglypuff's slightly fuzzy round head. The contrasting personalities of the two Pokémon were now distinctly apparent. Kotora was composed and gentle, possessing a kind disposition and remarkable intelligence, akin to a loyal guardian who had never disappointed Sakaki, whereas Jigglypuff was timid and introverted, yet inherently kind-hearted, with an innate interest in caring for others, albeit lacking confidence. After a while, Kotora resumed stroking the top of Jigglypuff's head. Gudo. Kotora exhibited a look of contentment, even though its steel armor slightly dulled the physical sensation. It cherished these moments deeply. Pokémon can survive apart from their trainers, yet during such moments of mutual warmth, akin to the most precious treasures in the world, they found it hard to part. Let us embark. Sakaki reminded himself that he still had some money to collect. Gudo. The two Pokémon responded softly in agreement. Within the Sandstorm team, the squad leader undoubtedly held a position of considerable prestige among the mid-level ranks. Their status and income far surpassed that of ordinary members. Aside from the annual guaranteed salary of around 500,000, each squad leader would be allocated a portion of territory within the designated area by their direct superiors. In the realm of operations, all establishment fees for shops and facilities are collected by the squad leader, providing an additional source of income. As long as one is not excessively greedy and possesses a modicum of discernment, engaging in unsustainable exploitation will generally evade scrutiny from above. Furthermore, bonuses from tasks are derived from the tributes paid by subordinates and certain illicit bribes. The myriad of overt and covert revenues accumulates to a sum substantial enough to elevate a pauper to a position of prominence. However, expenditures are equally significant, as the squad leader must offer tributes to direct subordinates and senior officials, including various membership fees, festive gifts, and red envelopes for gatherings, all of which amount to a considerable sum. The adage of larger fish consuming smaller ones, and the latter preying on shrimp, aptly applies here. Yet, many aspire to be those smaller fish, even though they may not attain such roles. Thus, when Baimu arrived at the headquarters to collect his bonuses, official insignia, and new team uniforms, the administrative staff regarded him with a mixture of reverence and envy. While jealousy simmered beneath the surface, they dared not express it. Their positions were inferior even to ordinary members, making it unwise to offend him. Baimu paid little heed to their opinions, meticulously counting his earnings. At this moment, he had received a total of 297 million from live streaming rewards, 400,000 for defeating enemies, 600,000 for annihilating opponents, and a bonus of 1 million for eliminating key members of the vicious canine squad. The total amounted to 497 million, and with an additional 303 million in his pocket, he found himself with an exact sum of 8 million. Next, he calculated the Pokémon he had collected and recovered. For the 6 Pokémon he had collected, their trainers lay incapacitated in hospitals, and he charged 200,000 for each. The 3 recovered Pokémon had tragically lost their trainers, and he enforced a mandatory recovery fee of 100,000 per Pokémon. As for Otsuka's Pokémon, he decided on a fee of 100,000 each, feeling a twinge of compassion. He suspected that Otsuka might forego the repayment of a 1 million debt if he were to charge nothing. Adhering to the principle of clear accounting among brothers, he felt it necessary to collect the basic fees. Consequently, his wallet swelled considerably, totaling 9.8 million, just 200,000 shy of becoming a millionaire. While his purchasing power did not yet equate to that of true wealth, he contemplated the squad leader's foundational benefits: a state-of-the-art hover motorcycle, a 2-story independent house on the surface, an underground dwelling, and a certificate to establish a large enterprise either above ground or in the underground city. While the surface remained unaddressed, the underground city's vastness offered limited opportunities for shopkeepers. Behind any booming industry stood the squad leaders and their superiors, and the Sandflow squad had grown accustomed to bestowing this as a benefit to the squad leaders. With this certificate in hand, they could legitimately pursue wealth. However, there are not many captains with such intellect, so often these credentials are outsourced, yielding a substantial additional income. Overall, the higher-ups of the Sandflow team are quite generous. But alas, human nature is inherently greedy, especially in such a sordid environment. The more one is given, the less satisfied they become. Baimu collected these items one by one, contemplating that he would have to move again in less than a week. He wondered if Cadola and Jigglypuff would be able to adapt. Well, perhaps it was best to indulge in some shopping. Neutral Underground City. Upon his second visit, his impressions were markedly different from before. At that time, he had hurriedly sought to familiarize his Pokémon with him, not taking the time to explore thoroughly. But now he had the opportunity to look around. To be frank, the underground city bore little distinction from various commercial streets and pedestrian avenues of his previous life. Aside from the myriad of shops, there were also stalls and street vendors reminiscent of night markets. Perhaps due to the impending nightlife, the neutral underground city buzzed with activity. Baimu strolled around briefly before selecting an electronics store to enter. 5 minutes later, he emerged with a sleek black smartphone in hand. According to the clerk, this device was a newly developed technology, replete with numerous interesting functions. If he could procure a rotom to inhabit it, the phone would gain enhanced intelligence and practicality. The clerk extolled its virtues extravagantly, but the price was exorbitant, 80,000. And that was the discounted rate. The clerk claimed that in other regions, phones started at 100,000. Baimu was left dumbfounded. This would add another monthly expense to his budget. He sighed, recognizing that the mobile service providers in the Orei region, particularly in Silicon City, charged similarly steep monthly fees. Yet, for a better connection to the outside world, this expenditure was unavoidable. Subsequently, Baimu purchased a variety of miscellaneous items and pondered at the end of the alley whether he should inquire about what Cadola and the others desired. Bang! The Pokeball opened, releasing Cadola, which attracted the attention of a few passers-by, though their gaze quickly dissipated. "Is there anything you wish for?" he asked softly. Perhaps a craving for a particular precious metal or some other desire. Cadola thoughtfully considered the trainer's words, glanced around, and then proceeded in a specific direction. Baimu hurriedly followed. Chapter 49. Planting and Culinary Arts. Baimu was quite surprised by the direction Cadola had chosen. A nursery? He saw the sign of the shop before him and looked down to observe the lush interior, which seemed enveloped in greenery, reminiscent of a flower and bird market. Cadola appeared quite excited, peering into the shop before turning back to Baimu. "You truly wish to cultivate flowers and plants?" he asked hesitantly, not expecting that their earlier casual conversation had been etched in Cadola's memory. What was the significance of a steel-type Pokémon tending to flora? Noticing the trainer's neutral expression, Cadola eagerly nodded. "All right then." Baimu led Kadora into the shop. In Huangtai Town, there are quite a few establishments selling flowers, plants, and trees, primarily catering to the affluent. Whether for cultivating one's taste or enhancing the natural surroundings of their residences, these offerings are commendable. However, the conditions in Huangtai Town make it challenging to sustain plants. Not only is rainfall scarce, but the soil lacks nutrients, necessitating considerable effort in cultivation. Baimu, who appreciates shaded green spaces, lacked confidence in nurturing even a single tree. Nevertheless, since Kadora expressed interest, he deemed it worth a try. With the shopkeeper's guidance, Baimu inquired about Kadora's preferred varieties, only to find her overwhelmed and eager, nodding at every suggestion. This left him in a quandary, and he ultimately decided on a small sapling reputed to thrive in Huangtia's soil, as well as a bonsai said to bear fruit. "Let us start with these two. Once we manage to nurture them, we can return for more. What do you think?" Baimu asked, glancing down at Kadora. However, she was already fixated on the chosen sapling and the bonsai, her eyes sparkling with delight. "How much do you adore plants?" He couldn't help but chuckle, providing the shop assistant with the address of his residence. Despite the shipping fees being somewhat steep and the delivery scheduled for the following day, it was preferable to carrying such large items himself. Besides, he had no knowledge of transplanting them. Upon exiting the shop, he inquired if Kadora desired anything else. but she shook her head disinterestedly, fixated solely on her sapling and bonsai. Bai Mu recalled his fairy egg and released it from its pokeball. What do you want? The fairy egg glanced around, tugging at its trainer's pant leg, indicating a lack of desire for anything. The underground city felt rather unwelcoming to it, with the palpable malice of the surrounding people often leaving it feeling suffocated. At that moment, all it wished was to leave this place. Noticing the fairy egg's despondency, Bai Mu contemplated returning it to its pokeball, but then reconsidered, opting instead to kneel and gently press on its cheeks to encourage a smile. The fairy egg's mouth formed an adorable shape, its little paws flailing in confusion. Relax. I'm right here with you. Nothing can harm you. Bai Mu assured the fairy egg, gazing earnestly into its eyes. We're merely out shopping, looking for things we can't usually find. No one means you any harm. He spoke slowly and reassuringly. Gradually, the fairy egg's mood lifted, and it began to regain its composure. Bai Mu then released its cheeks. So, have you decided? The money we have includes your contribution, so whatever you desire, I will purchase it for you. The fairy egg hesitated, surveying its surroundings before recalling something, and began to dance with excitement. At first, the actions were rather perplexing, but as the movements transitioned to flipping and stirring, Shiraki inquired several times, finally grasping what it yearned for. It wished to learn the art of cooking. This desire stemmed from wanting to witness once more the enchanting expressions of Shiraki and Kadora as they savored the omelet. Delicious food has the power to uplift one's spirits, and to see those one cares for smile is the utmost joy for Chansey. Thus, whether healing or cooking, it aspired to master both. Its dream was to become a Pokémon that could genuinely bring happiness to its companions. Shiraki remained silent for a moment, a blend of exasperation and affection washing over him as he gently patted Chansey. If one were to encapsulate it with a single term, selfless personality would be both perfect and apartment. Is Chansey typically like this? Regardless, the heart it possessed was truly moving. Chansey shyly smiled in response. Very well, cooking it is. Shiraki glanced around, deciding to take a trip to the largest department store in this underground city, certain it would have cookbooks, ingredients, and various professional kitchen utensils from the outside world. Upon returning from shopping, he noticed the sky had grown somewhat dim. He abandoned the idea of moving today and organized the items he had purchased. This excursion had cost him nearly 20,000. Why so much? Setting aside some miscellaneous items, the most expensive was the latest offering from the Duan Company, the Carefree Travel Backpack. It appeared small from the outside but could hold a remarkable amount beyond its exterior capacity. Upon seeing this item, Shiraki finally understood why Brock always managed to pull out various stools, pots, and pans during lunch and dinner. It was indeed a marvel of technology. Rumor has it that the principle behind this travel backpack is derived from a Pokémon, though which one remains unclear. Unfortunately, good things often come at a high price. Shiraki spent 150,000 to acquire it, while the shopkeeper wore a grin that suggested he had struck it rich. With a capacity of nearly 10 cubic meters, he felt it should suffice. As a side note, he had taken in 3 Pokémon belonging to Ken. Due to their exposure to special medication, and the ability to detect this through health checks, their selling price would undoubtedly be significantly reduced. Of course, he had no intention of selling them. Rather, he planned to integrate them into his team. As the squad leader, he deemed it necessary to enhance the strength of his team members. After all, escaping from Huangtai Town would not happen so swiftly, and it would be perilous to betray his position so soon after being promoted. He resolved to find a few reliable individuals who would not recklessly sell Pokémon, seeking a promising future for these 3 unfortunate creatures. Leaning against a soft pillow, with Chansey's gentle breaths on his left and Kadora, whose weight nearly created an indentation in the bed as it snored deeply beneath his feet. Shiraki mused that once Kadora evolved into a Boscodora, this bed would likely be unable to endure its weight any longer. Cherish the present. He closed his eyes and gradually drifted into slumber. The next day, knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Just as Bai Mu finished his morning routine, he opened the door, expecting to see Chung Hong and the others who might have received news, only to find Flobo, whom he had just met yesterday. Good morning. Did I disturb your sleep? Flobo inquired. No, I'm already awake. Is there something you need? Bai Mu asked curiously, aware that this individual was not one to waste time. I merely came to inquire about the 3 Pokémon you have, the ones belonging to Jian. Have you considered parting with them? Flobo stated his purpose directly, his straightforwardness quite striking. Bai Mu fell silent for a moment before stepping aside. Shall we discuss this inside? Very well, Flobo replied with a nod. He was not particularly surprised that someone would come seeking Pokémon. After all, the place where the Great Hound and the others were kept was not exactly a strict establishment. The unscrupulous individuals there had likely sold off their information long ago. This was commonplace in Huangtai Town. Chapter 50. The territory of La 3, totaling 4 million, Flobo declared once seated. Noticing that Bai Mu was merely pouring water in silence without responding, he continued, "This price is quite reasonable. While they are all fully evolved and possess solid battle capabilities, their value is significantly diminished due to having taken medication. I understand that." Bai Mu nodded, a slight sigh escaping his lips. The trading of Pokémon was not uncommon in other regions, yet hearing the specific value of a single Pokémon still felt somewhat disconcerting. "Perhaps it's best to forego this. Please extend my gratitude to that person for their kindness, but it would be better for me to keep them," he stated earnestly. "Are they already reserved?" "No, I simply do not wish to sell them." Flobo scrutinized his expression carefully, assessing whether Bai Mu was trying to drive up the price. Realizing he likely was not, he tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "I understand. You may believe that you do not lack for money at present, but honestly, 10 million is not a substantial amount. At first glance, it seems considerable, yet it can be spent rather quickly. Moreover, you have defeated their trainer, making it difficult for them to accept you. Do you intend to keep them in custody indefinitely? This is no trifling sum." As he pointed out, when they first arrived, the thought of 10 million seemed overwhelming, yet in practice, it felt quite meager. Living in poverty and living in affluence are two distinct states, and Bai Mu aspired to transition into the latter. He had at least 2 more mouths to feed. "I've also heard that you have yet to choose your third Pokémon. That 4 million would suffice to select some strong and promising Pokémon," Flobo persisted. "Pokémon that have taken medication often exhibit unstable mental states. Even if you manage to tame them, they may ultimately disappoint you. Furthermore, suddenly increasing your number to 3 will be quite challenging for you." Logically, what he said was quite persuasive. Yet Bai Mu truly did not want to part with those 3 unfortunate Pokémon. Thus, he shook his head once more. Flobo paused momentarily, lifting his cup to take a sip. He had initially thought that at this juncture, if they could not reach an agreement, it would be time to part ways. To his surprise, the other party hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "May I hear how you intend to deal with them?" "Of course," Bai Mu acknowledged, understanding that there was no need for subterfuge in such matters. Even if he refrained from speaking, the news would inevitably circulate. "I plan to identify a few trustworthy individuals among my subordinates and entrust them with the responsibility of adoption." "Adoption?" Flobo replied, his tone laced with incredulity. "You might as well consider it a welfare initiative for the team. Selling them is out of the question." Bai Mu regarded Flobo's expression with calm acceptance. Whether it was mockery of his sanity or derision of his apparent hypocrisy mattered little to him. Flobo then stood up, saying, "Forgive my rudeness. Please treat my visit as if it never occurred." "Do not say that," Bai Mu countered. "I recognize your good intentions. I appreciate the effort you made to come here." He escorted Flobo to the door, and, once it was closed, exhaled a heavy sigh. For million, truth be told, it was a tempting offer. He had almost yielded. Indeed, money had the power to drastically alter one's character. He shook his head and roused Kadola and Jirachi, preparing to commence the moving process. During this time, Chung Hong and a group of his old friends from Chingy Street arrived to lend a hand. "Once our training is complete, we plan to join you. What do you think?" Chung Hong stated, hoisting a box while gazing expectantly at Bai Mu. The others, upon hearing this, instinctively turned their attention toward him. Their ears perked in anticipation. "What do you mean by what do you think? Who else could I possibly choose besides you?" Bai Mu replied with a smile, playfully rebuking them. "Do not look at me so pathetically, it's rather off-putting. We all grew up together. It is not as though I would abandon you upon achieving success. Having grown up without parents and relying on the kindness of neighbors until the age of 10, this camaraderie was a rare beacon in his life. They had banded together from the beginning to resist oppression, establishing a certain understanding among themselves. Bai Mu believed that no one could be more reliable in terms of loyalty and trust than they were. Of course, he did not dismiss the possibility that wealth could corrupt, but would strangers be any different? There was no distinction. Everyone present had experienced attempts by Shibata to sow discord through monetary influence and had gained some experience in the matter. Upon hearing his words, Chung Hong and the others instinctively relaxed, their faces breaking into radiant smiles. Bai Mu had advanced so swiftly that, in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into someone they now looked up to, which inevitably caused some trepidation during their conversations. Yet, thankfully, he remained unchanged, reserved yet deeply affectionate. The group began chattering animatedly. "If only Bai Mu's territory extended to Chingy Street, then our mothers would no longer have to toil so hard." "Fool, that place is impoverished. We should aim for areas with more resources," someone retorted. "Just think of the earnings from those nightclubs and pachinko parlors. You could easily become wealthy in a single day. When you return with the money, your family will not suffer either. Ha! The youthful individuals, scarcely in their 20s, erupted into hearty laughter, their words brimming with aspirations for the future. A new abode, a quaint two-story square building with a pale yellow façade, exuded a rustic charm reminiscent of self-built homes in rural areas or small towns. It boasted a modest backyard, which not only featured a makeshift battleground but also housed a tree, a delightful surprise for Barkwood and Kadora alike. Conveniently located not far from the egg-shaped headquarters of the Sand Group, the surroundings were sparsely populated, with ample space between the houses that ensured the residents' privacy. It was no wonder that ascending to the rank of squad leader was likened to a fish leaping through the Dragon's Gate. The standard of living had improved remarkably. Barkwood mused quietly, further noting that while the exterior of the two-story building appeared quaint and unadorned, the interior was surprisingly well-appointed, likely the result of the previous owner's diligent efforts. He pondered this as he and a group of colleagues celebrated modestly in their new home. When Chunghong attended his training course, the long-awaited saplings and potted plants arrived. The delivery person, accompanied by a mountain mole, confirmed the planting site with Barkwood before instructing the creature to burrow into the ground and transplant the saplings. Kadora, brimming with excitement, attempted to assist, only to be chastised by the trainer with a light tap on the head. "It's a cultivation manual, do come again," the delivery person remarked before departing. Barkwood hoped the manual would suffice for nurturing the plants. After all, the existing tree had thrived. He flipped through the pages of the manual, which he found perplexing, yet glanced at the already established tree, sensing a flicker of hope. However, he couldn't shake the concern about whether the two new trees would receive adequate nourishment. He anxiously regarded the 10-meter distance between them, feeling somewhat inexperienced in the art of plant care. "Fertilizer, nutrient-rich soil. Calm down, will you? Stop grunting like a pig," Barkwood exclaimed, pushing away Kadora's inquisitive head, grimacing as he said, "Can you even comprehend this?" "I certainly cannot. The manual's language is exceedingly complex." Kadora, unfazed by the trainer's frustrations, began to circle the backyard, exuding pent-up energy that needed an outlet. As it ran, it emitted enthusiastic growls, "Gudo, goo," leaving even the Jigglypuff bewildered. Barkwood remained puzzled by Kadora's antics until a voice broke the silence. "Oh, it seems your Kadora has claimed your backyard as its territory," remarked Flobo, the newcomer. "What brings you here?" Barkwood inquired, sensing something peculiar about this individual who seemed to have an abundance of free time, frequently visiting him, perhaps with ulterior motives. Kadora was known for its strong territorial instincts, typically seeking out mountainous areas rich in iron ore and delectable springs in the wild. However, given the lack of such conditions in Huantai town, it had settled for less. Noticing the vigilance in Barkwood's eyes, Flobo sighed, "Brother, I've come regarding that matter from this morning. There is no way around it. I am destined for a life of ceaseless toil, endlessly running errands and relaying messages. After all, you are the team leader, aren't you? Yet what does that mean? In the eyes of the higher-ups, it amounts to nothing. If they require my personal presence, what can I do?" Flobo's expression revealed a hint of pleading, as he sought an opportunity for negotiation. Baimu, sensing something amiss with Flobo, agreed to his request, albeit with a sense of caution. Otherwise, the other party might resort to underhanded tactics, causing him trouble. Chapter 51. The new Pokémon. The two men sat across the table, observing one another. "I tend to speak rather candidly, so I hope you do not take offense." Flobo initiated the conversation, earnestly stating, "I do not believe your subordinates can successfully tame those 3 Pokémon, at least not in the next few years." Baimu nodded, acknowledging the validity of his point. Indeed, based on the current capabilities of Otsuka and Naruhiko, relying on sheer strength to tame the mighty Houndoom seemed rather grim. Noticing Baimu's verbal agreement but lack of visible reaction, Flobo continued, "In a span of years, unless you personally take on the task of nurturing them, you will have to continue managing them, which entails significant expenses." "Indeed," Baimu nodded once more. "Since you understand all this and do not wish to sell these Pokémon, what is your reasoning? Surely, there must be a justification." Flobo sighed, perplexed by Baimu's resolute demeanor. "The reasoning is quite simple. I wish to find them a good home," the young man stated with calm composure. "What?" Flobo's eyes widened in astonishment, emitting a sound reminiscent of a goose caught by the throat. "You must be mistaken." Baimu replied, "I seek to find a suitable sanctuary for these 3 enemy Pokémon, so they need not be sold repeatedly or wander aimlessly." He was aware that such sentiments would be beyond the comprehension of most in Huantai town, and indeed, many from other regions would find it difficult to fathom. However, that did not deter him from holding this belief. It was akin to a maternal instinct. When confronted with distressing matters, one must take action. These 3 Pokémon represented both a burden and a source of motivation, urging him to strive for progress. Should he falter, the dream of replicating Professor Oak's backyard would remain forever unfulfilled. Flabo gazed at Baimu, who remained composed, his mind in disarray. He could not help but exclaim, "Are you a Pokémon?" "What?" Baimu paused, momentarily perplexed, as the term was foreign to him, seemingly denoting a profession. The drawback of illiteracy manifested here. At times, when the other party employed obscure or specialized terms, he struggled to translate them into comprehensible language. "It appears you are not." Flabo sighed in relief. "What I referred to is a group dedicated to the protection of Pokémon and the balance of the natural environment. They likely do not exist in Orei." "Ah, you mean the Guardians." Baimu noted the term, equating it with the Guardians, and remarked, "You seem to be quite knowledgeable." "Just spending more time online," Flabo replied. Frobo responded slowly, a flicker of relief crossing his face as he said, "Since that is the case, it becomes manageable. In principle, I should not disclose my employer, but given his insistence and your stubbornness, I have no choice. Listen carefully. The individuals interested in acquiring the Great Wolfhounds are, in fact, one of the backers of our team and the Evil Hound Squad. He is a Pokémon collector who once held great hopes for Jin. Upon hearing of Jin's demise, he wished to take his Pokémon as a memento." "Wait," Baimu interjected, perplexed. "One of the backers of us and the Evil Hound Squad?" "Indeed. You may have heard that previously, the Sandstorm Squad and the Evil Hound Squad were both subsidiaries of a security company guarding the mines, associated with 2 different conglomerates. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, those 2 conglomerates merged, meaning we now share a single backer." Frobo replied slowly. "You might wonder why we have such a contentious relationship with the Evil Hound Squad despite sharing an employer. This is a long story. All you need to know is that the conglomerate is not a monolith. Furthermore, the conglomerate has only one requirement from us, a fixed quota. Mines?" Baimu asked. "Indeed. As long as we provide the necessary resources, they do not concern themselves with our activities." Baimu's mind churned with this unexpected insight. Returning to the original topic, Frobo tapped the table. "This collector is exceedingly wealthy. To ensure the optimal environment for various Pokémon, he has even constructed a vast ecological park." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and played a breathtaking video, akin to a real-life version of Professor Oak's backyard. Rolling hills and crystal-clear streams were depicted, with Pokémon of all kinds frolicking, Flareon and Doduo running freely in a grassy expanse, while a Krogunk serenaded by a pond and a Lapras rested peacefully. The vibrant Pokémon and the stunning natural surroundings evoked a pang of envy in Baimu. However, just as a figure appeared in the bottom right corner of the video, it abruptly ended. Frobo returned his phone, speaking confidently. "Thus, you need not worry about entrusting them to the wrong hands. He has a dedicated care team that will look after them diligently. Additionally, he is willing to take them under a system of exchange and paid adoption." "Exchange, paid adoption?" Baimu queried. "You may select 1 Pokémon from the following options for exchange and receive a generous adoption fee of 3 million yuan. This is indeed a remarkable offer." Frobo added, his tone tinged with envy. If the other party were not genuinely interested, they would likely not propose such terms. Undoubtedly, their proposition is flawless. Even coining the term paid adoption, to be frank, Baimu felt swayed. His only hesitation stemmed from the authenticity of this information, as it seemed too good to be true. While most might be elated, he sensed something amiss, an unsettling urgency in the air. The collector's boss, feeling anxious after waiting for an extended period, realized that prolonging the process for a month would allow him to fully grasp the complexities and expenses of the custody arrangements, ultimately strengthening his bargaining position. To everyone's surprise, he arrived the very next day. Such urgency could either indicate that the other party was not particularly concerned about the financial aspect and had an immense fondness for the Great Dane, or there might be something deeper at play. Suddenly, Flobo stood up and stepped outside to make a phone call. Upon returning half a minute later, he assured me, "I understand your concerns, so I inquired about the possibility of filming short videos of those 3 Pokémon, and they have agreed." Goodness, this is becoming increasingly suspicious. I felt a pang in my heart. But what could be their motive? Were they attempting to deceive regarding the Pokémon? The 3 Pokémon that had been subjected to drugs were only worth about 1 million each. As I had specifically consulted various Pokémon stores in the underground city yesterday, many of them refused to deal with such problematic creatures. A fee of 3 million for adoption, coupled with the exchange of a Pokémon, seemed like a lucrative deal. Could it be that there were secrets I was unaware of, or was I simply overthinking the situation? After pondering for a while, I came to the realization that I had no means to refuse. If the other party truly was the hidden benefactor behind the Sandflow team, It would be troublesome if I failed to show appreciation for their generosity. Everything I had painstakingly acquired could easily slip away. Sighing, I thought about the playful Kidora and Jigglypuff in the backyard, helplessly stating, "What Pokémon can I select?" At this, Flobo visibly relaxed and smiled. There are plenty of Pokémon to choose from, some of which I find quite enticing. And rest assured, since we both associate with Brother Lyoga, I would not deceive you. As he spoke, he placed his phone in front of me. The screen was filled with various Pokémon avatars, each leading to detailed information upon selection. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Is there such software?" Most larger Pokémon stores have it. It's quite common, Flobo waved dismissively. I scrutinized him thoughtfully before lowering my gaze and expressing, "I hope to find a Pokémon with flying capabilities." The key to battling Ginny lay in driving away the Noctowl with the ultrasonic larva. Without it, Kidora and I would stand no chance. A powerful aerial unit was essential. I began to browse the options, noticing that some Pokémon were marked with a red label indicating recommendations. Ignoring these, I found no sign of legendary creatures. Focusing specifically on flying-type Pokémon, I discovered that aside from one armor bird, the rest were rather ordinary. As expected, the Pokémon available for exchange could not be particularly precious. If you seek flying Pokémon, there are indeed other options, Flobo thoughtfully indicated on the screen, causing some Pokémon avatars to disappear. There are those that can fly through moves, abilities, or special traits. There are numerous such Pokémon, differing only in their flight speed. I nodded and continued to scroll down. Suddenly, he emitted a soft gasp. "What is this largemouth creature?" On the screen appeared an icon of the largemouth creature, marked with a red recommendation. Upon clicking, a dense array of text nearly overwhelmed Bakumo's senses. "Do you need me to translate?" asked Furobo, noticing Bakumo's slight embarrassment. He nodded. "It's a bit troublesome." Thus, Furobo began to recite the information slowly. First, he explained the reasons for the recommendation. This largemouth creature possessed extraordinary strength. Despite not being particularly high in level, its destructive capability far exceeded the standard for its kind. It could effortlessly shatter massive boulders with a single punch, and its jaws could bite through steel as if it were merely cotton candy, showcasing an immense and exceptional power. Moreover, it possessed the rare characteristic of forced, which significantly enhanced the original power of its moves at the expense of sacrificing additional effects. In summary, while largemouth creatures were quite common, this particular one was an unconventional specimen, thus it was coveted by its owner. Its only flaw might be the excessive pampering it received, rendering it somewhat spoiled. If its desires were not met, it would be difficult to command. The reason it could fly was due to the move electric levitation, and it was said to fly swiftly, often leaving its caretaker in a frantic chase around the arena. However, it had a fondness for sweets, and occasionally, offering it treats could coax it into obedience. Next came a lengthy list of moves. After a moment of silence, Bakumu clicked to view the armored bird, and then said to Furobo, "I'll choose the largemouth creature." The armored bird appeared appealing at first glance, but unfortunately, it had the characteristic of keen eye, was rather small at just 1.5 meters tall, and was already 29 years old, leaving little room for further growth. It could not support Bakumu's height of 1.8 meters effectively, at most allowing him to hold on to a horizontal bar for assistance in flight, which would be quite exhausting. At 16, Bakumu might still grow taller, thus he hoped for a flying companion of substantial size. Ideally, a leader-type creature measuring 2 to 3 meters. Rest assured, it will be exactly as described, Furobo replied, eager to prevent any change of heart. Chapter 52, Special Attack versus Physical Attack. Furobo departed, leaving behind an anonymous Pokémon World Bank card with 5 million, along with a receipt to retrieve the Great Hound and other Pokémon. The largemouth creature would arrive the next day, and upon completion of the transaction, a 2 million deposit would be refunded. Bakumu watched him leave, sitting at the table for a while, as waves of contemplation stirred within him. It was not only the imminent arrival of a new Pokémon that occupied his thoughts, but also the potential ulterior motives of the other party. If one were to assert that the Great Hound and its companions held any special value, it could only be attributed to their combat prowess or their bodies that had already consumed medication. Could it be that there was something amiss with the medication, prompting the behind-the-scenes owner to extract remaining substances from the Great Hound's body for some ulterior purpose? Bakumu pondered silently. The more one contemplates, the more likely it seems. The urgency of the other party suggests that the Great Dane's metabolic rate has diminished the drug's potency. However, why would the big boss resort to such convoluted methods for something as accessible as this? He slapped his face to dispel the wandering thoughts that permeated his mind. Yet the allure of possibilities was overwhelming. He could easily conjure 100 theories. His musings were merely a reflection of a tinge of regret. After all, to some extent, he had bowed to the allure of wealth and status. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient strength. It was challenging to resist all that he despised. Thus, everything he currently possessed felt as fleeting as sand slipping through his fingers or a moonlit reflection upon water, easily dissipated by the gentlest breeze. With this realization, his yearning for power intensified. In the backyard, a Happiny sought solace beneath the dappled shade of a tree. The blazing sun caused it to sweat profusely. Yet it feared that entering the house might disturb the trainer's discussions with others, so it remained sheltered beneath the scant cover of the tree. But where was the corfish? In a moment of confusion, he soon spotted the creature, having procured a rubber hose from an unknown source. Initially assuming it intended to water the young sapling, he was taken aback as it headed straight for the Happiny's location. With its claws, it activated the nozzle, sending a stream of crystalline water gushing forth, cascading in a parabolic arc over the Happiny's head. The Happiny immediately displayed a look of sheer delight. "Corfish!" it exclaimed, shaking the hose with glee. Achieving both cooling and watering, a splendid twofold success. "I am truly clever," it thought, tilting its head to let the refreshing water spray skyward before showering down like a divine blessing. The sound of evaporating droplets filled the air. Baimu wore a perplexed expression. Surely, a steel rock-type Pokémon should be weak against water, or perhaps this dew was insignificant compared to the energy composition of water, rendering it inconsequential for the corfish. After all, it was a Pokémon capable of mastering water pulse. "Count me in for the fun," he declared, shattering the tranquil afternoon of the two Pokémon. Although he yearned to allow Corfish and Happiny to continue their playful antics, he understood that without growth and strength, such joys would be ephemeral. After frolicking with Corfish and Happiny for a while, Baimu commenced today's training. Starting with a thorough assessment of the new states of his Pokémon, Cordora, type, Steel Rock, gender, male, height, 1.03 meters, weight, 135 kilograms, ability, Hard Head, level, 35, moves, Harden, Mud Slap, Metal Claw, Iron Defense, Tackle, Dig, Head Smash, Rock Slide, Sand Tomb, Iron Tail. Rock Wrecker. The fierce battle between life and death has propelled its level to new heights, and the moves learned after evolution include Sand Tomb and Iron Tail. While Rock Wrecker appears to be a reward from the simulator, suggesting a certain monotony in its attributes. But Cookie believes it is essential to learn a move of a different type to enhance Cordora's offensive capabilities, and ground-type moves are undoubtedly an excellent choice. Thus, the next learning objectives will be Heavy Slam and Earthquake. Moreover, considering the nature of Cordora, he is determined to focus on enhancing its durability. As for the choice between physical attack and special attack, he remains undecided. Had he not arrived in a world set against the backdrop of animation, but Cookie would have blindly favored physical attack. However, the visual considerations of battle often obscure the fundamental numerical values of physical and special attacks, leading him to perceive that the damage calculation in this world follows an entirely different algorithm. Originally, in the final damage calculation, physical and special attack played a significant role. The higher the dual stats, the greater the damage. Yet, akin to the new game Legends, Arceus, the algorithm here places greater emphasis on type advantages, move power, and effort values, while diminishing the impact of dual stats. Of course, this similarity does not imply that dual stats have become unimportant. Rather, they no longer serve as the decisive factor. Furthermore, there exists an element absent in the game, known as attribute energy, which increases with level and is linked to move power. The higher the power, the more energy is expended. Yet it is evident that the animation does not adhere to fixed rules. For instance, Pikachu's output during a power surge far exceeds the expected output of its Volt Tackle, as evidenced in its match with Paras. The blatant disregard for balance has yielded a peculiar outcome. If Cordora wishes to pursue special attack, it is indeed feasible. With focused training in that area, albeit with slightly reduced power, yet not to the extent of being ineffectual. It is thus easy to understand why. Regardless of the level of special attack, trainers in the animation prefer to teach their Pokémon the move Destruction Beam, a skill capable of wreaking havoc that far surpasses the expected level of its special attack. Legendary Pokémon in their complete forms remain exceptionally formidable, not only due to their high base stats, but also because they often learn a variety of powerful moves, and upon evolution, their levels are typically considerable. Such creatures, excelling in multiple facets, occupy the upper echelons of the Pokémon world. For now, the focus should be on building endurance, as it is of utmost importance. Baimu gently caressed Cordora's slightly warm head, advocating for a persistent, yet simple approach to running laps. suggesting they first acclimate before introducing additional activities. Go, Kadora. Without hesitation, Kadora sprang into motion. Nearby, Geely Dan watched with a mix of anxiety and anticipation, eager for its own engagement. Stop staring and join in, Baimu chuckled, nudging it forward. However, unlike Kadora, you need only run a few laps. If you start to feel unwell, make sure to halt immediately. Do not push yourself. Geely Dan cheered and dashed after Kadora. The two Pokémon displayed varying tolerances to the sweltering heat, rendering outdoor laps an unsuitable choice for enhancing Geely Dan's endurance. Pokémon, Geely Dan type. Normal gender. Female height. 1. 12 meters weight. 3. 5 kilograms ability. Natural recovery level. 32 moves. Pound. Growl. Tail whip. Egg bomb. Sing. Heal pulse. Healing bell. Telekinesis. As a Pokémon that first emerged in Generation I, Geely Dan's move pool has been enriched through successive generations, acquiring a diverse array of techniques. Its capabilities span physical and special attacks, as well as various status-altering moves. However, Geely Dan lacks the ability to directly inflict damage on other Pokémon, resorting instead to indirect methods of hindrance and damage. Consequently, Baimu resolved to teach it functional moves such as Toxic, Thunder Wave, Stealth Rock, and Terrain Swap. Essentially, it would employ every tactic to annoy its opponents, proving itself effective even without direct offensive capabilities. But how to learn these moves of other types? After a moment of contemplation, he decided to search online for relevant information. Taking advantage of the age of the internet, where information is readily shared and many unique techniques can be found circulating, either actively or passively. Such resources are indeed rare treasures. Chapter 53. The girl starts with simple running. Geely Dan clearly overestimated its endurance against the heat. By the 10th lap, it was halted. Its face flushed and blurry from the heat, and Baimu compelled it to take some anti-heatstroke medication. Meanwhile, Kadora continued to joyfully circle the small area, quickening its pace each time it passed the saplings. Baimu worried about how distraught Kadora would be if the saplings perished under the sun. Ultimately, he decided to leave a little to chance. With the fundamental endurance training completed, Baimu escorted the two Pokémon to the underground city, first exploring the residential area before heading to the battle arena. The competition had recently concluded, and with few trainers in the mood to engage in battles, the arena became his personal stage. Basic Pokémon training is indeed not complex. It primarily consists of relentless exercise supplemented by the consumption of potent items. However, the medicines required are often exceedingly expensive, and the effort-boosting items in the game are not cheap either. Patience is essential. He observed the incessant collisions of the Drowsy and the battered Chansey, shouting, 30 hits in a set, strike more evenly. Aside from endurance, another aspect that required development for Chansey was its defensive capabilities. Its defensive prowess was undeniably lacking, necessitating an enhancement of its individual survivability. The training method was remarkably straightforward, relying solely on physical impacts. The resilience of one's body is not only cultivated through training, but also forged through experience. Once various limits are elevated, Chansey would no longer enter battles in a state of panic as it once did. The difference between having confidence and lacking it is stark. The only caveat was that after training, it was essential to replenish various nutrients, if conditions permitted. Massages and care that would help soothe the Pokémon's spirits should also be arranged accordingly. However, these amenities come at a considerable cost. Thus, as he embarked on this training endeavor, Baimu suddenly comprehended why most trainers in Huangtai Town frequently swapped out their Pokémon. Firstly, training is indeed exhausting, both for the Pokémon and the trainer. Secondly, it is costly. One careless moment can significantly diminish a Pokémon's combat prowess and health standards. Do not be misled into thinking that Pokémon are immune to illness or injuries. They can experience ailments, fevers, fractures, and even dental issues. These are not easily remedied by a single use of Chansey's healing wave. If they were, the Pokémon world would not necessitate the development of a medical industry. Nor would Nurse Joy require machines for various examinations or the existence of recuperation chambers. In some adaptations, the green-haired individual does not need to tinker with spores daily in the pursuit of pharmaceutical research, ultimately leading to unfortunate disasters. Training Pokémon is an exceedingly profound discipline. Countless breeders dedicate their lives to this pursuit, yet few would dare claim they can adequately nurture every type of Pokémon. As a novice trainer, Baimu could only study the materials left by various predecessors, cautiously safeguarding his Pokémon. While Drowsy and Chansey were engaged in specialized practice, he too partook in training. To strike iron, one must first be strong. He did not seek to emerge victorious in a one-on-one bout against a Mac Hoke, but at the very least, he hoped to endure 3 rounds. Many non-human technologies in the Pokémon world also require a certain level of physical prowess. To be frank, a human cannot defeat a Pokémon in combat, but technology can. For instance, the petrification guns wielded by hunters, the manipulable dark balls in the hands of Shas, or the aircraft capable of replicating Giratina's powers. All of these innovations abound. As evening descended, Baimu concluded his training. Let us call it a day for now. We'll gradually adapt. Drowsy and Chansey softly acknowledged him before returning to their Pokeballs. Within the animated realm, the interior of a Pokeball is a comforting space for Pokémon, making it a perfect haven for the exhausted duo to rest. In the city, numerous recently opened establishments have illuminated their signs, with casinos, bars, nightclubs, and dance halls flung wide open, enticing a throng of adventurers to enter. Initially, Baimu was somewhat intrigued, but after seizing the opportunity to explore twice, he emerged, foregoing the allure of the lavish surroundings. The incessant music, which seemed to possess a hypnotic quality, was sufficient to awaken his caution. Such inducements to consumption are akin to a seductive poison leading one astray. As night descended, Baimu reminisced about the delightful taste of his nutritious scrambled eggs while casting his gaze to the lower right corner of his vision. Following a perilous battle during the competition and the relentless training prior, the cooldown time of the simulator had drastically diminished. He was on the verge of acquiring another magical candy and a new move. Based on previous outcomes, the better the simulated trainers performed in the tournament, the more rewarding the spoils. This prospect filled him with boundless anticipation for the upcoming simulation. Surely, after 3 attempts, fortune must smile upon him. He harbored no desire for the championship. Merely a runner-up position, or perhaps reaching the quarterfinals or semifinals would suffice. Failing to even pass the preliminaries would be a disgrace. Cradling a Happiny and holding a book, Baimu remarked, "Call out a few more times to help me gather some good luck." Happiny obediently chirped numerous times, leaving the nearby Mudbray somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend the excitement and anticipation reflected in its companion's expression. Suddenly, it dawned on Mudbray. Was the time for another challenge upon them? Not long ago, at a similar hour, Baimu had also retired early to bed, engrossed in a book while wriggling restlessly like a caterpie. Such peculiar behavior had caused Mudbray to sweat in anxiety. If only it could decipher human language, it would be eager to understand what content was so thrilling. At that moment, the countdown in Baimu's vision reached its conclusion. Choose your birthplace, a mindless choice. Why ponder so much? He hadn't even completed the Kanto region. Why switch regions? After a moment's contemplation, he decided to change things up and select a female. To his surprise, the previously blank Pokémon slots now displayed an option. Clefairy. Baimu gazed at the text above, pondering the sudden availability of this choice. Could it be a result of his previous simulation success in the tournament? That seemed plausible. Without hesitation, he selected Clefairy, as this Pokémon appeared significantly stronger than the initial ones he had encountered. Please draw your talent. He pressed the button. Fixed talent. Preschool enlightenment. Accelerates Pokémon development. Oh ho? A blue talent? Baimu's eyes widened. He had always believed talents were limited to white, never expecting the existence of a blue variant. Could this also be a gift from the previous simulation? No. He credited the boon to Happiny. If the last simulation had offered such generous rewards, there wouldn't have been an option to reserve a talent for the next time. It must surely be random. Jilly egg. Call out twice more. Baimu felt an inexplicable surge of excitement, but he quickly suppressed it. The image of the youthful, spirited boy lingered vividly in his mind. Excessive pride could easily lead to a downfall. He continued to scroll down the options. Humble background, the burden of nurturing Pokémon. Ruthless, single-minded in achieving goals, attracting attention, more appealing to Pokémon of the opposite gender. Kind-hearted, eager to assist others. Was there any further hesitation necessary? A wise horse does not turn back to graze on the grass it once passed, especially when that grass is poisonous. Unless opportunities for simulation became plentiful, he would never grant the ruthless trait another chance. After all, it was unlikely that such a trait would offer him any opportunities. In contrast, the kind-hearted trait, seemingly counterbalancing the former, appeared quite appealing. I hesitated for 2 seconds before swiftly selecting the final 2 traits. The simulation commenced. A vast screen unfurled, revealing a pixelated figure before Baimu. A miniskirt? The ordinary appearance quickly reminded him of a particular type of trainer. Chapter 54. The Reckless One emerges on the screen. The pixelated girl and an adorable Clefairy emerged from an opulent residence. At the age of 10, you made a pact with your longtime partner, Clefairy, to reach the pinnacle of the Pokémon League together. The girl entered a sleek black car, which glided into a thick fog, heading toward an unknown destination. As the fog dissipated, a magnificent school gradually materialized. Under your parents' insistence, you were sent to a Pokémon research school, which left you feeling regretful about your anticipated journey. A Pokémon research school? Baimu watched as the mini-skirt entered the campus, surrounded by a throng of students dressed similarly, all rushing into the teaching building. Was the school storyline commencing? He felt an inexplicable sense that this simulation was different from the previous three. Indeed, inside a classroom, the mini-skirt sat among her peers, while a pixelated figure resembling a teacher animatedly spoke, and subtitles appeared. You hear the teacher say, "Only those who pass the primary, intermediate, and advanced level exams at the Pokémon Research School can qualify for the competition." You find it quite dull, feeling out of place among your anxious classmates. It dawned on him. This was the very place Ash visited in the original series, a rare episode where he blushed in the presence of a girl. Afterward, Ash forever maintained his persona as a steadfast, oblivious male. Thus, Baimu's recollection of this episode was particularly vivid. Of course, there was another reason. A girl named Ta Wai Jin appeared in that episode, frequently gracing the pages of Pokémon fan fiction as a beloved character. He never expected this simulation to take on an academic theme. However, a significant characteristic of the students in the animated Pokémon Research School was their rigid adherence to textbook strategies and an overwhelming reliance on level superiority in battles. Thus, the exuberant tactics of Ash provided an unexpected education. It remains uncertain whether Mini-Skirt will eventually evolve into a theoretician. Barking pondered, continuing to observe. The scenes depicted Mini-Skirt's life since the commencement of school as exceedingly monotonous, characterized by daily classes, reading, and then heading to the simulation battle classroom to engage in Pokémon battles devoid of any game-like essence. Her Clefairy, apart from accompanying her back to the dormitory after classes, resided within its Pokéball, never having participated in a battle, leaving Mini-Skirt perplexed as to how to elevate its level or acquire new skills. This narrative repeated itself numerous times. Mini-Skirt gradually grew somewhat impatient. Exhibiting extreme restlessness during theoretical classes, her pixelated form swaying incessantly. This behavior often elicited a frown from the miniature figure at the podium. You find the school life exceedingly dull, with only theory and no practical application, rendering these days exceptionally tedious. The narration conveyed. In the next moment, Mini-Skirt abruptly rose and dashed out of the classroom, leaving her classmates bewildered, each sporting exclamation marks above their heads. The figure at the podium immediately commenced pursuit, yet was no match for Mini-Skirt's speed, quickly falling far behind. You have decided to skip class and venture to the practice area in search of an opponent. Is this class skipping? To flee in front of the teacher? Well, it certainly qualifies as such. The scene shifted. A multitude of battle arenas unfolded before her. Various Pokémon unleashing dazzling attacks amidst the pixelated shouts of trainers. Barking discerned Mini-Skirt's excitement. However, her desire to compete was thwarted by the dismissal of others who refused to battle her, citing unfamiliarity. What a predicament! Must battles in this school hinge on recognition? Was it not agreed that a mere exchange of gazes would signal the commencement of a duel? Yet, it seems that those attending this prestigious institution are either affluent or noble, thus not adhering to the customary rules of trainers is to be expected. You are unable to find a student willing to battle, leaving you exceedingly disheartened. Under the narration's guidance, Mini-Skirt regretfully departed from the practice area, aimlessly wandering the campus, with no intention of returning to class. Barking contemplated the potential repercussions Mini-Skirt might face. Would it be a severe reprimand or outright expulsion? Or perhaps nothing at all? That would depend on the influence of Mini-Skirt's parents. While lost in thought, the wandering Mini-Skirt encountered an unexpected event. At the edge of the screen, several similarly attired girls surrounded another girl, incessantly quizzing her on Pokémon knowledge, while the latter struggled to respond, running on a treadmill. With each incorrect answer, the treadmill's speed escalated, and the girl ultimately faltered under the rapid pace, tragically tumbling off in a most undignified manner. The girls responsible for raising questions trembled, their foreheads adorned with the words "haha," as you inadvertently stumbled upon the phenomenon of bullying. Your inherently kind nature compelled you to take action. You charged forward, and as the narration unfolded, the girl in a Mini-Skirt lunged ahead at an astonishing speed, colliding directly with one of the girls and sending her sprawling. This unexpected turn left not only the characters in the scene stunned, but also shocked Bakugi in the real world. Wait, shouldn't the logical response be to stand in front of the bullied girl and shout, "What are you doing? I will report this to the teacher"? Why did it suddenly escalate to violence? Reflecting on the earlier impulsive exit from the classroom, Bakugi realized that while the girl in the Mini-Skirt hailed from a wealthy family, she seemed to have not acquired much in terms of etiquette. Or perhaps she had learned it, but simply did not care. A Monkey King? He continued to observe, noting that after their initial shock, the other girls hurriedly helped the fallen one up, chattering away amongst themselves. Through their explanations, you learned that this was a training method called whips of love. You felt a surge of anger, believing this was merely bullying disguised in a charming facade, fundamentally unchanged in nature. You accepted their challenge, demanding an apology should you emerge victorious. The girl in the mini-skirt stood before the recently fallen girl, surrounded by the others, and after a brief quarrel, she voluntarily stepped onto the treadmill. Thus, the second round of whips of love commenced. Bakugi initially thought the opponent would falter, considering the girl in the mini-skirt had only been studying for a month. However, recalling her innate talent in preschool education, he reconsidered. As he suspected, the girl in the mini-skirt effortlessly completed the so-called introductory teaching content, her ease of execution making him realize why she had been impatient during the earlier theoretical lesson. It was akin to a peak high school champion facing a novice. As long as they did not encounter any bizarre questions, victory was assured. Surprisingly, after facing defeat, the group of girls did not retreat in shame nor offer apologies. Instead, they boldly proposed a Pokémon battle. Bakugi immediately noticed the girl in the mini-skirt leap with excitement. You accepted her challenge, feeling a surge of anticipation. Finally, was the battle about to begin? The first match. He felt a bit parched, swallowing hard while eagerly wondering what kind of contest the girl in the mini-skirt would present. Suddenly, a sound echoed, and Bakugi looked down to see that, at some point, this girl had retrieved a can of drink from the refrigerator for him. Wow, how thoughtful. Thank you. Just as he was desperately thirsty, he quickly opened it and took a sip, then asked if the Chansey wanted some. Chansey shook its head in refusal. Baimu indulged himself, his eyes fixated on the ethereal screen, witnessing a confrontation between a mini-skirt-clad girl and her adversary, engaging in a Pokémon duel. Suddenly, he choked, coughing as he gazed in astonishment at the display. There, a seemingly adorable Pokémon, Clefairy, wielded a fiery fist the size of a cauldron to mercilessly strike the weeping Oddish, subsequently following up with an icy punch, leaving the wretched creature to emit foul odors in despair. Chapter 55. The elementary champion in times of old, Lu Tihua vanquished the villain of Zhang Guanxi with 3 punches. Now, Clefairy had incapacitated Oddish with merely 2 blows. The phrasing lacked rhyme, yet Baimu felt it encapsulated his sentiments perfectly. The physical attack route taken by Clefairy was undeniably effective. Oddish, a poison-type Pokémon, should have had the upper hand but could barely endure 3 turns. Alas, the graphics were merely pixelated. Otherwise, he would have relished the exquisite expressions of the opposing girl. The blue talent was rather astonishing. Baimu couldn't help but marvel at the situation. This Clefairy, dressed in a miniskirt, was undoubtedly of high level. It was no wonder she referred to it as a longtime companion, perhaps nurtured from a Cleffa and already evolved once. Yet, he pondered, why not allow Clefairy to evolve again? He found it hard to believe that the girl from a prestigious family couldn't afford a simple moonstone. In the scene, the girls, witnessing the overwhelming battle, lost all thoughts of a counterattack, quickly apologizing to the initially chastised girl and fleeing in disarray. You have triumphed over the female student who bullied classmates in the name of special training. You have gained a friend. The phrasing resembled something from a gym battle. Baimu shifted his position, leaning against the Blissey for added comfort. After rescuing her classmates, the miniskirt-clad girl inevitably faced her own punishment of writing a reflection. Remarkably, no parents were summoned to school, as if the revered tradition of respecting teachers in Japan was non-existent. It was a testament to the privileges of an elite institution. Interestingly, this reflection was not composed by the miniskirt girl herself, but rather assisted by her newfound friend. Classmate? Well, not quite. She had never asked for help in running errands for snacks or drinks, nor sought financial assistance. Their interactions primarily revolved around casual conversations and occasional battles to alleviate the monotony of theoretical classes. However, this serene existence did not endure for long. One fateful day within the game, a throng surged into the classroom, casting a challenge letter before the miniskirt girl. Among them were the very girls who had previously been defeated, their faces adorned with smug expressions. Were they seeking retribution through their connections? Baimu's gaze drifted, landing on the leader of the group. You have accepted the challenge for a 3-on-3 battle against the elementary champion, proposing the condition that the victor shall take their place. To which the opponent agreed. An elite prodigy? He scrutinized the girl standing at the forefront, unable to reach a definitive conclusion. After all, one was a 2D animation while the other was pixel art, a considerable disparity indeed. Yet, if she were truly an exceptional talent, it might provide insight into the timeline within the simulator, whether it was set before or after Ash's journey commenced. Perhaps this simulated character in a miniskirt could even compete alongside Ash. It is worth noting that Ash's performance at the Indigo Conference could aptly be described with the term Navi. A throng of diminutive figures departed, and a new friend approached the miniskirt-clad girl, anxiously conveying some thoughts, to which she optimistically urged her to relax. You comforted your friend, assuring her not to fret. Though hesitant, she ultimately chose to place her trust in you. To honor this trust, you made a call home. Within the virtual screen, the girl in the miniskirt arrived at the school gate, retrieving 2 Pokeballs from a car and placing them in her pocket. Could the new Pokémon be acquired from home? No, it seemed more likely that they were Pokémon previously nurtured. Baimu realized that the method by which students at this school obtained new Pokémon differed significantly from the traditional approach of trainers venturing into the wild to capture them. Everything before him served as proof of this. Inside the dormitory, the girl in the miniskirt released the 2 Pokeballs. You welcomed back your former Pokémon, Jigglypuff. Your party has increased. You welcomed back your former Pokémon, Nidorina. Your party has increased. 2 Pokémon that required a Moonstone for evolution? Why then, had they not evolved? Baimu found himself perplexed, speculating that it might be a peculiar quirk of the affluent. Perhaps they deemed the evolved forms of Jigglypuff and Nidorina too large and less endearing. Or perhaps it was for some other special reason. He observed as the girl in the miniskirt began specialized training with her 3 Pokémon. Unfortunately, the pixelated visuals and the rapid passage of time rendered it difficult to glean much experience. Otherwise, acquiring knowledge through simulation would have been quite advantageous. Time passed. Soon, the day of the anticipated competition arrived, and the girl in the miniskirt brought her friend to the battleground, discovering a multitude of onlookers present, including students of intermediate and advanced levels, as well as teachers. You suddenly realized that this competition and the position of beginner champion were not as straightforward as you had initially assumed. However, rather than feeling apprehensive, you were even more exhilarated. The representative of her friend began to tremble slightly, and the girl in the miniskirt joined in, standing before the beginner champion. The narration made it evident that her excitement was palpable. The battle was about to commence. Baimu could not ascertain whether the girl in the miniskirt would achieve ultimate victory, but he was increasingly curious about whether the champion was truly an exceptional talent. When both sides released their Pokémon, a look of regret crossed his face. The beginner champion unleashed a fire-type Rapidash. Rather than the Onix or Marowak previously employed by the exceptional talent, it could also merely be a random choice of Rapidash on their part. After all, it is quite natural for wealthy families to possess numerous Pokémon. It remains uncertain. The fiery steed and the diminutive Clefairy stood in stark contrast, the former's imposing stature, even at a pixelated level, appeared far more exaggerated than the petite Clefairy. In an instant, the fiery steed began to gallop across the arena, its flames coiling around it like serpents, augmented by a flurry of white lines that signified its astonishing speed. Yet, Clefairy had but one method to counter this onslaught. It leaped towards the charging steed, grasping its horn with one hand while concentrating a sphere of azure energy in the other, which it then transformed into a fist and brought crashing down. With a resounding thud, the entire screen trembled, showcasing its formidable might. The narration echoed. Your Clefairy utilized Water Pulse, achieving outstanding results. The fiery steed's condition plummeted rapidly. Your Clefairy unleashed Water Pulse again, yielding exceptional effects. The fiery steed, unable to shake off Clefairy, began to appear quite despondent. The disparity was astonishingly apparent. Baimu understood well the extraordinary strength required for Clefairy to accomplish such feats. The force behind the fiery steed's charge was not to be underestimated. It was far beyond what one might expect a Clefairy to grasp so effortlessly. The 2 Pokémon entered a phase of entanglement, with Clefairy seemingly dominating the encounter. It is difficult to fathom how its petite paws could hold on so tenaciously. Ultimately, after receiving a third punch, the fiery steed collapsed obediently, leaving all spectators in awe. The performance of the Clefairy undoubtedly astonished everyone present. As for the subsequent 2 Pokémon faced by the initial champion, they too could not best the Clefairy, which displayed remarkable techniques. For instance, inhaling deeply before launching into a colossal attack, akin to a booming assault, reminiscent of a devastating sound wave. Additionally, like a venomous entity, it sprayed toxic traps upon the ground, desperately smearing poison upon its opponents. Such chaotic tactics elicited gasps from the students, who exclaimed, "This is not in the textbooks. Your performance has astonished the entire school community. You have become the initial champion, qualifying for advancement." Upon this declaration, the Clefairy unhesitatingly opted to ascend to the intermediate level, setting its sights on graduating to the advanced tier with aspirations of qualifying for the league tournament within a single semester. Baimu reflected deeply, convinced that this was a sure victory. Without a doubt, the league tournament was secured, right? Surely, it could not falter before facing the advanced tier, could it? Chapter 56. The champion's aura. Upon entering the intermediate level, the Clefairy became audacious. You arrived at the junior high school and discovered the pervasive phenomenon of the whip of love. With your kind-hearted nature, you resolved to rectify this malevolent trend. The so-called correction involved apprehending students who engaged in this training and compelling them to battle. Disagree? Then step up for a taste of the whip of love. You shall not leave until you have answered 100 questions. Resorting to violence, are we? A female? 2 punches. A male? 2 punches. Despite her petite stature, the girl in the miniskirt seemed nearly invincible, as few could stand against her. She would strike until her opponent begged for mercy, effortlessly hauling them to the treadmill as if they were mere chicks. This evoked memories of the time when Xia chased Ash, desperately pursuing him with her worn-out bicycle, as well as the fierce battles fought by the fighting-type gym leader, Ali, against Lucario. Friends watched in awe, surrounded by exclamation marks. The narrator occasionally interjected to bolster the scene's significance. You emerged victorious, and he acquiesced to your challenge. The agreement was noted, complete with quotation marks, as if to emphasize the coercive nature of the acceptance. Upon witnessing the prowess of the girl in the miniskirt, Bakugi finally understood the source of Pippi's formidable fairy punches and where such skills were learned. It was a case of imitation, without a talented trainer in fighting. Could Pippi ever hope to excel? Certainly not. For the students of the junior high who reveled in the whip of love, the miniskirt became their nightmare. As not only did they face punishment themselves, but their Pokémon would also endure a few punches from her Pippi. Consequently, the students of the junior high lamented their plight. As long as battles could be fought without restraint, the miniskirt would generally refrain from troubling the teachers. Bakugi observed on screen that many teachers exhibited a sense of relaxation and appreciation towards the miniskirt for not skipping class, their thumbs-up emojis abundant and seemingly without cost. Your adherence to the rules reassured the teachers. From the narrator's insights, it became evident that the position of the chief in this school was extraordinary. Much like the powerful student councils depicted in typical anime, some of their privileges even surpassed those of ordinary teachers. Thus, the faculty felt compelled to regard the miniskirt with newfound respect. As for the students who were on the receiving end of her whip of love, they questioned why they were unaware of this group. Previously, when the whip of love was enforced, no one cared. Now, the only change was the identity of the target. What justification did they have for intervening? It wasn't as though the miniskirt hailed from a family lacking wealth or influence. Weeks later, the miniskirt, growing impatient with the absence of a challenge from the junior high's chief, could no longer contain herself. In the scene, as soon as the bell rang, she burst into the classroom of the junior high chief, forcefully kicking open the door that had been blocked by his subordinates, boldly tossing down a challenge in front of everyone. Among the subordinates were those she had previously taught a lesson, indicating that the influence of the chief was indeed present behind the scenes of the whip of love in the junior high. The teacher, preparing to leave while organizing the teaching materials on the podium, wisely pretended not to notice. Under the pretense of a challenge stemming from a desire for improvement, a wager was placed for the alternating position of the middle school champion, which the champion agreed to. Bakamatsu observed the middle school champion, who lingered in the classroom, lost in thought over the challenge letter, and found great amusement in the situation. As for the mini-skirted contender, he harbored no dissatisfaction whatsoever. He vividly recalled the numerous vibrant images of her training Pokémon in those fleeting seconds, clearly understanding that her gaze had never strayed toward her peers. From the very beginning, her sole ambition was the championship. Her agreement to attend the Pokémon research school was merely a minor concession due to her parents' disapproval of her traveling alone to challenge gyms. She possessed both talent and diligence, as well as a prestigious lineage. What does this signify? The makings of a champion. If she does not become the tournament champion, who will? If she does not forge a path for her region, who will? The title of champion is rightfully hers. Bakamatsu held unwavering confidence in the mini-skirted girl, who did not disappoint his expectations. In her battle against the middle school champion, she effectively showcased her unique training style, leveraging the strengths of her diverse Pokémon to secure a resounding victory. This included, but was not limited to, a Jigglypuff perched on the raucous Snorlax's face, tugging at its thick ears while waving its petite paws enveloped in a reddish-brown aura. Glutton, are you? Take this punch first. The champion is no fool. 2 punches it is. The enhanced punches surged forth, fueling an orange-red aura that never ceased. Naturally, Snorlax did not remain passive, occasionally raising its claws to swipe at Jigglypuff. However, The little creature's wings, seemingly ornamental, proved surprisingly agile in flight. If it was grabbed on the left, it would switch to the right. If the right was targeted, it would evade to the left. When both sides attempted to grab it, Jigglypuff would simply soar on a Snorlax's head and deliver a devastating blow, causing snot to erupt from its nose. It was difficult to fathom that this was a fairy-type Pokémon and not a fighting type. The onlooking students in the middle school affirmed that they had never witnessed such a Jigglypuff, though whether they would tear their textbooks upon returning home was another matter entirely. While Jigglypuff triumphed over Snorlax, it seemed to still crave more action. That Fire Monkey's championship belt should belong to you, Bakumatsu mused, contemplating whether the Wooper could evolve in a similar direction as Jigglypuff. Wooper, with its strong jaw ability, could indeed harness formidable power and learn various punching techniques. Regrettably, pixelated images could not acquire breeding skills. He wondered if rewards might include such attributes or specific breeding techniques. As he indulged in these musings, the mini-skirted girl successfully defeated the middle school champion, showcasing her prowess with a trio of seasoned techniques. Yet, the academically proficient students of the Pokémon Research Academy found themselves at a loss against her, for their rigid hierarchy and type advantage rules were rendered ineffective in the face of the mini-skirt. High level, my level surpasses yours. Type compatibility? True strength can transcend such considerations, even if the textbooks insist otherwise. You have triumphed over the chief of the intermediate division, claiming their position, and you resolve to advance your studies toward the senior division. Through the screen, it seemed that Shiraki could hear the lamentations of the senior students, along with the rapid heartbeat of the division's chief. There was no denying it. Even he would feel a sense of trepidation in such circumstances. The miniskirt, while brash, exhibited a calculated recklessness distinct from the foolishness of the bug-catching youth. Each time she targeted the strongest in her grade, she underwent rigorous training, and this would hold true upon her arrival at the senior division. Unexpectedly, however, another talent would manifest the very next day following her promotion. It was an afternoon when the miniskirt had just defeated a senior student who was fervently devoted to the Whip of Love, only to be taken aback when he discarded his Pokémon immediately after the match. You felt anger at his abandonment, yet refrained from acting. Recognizing that some actions cannot be undone, you comforted his discarded Pokémon, a male Seadra, who expressed gratitude and wished to become your ally. You consented. Truly commendable. The miniskirt, possessing both a kind heart and an alluring charm. Shiraki did not believe that someone of her background would covet a Seadra. Rather, it was evident that this child was genuinely benevolent, never underestimating any Pokémon. On the other hand, due to the multitude of students in the senior division preparing to graduate and participate in the forthcoming tournament, their strength surged significantly, leading to an extension of the miniskirt's training regimen. Considering the necessity of 6 Pokémon for competition, she reached out via phone to summon her remaining 2 Pokémon. You welcomed back your former Pokémon, a male Maril, increasing your party. You welcomed back your former Pokémon, a male Cottonee, increasing your party. Indeed, there were no particularly rare Pokémon among them. While Shiraki was somewhat surprised by the completeness of the miniskirt's team, it was also within the realm of expectation. In contrast to trainers who sought inherent strength or rarity, the miniskirt evidently preferred to uncover the unique qualities of her Pokémon herself. Thus, the question of value became secondary. Yet, the gender distribution of her team was surprisingly balanced, 3 males and 3 females. Shiraki took a sip of his drink, eagerly observing the scenes unfolding on the screen. With a complete team now at her disposal, the miniskirt's training approached a feverish intensity, even going so far as to request a leave of absence from school to extend her training time. Through the narrative prompts, the reasons for the lack of evolution among her Pokémon were finally unveiled. Your Clefairy has learned a new move, Comet Punch, enhancing its strength. Your Jigglypuff has acquired a new move, Self-Destruct Charge, boosting its power. Your Nidorina has also learned a new technique. These repeated notifications confirmed that the miniskirt had not allowed them to evolve, but instead aimed for Clefairy and other Pokémon to learn more moves. Once these notifications ceased, the miniskirt produced a collection of peculiar stones and scales, the pixelated contents baffling Hayashi, who struggled to comprehend their origins. After utilizing them, Clefairy evolved into Clefable, Jigglypuff transformed into Wigglytuff, Nidorina evolved into Nidoqueen, and Seadra became Kingdra. A truly complete team had taken shape. Hayashi couldn't help but applaud. Each simulation felt like watching an animated series, particularly exhilarating, as he often anticipated the formation of the simulated team. The previous teams had been overwhelmingly powerful, yet still, the miniskirt style prevailed. The day after the team's formation, the miniskirt calmly entered the chief's classroom of the advanced department with friends, throwing down a challenge. The chief accepted. Evidently, he had anticipated the mini-skirt's arrival and had made extensive preparations, selecting Pokémon that countered her team and maximizing their levels to the highest extent possible. Alas, in the face of the evolved Clefable and others, these efforts proved futile. When the mud bombs surged forth, Clefable merely unleashed a ground-type water pulse, creating waves rivaling surf, forcefully repelling the mud bombs. Then, with a flutter of its wings, it charged forward, striking Nidoqueen's head with two powerful punches that knocked it askew. Wigglytuff, having inflated to an extraordinary size, unleashed a spinning attack. Nidoqueen, robust yet remarkably agile, fought with a dancing tail and a series of toxic strikes. Kingdra generated an inescapable whirlpool of pseudo-super water flow, and Milotic, after puffing up its belly, launched a lethal water jet, while Fluffball exploded into cotton, rapidly generating parasitic seeds. The chief of the advanced department found himself in dire straits. However, as the chief, he had transcended the rote level of his predecessors and thus retained some capacity for counterattack. Unfortunately, before the mini-skirt, he was rendered powerless. Ultimately, he faced an undeniable defeat, marking the end of the era of Love's Whip. After months of relentless effort, rising from the elementary to the advanced department, he had eradicated the atmosphere of bullying within the school, earning the admiration of countless students as the mini-skirt officially qualified for the court's conference. You have triumphed over the chief of the advanced department, shattering the tradition of Love's Whip, and all students are immensely grateful to you. You have decided to commence your preparations for the court's conference. At last, the competition for the court's conference is about to begin. Chapter 57. After hardships come joy, it was once again the training period. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hakamaki slipped away to the restroom, only to catch a glimpse of the girl in a mini-skirt returning home in a black sedan. As the grand entrance swung open, a multitude of Pokémon surged forth like a tidal wave, rushing towards the girl in the mini-skirt, making even the pixelated imagery evoke a sense of tension. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the girl was not lacking in Pokémon. She possessed a plethora of rare creatures such as Farfetch'd, Snorlax, and Abra, with numerous fully evolved forms to boot. Traversing through the grand estate to the backyard, the number of Pokémon increased even further, and he even caught a fleeting glimpse of a juvenile legendary. One could only describe the scene as devoid of humanity. The girl in the mini-skirt had returned, undoubtedly to engage in intensive training, aimed at further enhancing the strength of her small team. Simultaneously, she had not forgotten to arrange for a secondary team, designated to serve as backup Pokémon in the event that the primary team suffered injuries and could not participate. You have begun preparing a second team. Such a diligent and affluent trainer reminded Hakamaki of a certain Steel-type champion from the Hoenn region, who had risen to prominence and shared the champion title with a close friend. It remained uncertain whether the simulation bore any connection to reality. If there indeed existed a girl in a mini-skirt in the real world, one who had achieved outstanding results in the Indigo Conference, she would undoubtedly leave her mark in the annals of Kanto's history. The frustration of being ill-informed was palpable. Hakamaki longed to consult his phone to check the historical champions of the Indigo Conference, but his inability to comprehend many technical terminologies rendered him incapable of searching for such hardcore information. After all, the existence of search engines like Google or Baidu in the Pokémon world was itself questionable. Seeing the trainer's face contorted in confusion, Chansey attempted to offer comfort, but was halted by Snorlax's intervention. Snorlax shook its head, indicating that this was simply how their trainer was, and there was no need for concern. Really? Chansey observed Hakamaki, who sighed in bewilderment before returning to his bed to continue reading, feeling quite worried. Fortunately, the trainer remained quiet thereafter, which brought relief to Chansey. Meanwhile, the simulator expedited the unnecessary portions of training, and it wasn't long before Hakamaki awaited the official commencement of the Indigo Conference. The capabilities of the girl in the mini-skirt far surpassed those of the previous bug-catching boy and the camping lad. The preliminary rounds were a matter of no concern. As expected, the 3 rounds of the preliminaries posed no challenge for the girl in the mini-skirt. You have defeated the trainer and earned progression points. You have defeated the trainer. The league evaluates the participants advancing from the preliminaries based on a comprehensive assessment of their performances in gyms and schools. The camping lad had fallen prey to this oversight. However, for the girl in the mini-skirt, this was not an issue of concern. You have surpassed the preliminaries and set forth towards greater heights. Following the preliminaries, hundreds of trainers, each adorned with 8 badges or hailing from prestigious research academies, were eliminated, leaving only 64 contenders to advance to the preliminary rounds. In other words, the starting point was the top 64. How far did Ash get in the Indigo Conference? It seemed to be the top 16. Beimu hesitated, uncertain, as the memory had grown hazy over time. The preliminary rounds commenced. The caliber of opponents had evidently escalated, transitioning from ordinary Pokémon to elite ones. Pikachu's attacks had noticeably increased in frequency. What could once be concluded with 3 strikes now required 4, as opponents invariably managed to rise again. More critically, the tournament judges were far more lenient than those in school. As long as a Pokémon exhibited even the slightest inclination to rise, the whistle would remain silent, only to be blown after a full 10 seconds of incapacitation. This leniency greatly benefited many trainers who favored using Pokémon that performed sit-ups. Moreover, perhaps due to her benevolent nature, the trainer in a miniskirt frequently extended opportunities to her opponents, often encouraging their Pokémon to rise again. Frankly, such behavior could be rather irksome. However, Beimu perceived this as a manifestation of the miniskirt trainer's confidence in her abilities. No matter how many times you stand, I shall prevail. This straightforward approach was quite reflective of her consistent style. You have triumphed over your opponent and successfully advanced to the top 32. Thus, she reached the top 16. The strength of her adversaries had undoubtedly escalated once more, as Pikachu encountered a formidable opponent for the first time, a muscular Hitmonchan. True to its iron fist ability, the opponent's punches were rapid and fierce, dazzling to behold. Yet, Pikachu was no slouch, as a fairy type. It possessed a signature move known as Play Rough. The narrator elaborated that this attack's full name was Don't Mess With Me While I'm Smiling. With this decisive blow, even though Hitmonchan landed a bullet punch on Pikachu's cheek first, it did not secure victory. Instead, Pikachu sent Hitmonchan soaring out of the ring like a shooting star. Thus, the path to victory in the top 16 was firmly established. You have triumphed over your opponent and successfully advanced to the top 8. You have surpassed the preliminaries and are now embarking on a journey to greater heights. After the preliminaries, the championship tournament awaited. Upon reading this narration, Beimu was overjoyed. Reaching the top 8 was an unprecedented achievement. Previously, she had either faltered in the preliminaries or failed to qualify for the tournament altogether. One could only lament the stark disparity in outcomes dictated by wealth and talent. However, fate often plays its own hand, and divine intervention can be capricious. Just as the miniskirt trainer triumphed over her opponent in the top 8, Beimu was filled with elation, only to see a female trainer with a long red ponytail and glasses approach the opposing seat. She rubbed her eyes. In the pixelated world, many faces and outfits bore a striking resemblance to one another, differing only in color. Only a select few, such as gym trainers, possess unique character illustrations. The opponent whom miniskirt faces in the finals happens to be the illustrious Kona, who indeed boasts such a distinctive portrayal. Although she is not clad in a professional skirt or black stockings, it is quite normal for her to appear this way at the Alliance Conference, likely reflecting her youth. However, this does not alleviate the sinking feeling in Hakugi's heart as Kona unleashes a majestic white sea lion. Truly, it is the formidable 4 Heavenly Kings Kona. Why is it that you share the same cohort as my simulation target? I implore you, have mercy on me. He begins to wriggle on the bed, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. The prospect of achieving the esteemed runner-up position is tantalizingly close, and he could accept the emergence of a mythical beast. Yet, he finds himself thwarted in the semifinals by a future 4 Heavenly King. If Miniskirt were to triumph over Kona, then the future of the 4 Heavenly Kings would surely belong to her. Wait a moment. Perhaps Kona is the type of trainer who excels later in the competition? Despite the less-than-stellar performance at the conference, Hakugi continuously reassures himself. Unfortunately, the pixelated animation reveals that both sides have become stalemated, with Kona clearly holding the upper hand. As the Ice King, celebrated in the Orange Archipelago arc of the animation, she is renowned for being fluid like water in everyday life, yet transforming into impenetrable ice during battle. This assertion is substantiated in the current confrontation. Pikachu's proud punches can only match the might of the sturdy Dunsparce's million-ton strike, while the White Sea Lion's icy breath sends the inflated Jigglypuff soaring into the sky. The perfect defense of Cloyster's shell renders Nidoqueen's poisonous tail and venomous strike futile. The remaining Pokémon do not inspire much optimism either. Only Kingdra's performance shines somewhat, managing to engage in a back-and-forth duel with Kona's Lapras. This illustrates that Miniskirt remains undeterred. Despite experiencing a setback, she maintains her resolve, for one of the hallmarks of strength is the unwavering spirit that gazes upward. Regrettably, Miniskirt is inevitably led towards defeat. Kona, hailing from Seven Island, proves to be overwhelmingly powerful, having demonstrated remarkable prowess even in her youth, which undoubtedly explains her ascent to becoming one of the 4 Heavenly Kings. Before long, the match concludes. Miniskirt, filled with a sense of regret, steps down to embrace her tearful friends, a smiley face appearing above her head. You were defeated by Trainer Kona, reaching the top 4. However, this has not crushed your spirit. You have come to realize that there are always greater heights to aspire to. You resolve to persuade your parents to embark on a journey to the next region and continue participating in competitions. Your story is not yet concluded. Simulation ended. The screen fades, and Hakugi massages his aching neck, his face reflecting a profound sense of contemplation. Although the simulator only presents a singular event, how could a trainer's life possibly conclude here? This defeat shall be avenged in the next encounter. This embodies the essence of a true trainer. I hope to see you again, Miniskirt. But Cookie rubbed his face, preparing to select the rewards for this simulation. Fixed reward. Move Learning Machine 2. Attribute selectable. Fixed reward. Miniskirt's Fighting Memory Punch can be reviewed repeatedly. Choice reward 1. Any Pokémon to be leveled up by 2, level 70 or below. Choice reward 2. Clue regarding obtainable Pokémon. Attribute selectable. Choice reward 3. Move Water Pulse can be learned by a selected Pokémon. Choice reward 4. Retain the talent drawing in bees and butterflies for the next simulation round. The rewards remain a selection of 4 from which to choose 2. He took a deep breath, glanced around, and immediately began to vigorously knead the face of a Chansey several times, then did the same to a Snorlax. The disparity between the rewards for breaking through the preliminaries and those for not doing so is immense. But Cookie fumed internally, for the simulator had been exceedingly generous this time. Previously, it had offered trivial skills and wondrous candies as rewards, leaving him in a state of indecision, akin to merely watching a film for small prizes. Unexpectedly, after much deliberation, he ultimately chose rewards 1 and 2, though he felt a twinge of regret over Water Pulse. While its power is not particularly high, Snorlax can learn it, yet he believed there might be something even better. As for the talent drawing in bees and butterflies, honestly, Miniskirt's attributes this time, marked by kindness and early education, rendered this talent nearly inconsequential. Perhaps it is best to let it go. Chapter 58. The arrival of the young lady. Upon selecting his rewards, the surroundings faded away, morphing into a countdown and a small plus sign. After a prolonged gaze at the plus sign, the retained rewards gradually materialized. There was no rush to utilize the levels, as it seemed that the higher the level, the more challenging it became to increase. Maximizing effectiveness is indeed essential, unless a particular Pokémon desperately requires those 2 levels. The Move Learning Machine resembles a lottery. One can only select the attributes, and who knows what skills may randomly emerge. Similarly, he set it aside, intending to revisit it later. The selection of Pokémon with specified attributes would also be deferred. Beyond the Dragon attribute, there was little necessity to choose otherwise, as the likelihood of drawing a sky blue and white Pokémon is exceedingly high, particularly with the probability of acquiring a significant Dragon type. However, the Snorlax would arrive tomorrow, so he should tame that young lady first. The only reward he could immediately utilize was Miniskirt's Fighting Memory Punch. Although this is a combat memory of a teenage girl, based on the simulation content, it should prove quite helpful. He quietly selected it, and suddenly, darkness enveloped him. When his vision brightened once more, but Cookie found himself in a remarkably unfamiliar fighting arena, the surroundings somewhat blurred, resembling a rather faint memory. Before him stood a man, his face indistinct yet robustly muscular. As the other party spoke, he sluggishly began to move in tandem, unable to shift his perspective or manipulate his body. He could only passively experience everything, reliving the moments of training in boxing while wearing a miniskirt. Gradually, he became engrossed in it. Since he had never learned boxing in either his past or present life, he could not ascertain whether the fighting techniques in the Pokémon world were akin to those of his previous existence. He merely felt that he was gaining invaluable insights. Then, Baimu awakened. The outside world was illuminated by daylight. He blinked, gazing at the brilliant sunlight streaming through the curtains, then cast a glance at the Blissey at the foot of the bed, as well as the Drowsy beneath it. To his astonishment, the replay of memories had consumed an entire night, and a quick glance at the wall clock revealed that at least 6 or 7 hours had passed. Nevertheless, he had reaped significant rewards. Not only had he acquired knowledge to instruct his Duskull in boxing, but he also had a clearer understanding of how to facilitate strength training for Pokémon. Upon hearing his voice, the 2 Pokémon slowly stirred awake. "Are you both awake? Let us have breakfast and prepare to welcome our new friend," he said with earnestness. "Remember, without my command, you must not strike back, even if I am attacked." Drowsy and Blissey nodded, seemingly comprehending. For breakfast at home, Baimu had a glass of diluted moo milk, a nutritious egg, along with bread and vegetables. Drowsy had the same two items, but also consumed part of the minerals and specially formulated Pokémon food, while Blissey, aside from the minerals, also required various nutrients. Altogether, the cost of breakfast was considerable. After all, the price of Moo Moo milk was substantial, even when diluted. He couldn't help but sigh, wishing for the day when Yellow Iron Town could support a herd of Miltank. The desolate environment rendered all fresh fruits, vegetables, and grains exceedingly expensive. Dehydrated vegetables and canned foods were more reasonably priced, yet their taste was horrid. Anyone who had tasted fresh vegetables would certainly not consider dehydrated ones palatable. 3 parts training, 7 parts nourishment, he mused, realizing that the Pokémon world adhered to this principle as well. Baimu found himself contemplating the necessity of earning a living. His ultimate goal was not to merely scrape by in Yellow Iron Town. Without accumulating a considerable sum of money, venturing into other regions would be futile. It would merely be jumping from one fish pond, where one is devoured by larger fish, to another. Some of those larger fish could be so immense that one would not even realize they were being consumed. Yet, given the current circumstances, what other method was there besides swiftly collecting the meager earnings of the lower classes? While earning from the wealthy could yield a hefty profit, it was no easy task. Wait a moment. With a smartphone at his disposal, why not earn money from the online world, rather than being confined to the small territory of Yellow Iron Town? It would be wiser to broaden his horizons and explore the global landscape. Perhaps he would discover a path to prosperity. It was time to escape the confines of his semi-illiterate state. As Baimu contemplated, he realized that although he was free from the threat of survival, the tasks ahead were overwhelming, far exceeding the limits of 24 hours. Just past 9 in the morning, Frobo finally arrived, burdened with a considerable assortment of items. In addition to the essential energy ball and medical report, he brought along a plethora of miscellaneous goods. After a lengthy wait, he presented these gifts from the big boss, including a doll favored by the exuberant child and some personal items. One by one, he handed the belongings to Baimu. Then, utilizing a gadget, he swiftly deducted 2 million from an unnamed card. This card would henceforth belong to Baimu, who could transfer it to his personal account via his mobile phone. Should he encounter any difficulties, assistance was available at a branch of the Pokémon World Bank located in the 16th underground city. With a smile, Frobo declared that he would not intrude further, encouraging Baimu to bond with his new Pokémon. Thank you, Baimu murmured, watching Frobo depart. On the table lay a luxurious ball adorned with a black base and golden threads, rumored to provide a comfort level far superior to that of ordinary types. Just yesterday, Baimu had exchanged his Kadora and Jigglypuff for this ball, receiving unanimous praise. A pampered young lady indeed, he mused, as he re-examined the medical report. Ultimately, he opted to venture outdoors, hoping to avoid incurring additional renovation expenses. While the new Pokémon was not a husky, its unpredictable temperament could potentially lead to an extravagant remodeling plan, leaving him in despair. Kadora and Jigglypuff trailed behind, both curious about their new companion and wary of potential threats, recalling the earlier incident involving the ultrasonic larva. In the backyard, Baimu stood beneath the dappled shade of a tree and opened the luxury ball. With a pop, a radiant light shot forth, coalescing into a diminutive figure. Chirp! A melodious voice chimed, akin to silver bells. Before him appeared a charming creature, its enormous mouth replacing the long, dark hair that typically adorned its head. With 2 fringes framing its face, its body was clad in short, yellow fur reminiscent of a miniature kimono, and its large, copper-hued eyes blinked adorably. While its appearance was endearing and easily won the affection of Pokémon enthusiasts, it bore a scientific name, Deceptive Pokémon. This moniker was derived from the ominous Darkmaw lurking behind its head. Hello, Baimu greeted, offering a gentle smile. The deceptive Pokémon glanced up at him, providing no immediate response, but rather lowering its gaze in contemplation. Baimu, puzzled by the creature's thoughts, cast a glance at Kadora and Jigglypuff, both of whom shook their heads in unison, indicating their confusion as well. After a few moments, the deceptive Pokémon began to survey its surroundings, first fixating on the grand tree behind it, then extending its gaze to Kadora and Jigglypuff, before finally observing the small saplings and the 2-story building, along with the warm breeze that brushed against its face. Chirp! It sighed with a remarkably human-like quality and ambled toward the backyard gate, its large jaw bobbing charmingly as it walked. Baimu promptly followed suit. Chapter 59. Brightly delicate, yet secretly alarmed. The Pokémon depicted in animations often possess an extraordinary level of intelligence, rather than merely exhibiting anthropomorphic traits. It is more accurate to assert that they inherently embody such emotions. The notion of anthropomorphism is merely a way for humans to embellish their perceptions, Observing the largemouth creature's indifference towards humans reveals its challenging temperament. It likely remains oblivious to its own predicament. Nevertheless, Baimu bore no resentment. Recognizing that the creature's departure from its familiar surroundings was a consequence of his own choices, and a touch of sulkiness was only to be expected. Inside the house, the largemouth creature regarded the assorted furnishings with evident disdain. After scrutinizing the surroundings, it leaped onto the sofa, using a cushion to prop itself up, its small hands resting on its knees. It lowered its gaze, slightly parting its lips. What could this signify? Baimu looked at Dora and Jigglypuff in confusion. The former wore an odd expression, while the latter cheerfully scurried to the kitchen to fetch a glass of ice water, presenting it to the largemouth creature with a smile. The creature glanced at the offering with a hint of dissatisfaction, but nodded and accepted the glass, sipping delicately. It turns out it was merely thirsty. Baimu dragged a chair over, positioning himself at a comfortable distance. Not too close to the largemouth creature, yet not too far either. The heat outside was palpable, so conversing indoors seemed prudent. The largemouth creature slightly lifted its eyelids, still unresponsive, merely extending its hand to return the cup. Jigglypuff, with a cheerful demeanor, naturally assumed the role of a servant, accepting the glass with glee. Baimu gently patted its head and addressed the largemouth creature. You may choose to ignore me entirely, but amicable communication could enhance our forthcoming collaboration. Perhaps you think that by remaining silent, I will simply return you home. I regret to inform you that this is an impossibility. He gestured toward a map hanging in the living room, depicting Huangtai Town, situated countless kilometers from your former residence. A desolate expanse devoid of trees and water, filled only with rocks and yellow sand. Your trainer has entrusted you to me and shared various details about you. In other words, your place there is no longer available. If you find my words incomprehensible, I can reiterate them. Suddenly, the largemouth creature's eyes widened, and it violently shook its head, its dark jaw snapping open and lunging toward Baimu. With a startled shout, Dora attempted to leap forward to intercept, but Baimu preemptively blocked her with a hand. The massive jaw did not clench down on her head. Instead, it expanded to its fullest extent before him, revealing its crimson interior and formidable, evenly spaced fangs. You are not meant to intimidate, after all. Baimu chuckled leisurely, his courage already substantial. But after embracing the memory of the miniskirt combat the previous night, his audacity had only grown. The little tricks of the big mouth doll were insufficient to intimidate him. Upon realizing that his usual tactics had failed, the big mouth doll lowered its head, puffing its cheeks in frustration. All right, back to the main topic. Let us discuss the matter of your treatment. You cannot possibly be indifferent to what you will eat or where you will reside in the future. Baimu refrained from hastily reaching out to pat the creature's head. The experiences of the big mouth doll differed significantly from those of Kodora and Jigglypuff, making it impractical to foster their relationship through similar means. Expecting someone to become close on the very first day is unrealistic. In truth, he could discern the underlying anxiety and trepidation concealed beneath the big mouth doll's facade of indifference. This was quite understandable. A pampered child suddenly uprooted from a familiar environment and thrust into an unknown place, encountering strangers and fighting for an unfamiliar trainer, would naturally feel disoriented. It is not just a matter of a fledgling Pokémon. Even an adult might struggle to adapt so swiftly. Thus, the prickliness now displayed by the big mouth doll partly serves as a means of self-protection. Of course, whether such behavior is wise or foolish is another discussion. Ultimately, every individual acts based on their current understanding and knowledge. They cannot perform beyond their grasp. While Baimu found the big mouth doll's resistance somewhat amusing, it could well be that the creature was earnest in believing this was the best course of action. What do you desire? Baimu maintained his serene smile. Perhaps a princess bed? Adorable little pillows? This must be your doll. He retrieved a plush toy from a box he had taken from Floppo. Upon seeing it, the big mouth doll leaped off the sofa and snatched it, cradling it in its arms. With the doll in hand, the big mouth doll visibly relaxed, no longer avoiding Baimu's gaze. When their eyes met, he realized that earlier it had been too anxious to look him in the eye, which had come off as somewhat rude. Now, the tension had dissipated, revealing a hint of curiosity in its expression. So what do you wish for? Can you share it with me? Baimu patiently inquired once more. The big mouth doll returned to its luxurious ball. Baimu glanced at the shopping list in his hand and exchanged glances with Kodora and Jigglypuff. Is there anything you desire? We might as well purchase it all together. Both shook their heads. Times had changed. In the past, his urgent need for Jigglypuff's assistance had made him somewhat impatient with the former. Fortunately, Jigglypuff had been understanding and agreed to lend a hand. Had the big mouth doll been in that situation, negotiating would undoubtedly have been far more challenging. and it might have taken an entire week to persuade it to do anything. Patience is key. One must approach matters gradually. After all, a moment's delay is inconsequential. Baimu carefully summoned his 2 Pokémon into their respective Pokeballs, preparing to embark on a quest to procure various items from his shopping list. Some of these items could be conveniently found in surface shops, while others necessitated a journey into the dungeons. Upon completing his shopping, he would naturally attend his literacy class. He glanced once more at the health report, which meticulously detailed the attributes of his Pokémon, Snorlax. Pokémon, Snorlax. Type, Steel Fairy. Gender, female. Height, 71 centimeters. Weight, 15 kilograms. Ability, Forceful. Level, 45. Moves, Fairy Wind. Bite, Scare, Critical Hit. Crunch, Iron Defense. Assault, Power-Up Punch. Electromagnetic Levitation, Iron Head. Charge, Ice Punch. Thunder Punch. With a solid foundation at level 45 and an impressive repertoire of 14 moves, Snorlax could fetch a commendable price in the dungeons. Its only potential flaw might be its low base stats. However, in the context of the animation, low base stats were not particularly consequential, as diligent training could yield formidable results. For Baimu, his choice of Snorlax was not solely based on its unique power, but also on its capacity for evolution. Perhaps in the Urei region, Mega Evolution was something unheard of. In reality, Mega Evolution was not so rare that it had become the envy of champions and elite trainers. Numerous minor trainers possessed Mega Stones and Keystone. By the time of the Sun and Moon phase, even gym leaders in Kanto were equipped with them. And even Team Rocket's subordinates could boast of such treasures. Thus, while it might still seem a distant aspiration, Baimu firmly believed that he would eventually acquire a Keystone and a Mega Stone for Snorlax, as well as for other evolutions, such as that of Boskage. If necessary, he would find a way to venture to the region's Mega Island to procure a Mega Stone, taking advantage of a free opportunity. Chapter 60, Sweet Tooth Enthusiast in the Neutral Dungeon Number 5, Baimu observed Snorlax, its eyes sparkling with excitement. As it gazed at a princess bed adorned in a dark Gothic style, complete with a portrait of a Gothic maiden. Your taste is truly peculiar, Baimu remarked, flabbergasted by Snorlax's enthusiasm. Before him lay the bed, its primary color black, exuding an aura of shadows and mystery. Snorlax shot him a glance, seemingly indifferent to his opinion, before turning away, crossing its little paws over its chest, though it occasionally stole glances back at the bed. What a perfect embodiment of reluctant desire. Just a casual observation about your taste, and yet you act this way, Baimu continued, unfazed. He promptly handed over the deposit and address to the cheerful shop attendant nearby. He had no intentions of reneging on his word. He merely wished to poke fun at Snorlax's questionable choice in decor. It was evident that this experience was quite novel for Snorlax, as during its time with the Grandmaster, it resided in an ecological garden forest, rather than in a lavish mansion like Kojiro's Arcanine. The esteemed proprietor prefers that Pokémon retain their authentic and unadulterated essence. Thus, it is inconceivable to furnish the charming, dazzling Pokémon with a princess bed, a trinket so heavily influenced by human society. That plush doll can be deemed the only human-made object in the vicinity of dazzling Pokémon. Therefore, from a certain perspective, the initiative taken by Shiraki to purchase the princess bed could be seen as rather foolish. However, he is acutely aware that if dazzling Pokémon were accustomed to sleeping on a princess bed, it would not be such a rare delight. Furthermore, given dazzling Pokémon's involvement in rural poverty alleviation, it is hardly plausible that they would be deprived of even a princess bed. Of course, the other Pokémon, such as the adorable Dola, would not refuse to share the bed with Shiraki. Yet, ever since Dola realized that her weight could crush the bed, she insisted on resting beside it, reminiscent of a beloved golden retriever. Meanwhile, while Jigglypuff typically passively climbed onto the bed, she clearly reveled in the joy of snuggling with her companions as she drifted into slumber. It is unlikely that they would willingly sleep on the princess bed. It's about time to head back, Shiraki mused as he glanced at the list, having procured everything necessary, with any unavailable items awaiting restock. What would you like for lunch? Perhaps something akin to what you've had before? He inquired softly of Dazzling Pokémon. Dazzling Pokémon, fixated on her princess bed, paused for a moment in contemplation, adopting a posture that suggested she had something to say. Having purchased the princess bed, what else could possibly be missing? She seemed to ponder. Not to worry. You may wish for anything, Shiraki reassured her, fully aware that this young lady certainly had something in mind. As anticipated, upon hearing his words, Dazzling Pokémon unexpectedly broke into a smile and darted off in a particular direction. Shiraki quickly followed, and before long, they arrived in front of a vibrant hamburger establishment. Ah, So this is what you were craving, he remarked, observing the glimmering sign of the burger shop. Dazzling Pokémon was captivated by the promotional posters, indicating yet another experience she yearned to indulge in. Indeed, while hamburgers are relatively simple to prepare for the residents of Huangtai Town, they represent a rather novel foreign delight. Otherwise, they would not be found in the underground city. You needn't gaze at me so. Let us enter, Shiraki declared, waving his hand. Dazzling Pokémon, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, joyfully pushed open the door to the burger shop. Before long, at a table by the window, Shiraki accompanied the three Pokémon as they savored hamburgers and sipped cola. While the flavors of this establishment may not rival those of KFC from a bygone era, each bite inevitably evoked a sense of nostalgia. Is it delicious? He asked, turning to the Pokémon. Dola and Jigglypuff nodded eagerly. Having grown accustomed to the mild flavors of Pokémon cuisine, indulging in something like this was quite novel for them. Dazzling Pokémon delicately covered her mouth as she chewed thoughtfully, and upon hearing Shiraki's question, she promptly expressed her approval of the delicacy. Oh, you truly have a penchant for sweets, he remarked with a slight smile, idly observing the passers-by and Pokémon in the underground city. Indeed, the bond of communication and the sharing of culinary delights serve as a significant catalyst in strengthening the relationship between trainers and their Pokémon. A few hours ago, he pondered how long it would take to converse further with the boisterous child. Little did he know, a single lunch could swiftly bridge their relationship. However, Shiraki understood that the child's benevolent demeanor was predicated on his own affable nature. The true test of their relationship would arise when conflicts emerged. In the afternoon, he returned to the ground and attended his literacy class as usual. The teacher appeared quite astonished upon seeing him, likely believing he had skipped 2 days of class and would not return. Unfortunately, for the sake of future financial aspirations, he had to show up. Shiraki quietly settled among a group of children and girls, learning the written language of the Pokémon world alongside them. In a brightly lit office, Lu Gu reclined in a soft executive chair, eyes closed in contemplation. Above him hung a peculiar Pokémon, resembling both a bat and a scorpion, its golden eyes shining like twin lanterns. Click. Flobo entered the room. Brother, I'm back. He had attended the literacy class again that afternoon, remaining true to his original intentions. So, I believe your earlier assertion that he wishes to leave Huangtai Town is indeed accurate. It is only natural. Once one has glimpsed an external magazine or watched a video from outside, no one would find Huangtai Town appealing. Lu Gu opened his eyes and softly remarked, even I feel uncomfortable here. His humble beginnings must make it all the more difficult for him. Upon hearing this, Flobo stepped forward. Should I bring him into our fold? No, let it be. The more mouths there are, the greater the risk of exposure. Allow him to continue amassing wealth and strength. He will find a way to escape. Lu Gu shook his head, though he acknowledged that, when necessary, offering him assistance would not be amiss. Flobo nodded, indeed. By the way, the higher-ups mentioned that the test results could be available within a week, and the development of the antidote should not take more than 6 months. Understood, Lu Gu replied, closing his eyes once more as Flobo exited the office. After enduring for so many years, another 6 months would be inconsequential. He silently contemplated, the restless fire within him gradually extinguishing, his eyes gently closing. Suddenly, the Scorpion King emitted a series of inexplicable guffaws. What's so funny? The Scorpion King, feeling wronged, covered its head with its pincers. In the evening, after dinner, the boisterous child found the meal acceptable, though the dessert of cream cake was rather lacking, a meager consolation. Overall, he felt content. Just remember, we've only had 1 piece in 2 days. No more, Shiraki remarked while washing the dishes, addressing the boisterous child and Jigglypuff. Considering the young lady's fondness for sweets, he had prepared 3 pieces of cream cake. To his surprise, Kadala sniffed at it disdainfully and scurried away, leaving him to enjoy it himself, though the taste was merely mediocre. Due to the exorbitant price of cream made from plant-based milk, which renders it unsellable at a viable cost, the cake shop in the 5th underground city is reluctant to produce it. Dazuwa expresses his dissatisfaction, offering a reluctant critique. Mindful of his own circumstances, at that moment, upon hearing that even plant-based cream cakes are limited to just 1 piece every 2 days, he cannot help but puff out his cheeks in indignation. Humph, you never indulged in cream cakes every day before, did you? Why such resentment? Baimu chuckles. The head honcho entrusts the care of Pokémon to specialists. It is hardly feasible to let them be nurtured like Snorlax. Daizuiwa's training sessions in the ecological park are infrequent, and such high-calorie treats only serve to fatten him up. Consequently, he rarely gets to enjoy them. Jigglypuff timidly raises a small hand, offering to share its piece with Dazuwa. Upon seeing this, Dazuwa's face lights up with hope, Yet when his gaze meets Baimu's, he perceives the ambiguous smile and instantly comprehends the reality. It is not a matter of affordability, but rather one of necessity. Baimu wipes the water from the plate and gently pats Jigglypuff's head. In terms of food preferences, Jigglypuff is his greatest concern, as it exhibits no particular inclination and can smile approvingly at anything presented. Chapter 61, An Outsider's Perspective After the Meal. To aid digestion, and while the temperature has yet to plunge to frigid levels, Baimu invites Kadabra and Jigglypuff to train in his backyard, extending the same invitation to Dua, who declines with remarkable decisiveness. Very well. Considering today is the first, he does not press the matter. Even trainers from Huangtai Town would take 2 to 3 days to acclimate to a new Pokémon. He is not so impatient as to be outdone by them. The preparatory warm-up involves running laps, short sprints, and interval training with weights. After completing a full set of basic physical conditioning, Baimu and the 2 Pokémon find themselves panting heavily. He glances outside, initially expecting Dazua to find the training tedious and leave, but to his surprise, Dazua remains seated on the chair he had provided, gazing intently in this direction. However, to suggest it has developed an interest would be a grave misunderstanding. Those copper-toned eyes, although directed this way, lack focus, lost in thought. The minds of Pokémon are indeed perplexing. As Baimu feels his heartbeat gradually steadying, he turns to his 2 Pokémon and exclaims, "Let us continue." Jiggly. Both reply in unison. Regarding exercises focused on attack and defense, he realizes that they can be intertwined with training techniques. In essence, they can practice moves while simultaneously enhancing specific abilities. The only equipment required for this endeavor comprises 2 targets. Primarily, Jigglypuff uses telekinesis to maneuver the targets towards Kadabra, who then propels them away with a headbutt, subsequently guiding them back. The training was conducted repeatedly, accommodating the weaknesses of the Chansey's willpower while allowing the Katani to hone its mastery over offensive capabilities and attribute energy, necessitating a cautious approach to avoid excessive waste. Naturally, training techniques such as rock block and rock slide could not be practiced on targets and instead required the use of replaceable items that would not induce regret upon their destruction. As for Chansey's specialized training in defensive resilience, a custom-made set of 4 wooden dummies that could roll up and down was crafted by Hakaboku. Once Chansey entered, it would begin to endure blows, becoming increasingly susceptible the more it moved. These wooden dummies also served to enhance its boxing reflexes, yielding multiple benefits. However, patience was required before this could commence. When it came time to learn new moves, this aspect took on a rather esoteric nature. In the absence of any special manuals, the only recourse available was Hakaboku's own creativity and the comprehension abilities of Katani and its companions. The principles of ground-type moves should be somewhat akin to rock block, both involving stomping the ground. He softly conveyed to Katani that the distinction lay in the fact that rock block channels energy into the earth through the feet, solidifying rocks that then soar into the air. In contrast, ground-type moves aim to create vibrations in the ground, dispersing energy as widely as possible. Katani, appearing somewhat perplexed, cautiously lifted its front paw and with a decisive thud struck the ground, generating a slight tremor from its own action. It raised its head, querying Gudu. Hakaboku replied, "I believe the motion and direction are correct." Katani eagerly began to practice the new technique. Next, it was Chansey's turn. Although the move to be learned was clear, the method remained elusive. How could a normal-type Pokémon possess venom glands learn the move Toxic? Without an electrical organ, how could it master Electro-Ebb? Let alone the complexities of moves like Stealth Rock. Determined to start with something simpler, Hakaboku grasped a punching pad and addressed the bewildered Chansey. The essence of this move lies in the mindset of self-protection, the resolve to block an incoming attack. He delivered a light slap to Chansey's left abdomen, asking, "Does that hurt?" Chansey nodded. Then, embraced the idea of resisting pain, envisioning an indestructible light shield before you. He struck again, urging, "If it hurts, find a way to endure." This method could be deemed rudimentary and somewhat brutal. Yet it was certainly more rational than his previous whimsical notion of having Chansey consume toxins to learn poison-type moves. During intervals of training, Hakaboku would occasionally steal glances at the Turtwig. His curiosity piqued as to what thoughts occupied its mind. Turtwig observed the fervent training of the trio, gazing at the overcast sky, unable to suppress its contemplation. How did it end up here? It recalled just yesterday afternoon when the caretaker who had tended to it approached unexpectedly, declaring that a suitable trainer partner had been found for it. Partner? It certainly did not require one. The large-mouthed creature instinctively contemplated rejection, yet upon witnessing the expression of its caretaker, it suddenly grasped that this was not a matter within its control. Indeed, it was swiftly escorted to the familiar infirmary, undergoing a physical examination and vaccinations. Through a brief exchange between the caretaker and the physician, it reluctantly gleaned that it had been exchanged. A trainer had selected it, trading it away with a cherished Pokémon. It was about to venture into an entirely unfamiliar realm, confronting completely unknown individuals. Despite its inherently fearless disposition, the largemouth creature could not help but feel a swell of panic. Why? Was it due to its habitual capriciousness that it had hastily consented to its exchange? It was unprepared for such a shift. Although it had not forged friendships with any Pokémon in the ecological park, it still required time to acclimate. Once more confined within a Pokéball, the largemouth creature felt no sense of security, its mind swirling with anxious thoughts. Thus, when the brilliant sunlight once again flooded its vision, it stood utterly bewildered. It could barely discern who or what stood before it, only hearing a voice greeting it. What should it do? How should it respond? Bowing its head, it waited until its eyes finally adjusted to the blinding light, allowing it to observe the surroundings and the human youth before it. It truly had departed from that familiar space. A heartfelt sigh escaped it as it registered the warm breeze and murky air that bombarded its senses. Momentarily overwhelmed, it scurried toward a small house, as if seeking refuge. Fortunately, the interior of the house was rather pleasant, albeit filled with many aged items. The largemouth creature took a quick tour, leaping onto the sofa only to find it insufficiently soft, opting instead to place a cushion beneath itself for comfort. At last, it felt a modicum of satisfaction. However, once settled, an inevitable thirst arose. Was there a nearby stream? The largemouth creature reminisced about the times it had entered a house parched, when the caretaker would pour water for it, and it let out a call, hoping the human youth would act similarly. Alas, he seemed rather dull-witted. How could he not comprehend this? Thankfully, the Jigglypuff proved to be quite astute, alleviating its thirst, though the ice was somewhat lacking. As the largemouth creature drank, it overheard the human youth's words, which filled it with discontent. What did he mean by impossible to return? Did he need to instruct it on that? It was well aware. Seeing the serious expression on his face ignited a spark of irritation within it, prompting the decision to employ an old trick to frighten him. Yet, after attempting to scare him, anxiety crept in. Wasn't he supposed to care for his Pokémon? Would its actions provoke his ire? Would it face punishment or reprimand? The big-mouthed doll reminisced about the tales of trainers shared by other Pokémon in the ecological park, feeling somewhat perplexed. Yet, to its surprise, the human did not express anger. Instead, they gifted it a cherished doll and spoke of delightful treatments, meals, and even a princess bed. The big-mouthed doll had heard of this princess bed from a Breloux in the ecological park, who praised it effusively, describing it as exceptionally adorable. It had longed to see such a marvel. Would it be possible to encounter a princess bed here? Filled with anticipation, it became oblivious to the subsequent conversation, retreating into its Pokéball to wait. When it emerged again, the big-mouthed doll found itself in an unusually dim place. Following the young human, it soon discovered the coveted princess bed in a shopping mall. Indeed, it was delightful beyond belief. Previously, it had thought Breloux had exaggerated, but now it realized there had been no embellishment at all. Thrilled, it yearned for the trainer to purchase it, yet felt uncertain about how to persuade him. So it merely suggested that not buying was also acceptable. To its astonishment, the bed was indeed bought. Moreover, it was treated to hamburgers and cola, delicacies it had only glimpsed during a health check when the caretaker indulged, only to be denied the pleasure itself. This is unhealthy. It would be best if you abstained, the caretaker had advised. However, witnessing the caretaker relish the food made it hard to believe it was truly unhealthy. After tasting the burger, the big-mouthed doll discovered that it wasn't as delectable as it had imagined, though the cola was sweet and playfully effervescent. Bouncing on its tongue, a delightful experience. At this juncture, it felt a wave of calm wash over it. Surrounded by a plethora of novel sights and intriguing items, its long-held desires were finally being fulfilled. Furthermore, the trainer treated it with genuine kindness, albeit with the underlying expectation that it would assist him in battles. After finishing dinner, it savored a creamy cake, a rare indulgence it had only enjoyed occasionally for health reasons, while observing the trainer and his two Pokémon diligently at work. A sense of uncertainty filled its heart. It wasn't that it was averse to battling or unwilling to engage. Rather, it had been many years since it had fought earnestly, having only used its strength to break rocks and its jaws to gnaw on tree trunks. It feared that it might have forgotten how to battle altogether. Did the trainer's kindness hinge upon its ability to fight? Would the allure of the princess bed, cola, and cake fade if it discovered it was not as impressive as expected? Contemplating this, the big-mouthed doll felt increasingly anxious and hesitated to train alongside Kadora and Jigglypuff. afraid of revealing its inadequacies. Chapter 62. Yet to unleash its power reclining on the soft princess bed, the big-mouthed doll propped its small hands beneath its chin, finding it difficult to sleep. To be honest, it had felt quite excited before lying down. However, upon actually settling in, its enthusiasm waned significantly, as if numerous filters had been stripped away, causing its initial joy to diminish to a mere 7/10. As it lay sprawled out, gazing at the lace-trimmed bed curtains, thoughts of battle swirled in its mind, reducing its anxiety from 7 to 5. The wide-mouthed creature found itself utterly unable to sleep. When would it be summoned to fight? It was likely not long now. The creature understood that when its trainer could no longer rouse it, and patience had worn thin, it would be compelled to enter the fray. Perhaps it should simply flee? This fleeting thought crossed its mind, but was swiftly dismissed. After all, it had no idea where to go, and the surroundings seemed perilous. During its stroll alongside the trainer, it sensed that everyone here resembled a villain. Given this, rather than passively enduring, it would be wiser to take the initiative. Death was inevitable, whether sooner or later. Contemplating this, the creature could not resist the urge to leave its bed and quietly ventured to the adjacent room for a glimpse of its trainer. Unlike its solitary quarters, it appeared that both Dajuo and Chansey resided with the trainer, so it treaded lightly, hoping to avoid drawing their attention. However, the moment it stepped into the neighboring room, before it could take a good look at the slumbering faces, two pairs of eyes, like searchlights, locked onto it. Dajuo, rising from beneath the bed, regarded the creature with curiosity, while Chansey, peering from the foot of the bed, rubbed its eyes, a drowsy expression adorning its face. Startled, the creature quickly covered its mouth. Noticing the trainer slowly turning over as if waking, it hurried back to its own room, lying still in bed, feigning sleep. Moments later, a figure appeared outside. What's wrong? Thirsty? Hungry? Or perhaps simply unable to sleep? The calm voice drifted closer, clearly reaching the creature's ears. It remained motionless, as if nothing had transpired. Soon, the footsteps retreated. Peeking through a narrow opening, the creature observed the brightly lit exterior, accompanied by the sounds of Dajuo and Chansey. The trainer spoke with a smile, though the words were not entirely discernible. Before long, the figure returned, prompting the creature to maintain its lifeless pose, hearing the distinct sound of clattering nearby. I've warmed a cup of moo-moo milk for you, adding a touch of sugar. I believe you'll enjoy it. The voice continued, if you truly can't sleep, feel free to wander around the house, but refrain from venturing outside. The temperature drops significantly at night, and one can easily catch a cold. With that, the footsteps faded, accompanied by the sound of the lights being turned off. The world once again fell into darkness. It wasn't until 2 minutes had passed that the creature finally turned over, its eyes glimmering in the soft moonlight filtering through the window. It glanced at the small cup of milk on the bedside table, reached for it, and the warmth flowed from its hand throughout its body. Tentatively, it took a sip. So sweet. Indeed, it is worth a try. The trainer does not seem like someone who would lose their temper due to a lack of strength. The tales previously heard may not all be true, such as that utterly unpalatable hamburger. The next day, after Baimu finished his morning routine, he noticed that Chansey was diligently using a brush to clean the metallic joints of Cater's armor. He intended to wake up his beloved Gulpin. However, as soon as he stepped out of the bathroom, he discovered it was already seated at the dining table, eagerly awaiting breakfast. He couldn't help but smile and waved at it. Maintaining good hygiene habits is essential. Come here, he called. Confused, Gulpin hopped down and followed him into the bathroom. Upon seeing Baimu retrieve its previously used toiletries, it promptly turned around, allowing its large mouth to open wide. It accepted the cup of water Chansey offered, obediently letting the latter brush its teeth with a small toothbrush. What unexpected cooperation! Baimu raised an eyebrow, having anticipated some resistance, but to his surprise, Gulpin was so proactive. Was it the influence of yesterday's delicious milk? He pondered, feeling it was indeed possible. If this momentum continued, it wouldn't be long before Gulpin could join the battle. That would be splendid. Baimu flashed a faint smile, swiftly attending to Gulpin's personal hygiene. At breakfast, each person and Pokémon had a fixed standard quota. Due to financial constraints, Gulpin's usual meals had to be ordered at a cost, resulting in a noticeable decline in the quality of its 3 daily meals compared to before. Baimu had been worried that it might not adapt well, even getting frustrated enough to smash its plate. Yet, neither last night nor this morning had that occurred. He found it rather peculiar. Though Gulpin had been somewhat reticent yesterday, displaying a cold and aloof demeanor as if isolating itself, today it appeared remarkably normal. Unusual. His expression turned quizzical. As the morning training commenced, an even stranger occurrence unfolded. Before he could extend an invitation, Gulpin naturally positioned itself beside Cater and Chansey. Its gaze flickered slightly, revealing an inner contemplation. Baimu and the two Pokémon exchanged astonished glances. Well, it seems our morning training has gained a new member. Considering that everyone is still getting acquainted, I suggest a friendly competition. What do you all think? He primarily looked at Gulpin, knowing that Kater would certainly not decline. Gulpin raised its head, seemingly understanding Baimu was seeking its opinion, and without hesitation, nodded in agreement. Thank you for your cooperation, Baimu said, turning around, his face betraying astonishment. He was unaware that this particular Pokémon had spent an entire night awake, grappling with psychological barriers, and had now entered a state of carefree acceptance. In a simple battlefield, two Pokémon stood approximately 5 meters apart, gazing intently at one another, their expressions tinged with tension and vigilance. Baimu refrained from issuing any commands, thus leaving the outcome of the match entirely in their own hands. Jigglypuff, positioned beside the trainer, was eager to cheer but was uncertain whom to support, ultimately deciding to encourage both. As the competitors took their places, Baimu inserted the whistle he had purchased 2 days prior into his mouth and blew a sharp note. With that, Kadora was the first to take action, tilting its head back and inhaling deeply. Dust and air coalesced swiftly, transforming into sharp rocks. With a whoosh, propelled by a faint golden glow, numerous pointed stones were launched. Despite their outer appearance resembling solid rock, the two types of stones were fundamentally different in composition. One formed from compressed dust and debris, shattering upon impact to maximize damage, while the other was comprised of sturdy underground boulders, designed to impede the opponent's movement. At that moment, Dezue decisively swung its head, positioning its formidable jaw to intercept, the surface gleaming with silver light. As the incoming rock struck, they disintegrated into dust upon contact. Had they been solid, even if blocked, they would have obstructed Dezue's path. Following this probing attack, Kadora gained a rough understanding of its opponent's defensive capabilities and began to retreat, intent on regrouping. Yet, it failed to notice the perplexed expression on Dezue's face. Was that it? Had it shown mercy? The stones had flown slowly, their force seemingly weak. Observing Kadora's retreat, Dezue cast a sidelong glance at Baimu, resolving not to hold back, lest the trainer underestimate its true power. With renewed determination, it clenched its small fists, a soft yellow glow enveloping its form. Then, with a powerful thrust of its feet against the ground, it launched itself forward with a resounding thud. Indeed, it was flying. Baimu's eyes widened in astonishment as Dezue streaked past Kadora like a shadow, reaching the far wall of the arena, where it executed a flip and propelled itself back with another kick. With a thud, dust billowed as the wall reverberated, and Dezue found itself behind Kadora. The latter, realizing an attack was imminent from behind, instinctively swung its fist. A reddish-brown light erupted around Kadora. The impact sent it flying, tumbling through the air and kicking up a cloud of dust before finally coming to a halt, unsteadily rising to its feet. Baimu and Jigglypuff silently observed the scene. Words unnecessary. As the dust settled, their expressions morphed into confusion, occasionally glancing at the triumphant Dezue, their hearts racing. Chapter 63, Captain Baimu. Dezue turned to Baimu, its face alight with the question, had I won? Although Kadabra still possessed stamina, the current encounter was merely a friendly sparring session. It would be unwise to send the opponent crashing into the Pokémon Center, leaving one to ponder whether they had even trained that morning. You won, Kadabra exclaimed. Baimu stepped between the two Pokémon and exchanged a knowing glance with Chansey. The latter, slightly bemused, rushed over to Kadabra, who was staggering, and utilized Healing Pulse to restore its energy while also mending the minor bruises sustained during the tumble. One must not underestimate the impact of such injuries when accumulated. They inevitably affect Kadabra's agility, akin to a sudden pain in one's kneecap while running. A Pokémon's condition deteriorates with the depletion of its stamina, leading to fluctuations in attack power, defense, and even mental fortitude. Stability is an illusion. Facing the oddly expressive Wooper, Baimu remarked, "You truly are formidable at present. You are the strongest among us." Wooper, upon hearing this, began to comprehend the situation, initially believing that a prolonged absence from battle had significantly diminished its prowess. It was pleasantly surprised to find that its technique in countering punches remained quite adept. It seemed that the body had an uncanny ability to retain muscle memory. Moreover, it appeared that the Pokémon accompanying the trainer were not as impressive as anticipated. Having neglected to pay attention to Kadabra and its training and battles the previous day, it assumed they possessed considerable skill. Yet, here they were, lacking in that regard. Previously, Wooper had often instigated conflicts with nearby Pokémon, frequently engaging in skirmishes. However, Upon realizing its own mediocrity and the fact that many Pokémon outmatched it, it had ceased such trivial endeavors, grappling with feelings of inadequacy. Little did it know that in today's bout, Kadabra was far from a worthy opponent, and it had wasted an entire night worrying over nothing. It became clear why the trainer had chosen it, an appreciation for its strength. With this revelation, Wooper, with a touch of modesty, crossed its arms and nodded, conveying a look of understanding to Baimu. At that moment, Kadabra and Chansey approached. Seeing the two Pokémon advance with a fierce demeanor, Wooper assumed they intended to engage in a one-on-two confrontation, promptly adopting a defensive posture. However, instead of an attack, it was met with two cheerful faces. Kadabra. This marked the first time Kadabra had tasted such a one-sided defeat since joining Baimu. Though primarily caught off guard, a loss is a loss, and there's little to say about it. Chansey, on the other hand, was elated to see an increase in their combat strength alongside the trainer. Aware that it had yet to overcome its own reluctance to initiate attacks, thereby somewhat hindering the team, it was thrilled that an additional force would bolster their ranks. As for healing, singing lullabies, and sharing nutritious eggs, these tasks were trivial for Chansey. Merely fulfilling its role, it felt no need to take credit. Wooper, surrounded by the smiling faces of the two Pokémon and hearing their praises, found itself momentarily at a loss for words. It had never been so close to another Pokémon before. However, it did not seem to mind. With a slight twist of its head, it attempted to appear nonchalant, disguising the hint of joy that crossed its face. Despite being the recipient of one-sided compliments, the largemouth Pokémon still felt a surge of delight at its newfound popularity, and its vanity was greatly satiated in that moment. Let us not delay any further. We shall commence today's morning training, said Bakuki with a smile. The three Pokémon, whether exuberant, joyful, or feigning composure, responded to their trainer. As they began to run laps, Bakuki, bringing up the rear, couldn't help but chuckle. Though their energy levels hovered just above 40, and their base stats paled in comparison to those of formidable Pokémon such as the Great Wolf Dog, the largemouth Pokémon, nurtured in an exceptional environment, effortlessly subdued the much stronger Kadora that the Great Wolf Dog could not conquer. This was a testament to its strength. Even if the final outcome remained uncertain, the sheer speed and power of this Pokémon could certainly keep Bakuki awake with joy through the night. What delighted him most, however, was the cooperative attitude of the largemouth Pokémon. It was only the second day. If only he could gauge his own aptitude, he would be eager to discover whether he possessed a talent for charm or perhaps some other gift. In the afternoon, after attending a literacy class, Bakuki took the opportunity to visit the hospital and check on Otsuka and the others. After 2 or 3 days, the young man should have regained consciousness. Indeed, upon reaching the hospital room, Bakuki was greeted by the sight of Otsuka, swathed like a mummy, propped up against the elevated hospital bed, being fed fruit by his sister. Most of the teammates from their initial competition were also present in the same room, each attended to by someone. As he entered, Otsuka exclaimed, "Bakuki." His eyes lit up upon seeing Bakuki enter, and he momentarily abandoned the sliced apple, eager to rise and greet him. The other patients in the room exchanged various curious expressions at the sight. "All right, settle down and spare your sister some worry," Bakuki remarked, ignoring the surrounding gazes. He offered a polite smile to the gentle woman by Otsuka's bedside, Kiriha-san. Otsuka's sister, named Kiriha, possessed an ordinary appearance yet exuded warmth and grace. She worked as a dealer at an underground casino and was attempting to transition to clerical work at the headquarters. "Captain Bakuki, you need not be so formal." Kiriha quickly rose, speaking with a mix of humility and anxiety. Their encounters had not exceeded 3, and they were hardly familiar with one another. In the presence of such a promising young captain, Kiriha felt unworthy to address him in that manner. "Just call me Bakuki. The title of captain is a bit much for me. I prefer to keep it simple," he replied, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the formality. Kiriha fell silent, while the others in the room, upon hearing the title Captain Bakuki, displayed expressions of envy and admiration. Who could have imagined that someone they once looked down upon would not only become the greatest asset in the competition, but also ascend to the esteemed position of team leader? Even if they aspired to become the team captain, it would require significant contributions. Otherwise, they would remain mere elite members for eternity. The envy was unmistakable on Otsuka's face. "I always knew you were extraordinary. Of course, I belong to class 13. Speaking in an alien tongue, it's only natural you can't comprehend." Calmly, Bakuki found a stool and settled beside the hospital bed, retrieving a small envelope from his pocket and placing it on the blanket. "Here is 1 million. The promised principal and interest, you may count it." Rika stood by, unsure whether to sit, striving to diminish her presence. "Otsuka, gazing at the bulging envelope on the blanket. Felt no joy. Instead, his countenance turned pale, showing no inclination to open it. Bakuki, don't speak such foolishness. What is rightfully yours is yours. Bakuki pondered for a moment, realizing that carrying such a large sum was rather unsafe. Rika, how about I escort you to take the money home? Rika, observing her brother's dazed expression, was uncertain whether to agree but ultimately nodded, resignedly saying, "All right, thank you, Bakuki." The words of gratitude remained unspoken. He nodded with satisfaction, noticing Otsuka's despondency, and remarked, "Well, I can see your thoughts clearly. If you wish to join my team, you must first recover from your injuries. Do you truly believe I would sever ties with my kin upon gaining power?" Suddenly, Otsuka lifted his head, his eyes a mix of surprise and confusion. "With a foolish little brother like you, I foresee challenges ahead." Bakuki sighed and walked outside, while Rika hurriedly followed, clutching the envelope. Unable to contain himself, Otsuka called out, "Bakuki, call me by my name, without any suffix. Be careful, or I might give you a beating." He abruptly turned, jabbing a finger at Bakuki's nose. Chapter 64. Dividing territories. After repaying Otsuka's debt, Bakuki experienced a relatively tranquil few days. His bond with the loudmouthed Pokémon grew rapidly, evolving from a lack of eye contact to an increase in both gazes and conversations. Joyful smiles began to grace its face, and it could articulate its desires promptly, expressing its dislikes candidly. For instance, it genuinely loathed the water quality in Huantai Town, often remarking on its peculiar taste, which was far from the sweetness of the water it had previously enjoyed. The weather was exceedingly hot, although spending time outdoors wouldn't lead to illness. The discomfort alone was sufficient to drive it back inside or into its Pokeball for respite from the heat. Each of these instances was a positive development. However, they also unveiled a potential issue. Bakuki's standing within his family might be at risk of decline. There was no denying that as the loudmouthed Pokémon recognized its strength far surpassed that of Kadabra and Chansey, its confidence inevitably swelled, leading it to assume a dominant role in many situations. Even when humanity discovers its superiority over others in various aspects, it would be implausible for them to obediently heed the commands of others. This is especially true for Pokémon, creatures whose status is determined by strength and are imbued with a brilliance of wisdom. This similarly applies to Trainer Baimu, who exhibits tendencies of subservience to those beneath him. Should he indeed assume a subordinate role, it would undoubtedly result in his commands being rebuffed by the likes of the formidable Gulpin, who believes in its own superiority and possesses a more forward-thinking perspective. Defeat? That would merely indicate a failure in the trainer's supportive role. Thus, the refusal of commands by Pokémon is not merely a matter of disliking the individual. It is fundamentally rooted in Baimu's deficiencies in nurturing his Pokémon, which prevent Gulpin from accurately recognizing its own position. Had Koda and Chansey been able to inflict significant losses upon Gulpin, it would undoubtedly engender a greater respect for their trainer. In other words, the prowess of Boss Koda ultimately dictates Baimu's current and future capacity to command stronger or more arrogant Pokémon. Consequently, the pursuit of Dragon-type Pokémon must be postponed. After all, Dragon Pokémon possess a pride that is exceedingly formidable, far more so than Gulpin. For now, the focus should be on allowing Koda to reach its final evolution. In the morning, Baimu finally received a summons from his superior, Lu Gu. The leisurely days off had rendered him nearly oblivious to the fact that he was a subordinate, rather than a tranquil and striving trainer. "Brother," he began, "have you filled all your positions?" Lu Gu, seated casually in the boss's chair, invited Baimu to take a seat wherever he pleased. "No. The individuals I seek are still in training, or they are simply laid up in sickbeds," he replied, shaking his head with honest candor. While such an admission might provoke Lu Ge's dissatisfaction and cast doubt on his capabilities, it was an unavoidable reality. People are either present or absent. Fortunately, Lu Gu seemed unperturbed. "You must act swiftly. The area you are responsible for has been delineated. You will oversee the Copper Mill Street sections 1 and 2. The figures are due on the 15th of this month." Sections 1 and 2. Baimu was momentarily taken aback. The streets of Huangtai Town resemble those of Western countries, being relatively expansive and predominantly square or rectangular in shape. The Copper Mill Street sections, in terms of potential profit, are undoubtedly mid to high-tier areas controlled by the Lu Xiao team, replete with a plethora of entertainment venues, typically beyond his reach. Baimu pondered how Lu Gu managed to displace the original small team and insert himself into such a lucrative position. While he was unaware of the specifics, he understood that this might represent both an opportunity and a challenge presented by Lu Gu. Collecting figures is indeed an art in itself. If those obstinate industry managers were to respectfully feed you while paying their dues, Both strength and resolve would be indispensable. Should you fail to persuade them, you might be left with nothing but mere scraps. Some audacious individuals may even underpay, expecting the team leaders managing the district to cover the shortfall from their own pockets. However, such occurrences are rare, for the incompetence of the team leaders does not imply that their superiors are of the same caliber. Of course, once the matter of reporting to parents arises, you can forget about earning their respect. For the face-conscious ruffians of the Sans gang, this is quite detrimental. Baimu nodded. Although he did not anticipate extracting funds from others, he certainly did not wish for their insincerity to create trouble. You pay what you owe, feed my subordinates, and I will manage myself. That suffices. Lu Gu greatly appreciated Baimu's straightforwardness and smiled as he said, "By the way, have you met any of my other team leaders?" Baimu replied, "Not really. I've only met Brother Flobo. I've been busy acclimating with the new Pokémon lately." "Perfect. Many are here today. Go out and greet them. Get acquainted. It will facilitate future tasks." Lu Gu decisively waved his hand. Baimu could only comply, rising to head outside. Just as he was about to open the door, a cold gleam caught his eye. Instinctively, he recoiled and looked up. Lo and behold, a gargantuan purple scorpion, resembling a gargoyle, hung upside down, blocking the office door, its eyes squinting as if to surprise him. It was evidently engaged in some sort of prank, but he had sensed it beforehand and saw through the ruse. Scorpion King? Baimu instinctively turned his head, noticing Lu Ji's exasperated expression, his hand pressed against his forehead. "You don't need to pay it any mind. Just push it aside and go out." Lu Ji's voice was laced with irritation. Baimu promptly maneuvered around the Scorpion King's pincers, grasped the doorknob, and slipped out. In the very next moment, a shout erupted from the office. "Get back here!" followed by a resounding crash. The Scorpion King's disgruntled cry echoed in response. This was the first time Baimu witnessed Lu Gu exhibiting such down-to-earth behavior. Realizing that even the most solemn and profound trainers could transform dramatically with a playful Pokémon in the mix. It was akin to how Boss Sakamoto, often envisioned as a serious figure, could turn into a comic when interacting with Meowth. Indeed, substituting the image of Sakamoto petting a cat with him playing with Meowth seemed rather peculiar, yet Meowth's comedic nature was undeniable. Such humorous characters inevitably leave a mark. He redirected his gaze, observing his surroundings. Lu Ji's office, situated in a small building within the underground city, exuded the atmosphere of a formal company, with simple carpeting underfoot, bright incandescent lights overhead, and sporadic potted plants. Even the delineated workstations emanated a strong aura of corporate labor. Regrettably, those seated at their stations do not quite resemble wage slaves. "Allow me to introduce our new companion, Hakuki." Before Hakuki could extend a greeting, Florbo rose with a smile, eagerly assuming the role of intermediary. Chapter 65. To the arena. Currently, the Sandstream team consists of 10 members. Naturally, the squad led by the officers also comprises 10 individuals. However, in front of Hakuki, there are only 8 members, including himself. Surprisingly, Lu Ji's subordinates are not fully staffed, despite the generous treatment that supposedly attracts many. He recalls the envy etched on the face of a team member from earlier. If their admiration was genuine, many would likely aspire to join Lu Ji's ranks. The fact that the squad remains underfilled in such circumstances suggests that Lu Gu is indeed quite stringent. "Hello. I look forward to our future exchanges. You flatter me. It is I who am unworthy. Compared to you, I am merely a novice. Please take care of me." Through Florbo's introduction, Hakuki shook hands and engaged in friendly conversation with the other 6 squad leaders. Regardless of their inner thoughts, everyone displayed a remarkable degree of politeness. Indeed, under the guidance of a reliable elder brother, one finds a collection of equally dependable individuals. In contrast, had he been placed under a more erratic leader, merely being assigned to a lucrative territory could provoke sharp jibes from impatient colleagues. Yet, in this case, regardless of their interest in prime locations, everyone exhibited the most basic courtesy. Thus, Hakuki maintained a demeanor of politeness. After becoming acquainted with all his colleagues, he resumed his conversation with Florbo. "By the way, you haven't explored the entirety of Huangtai Town, have you? I can introduce you to a splendid place." "A splendid place? Indeed, you will surely be satisfied." He observed Florbo's knowing expression and hesitated, saying, "Well, I'm not quite fond of casinos and bars." Florbo, noticing his bashful demeanor, was momentarily taken aback before erupting into hearty laughter. "Ha! What are you thinking, little one? I was referring to a venue for trainers to battle." "Ha! You're still so innocent." As Hakuki felt the playful slaps on his back amidst the laughter, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. It was hard to blame the misunderstanding. After all, Florbo had been so enigmatic. "All right, back to the point. You must be experiencing that feeling of idleness, right? Do you not sense that mere training is insufficient for rapid improvement, yet you find it challenging to locate an opponent? Hakuki nodded. In recent days, he had visited the places where he had previously battled, yet found no one to engage with. Even during his wanderings elsewhere, he rarely encountered anyone in combat. It seemed as though the trainers of the Sand Group indulged in leisure, oblivious to the notion of self-improvement through battle. This notion is not entirely unfounded, as many members of the Sand Team lead rather dissolute lives, merely passing each day as it comes. Ultimately, he found himself yearning to seek out adversaries in the neutral arena. Little did he anticipate that as he drifted into slumber, an opportunity would present itself. To the Huangtai Arena, exclaimed Flobo, pointing towards a clear path. The Huangtai Arena is connected to the underground arenas, forming one of the most formidable forces in Huangtai Town. Its proprietor, the Silver Monkey, is the most powerful trainer in the town, with no equal. Coincidentally, his brother, the Silver Horse, is the second most formidable, overseeing the underground arena. Together, these siblings command considerable influence in Huangtai Town. In truth, these two rarely make public appearances. They have no ambition to conquer other factions, nor do they entertain thoughts of running for town mayor. This has resulted in a mayor from the distant Silicon Valley assuming leadership. Nevertheless, it is indisputable that no one dares provoke them. Their two arenas are among the few neutral zones, welcoming all trainers to engage in battles. Occasionally, they host competitions with generous prizes, drawing significant crowds. As Baimu accompanied Flobo to the entrance of the Huangtai Arena, he beheld the grand, semicircular edifice, his thoughts swirling. Unlike the mainstream gymnasiums established in other regions, the Oriai region offers a unique structure known as an arena for trainers to challenge. The owner of the arena serves as an unconventional gym leader. Previously, battles in the Oriai region were primarily conducted in a 2-on-2 format. But with the region's integration with larger territories, they have transitioned to one-on-one duels. Flobo elaborated on this as they strolled inside, while Baimu observed his surroundings. The Huangtai Arena enjoys immense popularity among various factions, evident from the dazzling array of team uniforms on display. Not only could one spot the Sand/Slash team and the Evil Dog team, but also a medley of lesser-known factions. There were even numerous solo trainers without any affiliation, either hailing from other towns or coming from affluent backgrounds. The socioeconomic divide in Huangtai Town is stark. The upper middle class revels in a high-tech environment at the town center, while the lower class struggles for sustenance on the outskirts, enduring the harsh winds and sands daily. The root of this plight undoubtedly lies with the various factions. Baimu is acutely aware of the nature of his own organization, a syndicate, a violent gang, a criminal enterprise, merely cloaked in a facade that could be easily pierced. Registration, Flobo instructed as he led Baimu to the front desk. The Huangtai Arena imposes no barriers, as long as one possesses a Pokémon. They may partake in the battles here. The internal Pokémon Center is even better equipped than its exterior counterpart, offering a range of services including massages for Pokémon, food purchases, and various merchandise. It exudes an air of prosperity. Shortly thereafter, the registration was complete. In the future, armed with this card, you will be able to engage in battles here. The system within the arena will assist in randomly assigning opponents, and there are certain safety measures in place, so you need not fear the consequences of victory or defeat. Flobo chuckled. Although the Silver Monkey generally remained indifferent, he detested others causing chaos on his territory, even if they were the mayor. Thank you ever so much, Bakum said. He was not entirely ignorant of the arena. However, it was located deep within Huangtai Town, requiring passage through several other factions' territories, which he could not freely traverse before. Shall we give it a try? Flobo raised an eyebrow at Bakum, thinking that since he had come all this way, it would be a shame to merely glance and depart. I shall await your return. Very well. The latter was indeed somewhat eager to proceed. At the front desk, he registered for a random battle. He had anticipated a lengthy wait for an opponent, but to his surprise, as soon as he completed his registration, someone escorted him inside. After traversing a dimly lit and narrow metallic tunnel, a rather expansive battle arena appeared before him. A large number was emblazoned on the adjacent wall, indicating its designation. Bakum looked up to the opposite side and immediately spotted a ruffian with a head dyed in a riot of colors, swaying as if intoxicated. The uniform he donned signified his affiliation with a particular faction. Oh, my opponent has arrived. A defeated foe is here. Stepping forth he comes. This individual suddenly began to sing, as though accompanied by a loudspeaker. Bakum. Chapter 66. Filling in the gaps. To his astonishment, Bakum remained speechless, observing the other party as he flailed his arms and spat saliva. feeling he might have encountered a rather dim-witted opponent. The red lights on the wall flickered. According to the individual who had previously let him in, this was a signal for both sides to prepare. The chosen format was a 3-on-3 battle, meaning that if one side's 3 Pokémon lost the ability to fight or surrendered, the other side would emerge victorious. Upon witnessing this, the other finally ceased his incessant chatter, attempting to discern Bakum's origins through his attire. However, prior to arriving at the Huantai arena, Flobo had already instructed him to change out of his uniform. Thus, after scrutinizing for some time, the other was unable to deduce Bakum's background, rendering his attempts to select Pokémon counter to Bakum's organization utterly futile. A piercing alarm sounded. Bakum hurled a Pokeball and charged forward. The unspoken rule of the Huantai arena forbade direct attacks on trainers, as well as assaults on victors or vanquished. Yet injuries sustained during the battle were not under their jurisdiction. Collateral damage was inevitable. Therefore, Flobo had informed him that many novice trainers, upon their first arrival, tended to employ sweeping attacks, aiming to eliminate the opposing trainer to secure a swift victory. However, for Bakum, this held no significance. Injuring the individual before him would yield him no advantage, as it was only by defeating his Pokémon that he could enhance Kidora's strength and master greater power. GUH. In the radiant light, Kidora landed gracefully, spotting Sun sprinting to one side, and promptly quickened his pace to overtake him. Opposing him, G's movements showed a hint of hesitation. Only after clearly identifying Kidora did he settle on his choice of Pokémon. With a resounding thud, the white light faded, revealing a beige furball known as the Fire Monkey, adorned with limbs sprouting from its head, beastly ears, and a pig-like snout. This Pokémon is notorious for its perpetual state of agitation, with its muscles growing stronger the angrier it became. Go had evidently seized the opportunity to select a counter against Kidora, yet this tactic undeniably forfeited his right to strike first. Rock Tomb. Kidora's initiating action was nearly synchronous with the command, as its claws struck the ground with force, causing massive boulders to erupt from the earth amid a thunderous roar and tremor, hurtling towards the Fire Monkey. Though the speed of the rocks was not particularly swift, the reduced distance due to Baimu's prior positioning left the Fire Monkey with little time to react. Use Rage, Gu shouted in haste. However, by the time he issued the command, the boulders had already descended upon the Fire Monkey, striking it one after the other. Even as it struggled to shatter a couple of the rocks, it proved futile. The Fire Monkey crossed its arms in front of itself, letting out a pained grunt, while the multitude of stones and dust obscured its surroundings, rendering Kidora's position invisible. G's line of sight was undoubtedly compromised, and amid his indecision, he hesitated to break through the smoke to ascertain Kidora's location, unwittingly granting Baimu an advantageous moment. Quicksand Hell. With a commanding shout, Kidora struck the ground once more, causing the densely compacted yellow earth to crumble inch by inch, ultimately forming a swirling, deep pit within mere breaths. The Fire Monkey found itself uncontrollably plummeting into the abyss, spiraling downwards with the quicksand, its body slipping further from its command. It could not help but struggle, yet the more it fought, the faster it sank. Within moments, half of its body was submerged, rendering it entirely helpless. Gu let out a frantic cry, immediately contemplating using a Pokeball to rescue the Fire Monkey. However, the spiraling quicksand would not afford him this opportunity. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to retrieve the Fire Monkey, Kidora, without hesitation, conjured a multitude of sharp rocks suspended in the air, launching them towards GE's beleaguered creature. Bang, bang, bang. The repeated thuds echoed through the air. The specialized training Kidora had undergone in recent days bore fruit, as 5 rocks struck 4 times with unerring accuracy, all detonating against the Fire Monkey's skull. The once furious expression of the Fire Monkey gradually morphed into a dazed look, ultimately culminating in its eyes rolling back as it succumbed to unconsciousness. GE's face stiffened, watching the swirling dust and the indistinct figure of Baimu, a chill creeping down his spine. His Fire Monkey had been decisively dispatched in a single, relentless combination. Who was this individual? Why had he never heard of such a trainer in the arena? A newcomer? Baimu softly praised Kidora, finding it quite astonishing how weak he was. To say nothing of other matters, there was absolutely no coordination between him and his Infernape, resembling a novice trainer from other regions, standing foolishly in place, waiting for the opponent's strike without a clue on how to evade. Even a simple shout of dodge would suffice. What did it mean to choose to counterattack the moment an attack was seen? Such confidence. Yet it was precisely due to the opponent's ineptitude that Baimu discovered the critical flaw in Kidora, the lengthy preparation time for the move, Sand Hell. Generally speaking, this technique has 2 applications. One is to summon a sweeping miniature sandstorm to ensnare the opponent's Pokémon, while the other is the recently utilized ant hole. Each has its advantages and disadvantages. Although the ant hole possesses the power to alter the terrain, it is subject to the quality of the soil, affecting the duration of the sandification. The ground beneath them, compacted by machinery, was manageable, but if it were granite, Kadora would undoubtedly struggle to create an ant hole swiftly enough to trap the opposing Pokémon. During this interval, who knows how many actions the enemy Pokémon could undertake. The earlier oversight stemmed from the exorbitant cost of maintaining the battlefield. Training could only take place in the arenas of the underground city. Moreover, with the flying-type opponent, Sandhell would be utterly ineffective, rendering its use futile. Adapting strategies based on the opponent's circumstances is essential. Baimu observed as Gu, drenched in sweat, finally withdrew his Infernape, and he felt a flicker of anticipation for the next Pokémon he would deploy. Although this individual was remarkably inept, it was preferable to having no opponent at all, leading to a monotonous internal struggle. In the arena hall, Flobo awaited Baimu, who appeared somewhat reluctant. "How was it? Did you find it different from your previous battles?" "Indeed," Baimu nodded. Even when compared to his initial encounters in the underground city against Otsuka and others, the combat style in the arena felt notably gentler. Devoid of the radical no success, no survival mentality. Not to mention the charity tournaments where trainers could attack each other, and striking Pokémon was merely a means to strike trainers. No, that should rightly be termed a slaughter. Yet Baimu understood that the current arena battles, characterized by exchanges, represented the norm in the Pokémon world. The type of combat that captivated all regions. "You will grow accustomed to it," Flobo remarked, patting him on the shoulder. "Just don't conflate it with the battles outside. It is ultimately a product constrained by the Silver Ape." "Understood," Baimu replied. "By the way, there's a competition here next month. If you don't mind, you might consider participating. The entry fee is modest, and should you achieve commendable results, the rewards would be remarkable." Flobo pointed to the large screen nearby, which prominently displayed an event titled the Huang Tai Arena Battle Tournament. Chapter 67. The Multitude of Beings Huang Tai Arena Battle Tournament. The name of the tournament is exceedingly straightforward, devoid of any registration barriers. Anyone can participate by merely paying a registration fee of 1,000 yuan. Naturally, Baimu found this quite intriguing. After all, such battle tournaments are steeped in grandeur, allowing him to genuinely experience life within the Pokémon animated universe, rather than merely existing in a world with Pokémon. The outcomes of the battles would also illuminate his standing within Huang Tai Town. The rank of team leader in the Sand Flow team does not necessarily guarantee the same status in other factions. It could vary significantly, whether higher or lower. Glancing at the time, he realized that the event was merely half a month away, not the previously mentioned month. Once he resolved the issues in his designated area and ensured the well-being of his subordinates, he would be ready. He departed on a hovering motorcycle alongside Fluobo. Baimu had mastered this vehicle in just a few days. Balancing it was remarkably effortless for his physique, and the mechanics were not vastly different from those in his previous life. Crucially, there was no need to obtain a driver's license, at least not in Huang Tai Town. Upon returning to the territory of the Sand Flow team, Baimu resumed his monotonous routine, albeit with the addition of a habit of battling at the Huang Tai Arena. Soon, he awaited the conclusion of the simulator countdown. His experience with the miniskirt had been replayed nightly, and he was nearly ready to impart this knowledge to the Big Mouth Baby. Moreover, her performance in the top 4 would likely provide Baimu with an exceptional starting point. He hoped for a favorable outcome from this simulation. After washing his hands and face, he cradled the Happiny in his arms, responding to its calls before selecting the first option. To be honest, he had grown somewhat weary of the continuous sessions in Johto. Thus, he opted for Hoenn this time. Hesitating briefly on the gender selection, he ultimately chose female, as Baimu anticipated encountering the miniskirt participant in Hoenn. As for the initial Pokémon, what? He blinked in astonishment upon seeing the 3 starters from Hoenn, Torchic, Mudkip, and Trico available for selection. Elated, he shifted his gaze among the 3 before ultimately choosing Mudkip. In terms of gym battles, Mudkip's final evolution boasts both water and ground types, providing excellent offensive and defensive capabilities, making it manageable throughout both early and late stages. Of course, in the context of gameplay, the choice of Pokémon was rather inconsequential. Considering the animated background, a more comprehensive evaluation of the gym was advisable. When it came time to select a talent, fully aware of its significance, he eagerly clicked through, hoping to encounter a coveted blue talent. Surely, a top 4 finish would grant him a blue talent, right? Regrettably, he was mistaken. His previous luck had been extraordinary, and this time, he was greeted by some familiar, albeit less exciting, options. Fixed talent. Novice. Progress in nurturing Pokémon is slow. Selected talents. Clumsy. Pokémon health management is rough. Elite system. Will not capture too many Pokémon. Passionate youth. Always maintains a positive attitude. Unwavering. Will not abandon Pokémon. Why is today so gloomy? Bakmu murmured to himself, his voice tinged with disappointment. The Happiny in his arms did not comprehend what the trainer was saying, yet it remained obediently still. The die had been cast. The talents drawn could not be altered, and he ultimately decided to forego clumsy and the thoughtless passionate youth, opting instead for the elite system and unwavering. Thus began a new round of simulation. However, even with the new simulation subject appearing in Wake Town, Bakmu felt none of the exhilarating anticipation that had accompanied his perfect beginnings in the previous 2 attempts. A picnic girl? Upon discerning her attire, the names of similar trainers surfaced in his mind. The picnic girl, also known as the hiking girl, is a corresponding character to the camping boy, embodying a charming blend of pixelated form and a mini skirt. Yet, how could he muster much enthusiasm for her, given that she possessed only ordinary talents? Especially with the splendid mini skirt as a comparison? Perhaps it was due to his high expectations. He pondered as he began to observe the picnic girl's small tail. Yet, as the minutes passed, Bakmu gradually felt a twinge of boredom. Witnessing the picnic girl triumph over the martial arts gym and capture a new Pokémon, a Makahita, evoked no excitement within him. Why? He realized it was the picnic girl's narrative that felt too mundane. Her story resembled Bakmu's experience of playing through Pokémon Emerald, where he had eliminated all minor events, leaving only gym challenges, wilderness encounters, and the basic gameplay of capturing wild Pokémon. Of course, the various gyms in Hoenn still retained a hint of novelty, as it was his first simulation in that region. Yet, that was all there was to it. The pixelated visuals significantly diminished the content of the picnic girl's interactions with her Pokémon, leaving behind merely lackluster battle scenes and a scant few moments of capturing new Pokémon. It was tranquil and pleasant, devoid of burdens. A journey solely aimed at a singular objective. Such a life was undeniably appealing, yet lacked substantial intrigue. Bakmu found himself unable to dictate the actions of the picnic girl, passively observing everything unfold, naturally leading to feelings of disinterest, as it paled in comparison to playing the game himself. Nevertheless, he understood that perhaps the lives of trainers in other regions were indeed like this, with the allure of mini-skirts being a rarity. Ultimately, under his watchful gaze, the picnic girl from Wake Town successfully defeated the 8th gym leader, Adam, just before the start of the colorful tournament, earning her qualification for participation. Yet, for someone who had barely managed to conquer all 8 gyms, it was clear she would not achieve particularly remarkable results in the tournament. For those formidable contenders vying for the championship, she resembled a fragile skiff amidst a tempest, swaying precariously with the potential for capsizing at any moment. The preliminary rounds were traversed with considerable difficulty. In the first round of the qualifiers, she encountered a formidable adversary. Fortunately, her ace, the giant swamp monster, exhibited remarkable prowess, utilizing its torrent abilities to vanquish the foe. However, fortune ceased there. As he gazed upon the 4 characters inscribed, simulation concluded, a profound tranquility enveloped, akin to having consumed an insipid short video. He pondered, had he been born into an ordinary family in a different region, devoid of the simulator's advantageous touch, would he have faded into obscurity like the picnic girl? Such thoughts inevitably crossed his mind. In his previous life, he was hardly an exceptional individual, let alone a luminary in any field. It was entirely plausible that even with a stroke of luck, he could have been lost among the countless masses. Understanding that the champion is a solitary figure among millions, he recognized the multitude of adversaries he must overcome to ascend to that pinnacle. With only a modicum of knowledge acquired from games, animations, and encyclopedias about Pokémon, would that suffice to elevate him to the highest echelons? Indeed, he found himself reluctant to accept mediocrity, slapped his cheeks, resolutely reaffirming his commitment to continue his journey of growth. He realized that the simulator not only bestowed various rewards, but also illuminated the staggering number of trainers who have been submerged in history, leaving not a ripple behind. Before the protagonist, these individuals merely served as background figures. Even the formidable miniskirt showed no resistance against the impending Elite Four. Kinna, taking a deep breath, he turned his attention to the rewards presented. The picnic girl had ultimately secured a place among the top 32 in the qualifiers, which should indeed surpass the initial 3 rewards. Oh, raised an eyebrow. Reward option 1. Any Pokémon level up by 3, level 50 and below. Reward option 2. Clue to obtain a Pokémon, exceptional. Reward option 3. Random ground attribute skill, Selectable for Pokémon acquisition. Reward option 4. Retain the unwavering talent for the next simulation. The top 4 offered a reward of 2 level increases for Pokémon below level 70, while the top 32 provided a 3-level increase for Pokémon below level 50. What does this signify? It underscores the fact that elevating Pokémon around level 70 is significantly more challenging than those around level 50. Otherwise, based solely on levels, the top 4 would be less favorable than the top 32. At that moment, gained a clearer understanding of Pokémon cultivation. Although this time, there was no fixed reward of a skill machine, the skill reward for option 3 transformed into a random ground attribute. As for the exceptional Pokémon in option 2, what defines exceptional? Higher levels? Relative rarity? Had a designated attribute Pokémon he had yet to utilize. He was not in one of such a thing. Upon selecting rewards 1 and 3, a line of small text appeared in the skill section. Earth Power. Earth Power? Would this be considered a stroke of luck? Chapter 68. A mutual journey. Should we allow Kadora to learn the power of the earth? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. This power of the earth is no different from that which descends from the heavens. Baimu would not skimp on such matters, promptly imparting the 3rd-level ability to Kadora. Once Kadora masters the ground attribute of the power of the earth, the comprehension speed of techniques such as earth and heavy tread will undoubtedly accelerate. Given the experience gained in transforming energy into ground attributes, even if one is a physical attacker and the other a special attacker, the underlying principle remains interconnected. While conceding to the level 45 Gulpin would maximize benefits, allowing this creature to continue leveling up would further widen the gap between it and Kadora, as well as Jigglypuff. Consequently, its influence in front of Gulpin would diminish once more. It is not uncommon for Pokémon, overconfident in their strength, to disdain trainers and refuse to obey commands in other regions. Such predictable outcomes cannot be left to chance, as Gulpin still heeds his words for the time being. Baimu can ensure its unwavering trust by simultaneously strengthening Kadora and making the former realize its significance. Gradually, affection will bloom. After all, given that the simulator operates weekly, engaging in more battles can shorten the waiting time, and Baimu does not feel any remorse. To date, the simulator has been utilized only a few times, taking less than a month. While the rewards have not propelled him to immediate heights, he believes that incremental gains will eventually enable him to excel in the realm of trainers. One need not demand the legendary experience of Ash, who returned after 20 years of travel, yet remained a mere 10 years old. As night deepened, Baimu gently released the already slumbering Jigglypuff from his embrace and once again accessed the memory of the mini-skirt. This device is infinitely more effective than singing. As long as there are no external disturbances, one merely needs to close their eyes and open them to find the next day has arrived. His spirit is particularly invigorated, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. That night, Kadora, resting beneath the bed, inexplicably dreamt a splendid dream. It envisioned itself transforming into a colossal beast, stomping its feet to topple vast structures, its roar causing the ground to erupt like a volcano, spewing forth crimson light. In an instant, the entire Huangtai town was reduced to ruins, while the trainer laughed heartily atop its head, with Gulpin soaring through the air, carrying Jigglypuff. Indeed, it was a delightful dream, especially since Kadora harbored a dislike for Huangtai town. The next day, with a buoyant spirit, Kadora unconsciously let out faint snores. On the following morning, Baimu rose early, riding his floating motorcycle with Gulpin in tow, heading to Tongxi Street to meet with Chenghong and others. Their month-long training had finally concluded, and they officially became somewhat less than illustrious members of the Quicksand team. Judging by their demeanor, it was evident that Chenghong and his companions had endured considerable hardship during the training, which was entirely typical. Chenghong and his companions are a group of impoverished men whose pockets are cleaner than their faces. Upon receiving their wages, they dutifully hand them over to their families. Their instructor, deprived of sufficient rewards, naturally seeks solace in whatever manner he can. As long as they avoid severe injury or death, all is well. However, according to Chenghong's account, since they decided to align with Baimu and let this information slip, their instructor has seldom troubled them again. Baimu is astonished at the power his name holds, despite being merely a half rank below a squad leader. As an elite team member from the Stone Group rather than the Sand Group, he is unexpectedly granted such respect. In truth, he is unaware of his renown within the Quicksand team. His performance at the charity event has illuminated how formidable this young individual truly is, and word of Lu Gu selecting him as squad leader has already spread throughout the team. Positioned between the often adversarial Crystal and Sand groups, the Stone Group has no reason to offend Baimu over trivial bribes, risking their standing. How cool. I too desire a motorcycle. Let us begin saving. I have already established contact with a second-hand dealer. Bai Mu dismounted, allowing his team members to encircle the hovering motorcycle, eagerly discussing it, and generously handed them the keys to take it for a spin. Regrettably, none dared to ride it, though many jumped at the chance to at least sit on it. The boisterous little creature hidden in the sidecar instinctively wanted to strike at any unfamiliar face approaching the vehicle, but was restrained by its trainer. "Come down. Do not linger inside," he said, reluctantly lifting the little creature from the sidecar and turning to Chung Hong. "Are you prepared? Today's objective is to successfully negotiate with the individuals from Tongxi Street regarding the prices and the offerings we are to present. While one could undertake this alone, having your assistance makes it far more convenient. If they prove uncooperative, we shall have to assert our authority. We are all set." Chung Hong eagerly nodded. The majority of the Quicksand team's side earnings stem from those shops. After enduring a month of poverty, the impending influx of money is exhilarating. I must emphasize, should they behave reasonably, we ought not to be overly demanding. Bai Mu raised his voice slightly. The group surrounding the motorcycle acknowledged his words in unison, expressing their understanding. The boisterous little creature observed the resounding replies from its teammates, then glanced at the composed Bai Mu, its eyes sparkling with admiration. Although unaware of the specifics, it sensed the commanding presence of its trainer. This reminded it of the Pokémon in the ecological park, where their leaders directed their groups with equal command, marching proudly through the streets. How it yearned for such magnificence. Bai Mu lowered his gaze, noticing the little creature's bright eyes, puzzled by its fixation. The large-mouthed creature swiftly shook its head, indicating that nothing was amiss, yet a certain scheme brewed within its mind. These humans obeyed the commands of their trainer. If the trainer were to heed its instructions, would that not equate to these humans following its lead? Indeed, a plan must be devised to ensure the trainer complies with its wishes. With this thought, the creature tugged at the sleeve of its trainer, Bai Mu. And when he turned to face it, it displayed an adorable smile. "What is it?" Bai Mu inquired. The creature turned away, pondering why its once infallible charming smile seemed ineffective now. It recalled that whenever it smiled before the nurturers and doctors, they would exclaim with delight, calling it kawaii and utterly adorable. Why, then, did this approach fail with Bai Mu? Frustration welled within. It seemed a gradual approach was necessary. Reflecting on the various methods employed by nurturers in the ecological park to quickly enhance their rapport with Pokémon, a resolution formed in its heart. Meanwhile, Bai Mu observed the unusually aloof largemouth creature, wondering if it had upset it by lifting it from the vehicle. Or perhaps it felt out of sorts amidst so many unfamiliar faces. "All right, stop staring. Prepare to depart." He clapped his hands, determined to bring this matter to a close promptly. Chapter 69. High-stakes maneuvering in the district of Tongxi Street. The main establishments consisted of various restaurants, taverns, and dance halls, with the largest likely being a video game parlor. Unlike the extravagant dens of iniquity in the underground city, this area primarily catered to the ordinary populace and those with limited means. However, even the smallest contributions accumulated to form a substantial revenue. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Bai Mu to be astonished at being allocated such a district. Perhaps this area was newly acquired by the Flow Song, having recently separated from Zhangjijiang. After all, the traitorous Sarawada had been apprehended, and upon inquiry, it was possible that the Sand Group had gained some advantage over the Crystal Group. In recent days, Bai Mu had been engrossed in nurturing Pokémon, paying little attention to the shifts within his team. Clearly, circumstances must have evolved. Given the innate animosity between the Sand Group leader Zhangjijiang and the Crystal Group leader Chester, it was unlikely they would miss the opportunity to exploit Sarawada's predicament. As he contemplated these matters while traversing the thoroughfare of Tongxi Street, he was followed by the valiant Chung Hong and others. A throng of individuals, accompanied by their Pokémon, paraded through the streets, drawing the attention of onlookers. Among the gazes of the common folk, fear, envy, hostility, and disdain mingled in abundance. The members of the Flow Sand, however, held a singular focus, their curiosity piqued by Bai Mu, wondering how such a young lad had captured the favor of the Flow Song. Was it merely his pleasing appearance? They too were not lacking in looks. The envious individuals, unwilling to confront reality, believed that had they been in the charity event, their performance would have matched, if not surpassed, that of Bai Mu. Ultimately, their bitterness was palpable. After all, so many seasoned elite members had failed to ascend to the rank of squad leader. What right did this young novice have to succeed? The resentful gazes directed at Hakuki did not impede his progress. The large-mouthed creature, acutely aware of the numerous stares, clenched its fists and smirked. It had long since realized that this place was rife with inner-due wells. and the days spent among them had revealed that these rascals dared not lay a hand on either it or its trainer. It was only fitting to strike hard against those who exhibited signs of cowardice. Such was the lesson imparted by its caretaker. However, Hakuki forbade such actions, leaving the large-mouthed creature to endure in silence. Yet it comprehended that its trainer believed it wise to avoid conflict with a multitude of adversaries, a notion grounded in reason given the trouble that could ensue from an altercation with so many foes. Truly, it was a trainer I could admire. The large-mouthed creature cast a glance of appreciation towards Hakuki, pondering that apart from its shortcomings in Pokémon cultivation, the latter was commendable in every other regard. Before long, they arrived at their destination. It was mid-morning, and most shops had their doors ajar, preparing for the day ahead. Hakuki casually entered a tavern, surveying the interior, and addressed a jovial individual who approached him. "Are you the owner here?" No, I am the manager. Our boss specifically instructed me to await your arrival, Brother Hakuki." The man replied with a humble smile, bowing slightly. "He asked me to inform you that the proprietors of the first district are eagerly awaiting your summons at the Dream Melody Dance Hall." It appeared word had spread. Hakuki was not surprised. Their arrival had been nothing short of ostentatious, intended to alert these owners. Now, gathering in one place suited him well, sparing him the trouble of visiting each establishment individually. Delighted by this convenience, he turned on his heel without hesitation. Observing his actions, Chung Hong and the others promptly followed suit, disregarding the trinkets displayed outside, which seemed to beckon them. Despite their humble beginnings, they had never engaged in petty theft. Such trifles held no allure for them. They had deliberated the previous night, resolving to follow Hakuki's lead without indulging in any unnecessary distractions, aiming to bolster Hakuki's presence. Thus, the foundation of Qing Street would truly be established, preventing others from looking down upon them. Aspiring for wealth was secondary to their dignity and integrity, which had always been their source of strength against Shibata and his ilk. Those who prioritized greed over all else had long been cast out of their circle. The Dream Melody Dance Hall was not far from the tavern. After a brief stroll, they encountered the alluring sign of its performers. Hakuki pushed open the grand doors and immediately beheld the stage at the far end, illuminated by a glaring light, surrounded by darkness that obscured the situation. Beneath the bright light stood a massive rectangular table, occupied by unfamiliar faces, with the foremost seat conspicuously vacant. As he approached, these strangers rose in unison, rushing over to greet him. The various appellations such as Brother Hakuki and Captain Hakuki were incessantly heard. More importantly, upon entering, these individuals began to stuff envelopes of varying sizes into their hands, both thick and thin. Hakuki turned his head to discover that Chung Hong and others were also recipients of such envelopes. This suggested that the situation might be relatively straightforward. He casually nodded and seated himself in the vacant position at the head of the table, but as soon as he settled down, he noticed the large-mouthed creature staring intently at him, compelling him to cradle it upon his lap. "There's no need for such formality," Hakuki gestured, indicating for the proprietors to take their seats. "I am simply here to familiarize myself with you all and engage in a casual conversation. There is no need for anxiety." The owners each found their places at the table. However, no sooner had they settled onto their seats than they began to voice their grievances, lamenting about poor management leading to imminent closures, monthly losses, and the constant threat posed by rogue members of the team wreaking havoc, which left them on the brink of collapse, among other complaints. Chung Hong and the others were taken aback by the raucous outbursts of the proprietors. But upon seeing Hakuki remain composed in his seat, they found solace. The large-mouthed creature observed the spittle-flying owners clamoring to express their difficulties, its expression growing increasingly irate. With a sharp cry, it suddenly turned its head, thrusting its gaping maw forward, revealing a menacing crimson glow that sent the owners' voices plummeting in volume. Hakuki patted the creature's head, sweeping his gaze across the faces before him. "Let us get straight to the crux of the matter. Is your ultimate aim to merely complain to me, or is there something more substantial at stake? If it is simply the former, I shall take my leave and return on the day of accounting." His tone was nonchalant, his eyes fixed on the teacup before him. The owners exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves before presenting a seemingly composed middle-aged man. "We implore you, Brother Hakuki, to exercise leniency and grant us an extension of 1 month. "An extension? Indeed. If you could provide us with a month for financial turnover, we are certain we can revitalize our fortunes. Not only will we recover next month, but we may even exceed our previous performance. All we ask is for you to speak favorably of us to Lord Lu Gu during this month, granting us a lifeline." The middle-aged man lamented, his tone reflecting the desperation of a household on the verge of hunger. Hakuki inquired, "Are you truly facing financial difficulties?" "Indeed. The ledger bears testament to our plight. We are suffering losses month after month. Very well. He nodded, noting the middle-aged man's expression of elation. However, it appears you are rather underestimating my intelligence. Who is it that supports your endeavors? Speak candidly. The middle-aged man's expression froze, mirrored by the other owners' faces, which also turned rigid. Without waiting for their rebuttals, Hakuki rose from his seat. Not to worry, when I return next time, ensure that the funds are prepared. I require double the usual amount. If you cannot provide it, your assets will suffice as collateral. Alternatively, you may choose not to comply. He chuckled lightly, waving to Chung Hong and the others. It's settled, let us depart. As the middle-aged man witnessed his impending departure, he could not help but raise his voice in a desperate plea, lowering his head deeply, exclaiming, "Please, Brother Baimu, we cannot manage. Who is there to support us?" Others echoed his sentiments, crying out for mercy. Baimu merely responded with a cold smile. In the most prosperous areas of Tongshi Street, claiming that one's business was failing and on the brink of collapse, with cash flow issues, was a folly only a fool would believe. If they were truly losing money, they would have closed their doors long ago. Countless eyes were fixed on this prime location, and it was unlikely they would suffer losses. Typically, these business owners would not be foolish enough to confront him directly or attempt to deceive him, indicating that someone was either threatening them or providing them with a false sense of security. Unfortunately, these individuals were unaware that they might very well become pawns in the power struggles of the Sand Team's hierarchy. Thus, Baimu was still willing to offer them a chance. If they paid double the fine, he would overlook their transgressions, and matters would be easily resolved with Lu Ge. His gaze swept past the business owners, fixating instead on the surrounding dark curtain, and he called out loudly, "Shall I invite you, or will you step forward yourself?" The business owners fell silent. In the next moment, raucous laughter erupted. "Ha ha, everyone says you, kid, have struck a great fortune, yet it seems you are quite clever. Who tipped you off?" From behind the curtain, numerous members of the Sand Team emerged. The leader wore a squad leader's insignia and appeared quite young, likely in his 20s, exuding an arrogance reminiscent of a young lion, with his nose held high. "Indeed, you are one of the Crystal Team," Baimu sighed. Behind him, Chung Hong reminded him of the identity of this individual. Just as the Sand Team had its new squad leader, the Crystal Team had promoted one of its elite members to the position of squad leader, and it was none other than the present Yoshioka. His appearance here could very well indicate an attempt to create trouble for Baimu, marking his first assignment since assuming his role. "Ignore them, let us go," Baimu instructed his companions. His purpose in this place was to ensure that the collection process proceeded smoothly. Engaging in conflict with Yoshioka would be futile and unnecessary. A group of them moved towards the exit, yet before they could reach the door, Yoshioka's voice rang out once more. "Why are your Sand Team members so spineless? Others are trampling on your dignity, and you remain indifferent? Or have you learned this from your big brother Lu Ge? What have you learned? A cowardly demeanor." "Ha ha." The members of the Crystal Team joined in laughter. To be candid, this was a rather clumsy provocation. However, Baimu felt compelled to respond, for Yoshioka had insulted Lu Ge. In Huangtai Town, an insult to the big brother was a grave matter. If the younger brothers failed to restore their honor, the big brother would lose all face. Even setting aside such considerations, Lu Ge has helped him immensely, without asking for any filial piety in return, and has allowed Florbo to care for him so attentively. Ignoring this is simply unacceptable. "I want all your teeth." But Cookie turned his head, coldly regarding the grinning Yoshioka, whose words seemed to escape through gaps in his mouth. Perhaps he should have been more discreet. Chapter 70. The Counter-Provocation Technique. The moment the order was given, action ensued. Before Bakuki could even issue a command, the large-mouthed boy, who had long harbored a disdain for Yoshioka, suddenly stomped the ground, surrounded by flickering currents of electricity, transforming into a blur as he charged forward. The bosses gasped in shock and dodged, their tables and chairs sent tumbling in disarray, while the central white table collapsed with a loud crash. Yoshioka and his companions turned pale, hastily retreating, but as the primary target of the large-mouthed boy, Yoshioka found himself unable to evade in time. The boy's fist loomed closer, magnifying in an instant before him. "Defend yourself." A high and low cry rang out simultaneously. Boom! The air erupted with a deafening roar, as red and green lights blazed forth, transforming into a surging inferno that erupted and expanded, causing the entire dance hall to tremble violently. Almost immediately, wisps of white smoke began to rise. The large-mouthed boy emerged from the haze, returning to Bakuki's side. Chung Hong and the others gazed in astonishment at this seemingly adorable creature, who appeared devoid of combat prowess, rapidly reconsidering if they had ever wronged it. Those who had contemplated patting its head quietly began to repent. Defend yourself. The large-mouthed boy paid them no heed, calling out with a rather serious tone. But Cookie, initially intending to reprimand the boy for attacking without a signal, suddenly understood upon hearing its call and looked toward the thick smoke at the back of the dance hall. As the hazy dust cleared, several shadows emerged. To his surprise, it was the visibly shaken Yoshioka and his companions, now accompanied by a creature adorned with yellow tentacles and a body resembling red pottery. The fermenting Pokémon, a being of remarkable dual defensive abilities, flashed through his mind in a cascade of information. Do you even understand the rules? Didn't your brother teach you that you cannot fight indoors? Yoshioka bellowed, a mix of relief and trepidation etched on his face, his voice unusually loud. Where did this reckless fool come from? Indeed, young and yet so ignorant of the rules. How did your brother raise you? Shouted a group of Sand Flow team members behind him. Rules? Although Bakuki had no intention of engaging in combat within the premises, he was unaware of any such guidelines and chose to sidestep the matter entirely. It was better to let them learn a lesson. Since the enemy had not succumbed, he could no longer afford to discipline the large-mouthed boy recklessly in front of everyone, for questioning a Pokémon in public would be a severe blow to its dignity. Pokémon possessed their own sense of honor. In the distance, Yoshioka continued to rant, cursing vehemently, those mud-legged fools. If your big brother won't teach you, I will. Chung Hong seemed to notice that Bai Mu was genuinely unaware of the rules and couldn't help but offer a quiet reminder. Within a few exchanges, Bai Mu grasped the situation. Ultimately, the outcome would hinge on Pokémon battles, with both sides establishing their own rules and wagering something before commencing the fight. As long as no lives were lost, anything was permissible. Listening to Chung Hong's explanation and observing Yoshioka and his crew's serious demeanor, Bai Mu sighed inwardly. It was unrealistic to expect intense internal conflict to escalate into a fierce showdown. Even as they began to insult their leader, they still had to maintain a basic level of camaraderie. It resembled a scene from a Hong Kong film, where numerous underlings cheer on both sides as they prepare for battle, only for the leader to brandish a knife and engage in some verbal sparring, ending the night without any real confrontation. However, the rules for resolving internal disputes had been established by the leader of the Sand team, and no one dared to defy them, not even the three highest-ranking officials. Let us return to the Pokeball, he whispered to his Gabite, and withdrew it. Upon arriving at the battle arena on Tongshi Street, Bai Mu's team and Yoshioka's team stood on opposite sides, glaring at one another. A throng of spectators gathered, consisting not only of numerous bosses but also many idle members of the Sand team, as well as the generally curious public. Hey, the Sand group and the Crystal group are at it again. Who are the leaders on both sides? It must be Bai Mu and Yoshioka. They've been making quite a stir lately. Let the battle begin. Ignoring the raucous cheers from the crowd, Bai Mu and Yoshioka moved closer to discuss their so-called wager. As anticipated, Yoshioka proposed that Bai Mu relinquish control of the territory in District A, returning it to the Crystal Group. Perhaps aware that he was employing cunning tactics to usurp, his tone was subdued. I refuse, Bai Mu stated without hesitation. I won't wager anything else. I demand your teeth. Damn you. Yoshioka, realizing that Bai Mu was not falling for his tricks, resorted to his old methods, retorting, who would wager such a trivial thing with you? Are you afraid? Worried you won't win and lose your territory? Just like your cowardly self. Very well. I accept your wager. Bai Mu suddenly raised his voice, countering Yoshioka's predictable provocation and ensuring that all spectators bore witness. Let us agree that the winner gets to remove all of the loser's teeth. Who agreed to that? Yoshioka was taken aback, his anger flaring. Everyone, did you hear that? He is afraid. Just listen, Yoshioka from the Crystal Group is scared of us, the Sand Group. Ignoring him, Bai Mu continued to shout even louder. Members of the Sand Group in the crowd couldn't help but join in the chant. Meanwhile, members of the Crystal Group hurled their own insults. I ask you, are you brave enough or not? If you dare not wager, we'll turn around and leave. Bai Mu shifted his gaze back to the furious and flushed-faced Yoshioka. Are all of you in the Crystal Group merely a bunch of blustering braggarts? Upon hearing these words, before the involved parties could react, the onlookers from the Crystal Group could no longer contain themselves. Damn it, just agree with him. Yoshioka, don't be a coward. Go for it, stop hesitating. Under the relentless encouragement of the spectators, even though Yoshioka was exceedingly reluctant, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Ultimately, the match commenced, officially launching a 3-on-3 competition with the leaders of both sides as the representatives. The event had diverged significantly from Yoshioka's initial plan. Fool. Mu couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. It was said that he wasn't clever, yet he managed to intimidate and manipulate those bosses. And he certainly knew how to provoke others into a challenge. If he were to be considered intelligent, He had certainly put himself in a difficult position, wanting to reclaim territory from the head honcho, yet feeling somewhat embarrassed to raise his voice. He was just like Chester, the leader of the Crystal Group, who was quite concerned about appearances. A few words from his group members were enough to sway him. "Bai Mu, are you all right?" Chung Hong inquired with a hint of concern as Bai Mu returned. Although he too was a newly promoted team leader, it was rumored that he could have been promoted years ago had he accrued sufficient merits. "It's fine," he replied, shaking his head to reassure Chung Hong and the others. The capabilities of the Big Mouth kids far exceeded the average level of Pokémon from Huang Tiezhen. As long as Yoshioka was not some pseudo-leader, victory seemed inevitable. Furthermore, Duo La was not to be underestimated, having risen a rank in just over a week and achieving a level 3 yesterday. He was already on the threshold of reaching level 40. Of course, battles in the Pokémon arena were ever-changing, and no one dared to claim certain victory. Chapter 71. Bullying the Underachiever in the Arena. Bai Mu and Yoshioka stood on opposite sides, each gripping their Pokeballs, ready to commence battle. The younger members shouted words of encouragement, hoping to empower their leader. In stark contrast to the calm demeanor of Bai Mu, Yoshioka's expression was dark and brooding, resembling the ashes at the bottom of a pot. His mood mirrored his outward display of anger. He had come to reclaim territory by order of Lord Chester, never anticipating that it would devolve into a gamble over his dignity. What value did dignity hold? Even if he were to shatter his teeth, it was unlikely that Lord Chester would find any joy in it. Compared to a lucrative territory, a few teeth that could be replaced with a bit of money were hardly worth mentioning. Damn brat. Yoshioka could only hope to win this battle. While Bai Mu was particularly protective of his own teeth, perhaps even attempting to further provoke Yoshioka with his words. How could such a young person possess such cunning? Yoshioka refused to admit that he was being led by Bai Mu. He could only concede that Bai Mu indeed had a modicum of cleverness. At the edge of the arena, a boss, gripping both a green and a red flag with trepidation, took on the role of referee for the match. Raising the green flag high, take your positions and commence. With the wave of the green flag, both Bai Mu and Yoshioka unleashed their Pokémon simultaneously. A resounding bang echoed as two brilliant beams of white light struck the ground. The Snorlax, stretching like it had just awoken from a deep slumber, cast its gaze toward a nearby Pokémon, which appeared to be composed of countless stones, boasting a serpent-like head and 4 short, sturdy limbs. Grr! The sound resonated, deep and rumbling, as the heavy-duty Pokémon, Golem, made its presence known. Bai Mu was no stranger to it, as Otsuka possessed one. However, Pokémon nurtured by different trainers often exhibit subtle differences. One should not rely solely on past experiences for judgment. Let us refrain from further discussion, as I grant you ample autonomy in this battle, but do not forget to heed my counsel. Bai Mu murmured to the Snorlax positioned slightly ahead. Chirp! The Snorlax responded eagerly, though internally it harbored some dissatisfaction towards its trainer. The statement seemed to imply that it was overly independent, when in reality, it was quite perceptive and attentive to others' opinions. How frustrating. Observing the Snorlax's pout, Bai Mu could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. They had conversed about this matter several times over the past few days, with the Snorlax consistently claiming to be listening, only to protest with a sulky expression. Yet, some sentiments cannot be felt unless articulated by others. This is the essence of an observer's clarity. On the opposing side, Yoshioka noted the Snorlax's hesitation to initiate an attack. Recalling the speed the creature had exhibited in the dance hall earlier, he could not resist issuing a command. Stomp. Grr. Golem emitted a low, resonant growl before leaping into action, its limbs and head seamlessly blending with its torso, transforming into a colossal stone ball that crashed down with a thunderous impact. The ground trembled violently, fracturing and unleashing a multitude of jagged stones as the earthy waves surged outward, swiftly reaching the Snorlax. Alas, the latter, having been focused on Golem, refrained from attacking, partly to communicate with Bai Mu and partly to gauge the opponent's capabilities. Infuriatingly, it demonstrated its ability to levitate electromagnetically, yet resorted to a ground-type move. Did it underestimate its adversary? With a push of its right foot, the Snorlax deftly evaded the earthy onslaught, shimmering with crackling electricity as it hovered effortlessly in midair. Much to Yoshioka's astonishment. Is it flying? Yoshioka could scarcely believe his eyes. His knowledge of Pokémon was woefully inadequate. Having lived a life of indulgence and bravado, he had little understanding of the existence of such a move as Magnet Rise, which allowed Steel-type Pokémon to take flight. This momentary distraction resulted in Golem also becoming momentarily bewildered, as both trainer and Pokémon exhibited a significant lack of knowledge, inadvertently transferring the initiative to Bai Mu and the Snorlax. Iron Head. Chirp. As I understand, the creature known as the Big Mouth Baby deftly manipulated electromagnetic forces, summoning a rock from the ground. With a powerful push of its right foot, it shot towards the formidable Rockruff like an arrow. The impact was thunderous. Regaining his composure, Yoshioka shouted loudly, while Rockruff attempted to conjure a rock to hurl at the Big Mouth Baby, but alas, it was a moment too late. In an instant, the Big Mouth Baby was upon him, twisting its body as if dancing, swinging its dark, cavernous jaw forward. In that fleeting moment, the jaw transformed into a dazzling metallic sheen, appearing as though it had been coated in silver, weighing a ton, ultimately crashing down upon Rockruff's head like a hammer. The resounding thud was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Amidst the explosion of violent energy, Rockruff's head was deformed from the blow, plunging into the ground with a resounding crash. Dust and debris swirled around, leaving the Crystal team members staring in disbelief at the unconscious Rockruff, rendering them momentarily speechless. The onlookers were equally astonished, mouths agape. Yoshioka's face flushed crimson, pointing accusingly at Hayashi. Desperate to question how he could possess such a powerful Pokémon that could vanquish his Rockruff in a single strike. What kind of Pokémon is your Big Mouth Baby? And what is my Rockruff? How is this fair? With a triumphant cheer, the Big Mouth Baby joyfully flew back to Hayashi's side. Remarkable. Look how you've left them all dumbfounded. Hayashi generously showered praise upon the creature, which was undoubtedly deserving of such accolades. In reality, numerous factors influenced the power of moves. To obliterate Rockruff with a single blow was undeniably a critical hit. Such a spectacle was to be expected. However, what concerned Hayashi more was his opponent's lack of knowledge. The fact that Yoshioka had failed to recognize electromagnetic levitation was indicative of a severe deficiency in learning. Despite having attained his current status through Pokémon, had he not pursued further education? Perhaps he was even illiterate. Damn it, let us see you bask in your triumph now. Yoshioka shouted in frustration, gritting his teeth as he recalled Rockruff, contemplating that since the Big Mouth Baby was swift, he would employ a strategy of stillness. He promptly summoned his defensive powerhouse, Shellos. Come forth. Retreat into your shell. Shellos withdrew its 4 tentacles and head into its sturdy exterior, attempting to entice the Big Mouth Baby into launching an attack. It possessed a move called Power Split, which allowed it to merge its strength with that of its opponent, evenly distributing the combined power. This would compensate for its low attack, while simultaneously diminishing the opponent's offensive capabilities. This little trick had never failed Yoshioka. However, upon witnessing this, Hayashi wasted no time in switching the Big Mouth Baby out for Blissey. Saying, "What in the world?" Yoshioka's expression stiffened, and he promptly sought to recall Shellos. Regrettably, his movements were a moment too late. The gentle melodies of the Jigglypuff had already begun to resonate, enveloping the surroundings in a soft pink hue and cascading notes that lulled the creature into a slumber. The Jigglypuff, curled up with its limbs withdrawn into its shell, possessed no means of evasion, resembling a stationary target. No matter how many times it sang, the outcome remained inevitable. By the time Jai-Ka captured the Jigglypuff within a Pokeball, it had succumbed to sleep. With no other option, he released a third Pokémon. Behold, the spiny beast roared skyward, its dark purple shell reflecting a metallic sheen under the sun. It was Nidoqueen, the drill Pokémon, and Jai-Ka's greatest asset, the strongest creature in his arsenal. As he assessed Nidoqueen's stature and build, he swiftly exchanged it for the long-waiting Swablu, bringing it back into the fray. "It can't handle you. Strike it with Ice Punch," exclaimed Jai-Ka. Swablu responded with an enthusiastic chirp, levitating towards the oncoming Nidoqueen with electromagnetic levitation. "Fear not. Counter with Fire Punch," Jai-Ka bellowed, bolstering Nidoqueen's confidence. He had wisely avoided the blunder of employing a Poison-type move against a Steel-type Pokémon, opting instead for the fierce and effective Fire Punch. A blaze enveloped Nidoqueen's massive fist, exuding a menacing aura that suggested it could pierce through the armor of a main battle tank with a single strike. Meanwhile, Swablu's response was a chilling aura, akin to a comet's icy descent with its Ice Punch, sending shivers down one's spine, prompting an urge to don an extra layer. The two forces collided with a thunderous crash. A thick cloud of white smoke erupted. "Don't engage in a direct fistfight. It's futile. Look for an opening to target its jaw joint." Swablu's voice echoed through the haze, providing crucial feedback to Jai-Ka. Nidoqueen, being a Pokémon encased in hardened purple keratin, had skin as resilient as rock, leaving few vulnerable spots. Jai-Ka, drawing from his mental repository of knowledge, deemed the jaw joint a promising target. Upon hearing this, Jai-Ka couldn't restrain himself from shouting, "Strike it. Deliver a powerful Fire Punch. Let it retaliate if it must." His encouragement-filled command elicited a twitch from the corner of Jaika's mouth, making him realize that this individual was indeed inferior to the former leader. No wonder he had yet to ascend to the rank of team captain, while Ken was held in high regard by the Houndim team. His reputation so widespread that even the Sandslash team was well aware of it. Suddenly, amidst the battlefield, a resounding boom reverberated. The white mist erupted, and all eyes turned expectantly towards the scene within, where a remarkable tableau unfolded. Nidoqueen's blazing right fist was ensnared by Swablu's beak in an unusual grip. While Swablu's right fist pressed firmly against Nidoqueen's cheek, a frosty white mist enveloping the latter's entire form at a visibly accelerated pace. In mere moments, Nidoqueen's fiery fist was extinguished. Frozen status. In an instant, King Mido transformed into a magnificent ice sculpture. Yoshioka's expression of excitement was utterly frozen on his face. Although King Mido had not completely fallen, it was merely in a state of slumber. Yet, the outcome of this contest was abundantly clear. You, the underachiever, have rightfully lost, sighed Baraki for Yoshioka. Until now, this fellow had relied solely on the innate advantages of Pokémon to reach this point. However, upon encountering someone with a deeper understanding of various Pokémon and superior foundational qualities, his flaws were laid bare. Chapter 72. The Might of the Thighs. Let us have another round. Yoshioka snapped back to reality, unwilling to concede defeat. This loss was not merely about losing face. Failing to complete his first mission meant that the territory he had lost would be irretrievable, leaving him with no future in front of Lord Chester. First, let me shatter your teeth, he thought. Baraki, avoiding the topic, remained resolute with his target in sight, showing no inclination to relent. Yoshioka, seething with frustration, pondered how much battle prowess he would have left after such a defeat, and who would assist him in the next gamble. His entourage, who could only cheer, were of little use. Perhaps a match between underlings might hold some potential. Baraki's ragtag crew, fresh from training and devoid of combat prowess, was well known to Yoshioka. His thoughts raced, clinging to the desperate hope of persuading Baraki for another round. You must agree to another match first. Indeed, I must find a way to compel Baraki to agree to a match between underlings. Do you wish to go back on your word? Baraki frowned, observing Yoshioka's flushed face and labored breaths, suspecting that he was on the verge of losing his temper. He replied leisurely, You never mentioned that we could have a rematch. Do you intend to alter the rules? Here in Copper Shaving Street, our crystal group sets the standards. The latter had already abandoned any semblance of dignity, disregarding the jeers from members of other groups, and clenched his fists. Will you compete or not? If not, I shall take my leave, and your elder brother's reputation will be irretrievably tarnished. Fool, Yoshioka retorted, by publicly going back on your word now. Not only will I restore Lu Gu's reputation, but you will also have sullied your elder brother's honor. Baraki privately chuckled. With so many spectators present, it was he who had triumphed, and it was clear that Yoshioka, in his current state, would be the laughingstock. Yet, Yoshioka was determined to reclaim his territory, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his goal. The laughter of onlookers might merely serve as fuel for his ambition. How absurd. Baraki couldn't help but display a sly smile. Really? This is a rule set by the boss. You dare to disregard the boss? In a fit of rage, Yoshioka shouted, The boss? Aside from Lord Chester, what other nonsense? Before he could finish, two of his underlings rushed forward, alarmed, and desperately covered his mouth. Big brother. Shoo, you can't say that. He is playing you. Yoshikawa initially struggled for a moment, but soon came to the realization that the boss that Kashiwagi referred to was not the Zhang or Lu Gu he had assumed, but rather the one at the very top. A cold sweat instantly drenched his entire back. As he glanced around, he noticed several individuals casting peculiar glances in his direction, their whispers inevitably mentioning his perceived disrespect. It is essential to understand that within the Sandflow team, they are akin to deities. Their ability to engage in internal strife while opposing other factions, living prosperous lives, is solely due to their formidable strength and the terrifying connections within Silicon Valley. Even the mayor of Huangdishen would treat them with a modicum of respect. The fact that these lowly figures could enjoy their current status is entirely thanks to their favor. Thus, anyone within the Sandflow team who dared to utter a word of disparagement would face dire consequences. You've set a trap for me. Yoshikawa unleashed his fury upon Kashiwagi. Do not slander a good person. Everyone is listening, and only you are unreasonable enough to admit to a wager. Who has heard me set a trap? The latter tilted his head with a chuckle, casually waving his hand. Enough. I have no desire to continue this pointless banter with you, Big Mouth. With a sudden exclamation, Big Mouth transformed into a fleeting shadow. appearing before Yoshikawa without employing any techniques, yet his iron fist struck fiercely against Yoshikawa's cheek. Bang! Big brother. Yoshikawa and his two companions were caught utterly unprepared. The very person who had previously rescued him, Cuckoo, remained oblivious in slumber, completely unaware of the impending assault. His head tilted and drooped. Half of his teeth shattered and mixed with blood, cascading from his mouth. He hung his head low, dazed from the impact. Remember to inform Yoshikawa that I've collected half of his teeth. The remaining half I shall retrieve at another opportunity. Kashiwagi regarded the members of the crystal group, who wore expressions of anger and trepidation, and smiled nonchalantly. He glanced at the trembling bosses nearby, patted the returning Big Mouth's bag, and instructed Chung Hong and the others to depart. Chung Hong and the others exchanged glances. Let's go? A resounding victory. Someone is in for a calamity, they shouted, while the faces of the nearby bosses grew increasingly pale. The situation had escalated to a point the bosses were both unwilling and afraid to witness. Yet the die was cast. Observing Kashiwagi's youth and his ruthless decisiveness, it became clear that sitting on the fence was no longer an option. Reflecting on the conditions Kashiwagi had previously offered, double the stakes, they couldn't help but shudder. After dispersing, Kashiwagi cautioned Chung Hong and the others that there might be members of the crystal group seeking trouble, and should anything arise, they must not confront it alone and must inform him. There could be some insidious plots at play. If they delayed, they might just fall prey to them. Understood. We got it. In response to the chorus of giggles, he mounted his motorcycle, with Big Mouth joyfully leaping into the sidecar, and handed over the envelopes he had previously received from the bosses. Here, take these and distribute them. The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. What is the hold-up? Go on, take it. Do you intend to leave me standing here with my arm awkwardly extended? He shook the envelope before finally handing it to Chung Hong. Chung Hong scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, stating that they intended to honor their elder brother, and they had planned to give him the envelope later. Yet, unexpectedly, he had given his share to them instead. There was no need for it. I am not lacking in that 20,000. You all are the ones who truly need this money. Bai Mu surveyed the group, noting that the month of training must have cost quite a bit. The meager rewards from leveling up would have nearly been exhausted by now. This money could be used to enhance your living conditions or strengthen your Pokémon. However, I do not wish for you to squander it on trivial pursuits. Enjoying entertainment is acceptable when finances allow, but for those lacking in such resources, the allure of the world can easily lead to obsession. I will periodically assess your and your Pokémon's combat abilities. That is all. I shall report back now. Without lingering, Bai Mu pressed the accelerator and headed towards the Sand Group's headquarters, leaving the young individuals gathered around a large stack of envelopes, deliberating on how to divide the funds. In the familiar office of the underground city, Bai Mu encountered Lu Gu and Scorpion King once again. Yet, before he could utter a word, his elder brother spoke up, commending him. Well done. The territories of Districts 1 and 2 are now thoroughly stabilized. Your satisfaction is what matters. He nodded, understanding that it was only natural for the other party to be aware of this in advance. After all, who in the surface world lacks eyes and ears? To grasp the affairs of the world from the comfort of one's home is a fundamental skill of a true leader. However, discerning which pieces of information are distorted is an entirely different matter. There is no need for you to worry about Yoshioka. He won't be seeking revenge on you. Lu Gu casually sipped his tea, adding, It's been too long since I've stirred. It seems everyone has assumed I was dead. Take this time to rest, and just wait and see. Bai Mu's eyes widened slightly. Alright. Chapter 73. A new opportunity the following day. Bai Mu learned of Yoshioka's complete demotion, sent deep into the underground city to toil in the mines. Under normal circumstances, this fellow would have no chance of seeing the sunlight again. The mine would be his final resting place. In just a day, a once prominent team leader had fallen to such depths. While Yoshioka's downfall was largely of his own making, Chester's swift abandonment of a subordinate was equally shocking. Perhaps his reckless words from the previous day had been exploited. What a pitiful soul. He sighed and returned to his efforts in cultivating Pokémon. The Huangtai Arena Battle Tournament was drawing near, and it was likely that high-ranking opponents, Pokémon with an average level exceeding 50, would participate. Thus it was imperative to prepare diligently. Chung Hong and the others did not disappoint Bai Mu after receiving the funds. They invested it in the most pressing needs, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. Yet, the true challenge was just beginning. Examples of shared hardship but not shared fortune are abundant. Within the realm of the bosses in this district, there undoubtedly exist individuals who, driven by ulterior motives, seek to offer bribes in hopes of gaining favorable words on their behalf. Indeed, that afternoon, Chung Hong arrived with a substantial envelope, claiming it had been carelessly discarded at his doorstep. The contents, as Bai Mu had anticipated, were quite revealing, yet the sender remained anonymous. "This is an attempt to drag you into murky waters," he remarked with a wry smile. Typically, when an individual receives such a significant sum of money, especially without the elder brother's knowledge, they would likely choose to keep it for themselves. When the collection occurs, and those individuals disclose the truth, your position will become exceedingly precarious. Should I opt to turn against you, the collection will proceed regardless. If I choose to assist you, then their objectives will be achieved. Perhaps having heard of the close bond between us. Chung Hong's expression shifted. Isn't this a foolish ploy? However, it was evident that they could conceive of no better scheme. Betting on both your greed and my willingness to shield you. Bai Mu opened the envelope and counted the money. "Well, this is quite a sum," he exclaimed. "I'll take my share. They will undoubtedly send you more money later, and you can divide that amongst yourselves. Isn't that inappropriate? What is inappropriate about me accepting my portion? When the sweet-coated bullet comes flying in, one simply consumes the sugar and returns fire with the bullet. It's as straightforward as that." He patted Chung Hong's shoulder. "Go on, there's nothing wrong with earning a little extra." Chung Hong then departed. Bai Mu watched him leave and casually tucked the thick envelope into his bag. If he were to forego his portion, Chung Hong and the others would never dare to claim it. The unwritten rule among the Flowing Sand team is that what the elder brother consumes, the younger brothers may also partake in. If the elder brother abstains while the younger ones feast, it would undoubtedly incite discomfort among them. In the following days, the bosses, as Bai Mu had predicted, sent money on 2 more occasions. Chung Hong and his associates retained a portion for themselves, yet stubbornly refused to take another share, instead surreptitiously discarding it into Bai Mu's yard while pretending ignorance. It was both amusing and exasperating. During this time, Utsuka was discharged from the hospital. His injuries had transitioned from severe to mild, and with proper recuperation, he would soon regain his former prowess. The healthcare standards in the Pokémon world are indeed remarkable. Upon hearing of the events unfolding outside, Utsuka felt a pang of regret for not being present to support Bai Mu and Yoshioka during their conflict. Bai Mu chuckled, urging him to rest easy. Time, like a fleeting horse, sped by, and before long, 2 weeks had passed. During this interval, Bai Mu successfully received double the previous amount from numerous bosses in Area 1, informing them that this sum was to be delivered as a ransom for Flowing Song. The adage that a fence-sitter meets an early demise rings true. Flowing Song would certainly not let those who sided with the Crystal Group escape unscathed. Spending money to secure one's life is the ultimate rationale. Of course, whether these individuals believed him was of no concern to Bai Mu. Having reached this point, he felt no inclination to intervene in their self-destructive tendencies. However, when submitting the fines, the expression on Flowing Song's face was quite intriguing. This benevolent elder brother faced a mountain of money without even casting a glance at it, merely inquiring why he had submitted everything without reserving a portion for himself. His eyes seemed to be probing for something. Bai Mu's response was that his elder brother would take the share. Thus, he received a substantial sum of money. Lu Gu, in this regard, seemed never to be stingy. However, he had little genuine interest in this so-called protection money. He accepted it, for one must remain low-key and not stand out. Ultimately, this money was integrated with the previous gains from the people's contributions, transformed into essential commodities, and distributed among the elderly and the destitute neighbors in Qingyi Street. In the past, such acts were not easily permissible due to his lack of status. But now it mattered little. Many members of the modest Lu Sha team engaged in similar charitable deeds, albeit none as generously or frequently as Bai Mu. Upon learning of this, Florbo visited to inquire if he understood that losing the protection money signified a significant loss of income. Given the dire circumstances, he counseled that one should boldly utilize the resources available. He posed a classic question. When 2 sums of money lay before him, could he discern which was righteous and which was tainted? Bai Mu merely smiled and replied that humanity is inherently flawed. Tears do not fall until one faces the grave. He was still young, and with a couple of coins in his pocket, he was willing to indulge for a while longer. When he truly found himself in need of protection money for survival, he would not indulge frivolously. Until that time arrived, he would indulge as long as he could. The support from others was unwavering, even if Dezue Hua, after another visit to Qingyi Street, believed his lunch standards could afford to diminish. Ji Dan was eager to give away all his food, yet he often played with the children there, galloping like a young colt with them. Reflecting on these moments, Florbo's expression remained vividly etched in his memory, a blend of joy and disbelief, intermingled with pity and regret, as if he had unearthed a handful of gold from murky sands. Overwhelmed by the splendor, yet powerless to hold on to it, helplessly watching it slip away into the rushing river. Such a gaze was profoundly evocative. Why did he regard Bai Mu in such a manner? Bai Mu was uncertain, but there undoubtedly lay a significant secret within Lu Gu and Florbo. Akin to the formidable hound they had previously taken along with other Pokémon. He had watched the feedback video. Those 3 Pokémon, reduced to mere killing machines, thrived happily in that ecological park, basking under the blue sky and white clouds, amidst meadows and rivers, joy radiating from their faces. Bai Mu felt a deep sense of relief. Matters concerning territory were momentarily settled. In the past 2 weeks, the simulator had undergone 2 cooling periods. Regrettably, these did not yield results as remarkable as those achieved with the mini-skirt. One adversary was a mountaineer, known for employing robust Pokémon and persistently causing trouble in the foothills. The other was a bird enthusiast skilled in utilizing large birds. Collectively, these 2 brought Bai Mu 3 rewards of leveling up Pokémon below level 50, along with the rewards of Stealth Rock and a random flying type skill. He tossed the hidden rock to the Chansey, and the flying attribute randomly resulted in the grand prize of Feather Nest. Yet, it was a move that no one could learn, much to his chagrin. For now, it would have to be set aside. All level rewards were allocated to Kadora, and after half a month's accumulation, it had reached the formidable level of 34. Bai Mu could hardly recall the required level for its evolution, but he assumed it must have met the basic conditions by now. Even if it had not, the threshold was certainly within reach. Moving forward, it still required a catalyst. Chapter 74. Are you there, Doctor? The Huangtai Arena Battle Tournament commenced as scheduled. Although it was an annual event, its popularity exceeded Bai Mu's expectations. The reason was undoubtedly its generous rewards. Merely qualifying earned one a Pokémon, in addition to various evolution stones and precious items, which lured many trainers from Huangtai Town to participate eagerly. The preliminary rounds followed a one-on-one format, necessitating only 1 Pokémon for a chance at substantial rewards. Upon Bai Mu's arrival, the hall was buzzing with excitement, the cacophony nearly breaking through the ceiling. The space was adorned with vibrant silks and ribbons, teeming with a myriad of characters, each accompanied by their Pokémon. They grumbled as they formed a long queue to register, occasionally shouting to urge those ahead to hurry. Rarely did anyone cut in line or surge forward. Regardless of their faction, all participants adhered to the order. This remarkable scene once again reminded him of the intimidating presence of the arena master, Silver Ape. Many from the Sand Flow team chose to participate as well, yet he recognized none among them. Considering he hardly knew anyone in the team, he could count them on his fingers and toes. The registration process was swift. Before long, Bai Mu received his contestant identity card. Once the competition officially commenced, he would only need to scan it at the entrance to complete his registration. He hoped this tournament would provide the opportunity for Kadora's evolution. Sitting on a long bench, he reached out to stroke Kadora's head, pondering whether a month was perhaps too brief a period for such development. Kadora, sensing her trainer's mix of anticipation and concern, tilted her head curiously. It is well known that a Pokémon's evolution can influence its temperament to a certain extent. The once gentle and amiable Charmander could become proud and difficult to manage, occasionally struggling to adapt to its new form. Bai Mu worried that his eagerness might adversely affect Kadora's overall growth. After all, a doctor had mentioned that Kadora was still quite young, and the implications of consecutive evolutions within such a short time frame were beyond the comprehension of someone like him, who had only engaged in Pokémon nurturing within the confines of the game. Perhaps he should consult Dr. Yamanashi, who specializes in Pokémon evolution, he mused, as he pulled out his phone to begin fiddling with it. The mobile phone, akin to a world devoid of simplified Chinese games in a past life, can sometimes be tackled head-on despite language barriers. Not to mention, over the past month, Hakugi has acquired an impressive vocabulary, encompassing numerous terms unique to the Pokémon universe. For instance, the app he is currently accessing, Pokémon Connect, serves as a chat platform akin to Tencent's offerings. Additionally, there are search engines like Pokémon Search, as well as blogging platforms reminiscent of Twitter and Facebook, and even e-commerce sites. The array of available content is truly staggering. Hakugi cannot help but acknowledge that he has entered an era of Pokémon where the internet has fully flourished, rendering it quite challenging to monetize ideas from his previous life. Upon opening Pokémon blog, the homepage features a selfie of Kichibana, the gym leader of the Galar region's fighting arena. This individual is so self-absorbed that he even documents his toothbrushing routine for the internet. Remarkably, he has amassed a considerable following, with his posts consistently receiving an overwhelming number of likes. Navigating to the search bar, Hakugi recalls a message he sent to Professor Yamari regarding the evolution of Kadora, and upon clicking through to the private messaging interface, he finds no response. Sighing, he reflects that his inquiries about Kadora's evolution have lingered for quite some time, and he had eagerly reached out to the professor, hoping for a reply. Even a response from a student or staff member managing his account would suffice. Alas, his messages have seemingly vanished into the void. It is understandable, given that researchers are often inundated with work, especially someone of Professor Yamari's esteemed stature. Receiving a reply would be a stroke of luck, while the absence of one incurs no loss. He closes his phone as a group of boisterous individuals approaches him, seemingly intent on pressuring him to relinquish his spot. He quickly recalls Kadora and prepares to leave. It is time for the competition. The preliminary rounds consist of 3 matches, and success in defeating 3 opponents will secure a place in the qualifiers. Although Kadora, with its 2 4x weaknesses, is not ideally suited for one-on-one battles, participating serves dual purposes, to showcase his strength and to seek the opportunity for Kadora's evolution. At least one match must feature it. Navigating the lengthy corridor, Hakugi effortlessly swipes his card to enter the designated area, where the familiar semi-enclosed battle arena unfolds before him. Over the past month, he has frequented the arena for battles, having fought in standard terrains, as well as some specialized sandy and aquatic environments on a couple of occasions. The only format he has yet to experience is the wagering battles, where participants agree upon stakes, and those with some notoriety often attract outside betting. The frantic demeanor of spectators during the matches, coupled with the fierce expressions of those confronting the defeated afterward, remains vividly etched in his memory. In the first round of competition, his opponent hails from a rather inconsequential organization, adorned in uniforms that Hakugi has never encountered before. Typically, such organizations exist in affiliation with other powers, and the Sandstorm team also harbors subordinate factions responsible for managing areas that yield little reward. Occasionally, they assist with tasks that the Sandstorm team finds inconvenient. The situation is quite intricate. Of course, this bears no relevance to the current match. As the flickering red light on the wall transitioned to green, Shiraki unleashed his Gulpin. Ice Punch. He observed the opponent's Pokémon, Sandshrew, and without hesitation, commanded his own. Gulpin propelled itself forward with a force akin to a missile, its right fist shimmering with an icy blue luminescence, leaving behind a long, ethereal trail reminiscent of a comet's tail. The adversary had never encountered such a swift offensive. As the opponent opened his mouth, the next moment unfolded rapidly. Boom! Sandshrew soared back amidst an explosion of white smoke, crashing against the wall before helplessly plummeting to the ground, its eyes spinning in a daze. Clearly, it had been annihilated by Gulpin. The level of the qualifying rounds was indeed lacking. Observing the shock on his opponent's face, Shiraki understood the situation. While the Huangtai Arena's tournament was quite popular, it was implausible for individuals of the highest echelons to participate. Although they might lack the status and strength of a champion, they often possess temperaments that rival or even exceed those of champions. Such minor competitions are beneath their notice. The cadre might be the highest tier within the tournament, and there were likely only a handful of them. Shiraki merely needed to ascertain whom he had lost to and whom he had triumphed over, then investigate their standing within the organization to gauge his own prowess in Huangtai Town. He resolved to continue striving. He gently patted Gulpin's head, who responded with a cheerful nuzzle. With the gradual enhancement of its resilience, Gulpin had indeed become more obedient than before. This was also due to their increasing familiarity with one another. Just a couple of days prior, this creature had even cuddled with Chansey on his bed. In Shiraki's view, a Pokémon's willingness to approach him unguarded during slumber was tantamount to intimacy. Chapter 75, To Bite or Not to Bite Afternoon. Second round of the qualifying matches. Shiraki was taken aback to encounter an acquaintance. Well, is that you? Upon recognizing his face, the opponent's expression turned green, and he faltered mid-sentence. What a coincidence! Shiraki chuckled, never expecting to meet his brother in the qualifying rounds. It was during their first visit to the arena that his brother's clumsy battling skills left an indelible impression on him. Oh dear, I must redeem myself. Sensing the mockery in Shiraki's gaze, his brother's fury ignited, and he bellowed theatrically, no longer employing the underhanded tactics he once did, and directly summoned his ultimate trump card. Exploud. The resounding Pokémon, adorned with its striking blue-violet skin and speaker-like ears, boasts an extraordinarily large mouth that occupies 2/3 of its torso, revealing the contours of its deep oral cavity. A splendid combination indeed. Baimu is aware that the opponent hails from a second-rate faction known as the Melody Brigade, comprised mainly of enthusiasts of rock and rap music, with the Howling Bomb as their standard Pokémon. Much like the Little Fist Stone and Stone Ball of the Sandflow team, or the dog duo of the Evil Hound team, namely Dilubi and Tawong. Unfortunately, digging is not an option. Baimu intentionally placed Kadula behind him, turning to give it a knowing glance. Understanding the cue, Kadula charged fiercely towards the howling bomb, its forepaws glowing with a yellow light, transforming the solid ground into a cake-like softness. Countless grains of sand were sent flying as its massive figure swiftly vanished underground. Ha! A foolish move. Instead of being alarmed, Baimu erupted in joy, shouting, "Use supersonic on the hole. Let it know that even if it hides underground, the sound will propagate through the air." Boom! The howling bomb, with its speaker-like ears vibrating, emitted a cacophony of noise as it hopped towards the hole Kadula had excavated. However, neither it nor Baimu anticipated that Kadula had not burrowed elsewhere, but was clearly crouching at the hole's entrance waiting for it. Under normal circumstances, trainers should detect the movements of opposing Pokémon through the vibrations of the ground, but this technique proved overly challenging for Baimu, whose Pokémon was comparable to a novice. Steelhead. Seeing the howling bomb in position, Baimu, without hesitation, shouted over the cacophony, relieved that the opponent had not fully activated its skill, allowing Kadula to hear his commands. Of course, even if it hadn't heard him, Kadula would still launch an attack once the enemy was in range. Cloaked in a silver halo, it shot up from the ground like a high-speed train, unhesitatingly slamming itself into the enormous mouth of its foe. Boom. Ugh. The howling bomb's eyes widened in shock as its body involuntarily rolled backward, entangling with Kadula. Baimu's expression mirrored disbelief. What? Quickly, shake it out with noise, he shouted in a panic. However, Kadula, without needing guidance, instinctively clamped down on its own head, exerting its enhanced weight to pin the howling bomb in place after nearly a month of training. A golden-brown glow radiated from beneath the latter, generating intense energy fluctuations. Baimu, as if declaring the howling bomb's demise, provided Baimu with the answer, the power of the earth. Boom. The ground beneath the howling bomb erupted, a surge of ground-type energy bursting forth like a volcano, thrusting both it and Kadula skyward. Yet, compared to the battered howling bomb, Kadula managed to deftly flip in midair, landing gracefully on the ground. Gudu! A resounding thud echoed as the explosive projectile fell to the ground, revealing a pair of circular eyes. Not again, sighed the young man, dejectedly seated on the ground, realizing that even his ultimate trump card could not best the formidable Kadora. The issue lies with you, not your Pokémon, remarked Barkmo, gently stroking Kadora's head, devoid of any intention to admonish the young man, too weary to expend such energy. The preliminary rounds were fiercely contested. Barkmo sat in the hall, often hearing the cacophony of complaints and boasts swirling around him. The defeated always had a plethora of excuses, claiming that poor Pokémon choices led to their downfall, that luck favored their opponents, or even that a restless night had hindered their performance. In short, they cast blame in every direction. Meanwhile, the victors' laughter rang loud, their self-congratulations almost inflating them to the status of champions from other regions. Observing the diverse scenes within the hall, Barkmu found it rather amusing. While Huangtai Town was indeed populated with many novice trainers akin to Ash during the early days, it would be unjust to hastily categorize all its trainers based solely on a couple of matches. There might be one or two elite trainers among them. As Barkmu scrolled through his phone, hoping for a discreet response from Professor Shanji, a voice suddenly interrupted him. "Hey there, my friend." Turning, he encountered a rather dubious-looking man clad in an oversized coat. "Interested in purchasing some betting tickets? Different trainers, different odds. If an underdog emerges victorious, your investment could multiply tenfold, even 100-fold. A chance to strike it rich." The man opened his coat to reveal an array of tickets stuffed within. Barkmu feigned interest. "Do you know which trainers are competing? Which ones have a chance?" "Absolutely. I have my underground connections." The man grinned. "How about a ticket? No risk, no regret. Just ask around about my village, Rotten Teeth. Everyone knows us. If you win, I guarantee a payout." Rotten Teeth? Barkmu instinctively glanced at the man's teeth, noting their dilapidated condition. "Do you have a list of competitors?" "Indeed." The man produced a crumpled piece of paper, densely scribbled with names. "Need me to read it for you?" Barkmu shook his head, taking the paper to examine it himself. He soon spotted his own name, accompanied by seemingly favorable odds, marked with a star. "What does this star signify?" "That's for the spotted flame horse, a truly astonishing competitor that has emerged suddenly. You catch my drift?" Understanding dawned on Barkmu as he nodded, perusing the names again before producing 2,000 coins to purchase 2 tickets on his own victory. The base amount for this sort of wager was 1,000 coins, similar to the betting practices of his previous life, yet considerably more expensive than lottery tickets. "Thank you for your patronage." The dubious man cheerfully pocketed the coins. "Rest assured, my village has been operating in the Huangtai arena for quite some time. We wouldn't tarnish our reputation." "Indeed," Baimu casually responded, explaining that he purchased 2 tickets merely to seek good fortune. The competitors in the preliminary rounds were entirely random, and it was uncertain whether he would encounter any elite trainers from distant regions. Fortunately, his concerns were unfounded. The opponent in the 3rd round was equally disappointing. Not significantly better than the initial contender, yet Duo La effortlessly secured victory. Emerging from the win, he astonishingly managed to obtain 20,000 yuan from the shabby Yachuan village. Should he place another bet? Yachuan village subtly urged him on. Upon hearing this, Baimu decided to purchase 2 tickets, each costing 1,000 yuan. 2 tickets? Indeed. 2 tickets. He smiled at Yachuan village, showing no signs of being ensnared. Yachuan village thought to himself, this young man is not so easily deceived. Most would have succumbed to temptation by now. Indeed, he seemed to possess a cautious disposition. Thus, he opted to remain passive. The exchange of the 2 tickets for 2,000 yuan was completed successfully, and both parties were quite pleased. Chapter 76. The Ever-Changing Sound and Form. Baimu found himself with an unexpected profit of 18,000 yuan. Although it was merely a small sum, he found the experience rather amusing. The opponent's tactics were quite evident, employing repeated rebates to gradually entice one into increasing their investment, until one was compelled to wager all their money. When the big fish was hooked, regardless of whether the betting target won or lost, the person would likely vanish. It was a rudimentary con. Yet the abundance of fools in Huangtai town seeking instant wealth ensured that such tricksters flourished. The opponent was cunning, specifically targeting individuals who were alone and not in team uniforms, thus avoiding tougher adversaries. However, did Yachuan village know who Baimu truly was? If so, and they still attempted to deceive him, it would be quite intriguing, perhaps indicating the presence of someone with ulterior motives from the Crystal Group, whether it was the leader Chester or his subordinates. It was hard to believe they would be inclined to let bygones be bygones after Baimu had repeatedly offended the Crystal Group. They had already incurred a certain cost in silence and would likely intensify their aggression in pursuit of results. It resembled a card draw. Once a certain price had been paid without receiving the desired outcome, it was easy to become fixated. Regardless of the circumstances, Baimu, having seen through the deceit, would not fall for the trickery, nor did he possess a morbid curiosity to be ensnared intentionally. He deemed it more prudent to contemplate the upcoming matches. Before departing, he surveyed his surroundings and suddenly noticed many individuals resembling Yachuan village, clad in coats and selling betting tickets to others. However, it was uncertain whether Yachuan village was affiliated with these individuals. Upon returning to the Flowing Sand team, Baimu proceeded to report his achievements to Lu Gu in his office, who seemed quite interested in the results of his participation in the tournament. It went rather smoothly. Fortune favored me, as I encountered several trainers who relied solely on brute force. Haha. Indeed, the trainers here are not particularly skilled. However, one should not become complacent. For there are indeed capable individuals, and you may very well encounter one. Lu Ji's expression was quite amusing. Baimu, perplexed, instinctively replied, I can handle it, big brother. Yes, keep up the good work. Lu Gu waved his hand, signaling the end of the conversation. After bowing, he retreated, discreetly greeting the upside-down Scorpion King before quietly closing the door behind him. The lively Scorpion King, though a bit of a jokester, had a way of eliciting laughter from those around him. In stark contrast to the seemingly prematurely aging Kadora at home, the compliant Jilly Dan, and the refined yet boisterous Miss Big Mouth, Baimu found great fondness for this character. He mused about how wonderful it would be to encounter a similarly vivacious Pokémon. The somewhat restless novice trainer, Baimu, sighed. Outside the door, Floppo sat idly at his workstation, flipping through a magazine with his feet propped up on the table, embodying languorousness. Alongside him, several other team leaders adopted the same lethargic posture, appearing utterly unoccupied. Was he merely lounging here, avoiding the spotlight before his subordinates, neglecting to train his Pokémon? Baimu found this incomprehensible, realizing he had never even seen Floppo's Pokémon. The man always appeared solitary, devoid of any Pokémon companions. Floppo, do you have a moment? Baimu pondered for a moment before approaching him. Floppo's eyes brightened at the mention, tossing the magazine aside. I have plenty of time. What do you need? Baimu hesitated slightly. Upon his approach, the other team leaders had evidently shifted their attention to him as well. It's about the competition arena, he finally said. He was primarily concerned about any peculiar circumstances surrounding the village of Rotten Teeth and hoped Floppo could offer advice or investigate further. Being cautious was prudent. If the other party deemed it necessary to inform Lu Gu, it would save him the trouble of elaborating. Upon hearing this, Floppo's face broke into a smile. So you fear he is sent by Chester to undermine you? Trying to orchestrate your downfall through such means? Well, perhaps I am being overly sensitive. Sensitive? No. This is a rational suspicion, Floppo interjected. The Crystal Group has been engaged in underhanded dealings for quite some time. Such sneaky tactics are their hallmark. Moreover, your instincts are correct. The Crystal Group will not let you off easily. From the moment you allied with the Sand Group, you have been subjected to their relentless schemes. Especially now, within the Sand Team, you are in the limelight. Me? Baimu was taken aback. Indeed, Floppo and the other team leaders shared a hearty laugh. You managed the affairs of the Copper Plains district exceptionally well. Your reputation has spread throughout the entire team. Even Chief Song Jilong has spoken highly of you, whispering your name in everyone's ears. The Crystal Group now harbors a deep-seated animosity towards you. Yet they are simultaneously wary of the repercussions that might follow should they harm you. Baimu found himself at a loss for words. All right, leave that wretched Tooth Village to me. I shall resolve the matter. You focus on the competition and strive for victory. Frobo patted him reassuringly on the shoulder. It's not that simple, Baimu silently lamented. Before he could inquire about the plan, the tie on Frobo's chest suddenly quivered, transforming into a piece of pink gum that swiftly enveloped Frobo's face. A few seconds later, a brand new Baimu appeared before him. What? He gazed in astonishment at the faux Baimu, who coughed violently a couple of times, suddenly adopting a voice remarkably similar to his own. What do you think? The shape-shifting skills of the Ditto combined with my voice modulation technique. Quite astonishing, isn't it? The fake Baimu wore a sincere and endearing smile, sending shivers down his spine. While he had heard of Ditto's unique abilities, witnessing such a transformation firsthand was nothing short of extraordinary, especially when it was into his likeness. No wonder he had not encountered Frobo's Pokémon before. It turned out to be a Ditto masquerading as a tie. I shall borrow your visage for a moment. The fake Baimu beamed, leaving the real Baimu feeling uneasy. The following day, the preliminary rounds commenced. The original 1,000 participants had been whittled down to a mere 64. All those with inadequately skilled Pokémon or poorly directing trainers had been eliminated, leaving only the most exceptional contenders vying for higher ranks. Unlike the qualifying rounds, the preliminary rounds permitted the use of 2 Pokémon, introducing an element of unpredictability. Baimu donned a cap and pulled the hood of his sweatshirt over his head as he traversed the lengthy corridor toward the competition arena. He had followed Frobo's instructions to obscure his appearance slightly, yet not entirely, thereby sending misleading signals to the ever-watchful Tooth Village. In due course, Frobo would probe into the situation while posing as the fake Baimu, allowing them to discern any ulterior motives from the other party. Observing Frobo's relaxed demeanor, Baimu decided to relinquish his worries and concentrate solely on the impending contest, filled with anticipation for how far he could advance. As he scanned the area with his card, his opponent came into view at the far end of his line of sight. Chapter 77, Crushing Momentum. Unlike Baimu, who deliberately concealed his identity, his opponent not only donned the uniform of their faction, but also boisterously proclaimed their heritage. Remember this name, for it belongs to the one who shall triumph over you today. Did they really need to deliver a pre-match taunt in such a short span of time? Ignoring the braggart, Baimu drew out a Pokeball and took a deep breath. Regardless of how foolish his opponent appeared, he could not afford to underestimate them. The red light on the wall began to flash. The opponent fell silent, retrieving their Pokeball in preparation. In the next moment, the green light illuminated with a resonant hum. Both competitors dashed toward each other, throwing their Pokeballs. Bang! Bang! The white light flickered. Kadora took the lead, raising its head to gaze at the opposing Pokémon, a colossal lizard, entirely cloaked in ebony, adorned with scarlet flames that exuded an alluring yet ominous aura, radiating a potent scent of hormones. This was the Flametail Lizard, a Pokémon of fire and poison type. Be cautious of its venom. It may very well affect you too, Bayuki warned Kadora. Although the Flametail Lizard possessed a poison type, it also harbored the ability known as corrosion, which allowed it to poison Steel-type Pokémon through its toxic move. Vigilance was essential. Goodo. Kadora growled in acknowledgement. As the opponent laid eyes on the Steel-type Kadora, joy surged within them, but upon hearing Bayuki's words, their expressions swiftly soured. You actually know? The Flametail Lizard's ability had caught many opponents off guard. It was unfathomable that someone would see through its ruse in the very first round of the preliminaries. Rock block. Bayuki, uninterested in further banter, resolved to engage in a direct confrontation with the Flametail Lizard. Close combat could easily lead to silent poisoning, as a Pokémon unleashing toxic was as swift, precise, and lethal as a wild animal, leaving little room for direction. It all relied on the reflexes of his own Pokémon. Kadora stomped its claws against the ground, sending a multitude of enormous, resilient boulders hurtling toward the Flame-Tail Lizard. Whoosh! The rocks whistled through the air. Shatter them with your Flame Whip. The opponent bellowed. A lengthy whip of fire instantly materialized, thrashing against the incoming rocks, shattering them with explosive force. Initially, it successfully obliterated one or two boulders. But as it attempted to strike the third, it began to struggle. By the time the fourth and fifth boulders came into play, the whip lost its explosive power, and in a moment of sluggishness, it was struck. Boom. The two boulders crashed down in sequence, causing the flame-tail lizard to grimace in pain, retreating repeatedly to barely withstand the assault. So hard, the opponent exclaimed in disbelief. Knowing one's own Pokémon well, they had repeatedly tested the power of the flame-tail lizard's flame whip in battle. It should have been capable of handling even larger boulders without issue. How could this be? Meanwhile, Bayuki raised an eyebrow. Ghidorah's skills had improved with practice, enhancing various attributes including the hardness and impact of the rocks after choosing not to increase in size any further. All certified by the strength of the big-mouth Pokémon's fists. He was surprised to find that the flame-tail lizard, being the final evolution, was not as formidable as he had anticipated. It was left dazed and staggering after just two giant rocks struck it. How fragile. It seemed the physical endurance of the flame-tail lizard was not as high as expected, especially when facing a type disadvantage with rock. If not it, then who would be unfortunate? He had long grown accustomed to the opponent's tendency to engage head-on without opting for evasion. These trainers, each one of them, possess an unwavering confidence in the prowess of their Pokémon, believing that they can effortlessly counter your moves while your attacks are utterly impotent against theirs. Consequently, they often fail to appreciate the exquisite subtleties of evading a masterful technique. Their brash approach aligns perfectly with their identity as fierce competitors. To carve a niche in such a cutthroat arena, one must rely on equal parts rationality and audacity. Rock slide, bellowed Ghidorah, summoning the earth and dust in the air to coalesce into shimmering, jagged rock shards that soared towards Charizard. In contrast to the more cumbersome and solid rock barrier, the advantage of rock slide lies in its swifter impact and significantly abbreviated initiation. As Charizard staggered, disoriented from the collision, the opponent gritted their teeth and commanded, "Stay behind the rocks." Faced with the inability to move for the moment, they opted to exploit the environment. Hearing the trainer's directive, Charizard, somewhat dazed, nestled behind a massive boulder for refuge. Little did they anticipate that the force of rock slide would exceed their expectations, shattering the boulder with a resounding crash and landing successive strikes on Charizard. The creature emitted a hoarse cry as the debris enveloped it in a cloud of dust that quickly dispersed, revealing its dazed state. The once captivating eyes were now reduced to vacant circles. The wall began to flash ominously with red lights. The opponent was left speechless, completely unprepared for their Pokémon's effortless defeat, while Ghidorah appeared utterly unfazed. Baimu, on the other hand, was not surprised by the destruction of the boulder, having trained specifically for this scenario. In a previous battle, a mouthful of rock had allowed a Pokémon to evade Ghidorah's follow-up attack, providing him with invaluable experience. Knowing that the opponent might also seek refuge behind a rock, he was astounded by how swiftly this knowledge was put to use. As he awaited the opponent's switch, he was taken aback to see them staring blankly at Ghidorah, seemingly lost in thought during such a critical match. The red lights began to flash more rapidly, and the overhead announcement commenced a countdown. The opponent, as if awakening from a dream, recalled Charizard and sent forth a new Pokémon, Magma Worm. A creature of molten rock hues resembling some form of soft-bodied organism, with bright yellow eyes and flame-like antennae, its surface constantly bubbling with active lava. However, the moment it emerged from its Pokeball and touched the ground, the earth beneath it suddenly gave way, forming a colossal Antlion pit capable of engulfing its opponent entirely. Magma Worm had no opportunity to evade and plummeted into the abyss, thrashing in desperation. The opponent, jolted back to reality, looked at Baimu in confusion, realizing they had not heard the command just moments before. Quicksand Hell, Baimu completed his verbal directive with a satisfied expression. Subsequently, he gazed at the lava bug with a look of pity, encountering a trainer who, in the midst of a 2-on-2 battle, could easily lose focus, especially when facing a fire-type Pokémon that had fallen victim to Koraidon. Who else but the unfortunate would meet such a fate? Flame Burst. The opponent attempted to make the lava bug struggle, which in turn stirred the magma on its surface, creating a colossal magma bubble that erupted violently. Alas, the splattering magma failed to reach Koraidon, who remained outside the pit. Smokescreen. The opponent called out. Regrettably, Koraidon did not approach at all. How could it be hit? Are there no other types of Pokémon available? Enough of this, Rock Lock. Baimu pointed skyward. Understanding his cue, Koraidon struck the ground with its powerful claws, unleashing a torrent of boulders that soared into the sky, only to descend in a parabolic arc, crashing into the ant hole and upon the struggling lava bug. Thud, thud, thud. The relentless barrage of rocks overwhelmed it completely, securing Baimu's victory. It was a one-sided domination, a battle marked by sheer devastation.